Chapter 1. The Divine Fist Sect. The bustling city of linen. Within a tavern, several martial artists gathered around a table, engaged in animated discussion, their words punctuated by flying spittle. Did you hear? Last month, Zhang Jinren celebrated his centenary birthday, creating quite a stir atop Wudong Mountain. I've heard that Zhang Xueshan, who had been missing for over a decade, has returned from overseas with his wife and child. Various sects ostensibly went to Wudong to celebrate his birthday, but in truth, they aimed to press Zhang Xueshan for the whereabouts of Xie Sun, hoping to seize the legendary Dragon-Slaying blade. Zhang Xueshan was indeed a man of chivalry, sacrificing himself before the multitude to protect his sworn brother. And Yin Su Su, once a seductive enchantress of the Heavenly Eagle sect, transformed into a paragon of virtue after marrying Zhang Xueshan, following him into death. Sure, are you courting death, daring to speak ill of Yin Su Su? If the people of the Heavenly Eagle sect catch wind of your slander, you might just find your tongue severed. The group of martial artists lowered their voices, casting wary glances around them. Their trepidation was not unfounded. The Heavenly Eagle sect's influence in Jiangnan was formidable, and they, as mere lowly wanderers of the martial world, dared not provoke such a power. The tavern, though modest, was bustling with patrons. Not far from the group, a tall waiter, a towel draped over his shoulder, stood apart from his more subservient peers, his expression somewhat peculiar as he paused in his task of wiping the tables. Zhang Zhenren's centenary birthday? Zhang Quishan's return after years of absence? Various sects converging on Wudong to interrogate about Xie Sun? Li Zhiga curled the corner of his mouth, a strange expression on his face, as he chose not to engage with the martial artists and instead turned to retreat to the tavern's backyard. The backyard was cluttered with odds and ends, and Li Zhiga sat down by an ancient well, removing the towel from his shoulder. He gazed up at the sky and murmured softly, "Perhaps the rebellion can wait." It had already been half a month since he had crossed over. Initially believing he was in the late Yuan dynasty of actual history, Li Zhiga had prepared to rally the people and overthrow the tyrannical Yuan rule. But upon realizing he had entered a world of martial arts, the fervent spark of rebellion within him was abruptly extinguished. Compared to insurrection, he found the allure of the martial world, with its glimmering blades and clashing swords, far more captivating, or rather, he yearned to wield formidable power himself. Li Zhiga questioned whether he could continue to traverse this realm, for within his mind resided a small vessel. Thus, he felt a renewed fire ignited within him, a fervent desire for longevity and immense strength. Suppressing his restless heart, Li Zhiga returned to the tavern to continue his duties for the day. As night fell, an oil lamp flickered in the tavern's main hall, where the proprietor, Han Maofei, sat at the counter, reviewing the day's accounts. Han Maofei, having just crossed the threshold of 50, ran the modest tavern in linen. While he wasn't wealthy, his life was relatively comfortable. However, with age, his vitality had begun to wane. The light was obscured by a tall figure, prompting Han Maofei to lift his head, a warm smile spreading across his face as he spoke gently. "Ah, it's Zhiga. You've worked hard all day, why not take a rest?" Han Maofei held Li Zhiga in high regard. Ever since Li Zhiga had proposed a few small suggestions upon his arrival, the tavern's business had prospered considerably. Li Zhiga pulled up a stool and sat down, looking at the stout man with a smile. "Uncle Han, I plan to leave tomorrow, so I won't be working here anymore. Thank you for your care these past days." Han Maofei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where are you planning to go?" Li Zhiga did not hide his intentions. "Uncle Han, I wish to join a sect to learn martial arts." Han Maofei remained silent for a moment before chuckling. "You have a tall stature, a robust physique, and a sharp mind. Joining a sect is indeed a better option than lingering in my little tavern. Shallow waters cannot nurture a true dragon. In this day and age, joining a sect is a commendable choice. Which sect do you wish to join?" Li Zhiga candidly replied, "The Heavenly Eagle sect." Choosing the Heavenly Eagle sect was a decision Li Zhiga had pondered carefully. While he considered joining the illustrious Wudong, Shaolin, Emei, or Kunlun sects to study profound martial arts, the current tumultuous state of affairs, with banditry rampant, made it likely that he would become a mere corpse by the roadside before reaching those esteemed locations. In the martial world, without martial skills to back him, death could easily find him on the road. Moreover, gaining entry into the prestigious Wudong or Shaolin was no simple feat. Those eminent sects had stringent rules. They valued not only innate talent, but also a pure lineage, making it difficult for just anyone to gain admission. Li Zhiga was uncertain about his own potential, but he knew he had already surpassed the prime age for martial training. Additionally, as a mere traveler from another realm, what lineage could he claim? Most renowned sects would likely reject him. Furthermore, the Heavenly Eagle sect was not without merit, for the white-browed Eagle King was indeed a well-known expert in the martial world. Most importantly, the Heavenly Eagle sect was active in Jiangnan. Its presence felt throughout the region. By joining the Heavenly Eagle sect as a lowly initiate, he could earn merit and gradually ascend within its ranks, ultimately gaining access to advanced martial arts. This was Li Ziji's short-term plan. Upon hearing Li Ziji's intent to join the Heavenly Eagle sect, Han Maofei shook his head vigorously, his expression resembling that of a rattle drum. Zhiga, heed my advice, joining the Heavenly Eagle sect is not a wise choice. The Heavenly Eagle sect has many enemies in Jiangnan alone. It is in constant conflict with the Giant Whale Gang and the Sea Sand sect. The Emei sect holds a particularly hostile view of the Heavenly Eagle sect. When Emei disciples encounter members of the Heavenly Eagle sect, they often draw their swords at the slightest provocation. If you join the Heavenly Eagle sect, you will likely find it impossible to become a core member in a short time, and may instead become expendable cannon fodder. Li Zhiga regarded the stout man before him with some surprise. A mere tavern keeper possessed such extensive knowledge of the martial world? Han Maofei continued, the Giant Whale Gang and the Sea Sand sect are also poor choices. In recent years, both have expanded their influence, with their members frequently meeting untimely ends on the streets. Li Zhiga remained silent, allowing Han Maofei to continue. After his analysis, it seemed that none of the notable gangs in Jiangnan were suitable for joining. Finally, Han Maofei turned his gaze to Li Zhiga, his expression earnest as he spoke. Zhiga, I have some connections with the leader of the Divine Fist sect. If you wish, I can introduce you to them. The Divine Fist sect? Li Zhiga had heard of Wudong, Shaolin, Emei, Kunlun, Huashan, Kongtong, Mingjiao, the Heavenly Eagle sect, the Beggar sect, the Giant Whale Gang, and the Sea Sand sect, yet he had never heard of the Divine Fist sect. Li Zhiga hesitated for a moment, then asked Han Maofei, Uncle Han, what kind of sect is the Divine Fist sect? Do they have a martial arts legacy? Han Maofei looked up, his expression somewhat forlorn. The Divine Fist sect was once a renowned faction, standing toe-to-toe with the Giant Whale Gang and the Sea Sand sect in Jiangnan. Their Divine Fist 8 techniques are exceptionally powerful. Mastering them allows one to strike down a raging bull with a single punch. Divine Fist 8 techniques? Exceptionally powerful? To master them to the extent of striking down a raging bull with a single blow? Upon hearing this, Li Zhiga began to form an impression of the Divine Fist sect. However, noticing Han Maofei's despondent demeanor, he started to understand the underlying sentiments. Han Maofei's voice grew hoarse, and his mood darkened. 14 years ago, the Heavenly Eagle sect held a blade-wielding conference on Wangpan Mountain, and the previous leader of the Divine Fist sect attended. At the summit of Wangpan Mountain, in a bid for the Dragon-Slaying Blade, the former leader of the Divine Fist sect clashed with the golden-haired Lion King, Xie Sun, and tragically lost his life. Many of the Divine Fist disciples who accompanied him also perished under Xie Sun's Lion's Roar technique, leading to the decline of the Divine Fist sect. The supreme of the martial world, the Dragon-Slaying Blade? Huh, how absurd. It is merely a blade, even if one were to obtain it. What then? Can it truly command the martial world and establish one as the supreme leader? As he spoke, Han Maofei's mood sank further, his eyes reddening, and in the flickering firelight, tears glistened in his murky gaze. Unsure how to comfort him, Li Zhiga simply spoke softly, Uncle Han, I am willing to join the Divine Fist sect. Han Maofei rubbed his reddened eyes and smiled. Very well, go and rest for now. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the Divine Fist sect to pay your respects. Chapter 2. Entering the gates, vowing to slay Xie Sun. A cool breeze stirred as dawn broke. Li Zhiga rose early, drawing a bucket of cool water from the ancient well. The icy well water soothed the fervor in his heart. The Divine Fist sect possessed a martial arts legacy and inner cultivation techniques. Li Zhiga did not expect to immediately practice the supreme martial arts of this world, such as the Nine Manual, the Nanyang Manual, the Taiji Fist Classic, the I Jin Jing, or the Qin Kun Great Shift. That would be unrealistic. One must remain grounded. First, he would learn the Divine Fist 8 techniques and the inner cultivation principles, enabling him to strike down a raging bull with a single punch. With his basic martial prowess for traversing the martial world, he could then pursue the supreme arts in due course. At this moment, Zhang Wuji was likely still in the Butterfly Valley, studying medicine. There was no rush. Let's go. I will take you to the Divine Fist sect to pay your respects. Han Maofei emerged from the door, raising his hand to wipe the sleep from his eyes. Clearly, this man had not slept well the previous night. He carried a bundle on his back, his waxy complexion making Li Zhiga suspect he was somewhat fatigued. Li Zhiga looked at the stout man earnestly and said, Uncle Han, I am grateful to you. Your kindness today shall be etched in my heart, and I will repay you in the future. Han Maofei approached Li Zhiga, gazing up at the towering youth who stood a full head taller than himself. He raised a hand to pat Li Zhiga on the shoulder, grinning widely, and said, "What trouble are you talking about? You, my lad, are of a robust and imposing stature, with dense bones throughout your frame. You are most suited for the cultivation of the divine fist. I do not expect any repayment from you in the future. Your success in mastering the divine fist and propagating its legacy would be the greatest gratitude you could offer me." Li Zhiga nodded earnestly, choosing not to elaborate further. Han Maofei had always treated him kindly, akin to a beloved nephew, and now he was recommending him for entry into the Divine Fist sect. This kindness was something Li Zhiga would cherish in his heart. After closing down the tavern, Han Maofei led Li Zhiga out of Linen City. By midday, the sun was blazing. In the jurisdiction of Linen Prefecture, two figures, drenched in sweat, approached the city gates. These two perspiring individuals were none other than Li Zhiga and Han Maofei. Upon entering the city, Han Maofei wiped the sweat from his forehead and guided Li Zhiga towards the city center. Two stone lions crouched at the entrance, and the once crimson door had begun to fade. The rusty iron rings on the door bore witness to the passage of time, while the plaque overhead, engraved with the characters for Divine Fist, appeared weathered and ancient. Han Maofei sniffed, attempting to suppress the discomfort, and managed a strained smile as he explained to Li Zhiga, "This is the Divine Fist sect. Despite its current decline, with barely a dozen disciples remaining, it once held great prestige. Even the county magistrate of Qian'an had to be mindful of the sect's influence." Li Zhiga found himself at a loss for words, remaining silent. Thud, thud, thud. Han Maofei stepped forward to knock on the rusted iron rings. Creak. The heavy door swung open. A young woman emerged, her appearance unremarkable, yet her eyes bright and clear. She was tall and slender, clad in form-fitting attire, her short hair tied back with a red ribbon. Though not conventionally beautiful, she exuded an air of confidence and vigor. The woman looked at Han Maofei and Li Zhiga, a hint of confusion in her clear gaze. "Who are you looking for?" Han Maofei's cheeks quivered with warmth as he broke into a benevolent smile, saying, how the years have flown. That little snot-nosed brat who once tugged at my trousers, crying for candied hawthorns, has grown into a young lady." The woman's eyes widened in surprise, her face lighting up with joy. "Uncle Han, it's you." Han Maofei nodded with a smile. "Ing Zhao, you finally remember your Uncle Han." Ing Zhao beamed brightly. "Of course I remember you, Uncle. I have never forgotten the kindness you showed me. Uncle, you left without a word for Linen City, and it's been over a decade. You didn't even come back to see me. Father has been thinking of you all these years." Han Maofei waved his hand dismissively, a melancholic smile on his face. "What could a man like me, reduced to a shadow of my former self, be worth remembering? Your father has endured hardships on my account." Realizing her misstep, Ing Zhao shifted her gaze to Li Zhiga and inquired, "Uncle, who is he?" Han Maofei regained his composure. "Ing Zhao, this lad is Li Zhiga, formerly a servant in my tavern. He has a passion for martial arts, and I saw potential in him. So I brought him to the Divine Fist sect to pay a visit to my master and fellow disciples." Li Zhiga stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. Li Zhiga pays his respects to Sister Ing Zhao. Ing Zhao examined Li Zhiga with curiosity, playfully squeezing his shoulder and scrutinizing his hands. Uncle's judgment remains as sharp as ever. Though he may be a bit older, his innate talent is indeed well-suited for the cultivation of a divine fist. As she spoke, Ing Zhao turned and called into the courtyard. "Father, Uncle has returned, and he has brought back a disciple." The Divine Fist sect had once known glory. The courtyard was vast, even featuring a training ground. As they passed the training area, Li Zhiga observed several bare-chested young men vigorously lifting stone blocks, one of whom, his face flushed, shattered a stone tablet with a single punch. Witnessing the sheer force of that youth, Li Zhiga felt a surge of excitement within, yearning to commence his own practice of the Divine Fist. Despite his awareness that the Divine Fist was likely a mere trifle in the realm of martial arts, seeing such power unleashed only fanned the flames of his ambition. Throughout the journey, Li Zhiga followed closely behind Han Maofei and Ing Zhao, occasionally taking in his surroundings. Soon, he encountered the current leader of the Divine Fist sect, Bei Qiaofeng. Upon seeing Han Maofei, the tall and robust man's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Brother, you have finally returned." Han Maofei's voice was hoarse as he replied, "Brother, let us first pay our respects to Master." In the Divine Fist sect's ancestral hall, Han Maofei knelt on the ground, his eyes glistening with moisture as he pressed his forehead against the cold stone floor, producing a dull thud. Before him stood an altar adorned with a spirit tablet, bearing the name of the late Shangguan, the revered founder, as the unfilial son Bei Qiaofeng wept in reverence. Han Maofei's forehead flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot as he spoke in a cracked voice. Master, I, your unworthy disciple, have become a mere shell of my former self, unable to avenge you. Sniffle. The short, stout man, now over 50, wept quietly. Bei Qiaofeng clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like writhing serpents as he seethed. 14 years ago, at the Eagle's Nest Conference on Wangpan Mountain, Father took us to seize the Dragon-Slaying Saber. How youthful and spirited we were then. Alas, that scoundrel Sun brutally murdered our father, and many of our fellow disciples perished, their blood pouring from their 7 orifices under the might of the lion's roar technique. Only the 2 of us were left to struggle for survival. That villain Sun vanished with the Dragon-Slaying Saber, and we have been unable to exact our revenge. It is infuriating. As he spoke, Bei Qiaofeng's face fell, as if deflated. Let alone seeking vengeance on that scoundrel Sun. I have exhausted all my strength just trying to keep the Divine Fist sect afloat. Father, I am unfilial. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was heavy with sorrow. Ying Zhao and her brother, Gua Ying, knelt behind Han Maofei and Bei Qiaofeng, their eyes equally filled with hatred. Li Zhiga stood aside, uncertain of how to comment. The golden-haired Lion King, Sun, was indeed a pitiful figure, yet he had instigated a bloodbath in the martial world. Were not those slain by him deserving of sympathy as well? However, the previous leader of the Divine Fist sect, Shangguan, had been killed while attempting to seize the Dragon-Slaying Saber from Sun, which seemed to lessen the pity. While Li Zhiga was lost in thought, Bei Qiaofeng suddenly turned, his expression grave as he addressed him. You are the one brought by Brother Han, wishing to join our sect and learn the Divine Fist. This is acceptable, but you must understand that the entire Divine Fist sect harbors an irreconcilable enmity with that scoundrel Sun. Should you enter our ranks, you must remember the hatred between the Divine Fist sect and that villain. If one day your mastery of the Divine Fist reaches its peak, you must avenge your ancestors and slay Sun. Do you still wish to join our sect? Li Zijia's expression grew solemn as he nodded earnestly, responding in a determined tone. I do. If I ever achieve mastery in martial arts, I shall surely slay Sun and place the Dragon-Slaying Saber before my ancestors' grave as an offering. Han Maofei nodded with satisfaction. Bei Qiaofeng fixed his gaze firmly on Li Zhiga, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. First, let us pay our respects to your esteemed ancestor. Bang, bang, bang. Li Zhiga knelt before the spirit tablet without a moment's hesitation, bowing thrice in reverence. Chapter 3, Squatting Horse. Hey, ha, hey ha, hey ha. In the training arena of the Divine Fist sect, several disciples were drenched in sweat, their fists generating gusts of wind as they struck. Li Zhiga was unable to practice the martial arts alongside his senior brothers and sisters, relegated instead to the sidelines, where he was tasked with squatting in a horse stance to build his foundation. His legs were apart, shoulder-width apart, with his calves slightly bent, his body rising and falling gradually as if riding a galloping steed. His arms were held aloft, striving to maintain his balance. The scorching sun bore down upon him, causing strands of hair to cling to his scalp, and his coarse linen garments were thoroughly soaked, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Li Zhiga had been squatting for a full hour, gritting his teeth as his calves trembled incessantly, his stamina evidently reaching its limit, and it was clear he could no longer stand. Yet, his eyes remained bright and fervent. In the training ground, several senior brothers and sisters had long ceased their practice, staring at Li Zhiga in astonishment, as if gazing at a monster. Gua Yingzhao observed the tall and resolute young man, and could not help but ask his junior brother beside him, Chen, how long did you manage to squat when you joined last year? Chen Fangxiao swallowed hard and replied, I could hardly last a quarter of an hour before I had to rise. How did junior brotherly manage to endure for a whole hour? Wang Xiang's expression grew solemn as he scrutinized Li Zhiga in the distance, finally speaking in a low voice, I have practiced the Divine Fist since childhood, and while I have achieved some proficiency, I cannot claim I could endure an entire hour of squatting. Junior brother Li's body has long hit its limit, yet he persevered and shattered his own constraints during his first squat. Such unwavering tenacity is truly remarkable. Beneath the old tree, Bei Qiaofeng reclined in a rattan chair, half closing his eyes as he observed Li Zhiga, who towered a head taller than most. He murmured softly, Senior brother, you have brought forth a fine talent for the Divine Fist. Although his meridians have already formed, his stature is imposing and robust, his bones dense, and his spirit remarkably resilient. He possesses the ability to endure great hardship, making him exceptionally suited for the cultivation of the divine fist. I do not expect him to vanquish that villain Xie Sun. I only hope he can master the divine fist and bring glory back to our sect. Li Zhige's calf trembled, his teeth felt somewhat loose, and his vision had begun to blur, yet he steadfastly maintained his horse stance, unwilling to rise. His master would not permit him to stand, thus he remained resolute. Zhige, come here. As Li Zhige approached the brink of fainting, on the verge of collapsing, Guo Qianshan's gaze softened slightly, and he beckoned Li Zhige to step forward. Li Zhige approached the ancient tree, feeling a profound numbness enveloping his body. As both his legs and arms swelled with heat, Zhige, the master inquired, his countenance stern and his tone grave, "Did I not teach you the art of combat? Have you any grievances for having squatted in the horse stance for over an hour?" Li Zhige was momentarily taken aback, then spoke, "Master, how could you say such a thing? A towering edifice rises from the ground. Without a solid foundation, even the most magnificent structure is prone to collapse. As your disciple, lacking the fundamentals of martial arts, I must begin by fortifying my base. Your guidance in practicing horse stance is a manifestation of your earnest intentions. How could I possibly harbor any grievances?" Guo Qianshan's expression remained impassive, his voice icy as he replied, "That will be all for today. You may retire to rest. We shall resume tomorrow for 2 hours of practice." After speaking, Guo Qianshan recalled something and turned to Guo Yingzhao, saying, "Yingzhao, come here and assist your junior brother with his muscle and sinew." With that, Guo Qianshan departed. Li Zhige sat beneath the ancient tree, observing his senior sister Guo Yingzhao approach, feeling a slight discomfort. He spoke, "Senior sister, it is unnecessary. I can manage to ease my muscles on my own." Guo Yingzhao was not conventionally beautiful. She brushed aside her loose strands of hair and settled beside Li Zhige, extending her calloused hands to knead his arms and thighs. While she worked, she remarked, "Junior brother, we are all children of the rivers and lakes, unencumbered by the barriers of gender. Today, you have squatted for over an hour, exceeding your physical limits. If you do not relieve your muscles promptly, you will surely awaken tomorrow sore and unable to rise." At the training ground, several senior brothers, including Guo Yingzhao, Chen Fangqiao, Shou Qianjian, and Wang Taidan, gathered around. Wang Taidan leaned closer with a cheerful grin, saying, "Little junior brother, Master has instructed Sister Yingzhao to attend to your muscles. This is a subtle way of bestowing her upon you." The other senior brothers joined in with playful jeers, and even the usually stoic Guo Yingzhao displayed a hint of a smile. Li Zhige, at the tender age of 22, was not the youngest among his fellow disciples. Yet he had joined the sect later than the others, relegating him to the position of the junior disciple. In response to the teasing jests of his seniors, he remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Esteemed seniors, I bear no grievances, but I implore you not to speak recklessly, lest it tarnish our elder sister's reputation." Guo Yingzhao kneaded Li Zhige's thigh, stealing a glance at his sharply chiseled features reminiscent of a sculpted visage. She discreetly turned her head away, a soft blush unexpectedly blooming upon her cheeks, observing his seniors and the sister who tended to him. A warm current surged through Li Zhige's heart. Though the Divine Fist sect was not a grand and illustrious establishment, the camaraderie and warmth within were undeniably delightful. In the ancestral hall, Guo Qianshan lit 3 incense sticks before the spirit tablet, a rare smile gracing his typically stern countenance as he began to speak. "Father, since your passing, the standing of the Divine Fist sect in the martial world has plummeted. Although Yingzhao and Yingxiang are sensible, their innate talents are ill-suited for the cultivation of the Divine Fist. After a century, they will not be able to uphold the legacy of our sect. The remaining disciples possess commendable character, yet they either resort to underhanded tactics or are frail of constitution, lacking in comprehension and unable to inherit our teachings. Fortunately, heaven has bestowed upon the Divine Fist sect a disciple of exceptional potential. After a period of observation, should his virtues prove commendable, I shall pass on my teachings to him and betroth Yingzhao to him, ensuring that he supports the legacy of the Divine Fist sect." In the room, there was but a single bed, devoid of any superfluous adornments. Li Zhige lay on his bed, reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past 2 days, a smile gracing his face. Once he masters the 9 Yin and 9 Yang classics and achieves greatness in martial arts, he is determined to avenge his revered ancestor and elevate the prestige of the Divine Fist sect. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Li Zhige's reverie. Accompanying the knocks was the concerned voice of his senior sister, Guodingzhao, junior brother, are you asleep? Li Zhiga exerted considerable effort to sit up from his bed before finally speaking. Senior sister, please come in. Creak. The solid wooden door creaked open. Guodingzhao's well-proportioned figure cast a long shadow under the moonlight as she carried a wooden tub, which towered above her. Her calloused hands bore the weight of the tub, filled to the brim with scalding, dark green medicinal soup. Thud. Guodingzhao placed the tub on the ground, producing a dull thud. The wooden tub, brimming with the medicinal concoction, weighed at least 200 pounds. An ordinary man would hardly be able to lift it. How did Guodingzhao manage to transport such a hefty tub? Li Zhiji's eyes widened, his heart ablaze with excitement, and he directly inquired, Senior sister, have you cultivated inner strength? Guodingzhao replied with a warm smile, cultivating inner strength is no simple feat. I began my martial training at the tender age of 5, and after 15 long years, my vitality surpasses that of the average person, granting me a bit more strength. Yet, I have yet to touch the threshold of true energy. Junior brother, our Divine Fist sect does not excel in internal martial arts. The Divine Fist is an external practice. Only after reaching a certain level can one generate inner strength from external training. Your innate potential surpasses ours, perhaps within a decade. You may cultivate inner strength. Enough of this talk. Junior brother, please step inside. This is a treasured medicinal formula passed down within our sect. Crafted from a blend of over a dozen herbs, known for its efficacy in strengthening tendons and bones. Do not let it go to waste. Senior sister will take her leave now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Once you join the Divine Fist sect, we are all brothers and sisters. There is no need for formality. Guodingzhao, with her carefree demeanor, unlike other women who often display pretentiousness, turned swiftly and exited Li Zhiji's room, gently closing the door behind her. Li Zhiga averted his gaze, shedding his garments as he settled into the wooden tub, indulgently absorbing the medicinal essence. Joining the Divine Fist sect was undoubtedly the right choice. Had he chosen to align himself with the Sky Eagle sect as a mere minion, he might now be precariously toying with danger, living a life fraught with uncertainty, devoid of any guidance in martial arts. As for the medicinal bath, it was unheard of for such a sect to provide their disciples with such luxuries. While lesser sects may lack the illustrious heritage of renowned schools, they also possess their own unique advantages. Chapter 4. Follow me. With the arrival of autumn, the air had grown cooler, and a layer of white frost adorned the flora flanking the woodland path. A faint hint of dawn began to illuminate the horizon. Li Zhiga exhaled white mist as he swiftly ran along the narrow path, carrying 2 ironwood buckets. His steps were steady, although the buckets filled with clear water were heavy. Not a single drop spilled. Upon returning to the county town, he entered the backyard and poured the contents of the 2 buckets into the water tank. Li Zhiga rose once more, making his way towards the Qiantang River outside the city, determined to fill the water tank before noon. The iron-made bucket weighed 20 pounds when empty, and when filled with water, it would exceed 50. Carrying 1 bucket in each hand, Li Zhiga dashed back and forth between the Qiantang River and the Divine Fist sect. As dawn broke, the crowds inside and outside the city began to swell. The sight of this tall and robust young man elicited no surprise from the onlookers, for he had been rising early each day to fetch water for an entire month. By noon, having filled the water tank with the wooden bucket, he wiped the sweat from his brow, and a glimmer of joy shone in his bright eyes. It had been precisely 3 months since he joined the Divine Fist sect. In the beginning, he spent each day in a horse stance. After a month of this rigorous training, his master instructed him to practice standing still, a command he did not question. Following another month of standing, his master presented him with 2 heavy wooden buckets and directed him to fetch water from the river, insisting that he fill the tank every day. Li Zhiga complied without questioning the reason. The distance from Shangguan Gate to the Qiantang River outside the city was considerable. At the beginning, it took him 2 hours to fetch just 2 buckets of water, and he could only fill the water tank by deep into the night. Upon rising the next day, he found the previously filled tank empty once more, prompting him to continue his journey to the Qiantang River to fetch water. Day after day. After a month of this ordeal, Li Zhiga noticed an extraordinary strength in his legs, allowing him to run like the wind. His arms had become as solid as iron, capable of lifting heavy burdens with ease. After an entire month of fetching water, he could now fill the tank before noon. Just as he set down the buckets, he heard the gentle voice of his senior sister, Guodingzhao, calling him, "Junior brother, come wash your face. It's time for dinner." In the dining hall, a large round table was set, laden with an array of meats and some fruits and vegetables. Master Bei Qiaofeng sat at the center, surrounded by his senior brothers, including Bei Qiaofeng, Chen Fangxiao, Zhou Qianjian, and Wang Taidan, among others. Li Zhige entered the dining hall and sat down beside his senior sister, Guo Zhao. The fifth elder brother, Wang Taidan, with a glint of envy in his eyes, whispered, "Junior brother, we have to wait for your return to commence our meal each day. We are already famished." Silence while eating, and refrain from conversation while resting. Master Bei Qiaofeng chided sternly, his face stern as a mountain. Wang Taidan, shrinking his neck, obediently fell silent, daring not to utter another sound. After glancing at Li Zhige, Bei Qiaofeng finally picked up his chopsticks. Observing their master begin to eat, the disciples felt emboldened to lift their own chopsticks, devouring the food with great fervor. In a short while, the table was cleared of all delicacies, consumed as if swept away by a tempest. Guo Zhao, with a warm smile, transferred a chicken leg from her bowl to Li Zhige's, saying, "Junior brother, you carry water daily. You must replenish your strength, so eat more." A wave of warmth surged through Li Zhige's heart as he smiled at Guo Zhao, expressing his gratitude. Nearby, his senior brothers Wang Taidan, Chen Fangxiao, and Zhou Qianjian began to tease him once more. Glancing at the gathered disciples, Bei Qiaofeng's stern countenance revealed a faint, imperceptible smile. Clearing his throat, he addressed Li Zhige, "After we finish our meal, come to the ancestor hall to see me." With that, Bei Qiaofeng stood and departed from the dining hall. As soon as he left, the atmosphere in the dining hall instantly brightened. Li Zhige savored the last chicken leg, refraining from engaging in playful banter with his fellow disciples. His gaze fervently directed towards the ancestral hall. If his instincts were correct, today his master would impart the secrets of martial arts to him. "Kneel." As he stepped into the ancestral hall, the stern voice of his master resonated in his ears. Kneeling before the ancestral tablet, Li Zhige finally lifted his gaze towards his master. Bei Qiaofeng's expression remained as stern as ever as he regarded Li Zhige and calmly inquired, "Zhige, it has been 3 months since you embarked on this path. I have instructed you to squat for a month, stand in posture for another month, and carry water for yet another month, without imparting any martial techniques. Do you harbor any grievances?" Li Zhige shook his head and replied solemnly, "Master acts for the benefit of the disciple. How could the disciple harbor any grievances?" A glimmer of surprise flashed in Bei Qiaofeng's eyes as he inquired. Maintaining a calm demeanor, "What leads you to believe this?" Li Zhige gazed at Bei Qiaofeng, his eyes brimming with gratitude, and earnestly replied, "Master has instructed me to practice horse stance to fortify my foundation. He has also asked me to carry water, intending to enhance my arm and leg strength. All of this serves to lay the groundwork for my mastery of the divine fist. How could I be unaware of it? Moreover, Master personally concocts medicinal broth each day, which my senior sister delivers to my room at night. I have learned all this from her. Master treats me as his own child. I am overwhelmed with gratitude and would never dare to harbor grievances against him." Bei Qiaofeng regarded Li Zhige for an extended moment before slowly speaking, "Zhige, you are a sensible child. 14 years ago, at the Wang Panshan Blade Tournament, your grandmaster perished due to Xie Sun's 7 injuries fist, and the remaining uncles and elders also fell beneath Xie Sun's lion's roar. Only your Uncle Han and I have managed to survive. Even your Uncle Han has suffered grievous injuries, losing all his martial prowess. I am left to uphold the divine fist sect alone, and our standing in the martial world has plummeted. Zhige, you possess dense bones, a resilient spirit, and a lively mind. Your dedication to the divine fist will surely yield remarkable progress. Xie Sun, being the protector of the Ming religion with mastery over numerous profound techniques, is not an adversary to be taken lightly, even if you attain great skill in the divine fist. Master does not expect you to seek vengeance against Xie Sun. He only hopes that after his passing, you will sustain the legacy of our sect and uphold the esteemed name of the divine fist." Coughing violently, Bei Qiaofeng's complexion turned crimson. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, but Li Zhige still caught sight of the alarming bloodstains seeping through his fingers. "Master, your health." Li Zhige's expression grew solemn. Although his master always maintained a stern demeanor, appearing quite austere, Li Zhige understood that beneath that cold exterior lay a warm heart. He held deep gratitude for the kindness his master had shown him. Bei Qiaofeng, with a benevolent smile, gestured towards Li Zhige. The old wounds from 14 years ago were beyond the reach of medicine. "Zhige, my time is limited." The master revealed, "From this day forth, I shall impart the profound essence of the divine fist to you. It is imperative that you study diligently. Li Zhiga, with utmost seriousness, responded in a deep voice, Master, rest assured. I shall diligently perfect the Divine Fist and restore the renown of the Divine Fist sect throughout the martial world. Guo Qianshan nodded in satisfaction and, with his typically stern demeanor softened, turned to leave the Patriarch Hall, saying, Follow me. Chapter 5, 72 Fist Techniques, 36 Stances in the Dimly Lit Chamber. Guo Qianshan lit several oil lamps. By the flickering light, Li Zhiga beheld a few human-like wooden dummies arranged before him, constructed from solid wood and encased in iron. They seemed designated for the practice of martial arts. However, Li Zhiga had not anticipated that such a small sect as the Divine Fist sect would possess a secret chamber. Guo Qianshan chuckled. In the days of the Divine Fist sect's prominence, this chamber served as a vault for gold and silver. Yet now, alas, we have neither gold nor silver stored here. Li Zhiga nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Guo Qianshan's expression grew serious as he turned to Li Zhiga and inquired, Zhiga, have you ever practiced any form of martial arts? Li Zhiga shook his head honestly. After pondering for a moment, Qianshan spoke up, suggesting, why not give it a try with a punch? Li Zhiga complied without hesitation. Bang! His fist struck the wooden training dummy, the dull sound reverberating through the confined space. The force of this punch was no less than 500 pounds. Under normal circumstances, an adult male can deliver a punch with a force ranging from 100 to 300 pounds. Li Zhiga silently made an assessment, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. He turned to his master, awaiting guidance. Guo Qianshan shook his head and calmly remarked, a fist is not meant to be held in such a manner. He instructed, bend your index, middle, ring, and little fingers inward, placing your thumb upon the index finger, while ensuring the fist remains elevated and not clenched too tightly. Keep your feet apart, with your calves slightly bent, and lean your body forward by a fraction. Focus your mind and calm your spirit, channeling power through your waist. And let your fist fly forth like thunder. As Guo Qianshan's voice resonated, Li Zhiga continually adjusted his posture. Concentrate and steady your breath, channeling strength through your waist. And let your fist strike like thunder. Li Zhiga slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them wide and unleashed a powerful punch at the wooden training dummy. The resounding crash echoed through the chamber, leaving a noticeable dent in the iron plating of the dummy. Gazing at his own fist, Li Zhiga fell into contemplative silence. This strike possessed a force exceeding 1,000 pounds, surpassing even the might of heavyweight champions on Earth, capable of delivering fatal blows to an adult man. This remarkable strength was a result of 3 months dedicated to horse stance training, standing post, and carrying water, which had significantly enhanced his physical prowess beyond that of an ordinary person. With the aid of specific techniques, he delivered this formidable blow. Guo Qianshan stroked his stubble, a hint of astonishment gleaming in his eyes. Soon, he regained his composure and remarked, Zhiga, your bones are incredibly dense, a testament to your innate talent for martial arts. If you commit yourself to rigorous practice, just 2 months will suffice for you to surpass your senior brothers and sisters. Li Zhiga chuckled, Master, I am merely a bit sturdier than the average person. In comparison to true martial arts prodigies, I am nothing remarkable. Guo Qianshan did not respond directly. Instead, with a flicker of his gaze, he shifted the topic. Zhiga, are you aware of the origins of our Divine Fist sect? Li Zhiga shook his head. Not only was he unfamiliar with the origins of the Divine Fist sect, but he had never even heard the name before. Guo Qianshan continued, during the late Tang dynasty, my ancestors fortuitously discovered a tome detailing the essence of the Divine Fist, which has been passed down through generations, thus establishing the Divine Fist sect. Our sect does not excel in internal martial arts. The teachings of the Divine Fist include a series of striking techniques and corresponding footwork. The harmonious combination of these techniques and footwork constitutes the Divine Fist. Guo Qianshan suddenly paused, turning to Li Zhiga, and inquired, have you ever heard of the 18 dragon-subduing palms? Li Zhiga pondered for a moment before responding. Disciple has indeed heard of it. The 18 dragon-subduing palms represent the pinnacle of the beggar's sect's martial arts, comprising a total of 18 techniques that embody extreme rigidity and masculinity. A formidable external practice that cultivates internal energy from the outside in. Guo Qianshan nodded, noting that the Divine Fist, akin to the 18 dragon-subduing palms, is also an external combat technique, capable of generating internal power through diligent practice. Now, I shall impart to you the movements and steps of the fist. Once you have cultivated your internal energy, you will be deemed worthy of mastering the true 8 styles of the Divine Fist. The so-called 8 styles of the Divine Fist are distilled from the myriad teachings of our forebears in the Divine Fist sect, representing 8 lethal techniques. Should you perfect these 8 styles, a place for you in the martial world shall surely be secured. Watch closely. Guo Qianshan bellowed, lunging forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. As he executed the footwork, his figure flickered and danced, delivering a barrage of powerful punches that stirred the air within the enclosed space, creating a gentle breeze. By the dim light of the flames, Li Zhiga focused intently on Guo Qianshan's movements, determined to miss not a single action. After finishing a sequence of the Divine Fist, Guo Qianshan withdrew his fists, panting, beads of sweat glistening on his gaunt face. He chuckled wryly, "Alas, I am getting old. My body is no longer what it used to be." The essence of the Divine Fist lies in the harmonious integration of techniques and footwork. The Divine Fist comprises 72 techniques and 36 steps, corresponding to celestial and terrestrial principles. To fully execute the Divine Fist, one must dedicate at least 10 days to half a month. Merely mastering the form is insufficient. The true crux lies in the power application of each technique and step. Only by accurately grasping the nuances of every movement can one optimally refine their vital energy, thus allowing internal power to emerge. At this point, Guo Qianshan turned to Li Zhiga, calmly inquiring, "Zhiga, how much of the 72 techniques and 36 steps do you remember?" Li Zhiga gently closed his eyelids, recalling the silhouette of Guo Qianshan practicing martial arts moments ago. Uncertain, he replied, "The disciple should have memorized everything, I suppose. It matters not, even if everything was committed to memory." You have memorized it all?" Guo Qianshan widened his eyes, his voice rising a notch. Gazing at Li Zhiga with profound skepticism, Li Zhiga nodded affirmatively. "Master, your disciple shall certainly take note of this." Li Zhiga did not provide an explanation. He possesses an innate gift for memory, further honed through his studies in the humanities at a prestigious institution. Throughout his extensive academic journey spanning over a decade, his memory has been cultivated to an astonishing degree. While one may not dare to claim he has photographic recall, it is indisputable that his memory is exceptional. Traverse the mountains of knowledge and test yourself. I wonder if you can retain it all. Li Zhiga once again closed his eyes. After a brief moment, he opened them, embodying the figure of Guo Qianshan from moments prior, charging forth like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. In the dim light of the flickering flames, Guo Qianshan's expression initially appeared rigid, tinged with doubt about life. However, as time passed, a smile gradually spread across his lips, nearly reaching his ears, his squinted eyes brimming with exhilaration and enthusiasm. Li Zhiga unleashed a series of powerful punches, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his muscles tingling faintly. Turning to Guo Qianshan, he eagerly inquired, "Master, how did I perform?" Guo Qianshan clasped his hands behind his back, his face set in a stern expression, and with a grave tone he offered his assessment. "You possess only a peculiar form, yet lack the essence. You still have a long way to go, my young disciple. Take your time to ponder." With that, Guo Qianshan retrieved a weathered tome from his robe and tossed it to Li Zhiga before leisurely departing the secluded chamber. Li Zhiga held a time-worn booklet in his hands, its pages yellowed and thin, with the prominent title Essence of Divine Fist emblazoned across the cover, suggesting a sense of antiquity. As he slowly turned the pages, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, and he murmured to himself, "Could it be that my martial talent is lacking, that my limbs and body cannot keep pace with my thoughts?" Pulling his thoughts together, Li Zhiga began to scrutinize the essence of Divine Fist with utmost seriousness, gesturing with his hands as he contemplated the recorded stances and techniques within his mind. In the ancestral hall, 3 incense sticks burned brightly as he knelt before the spirit tablet, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. His voice, lowered and trembling, conveyed his fervent excitement. "Father, it seems our Divine Fist sect has stumbled upon a treasure. That lad Zhiga not only possesses exceptional bone structure, but also astonishing comprehension." After witnessing me demonstrate the Divine Fist, he managed to memorize all 72 techniques and 36 stances, executing them with remarkable precision. Within a decade, Zhiga shall undoubtedly master the Divine Fist, and subsequently cultivate the 8 styles of Divine Fist. The revival of our sect is within reach. Father, when I descend to the underworld, I shall bear the honor of presenting myself before you. Chapter 6. The initial mastery of fist and foot. The birth of inner strength. Seasons change, and time flows unfalteringly. Outside the city of Qiantang, The Qiantang River surged eastward, cascading towards the sea. Li Zhiga donned a deep azure robe, towering half a head taller than the average man, his physique robust and imposing. At this moment, he was immersed in the practice of martial arts. His feet danced upon the intricate footwork, each leap and movement rendering his form elusive and unpredictable. With every punch he unleashed, the air crackled and exploded under the pressure, resonating with a series of sharp sounds. Once, twice, thrice, from the break of dawn until midday. Li Zhiga tirelessly executed dozens of sets of techniques. Suddenly, his sun-kissed skin began to flush a deep crimson, wisps of vapor rising from his head. The moment of breakthrough had arrived. Li Zhiga unleashed a punch through the air, as if shattering an invisible barrier. The intangible force of his strike erupted upon the water's surface, creating ripples that danced outward. At this moment, as spring breathed life back into the earth, tender willows along the riverbank unfurled their new buds. A group of ducks in the river frolicked joyfully, quacking in a chorus that seemed to applaud Li Zhiga's recent display of strength. Li Zhiga retracted his fists, gazing absently at the rippling layers upon the river's surface. 3 years had passed, an entire 3 years. He had trained in the biting cold of winter and the sweltering heat of summer, day after day. At last, he had perfected the 72 stances and 36 steps of the divine fist, allowing his inner strength to flourish autonomously. Li Zhiga gazed at his own hands, which were already covered in calluses. He could sense the faint flow of vital energy coursing through his arms. At last, he considered himself a minor adept, possessing the ability to safeguard himself while traversing the martial world. Despite the formidable prowess of those renowned heroes, whose inner strength radiated with the power to shatter mountains and stones with a mere gesture, they were but legendary figures. In reality, the martial realm was populated by countless minions who had yet to cultivate their inner strength and vital energy. The mere attainment of such abilities would grant one a name and reputation in the world of martial arts. Take, for instance, the Divine Fist sect. Within this sect, aside from the master who had traversed the mountains to cultivate his inner strength, neither senior sister Guaying Zhao nor senior brother Guaying had managed to achieve such prowess. Li Zhiga is the second individual from the Divine Fist sect to cultivate intrinsic energy. With the augmentation of this inner power, his capability for destruction has escalated to several profound tiers with every movement. Renowned sects possess profound martial arts legacies, and disciples hailing from prestigious lineages begin to sense the flow of energy and cultivate their vital essence at an early age. Li Zhiga first practiced boxing and harnessed his internal energy to strengthen his vitality. Once his vitality reached a certain level, his internal force began to manifest naturally. Upon entering the esteemed school of divine boxing, he did not regret not mastering any esoteric martial arts. By the time he traversed into this realm, he was already 22 years old, and his meridians had long since solidified, lacking the flexibility that youth bestows, rendering his cultivation inevitably slow. However, the divine boxing technique, being an external practice, allowed for the cultivation of internal force from the outside in, which was not without merit. Consider the legendary hero Guojing, who apprenticed under the 7 freaks of Jiangnan. Did he not also cultivate internal energy? Later, he learned the 18 dragon-subduing palms from the beggar Hong Qigong, mastering the art of drawing forth true qi from external practice, thus becoming a formidable figure in the martial world. Similarly, Qiaofeng, relying on a rudimentary form of the Taizu Changquan, wreaked havoc at the gathering of heroes, leaving a river of blood in his wake. Could the same Taizu Changquan unleash such power in the hands of others? Though proficient in external martial arts, Li Zhiga yearned to delve into the profound realms of internal cultivation, particularly the revered classics such as the Nine-Yang Manual, the Nine-Yin Manual, and the Taiji boxing scriptures. After 3 years of diligent practice and seclusion, he finally felt prepared to venture forth from the novice stage and explore the martial world. Considering the timeline, it was during this period that Zhang Wuji was likely escorting Yang Buhui to the Bright Summit, where they would leap from the cliff near the Zhu Wu Lian Huan Manor, fortuitously encountering the Nine-Yang Manual. Should he seek Zhang Wuji at the cliff's base? Given Zhang's temperament, there was a strong possibility he would share the Nine-Yang Manual, allowing Li Zhiga to cultivate and comprehend it alongside him. Yet, what if Zhang Wuji were unwilling to share the manual? This dilemma had crossed Li Zhiga's mind. And if Zhang Wuji truly refused to unveil the Nine-Yang Manual for their mutual enlightenment, then one could hardly blame Li for resorting to extraordinary measures. Li Zhige's gaze brightened even further. However, before venturing to Kunlun Mountain, he must first master the 8 forms of Divine Fist. The 72 strikes and the 36 steps merely constitute the foundation of the Divine Fist sect. It is the 8 forms that embody the lethal techniques passed down through generations of ancestors. In the training grounds of the Divine Fist sect, his senior brothers continued their relentless practice as always. Since beginning his study of the Divine Fist, Li Zhige rarely trained alongside his senior brothers, as he feared it might dampen their fragile spirits. Martial arts training relies not only on innate talent, but also on comprehension. Fortunately, Li Zhige possessed commendable talent and an understanding that far surpassed that of his senior brothers. Upon his entrance, several senior brothers in the training grounds paused their practice. Guo Yingzhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gently inquired, "Junior brother, you ventured out early this morning. What brings you back so late today?" Li Zhige turned to his senior sister and smiled. "I made a modest breakthrough today, so I returned a little later." Guo Yingzhao looked at Li Zhige with a teasing expression and playfully scolded, "You, my dear, are nothing but a martial arts enthusiast. While practicing your punches is commendable, you must also be mindful of your health and wary of becoming consumed by your passion. I have left some food for you, heated on the stove in the kitchen. Go and eat." "Thank you, senior sister." Li Zhige nodded, feeling a surge of emotion within. Guo Yingxiong stepped forward, his gaze intense as he eagerly inquired, "Junior brother, have you truly made another breakthrough? Have you cultivated your internal energy? Come, let us exchange a few moves." With that, Guo Yingxiong took Li Zhige by the arm and led him to the center of the training ground, eager to demonstrate their skills. The other senior brothers stood by, unfazed by this scene. Among their group, it was Li Zhige and Guo Yingxiong who practiced their martial arts with the utmost diligence and fervor. However, there was a distinction between them. Guo Yingxiong had trained in the Divine Fist since childhood, dedicating over a decade to his practice. Yet he still had not reached the level of self-generating internal energy, placing him among the ranks of mere passers-by in the martial world. Li Zhige has diligently practiced the Divine Fist for 3 years, and through his unwavering spirit, relentless dedication, and exceptional innate talent, he has reached a level where his internal energy generates spontaneously. Under the intense gaze of the heroic figure, Li Zhige felt somewhat uneasy and shifted the conversation, saying, "Senior brother, I have matters to attend to with master. I must take my leave." Li Zhige quickened his pace, hastily departing from the training ground. Li Zhige often engaged in sparring sessions with Guo Yingxiong in the past, though he typically restrained his strength during their encounters to avoid injuring his opponent. Today, having just awakened his internal energy, Li Zhige feared he might not be able to control his power. He hurried into the hall and found Guo Qianshan dozing in a rattan chair. Rather than waking his master, Li Zhige chose to wait quietly by the side. His master was aging and had previously suffered severe injuries, leaving him with lingering ailments and diminished vitality. After waiting for about half an hour, Guo Qianshan finally opened his eyes, still in a state of drowsiness, and stretched lazily. Upon turning to see Li Zhige, he paused for a moment, then quickly recognized him, a gentle expression gracing his features as he inquired, "Ah, Zhige, have you been waiting here for long?" Li Zhige shook his head and chuckled, "My disciple has just arrived." Guo Qianshan scanned Li Zhige from head to toe and inquired with a smile, "You usually practice your martial arts outside the city at this hour. What brings you to seek your master today?" Li Zhige stood upright, his expression earnest as he respectfully bowed to Guo Qianshan, saying, "Master, please impart the 8 Divine Fist techniques to your disciple." Guo Qianshan suddenly sprang up from his rattan chair, approached Li Zhige, and, lowering his voice with a grave expression, inquired, "Have you cultivated your internal energy?" Li Zhige calmly responded, "The disciple has fortuitously developed inner strength." Observing the serene countenance of Li Zhige, Guo Qianshan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Our ancestors are truly watching over and protecting the Divine Fist sect." Chapter 7. The 8 Styles of Divine Fist. Upon returning to the ancestral hall, Guo Qianshan's gaunt, elongated face appeared even more stern and serious than usual. After presenting 3 fists and lighting incense for the ancestral master, he finally turned his gaze towards Li Zhige, who was kneeling on the meditation cushion. "Zhige, your ability to cultivate inner strength from the external within a mere 3 years is undoubtedly a gift from the heavens. Even the esteemed Zhang Jinren of Wudong Mountain could hardly match such talent. Despite your extraordinary aptitude, your diligence and perseverance have not gone unnoticed. You are indeed the most suitable candidate to inherit the 8 styles of divine fist. Li Zhiga tugged at the corner of his mouth, swallowing the words he wished to articulate. Exceptional talent? After 3 years of relentless practice, day and night, he had finally mastered the 72 stances and the 36 steps to a remarkable degree. What, then, could be deemed exceptional talent? If this were to be considered extraordinary, then what of Zhang Wuji, who, in merely half a day, grasped the art of Qian Kuan de Nuai and learned Tai Chi sword after a single viewing? What sort of talent does that represent? Unbeknownst to Li Zhiga, Guo Qianshan held great satisfaction with this disciple. Li Zhiga possesses not only an extraordinary physique and remarkable insight, but also a commendable resilience and an ability to endure hardship. What pleases Guo Qianshan the most is that even after mastering the divine fist, there is no semblance of arrogance upon his countenance. He scrutinizes Li Zhiga and continues. The 8 forms of the divine fist are lethal techniques distilled by our ancestors from the art itself, imbued with formidable power, serving as the very foundation of our school's reputation in the martial world. Zhiga, I am willing to impart the 8 forms of the divine fist to you without reservation, but I have one request that I hope you will honor. Li Zhiga did not hesitate and replied directly, the gratitude that my master has shown to his disciple is as profound as the mountains. If my master speaks, how could the disciple possibly refuse? Guo Qianshan nodded slightly, his usually stern expression softening. His voice took on a more somber tone as he continued, in the past, during the knife-wielding conference, although my master survived the ferocious lion's roar technique of Xie Sun, he sustained injuries to his lungs, leaving him with lingering afflictions. My master feels that his remaining years are few, and what he most desires now is for you to master the 8 forms of divine fist, to once again revive our esteemed martial arts legacy. Li Zhiga shook his head, his voice resolute as he spoke. No, master. I am certain that you will live a long and prosperous life. I shall seek out the finest divine physician in the world to tend to your health and procure the rarest medicinal treasures to restore your vitality. I promise that you shall witness the day I revive the divine fist sect. Guo Qianshan, with a rare smile, waved his hand and sighed. Zhiga, your filial piety brings me great contentment. However, I am acutely aware of my own condition and fear I may not live to see that day. Zhiga, do not interrupt. Allow me to finish. I have lived half a lifetime, and there is little that troubles my heart, yet I cannot relinquish my concern for Ying Zhao and Ying Xiong. Ying Zhao and Ying Xiong may lack your martial prowess and intelligence, but, Zhiga, I hope you will marry Ying Zhao after I am gone. Not only should you revitalize the divine fist sect, but you must also look after the brother and sister. Can you promise me this, my disciple? Li Zhiga shook his head and spoke solemnly. Master, please refrain from uttering such disheartening words. Your health remains robust. I shall certainly devise a means to heal your old wounds. Revitalizing the divine fist sect is a promise I shall fulfill. Caring for senior sister and senior brother is indeed my duty. However, master, I harbor no romantic feelings for senior sister Ying Zhao. Should you compel me to wed her, I fear she may not find happiness in the future. Li Zhiga fell silent after speaking. Guo Qianshan squinted his eyes, remaining equally reticent. For a moment, the atmosphere became heavy and oppressive. After a brief pause, Guo Qianshan exhaled a breath of frustration and managed a feeble smile, saying, forget it. Ying Zhao is simply not destined for this. You may consider it as if I have never mentioned this matter. You have cultivated your inner strength, and your martial arts are no longer inferior to mine. I have nothing further to teach you. This is the 8 styles of divine fist. Take it and ponder its depths. Guo Qianshan retrieved a meticulously prepared booklet from his robe and tossed it to Li Zhiga, gesturing for him to depart. Li Zhiga took the slender booklet with solemnity, bowed respectfully towards the distant mountains, and then rose to exit the master hall, gently closing the grand door behind him. Outside the hall, Li Zhiga gazed at the firmly shut door and softly murmured, Master, I am truly sorry. I assure you, my feelings for senior sister are devoid of romantic inclination. Therefore, I cannot consent to your wish for a union. I hope you can forgive me. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Zhiga opened the thin volume that chronicled the 8 divine fists. The booklet was indeed slender, its front page adorned with a human figure illustration, accompanied by annotations from generations of masters. The 8 divine fists, originating from the divine fist, exude an aura of lethal intent, each strike embodying unparalleled ferocity. The first fist, the fierce tiger descends the mountain. The second fist, the starving tiger pounces on its prey. The third fist, a direct strike at the yellow dragon. The fourth fist, like fire, like fury. The fifth fist, wildfires rage across the plains. The sixth fist, energy pierces the long rainbow. The seventh fist, an unstoppable force. The eighth fist, the stone shatters the heavens. From the first to the eighth fist, each technique builds upon the last, escalating in intensity. Mastery of these 8 strikes allows them to intertwine, culminating in a final blow that resonates with celestial might. Li Zhiga set down the booklet, narrowing his eyes. The 8 divine fists, each strike imbued with formidable strength, when mastered, surpass mere feats such as slaying a rampaging bull. My master once proclaimed that achieving proficiency in the 8 divine fists would secure one a place in the martial world. In retrospect, his words were not exaggerated. It is no wonder this technique is revered as the divine fist. While the 8 divine fists may not rival the 7 injuries fist of Kong Tong, the shattered jade fist of Huashan, the Vajra subduing demon fist of Shaolin, or even the Tai Chi of Wudong, it is certainly no trifling skill unworthy of respect. Li Zhiga could hardly contain his excitement as he pushed open the door and departed from the residence, making his way towards the small river outside the city. In the hall of the Divine Fist sect, Bei Qiaofeng sat in a wrought-tin chair, his gaunt, elongated face bearing a serious expression as he solemnly inquired of the disciples before him, "Are we all prepared?" Guo Yingzhao stepped forward, responding earnestly, "Father, we have already made ready 10 loads of fine salt, and the horses have been well fed. However, given the long journey to Shanbei, where we may encounter bandits and highwaymen, should we not bring along our junior brother? He has been practicing his punches for 3 years and has mastered his skills better than us. Bringing him would ensure greater safety." Guo Qianshan shook his head. "Your father is not yet so old that he cannot deal with the brigands who lurk along the paths. Moreover, Zhiga has already cultivated his inner strength, and I have just imparted the 8 forms of divine fist to him. His utmost priority now is to refine his mastery of these forms, rather than squander time on the trade of salt." Guo Yingzhao nodded in agreement. Indeed, this was not their first venture into distant lands to trade salt, and there was no need to summon their junior brother. He possessed the greatest talent, and the hopes of the Divine Fist sect rested upon his shoulders. It was best for him to remain at the residence to diligently practice his punches. "Let us depart." Guo Qianshan rose from the wrought-tin chair, and with a wave of his hand, Guo Yingzhao, Guo Yingxiong, Shen Fangqiao, Zhou Qianjian, Wang Taidan, and the others swiftly mounted their horses. In this tumultuous era, with rebel armies and thieves rising in rebellion, and the Ming sect raising banners of defiance across the land, the court was already overwhelmed and unable to regulate the salt trade. The coastal regions of Jiangnan produced an abundance of sea salt, with the Heavenly Eagle sect, the Giant Whale Gang, and the Sea Sand sect profiting greatly from the illegal salt trade. The Divine Fist sect owned 2 taverns and a fabric shop in Qianting County, which barely sustained their livelihood. However, with a dozen disciples, each requiring sustenance and resources to hone their martial arts, the 2 taverns and 1 fabric shop were evidently insufficient to support them. Thus, Guo Qianshan had no choice but to transport fine salt to areas in need, where substantial profits could be made. The illegal salt trade in Jiangnan was already monopolized by the Heavenly Eagle sect, the Giant Whale Gang, and the Sea Sand sect. As a small and modest sect, the Divine Fist sect could not compete with these formidable entities and was compelled to venture further afield. Upon returning from his martial arts practice, Li Zhiga found himself alone, with neither his master nor senior sister in sight, yet he felt no concern. This was not the first time his master had ventured far to trade fine salt. There was no reason for worry. In the past, Li Zhiga had expressed a desire to accompany his master on such journeys, but was met with a stern refusal. His master insisted that with his exceptional talent, he should dedicate himself to the art of martial combat, for the revitalization of the Divine Fist sect was of utmost importance. He advised against squandering time and energy on trivial matters. The Divine Fist sect supported him, and thus he felt it was his duty to contribute to its cause. But alas, he could not sway his obstinate master. Li Zhiga, feeling helpless, resolved to hone his martial skills, with the aspiration of making the reputation of the Divine Fist sect resonate throughout the martial world. Chapter 8. The demonic cult fiends must be punished. At the foot of Emei mountain, a modest tea house had opened beside a bamboo path, providing a resting spot for passing travelers and merchants. Though small, the tea house was filled to capacity. Guo Qianshan entered with a group of disciples, finding 2 tables for them to sit at, a smile adorning his face. During their recent trip to Shaanxi, they had sold 10 loads of fine salt to local gentry, earning a considerable sum of silver, sufficient to support the Divine Fist sect for nearly half a year. Guo Yao glanced at the bustling proprietor of the tea house, wiped the sweat from his brow, and courteously called out, "Shopkeeper, please bring us 2 pots of tea." Once seated, several disciples began to quietly discuss their observations from the journey. The proprietor soon brought over steaming tea, and Wang Taidan eagerly took a sip, smacking his lips before addressing his fellow disciples. Truly, the world is becoming increasingly chaotic. Everywhere, one can see the uprising forces. Yet, this is also a positive development. This land rightfully belongs to the Han people, yet it has been occupied by the Mongolian invaders. Now that the rebels are rising in droves, it won't be long before this realm returns to the hands of the Han. Zhou Qianjin concurred, stating, "The Mongolian invaders are brutal. Having seized the Han's territory while treating us as mere beasts, they ought to be driven back beyond the Great Wall." Guangxing interjected, "The Mongols cannot hold this land for long. Along our journey, we encountered numerous rebel forces, most of whom were members of the Ming cult. While the prestigious sects denounce the Ming cult as a demonic sect, they are, in fact, undertaking a significant resistance against the Yuan. In my view, those from the Ming cult are truly valiant heroes." Chen Faqiao could not help but add, "Indeed. If the Ming cult and those esteemed sects could cease their infighting and unite against the Yuan, this realm would have long since returned to the Han people." Just as their words fell, a tall nun clad in luxurious monk robes stood nearby, her left hand gripping a long sword. Her face was ashen, and the teacup in her right hand was crushed, emitting a sound akin to grinding teeth. This nun appeared to be around 50, akin to Guo Qianshan in age. She still retained a semblance of grace, considered beautiful, yet her harsh visage now radiated a chilling coldness. Behind the nun followed 4 young female disciples, among whom the most striking was a girl in a pink dress, holding a sword and glancing timidly at her master, appearing merely 13 or 14 years of age. Though young, she possessed a nascent beauty that could captivate. The old nun abruptly rose, her expression dark, as if shrouded in frost. Her lips curled with disdain as she harshly rebuked Guangxiong, Wang Taidan, and the other youths. "Silence. Demonic cult fiends, committing heinous acts, cannot be tolerated. What kind of heroism is this?" As she spoke, the old nun's gaze darkened further. She recalled the year atop Emei mountain, when her senior brother, the spirited Gahongzi, boldly proclaimed his intention to challenge the world's heroes and claim the title of the greatest. She admired him as he descended the mountain. Yet, upon his return, he was nothing but a lifeless body. They had been betrothed. He had promised her that once he attained the title of the greatest, he would take her as his bride. But now he was dead. All of this was the fault of Yang Xiao, the left envoy of the Ming sect. Had it not been for Yang Xiao's victory over her brother, he would not have met such a tragic end. That scoundrel deserves 1,000 deaths. The evil of the demonic sect merits a fate worse than death. Since that day, she had assumed the position of the Emei sect's leader, adopting the name of Extinction, vowing to eradicate the demons of the cult. At that moment, upon hearing several young individuals extol the demons of the cult as heroes, she could no longer contain herself. Her eyes darkened, and an overwhelming fury and murderous intent surged within her. Guo Ying, unaware of the identity of the formidable Extinction, and even less of her vendetta against the Ming sect, stood up to refute her, asserting that the Ming sect, with its hundreds of thousands of followers, had risen against the Yuan to restore the lands of the Han people. Such grand deeds could hardly be deemed anything less than heroic. Extinction's expression grew even colder, her murderous intent beginning to seep forth. Guo Yingzhao keenly sensed the threat emanating from her and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Brother, do not provoke her." Brimming with youthful fervor, Guo Ying stubbornly retorted, "Is it wrong to call the Ming sect's rebellion against the Yuan heroic? Have I erred in my words?" With a swift motion, Extinction unsheathed the heaven-defying sword, its gleaming edge a testament to its lethal precision. "Your incessant defense of the demonic sect reveals that you too are one of their ilk. You cannot be spared." As the old nun brandished her sword, Guo Qianshan's expression changed dramatically. He recognized the sword as the legendary heaven-defying sword and realized that this old nun was none other than Extinction. Quickly rising, he wore an anxious expression and urgently explained, "Mistress, please do not be angered. We are not demons of the cult. I am Guo Qianshan, the master of the Divine Fist sect in Qianting County, Linen Prefecture, and these are my disciples. They have no ties to the demons. My son and young disciples, having seen little of the world, mistakenly regarded the demons as heroes. This is a failure of mine as a teacher. Upon my return, I shall discipline them strictly. Please, mistress, do not let your wrath consume you. Behind extinction stood a 14-year-old girl in a pink dress, who looked at the anxious Guo Qianshan and timidly tugged at her master's sleeve, softly saying, "Master, I truly do not believe they resemble the demons of the cult. Please show them mercy." Beside her, a young woman in a willow-green dress turned her gaze, a mocking smile appearing on her sharp features as she remarked, "Draw. The demons are cunning. Would they ever confess their true identities in front of our master?" Master Mieju nodded in satisfaction, casting an appreciative glance at Ding Minjun, and earnestly addressed the young woman. "Draw, your disposition is far too timid. Learn from your senior, Sister Minjun." She continued, "Remember, when you encounter the demons of the evil cult in the future, spare not a single one." Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a chilling flash of sword light froze their souls. The sword swept across the throats of several demon cultists, leaving behind a spreading trail of crimson. Master Mieju flicked the blood from her heavenly sword, sheathed it, and turned away from the tea house. Inside, the shopkeeper, trembling in fear, covered his mouth and crouched beneath a table. Ding Minjun applauded, exclaiming, "Well done, master. The demons of the evil cult deserve no mercy." Master Mieju's expression remained stoic as she swept her sleeve and departed the tea house, heading towards Mount Emei. Zhou Zhuo stood frozen, gripping her sword, gazing blankly at the corpses with eyes filled with compassion. After a moment, she turned to the shopkeeper and gently spoke. "Kindly lend me a hand and assist me in transporting them to the nearby escort agency. I wish to return their remains to the Divine Fist sect." At the foot of Mount Emei, there was an escort agency known as the Changfeng Escort. Zhou Zhuo approached the head escort, Lin Changfeng, and softly requested, "Head escort Lin, could you please deliver these remains to the Divine Fist sect in Chantang County? Inform them that my master mistakenly believed these individuals to be demons of the evil cult and did not intend to slay them." After a brief pause, Zhou Zhuo added, "Head escort Lin, please advise the Divine Fist sect not to seek vengeance, lest they lose their own lives in vain." Lin Changfeng nodded earnestly, his tone tinged with respect as he replied, "Miss Zhou, your kindness is truly commendable. Rest assured, I shall ensure these remains reach the Divine Fist sect." Chapter 9. A vow of retribution unfulfilled in Chantang County. At the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhiga sat on the ground, panting heavily, a sense of irritability gnawing at him. It had been 2 months since his master departed. Where could they possibly be? Li Zhiga dared not delve too deeply into his thoughts. He merely reassured himself that his master and the others must have encountered some unforeseen delay along the way. Surely, they were simply held up on their journey. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy sound of knocking echoed from the grand entrance. They had returned. Li Zhiga's eyes brightened as he hurried towards the entrance, eager to welcome his master and senior sister. Upon opening the door, he was met with a group of unfamiliar faces bearing a stretcher, draped in a white cloth. A forced smile froze upon his face, and an unsettling feeling surged within him. "Who are you? Have you taken a wrong turn?" The leader, a middle-aged man wielding a long staff, glanced at the sign of the Divine Fist sect, then turned his gaze to Li Zhiga and declared, "This is indeed the Divine Fist sect. I have not erred. I am Lin Changfeng, the chief escort of the Changfeng Escort Agency, entrusted by Miss Zhou of the Emei sect to transport the remains of these individuals back to the Divine Fist sect." With that, Lin Changfeng turned to the escorting men behind him. Understanding his cue, they lifted the white cloth covering the stretcher. Boom! A tumultuous roar echoed within Li Zhiga's mind, and darkness enveloped his vision as he staggered, nearly collapsing. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, only to perceive the world around him shrouded in a pallid gloom. Devoid of color, he hastened to his master's side, gazing upon the pallid visage, stripped of vitality. Tears cascaded down his cheeks as he gently lifted his master, whispering, "It cannot be true. Master, please tell me this is not reality. I have yet to summon the finest divine physician in the realm, nor have I procured the most precious elixirs to mend your old wounds. How can you depart from this world? Master, please rise. Look at me. Zhiga has mastered the 8 divine fists. If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate. Master, please awaken, I implore you." Yet, his master remained unresponsive. Li Zhiga turned his gaze towards his senior sister. She lay quietly on the stretcher, a line of blood marring her neck. Her once valiant visage had turned as pale as parchment, and an unsettling stench emanated from her body. Li Zhiga stumbled and fell to the ground. Crawling over to his senior sister, shaking her gently as he murmured, "Senior sister, you are merely jesting with me, aren't you?" Turning to Lin Qiaofeng and the others. His voice cracked, a blend of laughter and tears escaping him. "Surely, you all agree that master and senior sister are just playing a trick on me, right?" A few bodyguards could not bear to look away. Lin Qiaofeng sighed deeply. "Young brother, please accept my condolences." Li Zhiga was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Lin Qiaofeng and shouted in anger, "No, master is not dead, senior sister is not dead, and my senior brothers are all alive and well. They must be playing a joke on me. They must be trying to scare me." He then turned and grasped his senior sister's cold hand, speaking softly, "Senior sister, would you please awaken? If you do, I will marry you, I promise. Senior sister, please awaken. Woo. Master, senior sister, please rise." Li Zhiga wept inconsolably. His mind flooded with images of his master's gaunt, elongated face. He recalled the moment when his master, with a stern expression, solemnly instructed him to focus and harness his strength from his core, delivering punches with the force of thunder. He remembered his master standing with his hands clasped behind his back, struggling to conceal a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as he admonished, "Zhiga, do not let pride consume you. You have a long way to go." He envisioned his master crouched by the stove, fervently fanning the flames, occasionally glancing at the simmering concoction in the pot, a gentle smile gracing his features. He recalled his senior sister, under the flickering candlelight, mending his shoe sole, the needle inadvertently pricking her finger. He vividly remembered her handing him the shoes, which he carelessly placed beneath the bed. The look of disappointment in her eyes etched into his memory. Bang! As Li Zhiga felt darkness envelop him, he fell heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Qiaofeng stepped forward to assist Li Zhiga, shaking his head with a sigh. "I did not witness the grandeur of the master of extinction strike. Instead, I beheld the visage of this youth, steeped in despair and heartbreak. Such is the way of the martial world." The mood among several bodyguards was similarly somber. In this realm, each day brings the loss of lives. Children lose their fathers, disciples lose their masters, and younger brothers lose their elder sisters. Within the grand hall of the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhiga painfully opened his eyes. His master was gone, his senior sister had perished, and his elder brothers were also lost. Li Zhiga was reluctant to accept the truth, yet he found himself compelled to do so. Li Zhiga had regained his composure. He rose to his feet and turned to Lin Qiaofeng, his voice devoid of warmth as he inquired, "Who was responsible for the deaths of my master and senior sister?" Lin Qiaofeng sighed and replied, "It was the elder of the Emei sect who took the lives of your master and senior sister, wielding the heavenly sword. They departed this world peacefully, without suffering." Li Zhiga's expression was one of detachment, his voice devoid of warmth. "I am grateful to you for returning the remains of my master and senior sister. This debt of gratitude I shall remember," he stated. Lin Qiaofeng shook his head, replying, "Brotherly, there is no need for thanks. If you must express gratitude, direct it towards Miss Zhou of the Emei sect. It was she who brought your master's remains to the escort agency, entrusting me with their return to the Divine Fist sect. She wishes to convey that her master merely mistook your master and the others for demons of the evil sect. There was no intent to kill them. She also advised against seeking vengeance on Emei Mountain, lest you lose your own life in the process." Noticing Li Zhiga's silence, Lin Qiaofeng discreetly shook his head and turned to leave with several escort members. In the hall, Li Zhiga knelt before the remains of his master and senior sister, unaware of how long he had been in that position. As darkness fell, a fire seemed to blaze within his eyes. Clenching his fists, his nails digging into the flesh of his palms, he murmured coldly, "If I do not avenge this grievance, I, Li Zhiga, vow to forsake my humanity. Master, senior sister, and all my brothers, rest assured, I shall bring back the head of the one who exterminated our sect, placing it before your graves as an offering. Should I fail to keep this vow, may the wrath of heaven consume me, and may my soul be lost." Chapter 10. Remember that person. The hall of the Divine Fist sect was transformed into a mourning hall, where several coffins were laid to rest. Li Zhiga knelt in the mourning hall, his expression as calm as still water. Han Maofei stood beside him, his face etched with fatigue. This short, stout man appeared significantly hunched, with disheveled strands of silver hair adorning his head. Blood vessels were visibly scattered within the whites of his eyes. Han Maofei sighed heavily, stepping forward to gently pat Li Zhiga's shoulder, his voice hoarse as he said, "Zhiga, perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Your master uncle is here to keep watch. Li Zhiga remained as silent as a wooden figure. The sound of hurried footsteps shattered the stillness as a figure entered the morning hall. Master, the businesses of the tavern and the cloth shop can no longer be sustained. The members of the giant whale gang come to create havoc every day. They assault our staff, vandalize the tavern and the cloth shop, chase away our customers, and threaten that unless you relinquish control of the tavern and the cloth shop, the entire Shent will face annihilation. Zhou Fuchuan's face bore the marks of bruises, and the blood at the corner of his mouth had yet to dry. He glanced at the several coffins resting within the morning hall, and then looked at the expressionless Li Zhiga, his murky old eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zhou Fuchuan was the steward of Shent, diligently managing 2 taverns and a cloth shop. He had even sent his son, Shou Qianqian, to study under the master of the over 1,000 mountains. Upon hearing the dreadful news a few days prior, Zhou Fuchuan had fainted from the shock. The sorrow of sending off one's child, a white-haired man bidding farewell to a black-haired one, weighed heavily on his heart, matching Li Zhiga's grief in every measure. This is an intolerable affront. Hu Tianyou's actions are utterly disgraceful. My senior brother has just passed, and the mourning period has barely begun. Yet he pressures Zhiga to hand over the assets of Shent. Han Maofei seethed with rage, his voice filled with invective, his eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily. Zhou Fuchuan stared at his son's coffin, his eyes filled with despair. Uncle Zhou, let us close the tavern and the cloth shop for now. We shall not conduct business until after the 7-day mourning period for our master. Li Zhiga rose to his feet, his visage devoid of expression, his voice as tranquil as still water. The rainy season was upon them, with relentless downpours persisting for 7 consecutive days. The Qiantang tide surged fiercely, resembling an enraged dragon in tumult. Thunder roared, and lightning cleaved the somber sky, illuminating Li Zhiga's serene countenance. On the outskirts of Qiantang, he knelt before a gravestone, his attire drenched and his form muddied, disheveled hair plastered against his scalp. The icy rain lashed against his face, his lips a deep shade of purple, his complexion as pallid as parchment. In comparison to the frigid deluge, his heart felt even colder. Gazing at the grave before him, Li Zhiga rose and softly addressed the tombstone. Master, I vowed to revitalize the Divine Fist sect for you. Rest assured, the members of the Great Whale Gang seek to seize the assets of my sect. If I were to bow down and submit to them, it would tarnish your esteemed name, as well as that of the Divine Fist sect. He continued, the tavern and the fabric shop are your legacies. Who dares to reach for them? I shall sever their hands. Who dares to extend their legs? I shall strike them down. The rain fell in torrents. In the darkness of the night, a towering figure braved the downpour, merging into the obsidian shadows. Thunder cracked. Han Maofei jolted awake, his face haggard as he donned a light garment and approached the window. Observing the relentless rain outside, he murmured to himself, my senior brother has been laid to rest. Yet Zhiga has not returned. That foolish lad must still be kneeling before his grave. At this rate, his body will surely succumb. I must go and bring that foolish boy back. Han Maofei donned a rain cloak, grasped an oiled paper umbrella, and hurriedly stepped out, making his way towards the outskirts of Qiantang County. The thunder rumbled incessantly as the Qiantang tide lapped at the riverbank. Han Maofei stood before several graves, his expression troubled, anxiously searching, like an ant on a hot pan. Zhiga, where are you? You foolish boy, do not act rashly. Your uncle knows you are in pain. But you must also consider him. He is aged and has lost your master. You cannot allow him to suffer further distress. Within the confines of Qiantang County, the streets were inundated. Li Zhiga trod upon the surface of the water, step by step, until he arrived at the front of a residence. This dwelling was the branch of the Great Whale Gang in Qiantang County, known as the Fenyong Hall. The master of Fenyong Hall was named Hu Tianyou. Li Zhiga raised his gaze to the imposing characters Fenyong Hall emblazoned above the entrance, and with a single, forceful punch, he struck. Boom! The sound of thunder reverberated. The heavy door collapsed under the impact. Inside Fenyong Hall, 2 gatekeepers were jolted awake, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the towering figure before them. With a fade of bravado masking their fear, they inquired, Who are you? This is the stronghold of the giant whale gang's Fenyong Hall. Dare you disturb our peace? Our hall master will not let this transgression go unpunished. Li Zhiga turned his gaze towards the 2 henchmen and calmly inquired, Where's your leader's chamber? The henchmen, upon meeting Li Zhiga's indifferent gaze, were rendered speechless, standing frozen in place. too intimidated to move or respond to his question. Li Zhiga disregarded the two gatekeepers and strode directly into the depths of the brave hall. As he entered, the two henchmen finally regained their senses and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Help! Help! Thieves have come to our door." In a lavish chamber, Hu Tiniyu abruptly opened his eyes, rising from his bed with a dark expression. The sudden movement startled his wife, who rubbed her sleepy eyes and inquired with confusion, "My dear, what has happened?" Turning to her, Hu Tiniyu revealed a smile on his scarred face and gently replied, "It is nothing. You should return to sleep. I will handle this matter and return shortly." In the assembly hall of the Brave Hall, Li Zhiga's demeanor was cold and detached, with two henchmen lying in pools of blood at his feet. Surrounding him were a dozen or so henchmen, watching him warily, hesitant to act until their leader arrived to take command. "What are you all waiting for? Attack! Slay him with your blades." A tall man entered the assembly hall, his expression grim, a menacing scar etched across his rugged face and a stubbly beard adding to his unattractiveness. He was Hu Tiniyu, the leader of the giant whale gang's Brave Hall, known for his formidable grip that had earned him considerable renown in the Jiangnan martial arts world, having pierced many skulls with his eagle claw grip. Upon hearing their leader's command, the henchmen hesitated, brandishing their long knives to surround the towering figure. Yet none dared to strike first. Li Zhiga narrowed his eyes slightly, his feet striking the ground with tremendous force, shattering the tiles beneath him as if he were a human cannonball launched into the fray. Ack! Cries of anguish erupted as several henchmen were sent sprawling, collapsing to the ground in agonized moans. Li Zhiga turned around, his massive fist cutting through the air with a fierce wind. Crack! 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 His fist struck against the chest, producing a crisp sound. In a matter of moments, over a dozen henchmen lay sprawled on the ground, some groaning in agony, while others, blood oozing from their orifices, had fallen silent. Hu Tiniyu's expression grew solemn as he inquired with feigned calmness, "Which brother from the underworld has been wronged? Have I offended anyone?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Hu Tiniyu leaped into the air, his hands forming claws like those of an eagle, aiming to inflict grievous wounds upon Li Zhiga's crown. Li Zhiga maintained a serene gaze, leaning forward with his body, bending slightly to brace his fists. With a simultaneous thrust of both fists, he charged forth like a bull, colliding with Hu Tianyou's eagle-like claws. Bang! The air surged with force, causing Hu Tianyou to stagger back several steps, his palms trembling imperceptibly. He looked at Li Zhiga and let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "What a formidable punch! Though you are still young, your skills are impressive. You must not be an unknown figure. My friend, is there perhaps a misunderstanding between us? If so, let us sit down and clarify it." Li Zhiga strode forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain, delivering a punch with tremendous force. One blow followed another, each strike compounding upon the last, evoking the image of a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey, akin to an uncontrollable wildfire sweeping across the land. Hu Tiniyu, unable to withstand the onslaught, continuously evaded, daring not to confront Li Zhiga directly. He bellowed in desperation, "Who on earth are you?" "I am the leader of the valorous hall of the giant whale gang. If you were to slay me, my master would not let you escape unscathed." The commotion within the assembly hall grew increasingly intense. Hu Tiniyu's wife, unable to find rest, donned a light garment and ventured toward the hall to ascertain the situation. Upon reaching the entrance, her pupils dilated in shock as she screamed, "Master!" Hu Tiniyu's chest caved in, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his breath faint and labored. His gaze fixed intently on Li Zhiga, he gasped, Who are you really? Please, grant me clarity before I perish." Li Zhiga lowered his head to gaze at Hu Tiniyu and replied in a solemn voice, "I am Li Zhiga of the Shinkung sect." Hu Tiniyu's eyes widened in shock. Almost immediately, blood spilled from his mouth, and he forced a bitter smile, pleading, "Please, spare my wife and child." Li Zhiga departed, sparing the lives of Hu Tiniyu's wife and child. In exchange, he acquired a manual of the eagle claw technique. Amidst the torrential downpour, the woman clutched her 5-year-old child tightly, pointing at the receding figure of Li Zhiga, her voice echoing like a vengeful specter, "Xiao Hu, remember that man. He is the one who took your father's life." Chapter 11. The Great Whale Gang in the dimly lit hall of the Divine Fist sect. The flickering candlelight cast a somber glow. Han Maofei sat in a chair, massaging his temples, his countenance weary and haggard. Upon seeing Li Zhiga return, he rose abruptly, unleashing a torrent of invective. "You wretched brat, where have you been? Do you have any idea how long I've searched for you throughout the night? Li Zhiga glanced at Han Maofei's muddy pant cuffs and shoes. A warm current surged within him, and a smile graced his pale face as he softly replied, Master Uncle. I went to attend to some matters. I apologize for worrying you. Han Maofei sniffed, his expression turning grave as he said in a somber tone. There is a faint scent of blood about you. Zhiga, be honest with me. What exactly have you been up to? Li Zhiga was somewhat taken aback. After the torrential rain had washed over him, he would have expected the scent of blood on him to have dissipated. He did not anticipate his master's keen sense of smell. Confronted with Han Maofei's piercing gaze, Li Zhiga did not conceal the truth and candidly replied, Master, I just visited the Courage Hall of the Great Whale Gang. Whom did you kill? Han Maofei's expression grew even more solemn. In the days when Master was still alive, his formidable prowess in the Divine Fist 8 styles had earned him a distinguished reputation in the Jiangnan martial arts community, compelling the Great Whale Gang and the Sisan sect to treat the Divine Fist School with respect. After the demise of his master and numerous senior brothers, the Divine Fist School had lost its formidable champions, causing its standing in Jiangnan martial arts to plummet. Now, with his junior brother also dead and himself rendered a cripple, the Divine Fist School was on the brink of extinction. What would happen if the Great Whale Gang came seeking revenge now that Zhiga had killed one of their own? After all, Zhiga had only been practicing martial arts for 3 years. Even if he possessed the aptitude for cultivating the Divine Fist, he could at most have mastered it to a minor degree, let alone the Divine Fist 8 styles. Han Maofei's complexion shifted unpredictably. I killed Hutinyu. Li Zhiga maintained a calm demeanor, and a single sentence nearly caused Han Maofei to stumble. Trembling all over, Han Maofei took a moment to regain his composure. He inhaled deeply and urged Li Zhiga towards the door. We must leave swiftly, immediately depart from Jiangnan. Zhiga, Hutinyu is not an insignificant figure. Once the Whale Gang realizes what has transpired, they will undoubtedly seek retribution. You are the last remaining hope of our Divine Fist sect. It is imperative that nothing befall you. We must leave at once, under the cover of night, before the Whale Gang takes notice. Li Zhiga gently pushed aside Han Maofei's hand and said, Master Uncle, I shall depart, but I will do so with dignity, rather than in flight. I have made a promise to my master to revitalize the Divine Fist sect. The Great Whale Gang seeks to usurp the assets of our esteemed sect. If I cannot safeguard even the legacy left by my master, what right do I have to be his disciple or to lead the Divine Fist sect? Master Uncle, I shall handle these matters. You need not worry. Allow me to escort you to rest. Li Zhiga extended his hand, delivering a swift palm strike to Han Maofei's nape. In recent days, his master had been preoccupied with the funeral arrangements for their mentor and senior sister, leaving him utterly fatigued. It was time for him to enjoy a restful slumber. Li Zhiga gazed into the abyss beyond the door, shrouded in darkness, the relentless sound of the pouring rain echoing in the night. 3 days later, in the East Sea, a grand vessel docked along the shoreline, its hull intricately carved to resemble a colossal whale. The prow sparkled with a brilliant light, adorned with dozens of sharp blades embedded as the creature's formidable teeth, while the stern curved gracefully, mimicking the tail of the mighty whale. This magnificent ship was the headquarters of the Whale Gang, a notorious organization of skilled mariners known for their prowess on the water. They not only engaged in the illicit trade of salt, but also participated in unprincipled ventures, preying upon passing merchant vessels, earning a fearsome reputation in the underworld. A disheveled woman, her hair unkempt, tenderly stroked her son's head. Little tiger, wait here for your mother's return. The woman, frail and weary, bore the weight of a lifeless body as she struggled to ascend the whale ship. Placing the corpse upon the deck, her pallid visage and cracked, darkened lips rendered her resembling a specter. She fixed her gaze upon the man seated above, her voice sharp as she addressed him. Master, my husband fought valiantly for you, enduring countless hardships over the years. Now that he is dead, should you not seek justice on his behalf? The whale ship was crowded with many of the Whale Gang's high-ranking members. Observing the sunken chest of Hutinyu, the gathering erupted into murmurs of concern. What formidable strength! Sister, who has slain Brother Tinyu? Was it the Sky Eagle sect or the Sea Sand faction? Fear not, sister. Whether it be the Sky Eagle sect or the Sea Sand faction, we shall ensure justice for Brother Tinyu, they vowed. Amidst the crowd, a burly man clad in a dusty yellow robe commanded attention without uttering a word, his narrowed eyes glinting with menace. He was Mei Qiaofeng, the leader of the Whale Gang. Turning his focus to the woman, Mei Qiaofeng inquired in a grave tone, who was the assailant? As he spoke, Silence enveloped the surroundings. The woman fixed her unwavering gaze upon Mei Qiaofeng, articulating each word with precision. The divine fist sect, Li Zhiga. Master Mei, as a mere weak woman, I lack the strength to exact revenge on the villain. Yet, my husband devoted his life to the whale gang. I implore you, Master Mei, to avenge him. Should you decline, it would surely dishearten all our brothers. Mei Qiaofeng rose and approached the woman, gently cupping her face in his hands. Your words are rather unpalatable, he remarked softly, and I find your eyes quite displeasing. With a swift and brutal crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed through the air. The woman's eyes widened in shock, her head drooping lifelessly, her voice extinguished. The high-ranking members of the whale gang fell into a hushed stillness upon the ship. Mei Qiaofeng retrieved a handkerchief, meticulously wiping his hands, and then turned to a nearby lackey, commanding, raise the anchor and sail along the Qian'an River to Qian'an County. I am eager to witness the capabilities of that Li Zhiga from the Divine Fist sect. Also, dispose of this foolish woman into the sea to feed the fish. With a splash, she was cast into the depths below. A lifeless body was cast from the whaling vessel, plunging into the sea and creating a cascade of splashes. The whaling ship raised its anchor and began to glide slowly along the Qian'an River towards the ocean. A child, with great effort, dragged his mother's lifeless form to the shore. He cradled her head, silent and composed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the receding whaling ship. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. At the Divine Fist sect, in the training grounds, Li Zhiga's figure danced and flickered as he unleashed punch after punch upon the ancient tree, which was large enough for two to embrace. The venerable trunk trembled incessantly, becoming marred with countless indentations, while leaves cascaded down like a verdant rain. Suddenly, Li Zhiga transformed his fists into claws, raking and tearing at the bark, large strips being stripped away, sending splinters flying. Nearby, Han Maofei gazed on with satisfaction, softly sighing, Heaven has not forsaken my Divine Fist sect. Even when the master was present, such destructive power was perhaps unattainable. Just as Han Maofei reflected, Zhou Fuquan burst in, panting heavily, and urgently exclaimed, Sect Master. The members of the giant whale gang have arrived. Their ship is docked at the riverbank. They demand to see you, and they threaten that if you do not comply, they shall desecrate the grave of the late sect master. Li Zhiga abruptly turned his head, his eyes revealing a fierce glint of murderous intent. Chapter 12. The blade of the tempest. During the season of plum rains, the common folk remained sheltered within their homes, venturing out infrequently. Along the banks of the Qian'an River, the water level surged, and a grand vessel docked at the shore, its size akin to that of a colossal whale, drawing the attention of nearby martial artists. In the world of martial arts, there is no shortage of bystanders eager to witness the spectacle. In the Jiangnan region, there are no prominent sects of martial arts. Aside from the Heavenly Eagle sect, the most formidable forces here are the Whale Gang and the Seashore sect. Upon sighting the Whale Gang's distinctive ship, almost all the martial artists in Qian'an County flocked to the outskirts, whispering among themselves as they pointed at the massive vessel anchored at the shore. The Whale Gang has long been active in the East China Sea, trafficking in illicit salt and plundering merchant ships. Although they maintain branches on land, their appearances on solid ground are rare. What brings the Whale Gang to Qian'an County this time? This whale ship serves as the headquarters of the Whale Gang. It would not easily dock. The members of the Whale Gang are quite adept on the water, but as for their skills on land, one might argue otherwise. However, to dismiss them would be unjust. Could anyone truly rival the prowess of Mei Qiaofeng wielding a trident upon reaching the land? Could Mei Qiaofeng contend with Zhang Zhenren of Wudong, or Master Kongwen of Shaolin, or even the formidable mistress of extinction from Emei? Zhang Zhenren remains a living legend in the martial world. Whether 500 years past or 500 years hence, few could match him. As for Master Kongwen and Mistress of Extinction, they are also among the elite in the martial arts community. Such comparisons are unfounded. Setting aside Zhang Zhenren and the pinnacle masters of the realm, I ask you, can Mei Qiaofeng contend with Tian Ing Jiao's Tianyin Yuan, or with Li Tianhuan of the Heavenly Eagle sect, or Bei Qiaofeng? You, Amitba. Good sirs, let us not quarrel. Harmony is of utmost importance. A monk, clad in a bright yellow robe and draped in a crimson kasaya, stood between the two martial artists, clasping his hands and uttering a Buddhist chant. May I inquire which master from Shaolin this is? I am Yuan Lin, a humble monk who has encountered esteemed practitioners such as yourselves. It is the renowned Master Yuan Lin, known as the Unyielding Golden Bell. We have indeed met Master Yuan. Surrounding them, a group of martial artists expressed their respect and offered their salutations. For this monk belonged to the esteemed Yuan lineage of Shaolin and was well known in the martial community, bearing the title of Unyielding Golden Bell. Look, there is someone approaching the whale gang's great ship. The crowd focused their gaze, witnessing a tall young man clad in a deep blue robe, braving the downpour as he approached the riverbank. Who is he? Could it be that the whale gang has docked because of him? The onlookers were puzzled. Just then, a member of a local minor faction stepped forward to clarify. He is Li Zhiga, the leader of the Divine Fist sect. A few days ago, this leader killed the head of the whale gang's branch in Qian'an County. It is likely that the whale gang has come for him. Li Zhiga, the leader of the Divine Fist sect? Wasn't the previous leader a veteran? How could this young lad be the new head? The esteemed hero is unaware of certain matters. Not long ago, the Divine Fist sect unwittingly offended the ruthless mistress of the Emei sect, resulting in the demise of all its disciples, including their leader, Bei Qiaofeng. Beneath the blade of the heavenly sword, Li Zhiga, also a disciple of the Divine Fist sect, narrowly escaped death as he had not accompanied Bei Qiaofeng on his journey. Presently, the Divine Fist sect is left with only Han Maofei, a mere failure, and the young Li Zhiga, who has now ascended to the position of sect leader. The mistress of Emei, despite her noble lineage, wields her power with brutal ferocity. Under the heavenly sword, one faces either death or grave injury, rendering her more fearsome than even the demonic sect. It is lamentable that the Divine Fist sect, once a prominent force in Jiangnan, had a leader like Gui Snqn, who could contend with the likes of Xie Sun. Now, with the sect nearly obliterated, it seems that soon, the Jianghu will no longer recognize the Divine Fist sect's existence. Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy. Li Zhiga, unable to hear the murmurs of the crowd, advanced step by step towards the grand ship moored at the riverbank, an overwhelming urge for vengeance surging within him. Those who dared to speak ill of his master's grave would meet with his wrath. On the whale ship, the deputy leader, Ma Wei, glanced at the approaching Li Zhiga, then turned to Mei Qiaofeng, respectfully announcing, "Leader, Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist sect has arrived." Mei Qiaofeng lazily opened her eyes and stated, "If Li Zhiga dares to harm members of my great whale gang, he shall pay the price. Which brother will go down and bring me his head?" An elderly man, frail and slender like a bamboo pole, immediately stepped forward, wielding a large knife. He ingratiatingly addressed Mei Qiaofeng, "Leader, I am willing to go and claim Li Zhiga's head in vengeance for brother Tainyo." Mei Qiaofeng nodded in approval, cautioning Yang Tangzhu, "Be careful, do not let your guard down." Given that Li Zhiga could kill Hu Tainyo, he must possess considerable skill. Unfazed, Yang Jingfeng brandished his large knife. Leaping off the ship with a hearty laugh, "Rest assured, leader, and all brothers, I will swiftly return with that brat's head." Yang Jingfeng jumped from several feet high off the massive ship, landing firmly on the ground, positioning himself before Li Zhiga. He raised his great knife, a sinister grin upon his face, and demanded, "Are you Li Zhiga? Why did you kill Hu Tainyo?" Boom. In response, Li Zhiga met him with a punch. Li Zhiga strode forward, taking 2 steps in the span of one, and unleashed a punch akin to a tiger descending a mountain. His formidable fist, enveloped in a shimmering white light, sliced through the air with a howling wind, aimed squarely at Yang Jingfeng's head, intent on shattering it as one would a watermelon. Startled, Yang Jingfeng hastily sidestepped and swung his blade towards Li Zhiga, cursing, "You scoundrel! You lack martial ethics." Clang! The fist collided with the back of the blade, producing a resounding clash of metal. The sheer force skewed Yang Jingfeng's stance, causing him to stumble. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a fist loomed before his eyes, filling his vision entirely. No! Just as his furious cry echoed, his slight frame was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the side of the boat like a deflated sack. Boom! The entire whale ship seemed to tremble. Looking again at Yang Jingfeng, his head drooped, his frail body floating in the water along the riverbank, the surface rapidly staining crimson. Hisses of drawn breath filled the air. Not far from the riverbank, a crowd of onlookers from the martial world gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg inside. One onlooker rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, 3 punches to fell Yang Jingfeng. What incredible strength this master of divine fist possesses. Indeed, Yang Jingfeng had roamed the martial world for decades, a master of inner strength, renowned for his vicious and cunning wind blade technique. It was unfathomable that he could be dispatched in just 3 blows. Ba, may the Buddha be merciful. The monk from the round forest could not bear to keep his eyes open, his hands pressed together in prayer, reciting the name of the Buddha. On the whale ship, Mei Qiaofeng's expression was as dark as stormy waters, surrounded by the upper echelons of the giant whale gang, who dared not even breathe. Creak, creak. The members of the giant whale gang lifted their eyes. Li Zhiga had already ascended to the deck, surveying the individuals gathered on the deck. Li Zhiga's demeanor remained composed as he coldly inquired, "Was it you who spoke of desecrating my master's grave?" "It was I," Mei Qiaofeng retorted, rising with a trident in hand. A cruel smile etched across her face. Li Zhiga nodded. In the next moment, he propelled himself off the deck like a cannonball, his fist radiating a luminous white light, the force of his strikes creating a thunderous sound in the air. Chapter 13. Grant mercy where possible. The deck splintered as Li Zhiga lunged forward, resembling a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. In the realm of martial combat, one's disposition is of paramount importance. Some exhibit decisive brutality, adept at seizing every vulnerability of their adversaries, while others, plagued by indecision, falter during the fray, repeatedly missing golden opportunities and even falling prey to foes whose skills are inferior. Li Zhiga was never a man of indecision. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a fierce wind that preceded his fist, instilling immense pressure upon Mei Qiaofeng even before contact. To confront this blow directly was unthinkable. A strike from him could shatter one's very organs. Swiftly, Mei Qiaofeng assessed the impending threat of Li Zhiga's punch. He relinquished the opportunity to engage in a mutual demise with his trident and, in a fleeting moment, pivoted his body. A glint of murderous intent flickered in his narrow eyes as he thrust the trident at an exceptionally cunning angle, aiming to pierce through Li Zhiga. However, in his evasion, he momentarily lost his advantage. Li Zhiga clenched his right hand into a claw, firmly gripping the trident, while his left fist propelled forward towards Mei Qiaofeng's face. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Mei Qiaofeng released one hand to confront Li Zhiga's incoming punch head-on. The collision echoed with a resounding thud as their fists, radiating a shimmering white light, collided, unleashing a wave of force. Though this young man lacked profound internal strength, his might was undeniably formidable, and his fists were remarkably hard. Mei Qiaofeng staggered back several steps, having lost her trident, her expression darkening to its utmost. The right hand hidden behind her trembled involuntarily. Much of her skill was reliant on the trident, and without it, her martial prowess was nearly halved. Before Mei Qiaofeng could contemplate her predicament, the towering figure across from her charged once more. The heavy footsteps shattered the deck, and emboldened, Li Zhiga unleashed a flurry of punches. Akin to a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, relentless until it tore its quarry apart, or like a raging wildfire, intent on consuming the entire grassland. Mei Qiaofeng's complexion twitched. She slipped away, as smooth as an eel, avoiding a direct confrontation with Li Zhiga, relying solely on her agility to engage him in combat. In a flurry of motion, Li Zhiga's fists created a myriad of heavy shadows, delivering dozens of powerful blows in mere moments. Mei Qiaofeng, utilizing her nimbleness, retreated repeatedly, with the members of the great whale gang following suit. In the face of skilled adversaries, even when at a disadvantage, one could seize the opportunity to regain the upper hand. Unfortunately, Mei Qiaofeng did not qualify as a master. Observing their leader faltering, the deputy leader, Ma Wei, merely squinted and retreated, showing no inclination to intervene. The remaining high-ranking members of the Great Whale Gang shared a tacit understanding with Deputy Leader Ma, refraining from offering assistance. Only a handful of underlings, some wielding large blades and others gripping harpoons, hesitated, their eyes filled with uncertainty despite their desire to aid their leader in vanquishing the enemy. Thus, on the expansive deck of the ship, the members of the Great Whale Gang watched helplessly as their leader faced peril, with not a single soul willing to lend a hand. Although the deck was wide, its breadth was not infinite. Soon, Mei Qiaofeng found herself cornered, her once agile movements now devoid of space to maneuver. Li Zhiga's expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. With a swift motion of his right hand, he formed a fist, stacking his punches as his aura reached a pinnacle of power. He pivoted and swung his fist, unleashing a thunderous explosion in the air. This punch was unstoppable. There was no evading it. Mei Qiaofeng's gaze was fierce. He gritted his teeth and, in a moment of desperation, threw his own punch to block Li Zhiga's strike. Yet, this punch could not withstand the force, for it was one of sheer dominance. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones was almost melodious, followed by Mei Qiaofeng's earth-shattering scream. Clutching his shattered right arm, he rolled out of the corner. His expression twisted in agony, eyes filled with malice as he shouted, "Ma Wei, aren't you going to intervene? Do you wish to witness your leader being beaten to death? Leader, you have not yet been defeated. If we intervene now, it would be an act of cowardice, taking advantage of numbers over the weak, thus tarnishing the integrity of our martial world." Ma Wei firmly rejected, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. The other high-ranking members of the Whale Gang nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Indeed, leader, we are renowned heroes, and we cannot stoop to such despicable acts." The members of the Whale Gang exchanged glances, momentarily perceiving their deputy leader and several hall masters as towering figures of virtue. Martial integrity? When have you ever upheld such principles, especially when you were robbing the wayfarers? Cough. Mei Qiaofeng could not contain the blood that surged forth, staining his bright yellow robe crimson. It was unclear whether he was injured by Li Zhiga or incensed by the high-ranking members of the Whale Gang. Before he could continue his tirade, a shadow loomed over him. Looking up to see the imposing figure of Li Zhiga and the cold light emanating from his eyes, Mei Qiaofeng instinctively stepped back, a sycophantic smile creeping onto his face. "Brotherly, it's all a misunderstanding. Hu Tiniu seeks to seize your divine fist sect's territory. He deserves his fate. How about we let this matter rest? From this day forth, wherever your divine fist sect stands, the Whale Gang shall retreat 3 steps. Li Zhiga remained unmoved. With every step he took, Mei Qiaofeng's heart trembled a little more. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, Mei Qiaofeng, his face etched with terror, cried out, "Li Zhiga, I harbor no animosity towards you. You cannot take my life. Hu Tiniu, who sought to usurp your Shangguan sect's interests, has already met his demise at your hands. Spare me, I implore you, spare me. If you grant me mercy, I am willing to offer you a sum of 100,000 taels of silver." On the deck, the upper echelons of the Whale Gang looked on with derision. 17 years prior, at the Wang Panshan Blade Conference, the former leader, Mei Zhenggan, had contended with Xie Sun for the Dragon-Slaying Blade, remaining silent until the very end. In comparison, Mei Qiaofeng fell woefully short of his father's fortitude. Nearby, the onlookers from the martial world wore expressions of astonishment. Whispers circulated among them, noting that although the newly appointed leader of the Shangguan, Li Zhiga, was young, he had already mastered the divine fist to great perfection. Given time, the Shangguan would once again command respect across the martial realm. "Master Yuanlin, what is your perspective on this leader of the Shangguan, Li Zhiga? Where has Master Yuanlin gone?" On the deck, Li Zhiga gazed down at Mei Qiaofeng, his demeanor as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripple of emotion. His right hand was poised, forming a fist, ready to send Mei Qiaofeng on his way. "Ba well spoken. Leaderly, show mercy where mercy is due. Heaven possesses the virtue of compassion. He has already pleaded for your forgiveness, and there exists no profound enmity between you. Why must you insist upon his demise?" A voice of reverence echoed, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a portly monk clad in bright yellow robes and draped in a crimson kasaya standing at the ship's railing. "Master Yuanlin." Upon the sight of this monk, the faces of Ma Wei and the Whale Gang's upper echelons darkened. Mei Qiaofeng, filled with elation, shouted, "Master Yuanlin, save me. If you spare my life, I am willing to donate 10,000 taels of silver to the Buddha." Master Yuanlin regarded Mei Qiaofeng, his jowls quivering as he revealed a benevolent smile, and with hands joined in prayer, he declared, "Leader Mei is indeed a person of destiny. This humble monk would never stand by and watch him perish." Li Zhiga turned to the monk and calmly inquired, "Are you intent on meddling in affairs that do not concern you?" The monk Yuanlin, with a grave expression, nodded and requested, "I beseech the esteemed leader of the Li sect to grant me this favor." Li Zhiga shook his head, stating, "You are not the Buddha. Why should I grant you any favor?" The monk Yuanlin remained unperturbed. He gently caressed the scar on his bald head, pondered for a moment, and then smiled at Li Zhiga, saying, "Masterly, how about this? Your divine fist sect is renowned for its 8 divine fist techniques. I, a humble monk, am willing to endure your 8 punches. If I survive your 8 strikes, you shall spare Chief Mai." Nearby, Ma Wei and other high-ranking members of the giant Whale Gang grew anxious. "Masterly, do not acquiesce to him. He is the monk Yuanlin from Shaolin Temple, having perfected the Golden Bell shield to the point of being impervious to blades and bullets, earning the title of Unbeatable Golden Bell." Mei Qiaofeng glared fiercely at Ma Wei and the other high-ranking members of the giant Whale Gang. a chilling glint of murderous intent gleaming in his narrow eyes. Li Zhiga gazed at the rotund monk, a serene smile gracing his countenance. Very well, great monk. If you can endure 8 of my punches without succumbing, I shall spare him. Should you perish beneath my blows, you have no one to blame but yourself. The monk. Yuan chuckled in response, naturally. In Chapter 14, do not imitate the Buddha in cutting flesh to feed eagles. A group of martial artists boarded the grand vessel known as the Giant Whale. As they beheld the stout monk enveloped in a golden aura, an inexplicable excitement surged among all present, save for the upper echelons of the whale gang. It is the Golden Bell Shield. The Shaolin Golden Bell Shield is renowned for its reputation of resounding like a golden bell, halting weapons in their tracks. The master is a high monk of the Yuan generation, having perfected the Golden Bell Shield to the point of being impervious to blades and spears. It is said that 2 years prior, Master Yuan single-handedly infiltrated the Black Wind stronghold, enduring the onslaught of their blades and axes, ultimately exhausting the inhabitants to the point of collapse. Since that fateful day, the denizens of the Black Wind stronghold have descended from their mountain, ceasing their malevolent deeds. Master Yuanlin's merits are immeasurable, truly deserving of the title of an eminent monk in the Buddhist community. Do you believe that Master Li's 8 divine fists can penetrate Master Yuanlin's Golden Bell Shield? While Master Li is indeed skilled, he is still quite young, in my estimation. It would be remarkable if Master Li were to avoid injury from the recoil of the Golden Bell Shield. As the praises from the surrounding martial wanderers filled the air, Yuanlin's eyes narrowed into slits, and a more compassionate expression adorned his visage. Li Zhiga cast a glance at the towering monk before him, a hint of mockery gleaming in his eyes. The bustling world of martial arts thrives on fame and fortune, and this monk of the Buddhist order is no exception. Are you prepared, monk? Opposite Li Zhiga, the monk Yuanlin radiated a resplendent golden light, enveloping him like an ethereal bell. He extended his plump, fair hand and beckoned to Li Zhiga, saying, "Please, come." The onlookers, flushed with excitement, could hardly contain themselves. This was a grand spectacle, ample enough for them to boast about in their wanderings through the martial world for a long time to come. Li Zhiga wore a serious expression, bending his waist and standing firm as he summoned every ounce of the faint vital energy coursing through his arms. With a fierce shout, he unleashed a punch, swift and urgent, as if a mighty tiger were roaring in the background. Clang! This punch seemed to strike a golden bell, producing a clear and melodious chime. Li Zhiga's expression was icy, undeterred by the tumultuous surge of blood within him. Again, with a resounding clang, he unleashed a second punch, retreating 2 paces as a slight numbness coursed through his arm. Yet, the glint in Li Zhiga's eyes grew brighter, for the monk Yuanlin had also stepped back. Once more, clang! A third strike rang out, the sound of the golden bell resonating even more melodiously and harmoniously. With hands pressed together, the monk Yuanlin's eyes, narrowed to mere slits, now bore a hint of apprehension. Li Zhiga, undeterred, advanced with resolute strides, launching a relentless barrage of punches. A fierce tiger descends the mountain. A ravenous wolf lunges for its prey. He struck directly at the heart of the matter. The fervor was palpable. Wildfire spread uncontrollably. His spirit soared like an unyielding rainbow. The momentum was unstoppable. With a series of 7 punches, each blow layered upon the last, his power surged, and Li Zhiga's blood boiled as his momentum reached its zenith. Confronted by Li Zhiga, the monk Yuanlin was driven back several paces, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes, and the benevolence that once adorned his face had vanished entirely. Observing the eager Li Zhiga and the adoration radiating from the crowd of onlookers, the monk silently lamented, yet the serene smile on his plump visage remained stubbornly intact. Taking a deep breath, Yuanlin subtly clenched his toes within his shoes against the deck. At a distance, Li Zhiga surged forward, his right hand shimmering with a radiant white light, seemingly imbued with the essence of celestial energy. Upon reaching Yuanlin, he leaped into the air, descending with a force that shook the heavens, delivering a thunderous punch upon the golden bell. This time, the bell did not emit its melodious chime once more. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the golden bell, formed of radiant light, shattered into fragments, and Li Zhiga's fist collided with the monk's chest. With a splutter, Yuanlin expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes widening in disbelief. On the deck, a gathering of martial artists also stared, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, while Yuanlin's eyes reflected deep regret, the onlookers were filled with sheer terror. Meanwhile, Ma Wei and the upper echelons of the Whale Gang, their hearts pounding with fear, clenched their fists in quiet exhilaration. Li Zhiga gazed at the silent, rotund monk, shaking his head and lamenting, "Master, what folly is this?" The Buddha offered his flesh to the eagle only because he possessed the miraculous power of regeneration. Lacking such divine abilities, why do you seek to emulate him? Turning his attention to Mei Qiaofeng, he spoke calmly, "It is now your turn." Mei Qiaofeng shook her head vigorously, her legs pushing against the deck as she retreated in terror, crying out, "Do not kill me. Li Zhiga, please spare my life. I should not have spoken of disturbing your master's grave. I now understand my error. I bow in apology, so please let me go." Thud, thud, thud. Mei Qiaofeng's forehead struck the deck, her eyes filled with desperation. Li Zhiga shook his head, saying, "Master Yuanlin perished because of you. How can you continue to live in such a despicable manner?" Li Zhiga stepped forward and struck a powerful fist upon Mei Qiaofeng's crown before turning to leave. On the deck, a group of martial artists exchanged glances. One of the minions from the giant whale gang, brandishing a harpoon and filled with hatred, shouted loudly, "Li Zhiga, you have slain our leader. You cannot leave without paying with your life." Just as the minion's words fell, Ma Wei advanced a couple of steps. His dagger already plunged into the minion's heart. Turning to Li Zhiga, Ma Wei smiled obsequiously, saying, "Masterly, Mei Qiaofeng has insulted your sect and has met a just end. However, this matter does not concern us. The giant whale gang will not seek vengeance against the Divine Fist sect. Please, do as you wish." After dispatching the monk Yuanlin and Mei Qiaofeng, Li Zhiga's bloodlust had largely dissipated. He disembarked and walked towards the city of Qiantang, no longer paying heed to the giant whale gang or the onlookers among the martial artists. Watching the tall figure leave the ship, Ma Wei, filled with trepidation, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and turned to address the crowd of martial artists, saying, "Mei Qiaofeng has offended Master Li, and he has met his deserved fate. The giant whale gang will never seek revenge on his behalf. Let all heroes bear witness." The assembly of martial artists nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of this crowd, Ma Wei, with a sorrowful expression, assumed the position of leader of the giant whale gang. Among the crowd, an elderly man in his 60s gazed at the departing figure of Li Zhiga and then at the lifeless body of Yuanlin, sighing softly, 20 years ago. The monk Kong Jian, relying on his indestructible body, endured 13 blows from Xie Sun in an attempt to dissolve Xie Sun's enmity, only to be brutally slain. Every bone in his body shattered. 2 decades later, Yuanlin has followed in Kong Jian's footsteps. Why do these monks never learn? This young man harbors a fierce thirst for blood. It is likely that he will not let it rest after his master was killed by the ruthless Master Mieju. Yet, the Emei sect has stood for nearly a century. Master Mieju's martial prowess is not something Yuanlin could ever compare to, especially with the Sword of Destiny in her possession. A storm is brewing in the martial world, but alas, with my old bones. I wonder if I shall ever witness that day. Chapter 15. Into the martial world recently, the martial community of Jiangnan has been abuzz with a particular matter. The Divine Fist, Li Zhiga, has successively slain the leader of the giant whale gang, Mei Qiaofeng, and Master Yuanlin, thus thrusting the Divine Fist sect back into the public eye. In the main hall of the Sky Eagle sect, an elderly man with white eyebrows and a hawk-like nose, his gaze sharp, listened intently to the reports circulating within the martial world. As he stroked his snowy beard, he laughed heartily. "Li Zhiga, this young man, is remarkable." Beside the elder stood a man around 40, clad in a white robe embroidered with a small black eagle on his shoulder. His eyes sparkled like cold lightning, and a defiant smile adorned his face as he disdainfully remarked, "Do not speak of that waste, Mei Qiaofeng. Even his father, Mei Zhang, could not withstand a single strike from me. And as for that so-called Master Yuanlin, he is but a name without substance. What good is the golden bell shield against my eagle claw?" The elder shook his head and sighed. "Yuan, you possess many admirable qualities, but your pride is excessive. Consider this. How old is Li Zhiga, and how old are you? The Divine Fist of the Divine Fist sect is not merely an esoteric martial art. The young Li Zhiga's ability to shatter the golden bell shield of Master Yuanlin, the monk, demonstrates his extraordinary martial aptitude. Should he choose to join our ranks and inherit my teachings, my worries would be greatly alleviated." The man, unconvinced, retorted with a scoff, "Father, you overrate that young man. At his age, I was capable of similar feats." The elder, refraining from engaging in a dispute with his son, felt a veil of nostalgia cloud his sharp gaze, a wistful expression gracing his face. If only Susu were still here. If only my grandson, Zhang Wuji, were alive, he would surely possess remarkable talent as well. Upon hearing his father mention his younger sister Yin Susu and his nephew Zhang Wuji, Yin Yiwang fell silent, letting out a sigh of his own, offering comfort. Father, Wuji must still be alive. Rest assured, I have been discreetly gathering information about him through the disciples. Yin Tianjing wiped away a tear with a trembling hand. Shaking his head, Wuji has been struck by the mysterious ice palm. That technique is the epitome of cold and sinister power. One of the most malevolent palm techniques in existence. How could a child endure such a fate? Atop Mount Emei, a young girl in a pink skirt stood amidst the sea of clouds, sword in hand, her youthful face reflecting her unease. As her anxiety mounted, a woman in a green dress with a sharp wit questioned her in a biting tone. "Zhao, why are you dawdling here instead of practicing your swordplay?" Zhou Zhuo looked up at the woman and queried, "Sister Minjun, do you think I erred in returning the bodies of the Divine Fist sect members to Qiantang County? That fiend, Li Zhiga, has slain the leader of the Giant Whale Gang and Master Yuan Lin of Shaolin. What if he comes to Emei seeking vengeance against our master? If I had not returned those bodies, he would remain unaware that our master was responsible for the deaths of his sect members." Ding Minjun regarded her younger sister, momentarily taken aback despite her reluctance to concede. Zhou Zhuo, with her furrowed brow, was undeniably beautiful as she matured. She would certainly become the most stunning figure in the martial world. Not only did she possess exceptional beauty, but her martial talent was also commendable, with their master favoring her as the one to inherit his teachings. Each day, the master personally guided Zhou Zhuo in her training, a privilege that the others did not share. Observing the radiant Zhou Zhuo, Ding Minjun felt a surge of frustration. With a scornful laugh, she dismissed. That so-called Li Zhiga is nothing of consequence. What of killing the leader of the Giant Whale Gang? What of slaying Master Yuan Lin? I could achieve the same. Should he dare to seek vengeance on Mount Emei, I would not even require our master's intervention to defeat him. Though Ding Minjun's tone was harsh and unrefined, Zhou Zhuo found solace in her sister's unwavering confidence. After all, Emei was one of the 6 major sects of the martial world, descended from the venerable Guixiang, and was not to be compared with the likes of the Divine Fist sect or the Giant Whale Gang. In the Hall of Arhats at Shaolin, Master Kong Yan, the head of the hall, glared fiercely at the body of a disciple before solemnly proclaiming. Yuan Lin's kind pleas were met with the lethal strike of that young man from the Divine Fist sect. His bloodlust runs deep. He has succumbed to the path of darkness. Master Abbot, I must descend the mountain to vanquish the demon, lest he wreak further havoc upon the martial world and continue his malevolence in the rivers and lakes. The abbot, with a countenance of compassion, shook his head and replied, Brother Kong Yin, do not let anger consume you, nor should you entertain thoughts of killing. Though that young man has strayed from the path, to slay him would betray the compassion of Buddha. Turning to Yuanin and Yuanya, he instructed, you shall descend the mountain for a while. Remember, incapacitate him, but do not break the vow against killing. Amitabha, the compassion of Buddha. Amitabha, the mercy of the abbot. The recitation of scriptures filled the air, bestowing a sacred atmosphere within the Arhat Hall. Outside the outskirts of Qiantang County, Li Zhiga knelt before his master's grave, burning yellow paper offerings. Gazing up at the gravestone, he smiled and said, Master, the fame of the Divine Fist sect has spread throughout the Jiang and martial arts community. Yet, this is insufficient. I must ensure that the name of our sect is known across the entire realm. He continued, Master, I am preparing to depart, though I know not when I shall return to visit you. Should you find yourself in need of funds below, send a dream to Uncle Master, and he shall provide for you. Master, I am aware that at present I am not a match for the old nun of extermination. However, do not be anxious. Will you wait a while? I shall surely avenge you by severing her head and placing it before your grave in tribute. As he spoke, Li Zhiga's eyes glistened with moisture. Rising, he cast a lingering glance at several gravestones and said, Farewell, Master, Senior Sister, and all my brothers. I am on my way. On the official road outside Qiantang County, Han Maofei patted Li Zhiga's shoulder with a heavy hand, a mix of tears and laughter in his voice as he admonished. You rascal, remember not to be overly ambitious in the martial world. Always act within your means, do you understand? If you encounter a suitable heroine in your travels, bring her back to the Divine Fist sect, and Uncle Master shall officiate your wedding. As one grows older, one tends to ramble. Do not let it vex you. Now, go with peace of mind. I will look after the legacy left by my junior brother and will frequently visit his grave, so do not worry. Li Zhiga cast a lingering glance at Han Maofei, nodding as he said, "Take care, Master Uncle." He swiftly mounted his steed, which reared its hooves, and galloped towards the horizon, leaving behind an ever-diminishing silhouette. He dared not look back, fearing that his master uncle might catch sight of his tears. Han Maofei remained rooted in place, and only when Li Zhiga's figure vanished from view did he let his smile fade. Tears shimmered in his murky eyes as he whispered softly, "Junior brother, if you have any spirit in the heavens, please watch over this wretched lad. He must not come to harm." Soon, Li Zhiga ventured beyond the confines of Qiantang County. He tightened the reins, glanced at the signpost, and set off in a northwestern direction. In an undisclosed valley of the Kunlun Mountains to the northwest, Zhang Wuji was diligently practicing the Nine-Yang manual. Li Zhiga gazed at the expansive boulevard, observing the swiftly passing scenery by the roadside. His eyes radiated determination, and his chiseled features bore an expression of unwavering resolve. This journey into the martial world was not only to avenge his master and senior sister, but also to revive the glory of the Divine Fist sect, ensuring its renown echoed throughout the realm. Chapter 16. Beneath Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun has long been revered as the ancestor of all mountains, its peaks undulating in an endless expanse. Nestled within these rugged highlands are two of the foremost sects in the martial arts world, the Bright Summit of the Ming sect and the Kunlun sect. In addition to these prominent factions, there exists another force within the Kunlun Mountains, known as the Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor. In comparison to the Ming sect and the Kunlun sect, the Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor does not possess a similar reputation, and its leaders, Zhu Chongling and Wu Lai, are not considered top-tier masters within the martial community. Li Zhiga journeyed for half a month, arriving, weary and travel-worn, at the foot of a towering peak. Nestled at the base were a few humble abodes, with a cluster of thatched cottages. In front of the cottages lay a modest plot of cultivated land, where a woman, sleeves rolled up, toiled diligently in the fields. Li Zhiga approached the edge of the field and directly inquired, "Pardon me, young lady, is Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor situated atop this mountain?" The woman, with a complexion of deep red and black, suddenly lifted her gaze, clearly startled by Li Zhiga's voice. With a wary expression, she scrutinized him and, in a timid tone, asked, "Who are you? And what business do you have at Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor?" Li Zhiga, observing the young lady's timidity, chuckled heartily and assured her, "I am not a villain. There is no need for you to be afraid." He continued, "I am merely on my way to the Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor in search of a younger brother." The woman scrutinized Li Zhiga carefully, and as her apprehension subsided, her voice grew more assertive. With urgency, she cautioned, "Young master, it is ill-advised to venture to Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor. That establishment harbors several vicious dogs that attack anyone who approaches. Just a few days ago, Uncle Wang ascended the mountain to gather herbs and, upon passing by the manor, was savaged by those dogs, leaving him bloodied. He could not endure for more than a couple of days after returning. Poor Aunt Wang is left alone, a widow with no recourse for justice." Li Zhiga shook his head and expressed his gratitude to the young lady for her concern. But he mentioned that he possessed a modicum of martial skills, which he believed would suffice to deal with a few vicious dogs. The woman gazed at Li Zhiga's towering figure and nodded in agreement, refraining from any rebuttal. Indeed, this young man was remarkably tall, standing a full head above the average person. Li Zhiga turned around, preparing to ascend the mountain. His heart was filled with urgency. The sooner he mastered the Nine-Yang true scripture, the sooner he could take his vengeance upon Emei for his master and senior sister. "Young master, you hail from distant lands, do you not?" Unable to restrain herself, the woman inquired while gazing at Li Zhiga's retreating figure. Li Zhiga turned around and smiled. "I come from Jiangnan." The woman, now devoid of fear, revealed a gentle smile and said, "Young master, the hour is late. Would you care to join me for dinner at my home? It would not delay our ascent to the mountain tomorrow." Li Zhiga hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Having journeyed tirelessly to Kunlun, he had indeed not found a moment's respite in recent days and needed to recuperate. Moreover, with Zhang Wuji having leaped off the cliff, he dared not follow suit without first procuring some ropes. A woman emerged from the fields, adjusting her trousers and brushing a few loose strands of hair behind her ear. She spoke to herself, "My name is Chen Suihua, and I have come from a nearby town. There are only a few households residing in this vicinity." Li Zhiga nodded and inquired with a smile, "This place is quite remote. Your daily life must be rather arduous, I presume?" Chen Suihua shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her face. It cannot be said to be difficult. My husband ventures into the mountains each day to hunt, bringing back his catch to exchange for money in the town, which he then uses to purchase some oil and rice. Occasionally, he even surprises me with jewelry. Just look at this hairpin atop my head. He bought it for me. Isn't it beautiful? Li Zhiga gazed at the young woman's ruddy complexion, her coarse, dark red visage adorned with a gentle smile. Upon observing the hairpin atop her head, he noted it was merely a rudely carved pearwood piece. Such an unrefined ornament would seldom be worn by women in the picturesque waters of Jiangnan. Meeting Chen Suohua's expectant gaze, Li Zhiga nodded affirmatively, declaring, "The hairpin is lovely, and you are beautiful too." Chen Suohua's already flushed face deepened in color. She shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Young sir, do not jest with me. My parents have always said I am unattractive. Only my husband does not mind my looks and treats me kindly. I endure any hardships as long as I am with him." Though this rustic woman bore a rough exterior, Li Zhiga sincerely did not perceive her as ugly, for she possessed a heart brimming with kindness. Chen Suohua led him to her humble abode, opened the wooden door, entered, and with a smile, beckoned him to sit on a wooden stool, saying, "Young sir, please take a seat. I shall start a fire and prepare a meal right away." Li Zhiga took a seat, surveying the soot-stained walls and the table before him. Marred by grease. For the first time, he gained a direct understanding of the life of the common folk in this era. Observing Li Zhiga's appraisal of the surroundings, and then glancing at his finely tailored garments, Chen Suohua tightened her sleeves, a somewhat forced smile gracing her face. "Young master, you hail from a wealthy family. I presume this is your first visit to a place like ours?" Li Zhiga perceived the woman's embarrassment and, with a hearty laugh, remarked, "I have journeyed from Jiangnan, enduring the rigors of travel, and I find great satisfaction in merely having a place to rest." Chen Suohua's face brightened with a joyful smile as she turned and busied herself at the stove in the modest kitchen. The thatched cottage was quite small, comprising merely 3 rooms, a kitchen, a main hall, and a small bedroom where Chen Suohua's family slept at night. Thick smoke wafted into the main hall, but Li Zhiga paid it no mind. He was not so delicate. An hour later, Chen Suohua served the meal at the table. Steaming bowls of coarse corn, along with platters of rabbit and chicken, accompanied by a bowl of wild vegetable soup dotted with glimmering droplets of oil, were presented. Chen Suohua wiped her hands and filled a bowl to the brim with corn for Li Zhiga, smiling as she said, "My lord, you need not wait for us. Please, help yourself." With that, she called out from the doorway, little Nyo, do not linger and play. Beware the wolves that may carry you off. Come back quickly for dinner." Li Zhiga gazed out the door, where a boisterous little boy, clad in split-crotch pants and exuding a spirited demeanor, came rushing in, his face adorned with 2 trails of snot. Upon entering, the boy looked towards Li Zhiga, audibly inhaled, and then turned to Chen Suohua, inquiring, "Mother, who is this person? He is so tall, I have never seen anyone so lofty before." Chen Suohua swiftly delivered a reprimanding slap to her son's nape, admonishing, "Xiaonyo, do not speak inappropriately. This is our guest. Quickly greet your uncle." "Hello, uncle," Wang Xiaonyo called out, his voice tinged with a sense of grievance, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Li Zhiga reached out and gently rubbed Wang Xiaonyo's head, inquiring softly, "Does it hurt, Xiaonyo?" Wang Xiaonyo gazed at Li Zhiga with a foolish innocence, shaking his head and replying, "It doesn't hurt." Li Zhiga smiled and said, "Little Nyo, you shall grow into a remarkable man. Tears are not for you." Wang Xiaonyo nodded earnestly, replying, "Uncle, I will not cry." Shortly thereafter, a stout man with an affable appearance entered, carrying 2 wild rabbits. Upon seeing Li Zhiga, he paused momentarily. Chen Suohua's eyes shimmered with an ineffable tenderness as she gazed at the simple man and explained with a smile, "This is Master Li, who has come from Jiangnan and will be staying with us tonight." She then turned to Li Zhiga and added, "Master, this is my husband, Wang Dawa." Li Zhiga smiled brightly at the man and said, "Brother Wang, I hope to trouble you tonight." Wang Dawa scratched his head and chuckled, "Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever." After finishing the meal, Li Zhiga turned to Wang Dawa and inquired, "Brother Wang, could you assist me in finding some sturdy ropes? The longer and the more, the better." Without questioning the reason, Wang Dawa turned and stepped outside. In a short while, he returned, carrying a bundle of hemp ropes, each as thick as a pinky finger. With a simple smile, he asked, "Young Master Li, do you think these ropes will suffice?" Li Zhiga tugged at the ropes and confirmed their sturdiness. Li Zhiga retrieved a bundle and extracted a piece of silver, placing it in Wang Dao's hand. He spoke. Brother Wang, you have rendered me a tremendous service. Accept this small token of my appreciation without hesitation. Wang Dao gazed at the silver in his palm, feeling somewhat conflicted. Young masterly, this is too much. This bundle of hemp rope is not worth such a sum. A few copper coins would suffice. Noticing Wang Dao's reluctance, Li Zhiga encouraged him. Brother Wang, this is my heartfelt gratitude. Please accept it. Use it to purchase some rouge for your wife and buy a couple of new garments for little Niu. Wang Dao, his cheeks flushed, accepted the silver. That night, as Li Zhiga lay in bed, he was accompanied by little Niu, who tossed and turned while snoring. Outside, Wang Dao and Chen Cuihua had spread their bedding on the ground. Li Zhiga could faintly hear Chen Cuihua's voice of reproach. Wang Dao, have you lost your conscience? How could you accept silver for that bundle of hemp rope? Listening to Chen Cuihua's scolding of her husband, a smile crept across Li Zhiga's face. The thought of tomorrow's journey to the cliff near Zhu Wulian's estate, where Zhang Wuji had jumped, filled him with anticipation. He closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 17. The enchanting and venomous beauty. Zhu Jiozhen's sunlight streamed through the window, and Li Zhiga slowly opened his eyes. Beside him, Wang Xiaonyo wore an innocent smile on his cherubic face, lost in the realm of dreams. Li Zhiga rose quietly to avoid disturbing Wang Xiaonyo. At this age, it is crucial for children to maintain ample sleep. Outside, Chen Cuihua and her husband had long been awake. Chen Cuihua busied herself with various household chores, while Wang Dao sat on the threshold, fiddling with his bow and arrow. Upon noticing Li Zhiga, Wang Dao felt a twinge of shyness. He awkwardly scratched his head and, with a hesitant smile, addressed him, young masterly. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Li Zhiga shook his head, recalling that in the past, the crowing of the rooster would rouse him from slumber to practice his martial arts. Today, however, he had risen rather late. Wang Dao displayed an expression of envy and inquired, Masterly, judging by your demeanor, you must be a formidable hero traversing the realm, possessing exceptional martial prowess. Am I right? Li Zhiga scrutinized Wang Dao, whose face flushed crimson as he began to elucidate. In his youth, he had encountered a figure in the town who leapt to a height of 3 zhang, soaring through the air like a bird. The town's fortune teller had proclaimed that this individual practiced lightness skill, embodying the valor of a wandering hero. He had implored his father to send him to the city to study martial arts, but his father reprimanded him, stating that the family lacked the means to support such an endeavor. Eventually, his father gifted him a bow. He devoted himself to archery, aspiring to traverse the world as a chivalrous hero. That year, just as he was about to leave the town, he was pursued and brought back by Uncle Wang. His father was so incensed that he passed away from the distress, and thus, Wang Dao relinquished his dream of heroism. Observing the melancholic expression on Wang Dao's face, Li Zhiga remarked, Brother Wang, your temperament is ill-suited for the life of a wandering hero. In these waning days of the dynasty, whether one pursues literature or martial arts, it remains beyond the reach of ordinary folk, especially in martial arts. Without a fortune to back you, such aspirations are mere folly. The various sects of the martial world possess their own enterprises to sustain their operations. Even the Divine Fist sect owns 2 taverns and a cloth shop. The larger sects, such as Shaolin and Wudong, have even more extensive holdings. To join a sect is feasible, but one must first possess innate talent and aptitude for martial arts. While there are indeed martial arts schools in the cities, the instruction they provide is often rudimentary and the fees exorbitant, leaving one to toil a lifetime as a mere foot soldier in the realm. Li Zhiga brought the discussion to a close. Wang Dao, merely a hunter, had no need to engage in the matters of the world. Such conversations would yield him no benefit. Producing some hemp rope, Li Zhiga smiled at Wang Dao, saying, Brother Wang, if you are not too busy, would you kindly assist me in tying these ropes together? Wang Xiaonyo had also risen, running to the roadside in his split pants to play in the mud. After half an hour of diligent effort, Li Zhiga finally managed to connect the hemp ropes. He coiled the rope into a circle and, resting it upon his shoulder, bid farewell to Chen Cuihua and Wang Dao. Brother Wang, please do not persuade me further. I shall not approach the Zhu Wu Lianhuan manor. Chen Cuihua interjected, Young masterly, at the very least, have some breakfast before you depart. Li Zhiga shook his head, saying, Sister-in-law, I truly have pressing matters to attend to, and I do not wish to burden you. Unable to dissuade Li Zhiga, Chen Cuihua reluctantly spoke, Young masterly, please wait a moment. She turned and dashed into the house, emerging with a parcel that she forcefully pressed into Li Zhiga's arms. Young Master Li, you gave too much silver last night. Please take these jerky. Li Zhiga found himself in a state of bemusement, reluctantly accepting the package of jerky. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed along the tranquil morning path. Two women on horseback emerged from the distant mountains, pursued by a pack of ferocious dogs. Reminiscent in size to calves, the leading lady donned a cerulean dress, adorned with a vibrant red fox fur coat, brandishing her whip as she urged her steed into a frenzied gallop, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of frustration and hostility. The second woman, clad in a pale yellow garment, called out, "Sister Jiuzhen, slow down, wait for me," before the thatched cottage, witnessing the two women racing past. Wang Dao wore an unpleasant expression, his eyes filled with disdain as he remarked, "Those are the two young ladies from Zhu Wulian's manor. Little Niu, come back." Chen Zihua exclaimed in alarm, spotting Wang Xiaoniu, who was engrossed in playing with mud by the roadside, her voice growing sharper. Upon hearing his mother's call, Wang Xiaoniu turned, his face clouded with confusion, yet he remained squatting by the path. Chen Zihua hurriedly rushed towards him, followed closely by Wang Dao, who felt a sense of urgency. As the women approached, one of them tightened the reins, elongating her voice to command her horse to halt. Upon noticing the ragged, snot-nosed child squatting by the roadside, her eyes filled with contempt, she raised her whip and scolded, "What a troublesome little brat! Your very presence is vexing." The woman in pale yellow soon caught up, quickly interjecting, "Sister Jiuzhen, why engage with a mere child?" Several fierce dogs, panting with their crimson tongues lolling out and sharp teeth glistening with drool, advanced menacingly, their eyes fixated on Wang Xiaoniu, as if ready to pounce at any moment. Overwhelmed by the sight of these imposing beasts, Wang Xiaoniu, in sheer terror, rubbed his eyes and began to wail. Chen Zihua dashed to the roadside, swiftly gathering Wang Xiaoniu into her embrace, whispering soothingly, "Little Niu, do not cry, mother is here." Wang Dao tugged at his wife's sleeve, eager to retreat. Observing Wang Dao's actions, the woman clad in the red fox fur coat became incensed, raising her whip to strike him. "You filthy peasant. Do you not know to offer your respects upon encountering a lady? Do you not understand etiquette?" Crack! The whip landed harshly upon Wang Dao. Li Zhiga's pupils constricted as he beheld the sight before him. Wang Dao's garments had been torn asunder by the whip, revealing a gory streak that marred his back. With a crack, the whip descended once more. The woman showed no signs of mercy as she unleashed a second strike. Another horrific mark appeared upon Wang Dao's flesh. The whip sliced through the air, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, the third lash did not descend upon Wang Dao. Li Zhiga seized the whip, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the strikingly beautiful woman before him. In a cold tone, he queried, "What right do you have to strike another?" Chen Zihua cowered behind Li Zhiga, her eyes filled with trepidation. The woman, noticing Li Zhiga's grip on her whip, became even more ferocious. With one hand on her hip and chest thrust forward, she haughtily retorted, "What right? I am Zhu Jiuzhen, the esteemed young lady of the Zhu Wu Lianhuan manor. Is that not sufficient? It is only fitting that such a lowly peasant meets a dire fate. By your appearance, it seems you possess some martial skills. However, I advise you to refrain from meddling, lest I take you down as well." Chen Zihua tugged at Li Zhiga's sleeve and softly urged, "Young Master Li, you should not intervene, otherwise she truly may harm you." Li Zhiga laughed in fury. "In a vast forest, truly, there exists every kind of bird." Zhu Jiuzhen furrowed her brows. She attempted to pull back the reins, but found them utterly immovable, as Li Zhiga stood firm like an immovable mountain. "Let go. I command you to release me. Do you not comprehend?" Li Zhiga raised an eyebrow, exerting force with a single hand, and forcefully yanked Zhu Jiuzhen down from her horse. As she tumbled to the ground, her strikingly beautiful face contorted slightly, and she fiercely commanded, "General Wei Yuan, General Zhen Yuan, General Fun Yuan, tear him apart." At the sound of their mistress's order, several large, ferocious hounds immediately lunged forward, intent on bringing Li Zhiga down. They were to be eliminated. Li Zhiga's gaze was devoid of warmth as he faced the onslaught of several ferocious hounds, resembling a mighty tiger. Crack! 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 His formidable fists struck the heads of the beasts, shattering their skulls in an instant. The hounds lay motionless in pools of their own blood. Zhu Jiuzhen stared in shock at her general, pointing at Li Zhiga and exclaiming in a piercing wail, "You scoundrel! How dare you kill my general? I shall have your life in return." Beside Zhu Jiuzhen, a lady clad in a pale yellow garment dismounted her horse. Observing Li Zhiga's steady approach, She cupped her hands in respect and said, I am Zhuang Wu Qingying, and I have the honor of meeting the gallant hero. Noble hero, my sister Jiuzhen can be a bit headstrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please, do not hold her temperament against her. Li Zhiga approached Zhu Jiuzhen without uttering a word. Enveloped in shadows, Zhu Jiuzhen gazed upon Li Zhiga, whose towering figure resembled an iron tower, and was captivated by his mesmerizing gaze. In that moment, she completely forgot her ability to perform the one-yang finger. She instinctively shrank back, wrapping her arms tightly around her shoulders, her expression betraying a fragile demeanor, and exclaimed, What do you intend to do to me? Get away. Li Zhiga shook his head and coldly remarked, I have never imagined that such a willful and foolish woman could exist in this world. With a resounding crack, his fist, powerful enough to shatter boulders, descended upon Zhu Jiuzhen's head. Chapter 18. Why do you still live? A chilling breeze swept through the mountain path, caressing the faces of the onlookers. Two horses bowed their heads to graze on the wild grass by the roadside. Along the narrow path lay a stunningly beautiful corpse. Wu Qingying felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, gripping her sword with one hand, her delicate face etched with vigilance and terror, her eyes fixated on the man before her. She could hardly believe that this man had directly taken the life of her sister, Jiuzhen. After all, Jiuzhen was a captivating beauty. How could he possibly wield such ruthless intent? Li Zhiga maintained a calm demeanor, his voice tinged with indifference as he spoke. Wu Qingying, I advise you not to draw your sword. I am not one to harbor any compassion. Wu Qingying shuddered, retreating a few steps, and inquired, Who are you? Shangguan sect. Li Zhiga, he replied. After casting a penetrating glance at Li Zhiga, Wu Qingying lifted Zhu Jiuzhen and laid her across the horse's back. She mounted swiftly, tightened the reins, and galloped up the mountain. As Wu Qingying disappeared from view, Li Zhiga exhaled a heavy breath, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, both Zhu Jiuzhen and Wu Qingying lacked experience in the martial world and had never engaged in combat, allowing them to be easily intimidated by his presence, which in turn enabled him to effortlessly dispatch Zhu Jiuzhen. In a true confrontation, while Li Zhiga could emerge victorious, it would not be without difficulty. The Zhuwu Yinhuan manor was established by the brothers Zhu Ziliu and Wu Xiuan, carrying forward the legacy of several martial arts techniques from the Dali Duan family, including the Yang finger and the orchid touch from Peach Blossom Island, as well as the renowned Luoying divine sword. Even though Zhu Jiuzhen and Wu Qingying had yet to master their skills, they were certainly not mere bystanders. They were notable figures within the realm. Young Master Li, you are a benefactor to our family. Had it not been for your intervention earlier, I might have been beaten to death by that young lady, Wang Dawa expressed, his face pale as he thanked Li Zhiga. Chun Sohua reached out to touch the bloody whip marks on Wang Dawa's back, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Li Zhiga waved his hand and turned to Wang Dawa, his expression grave as he said, Brother Wang, you can no longer stay here. Wang Dawa hesitated slightly. Li Zhiga interrupted him, explaining, I have slain Zhu Jiuzhen, and it is quite possible that the people from Zhu Wuyan's manor will descend upon us at any moment. You must relocate immediately, without delay. Wang Dao's face was etched with profound remorse. My benefactor, it is we who have implicated you. We shall gather our belongings and depart at once. Li Zhiga cast a glance at the thatched cottage, then seized Wang Dao by the arm, urging him to abandon any hesitation and forsake their belongings. We must leave at once, he declared. As he spoke, Li Zhiga extracted 20 taels of silver from his bundle, placing the entire sum into Wang Dao's embrace, intent on relocating to a new abode. Can you ride a horse? He inquired. Wang Dao nodded affirmatively, confirming his ability. Li Zhiga immediately led the horse that Zhu Jiuzhen had left behind, helping Wang Dao and Chun Sohua onto its back. Brother Wang, remember to abandon the horse before reaching the town and drive it towards the more populated areas. You must take Xiaoniao to the less populated places, the farther, the better. After imparting this advice to the couple, Li Zhiga slapped the horse's rear with a resounding smack. The horse, feeling the sting, galloped away. On the horse's back, Chun Sohua cradled Wang Xiaoniao and gently said, Xiaoniao, remember the uncle named Li Zhiga and commit his appearance to memory. It was he who saved our family. When you grow up, find a way to repay the kindness he has shown us. Wang Xiaoniao sniffled and, in his innocence, nodded. Mother, I remember the uncle's face. Li Zhiga gazed at the vanishing figures of Qin Sui Hua and her family at the end of the narrow path, exhaling a long sigh of frustration. Wu Qingying ascended the mountain while those from the Zhu Wu Lianhuan manor descended, with a round trip taking at least 2 hours. Furthermore, having left behind his name, it was unlikely that the people from Zhu Wu Lianhuan manor would expend significant effort to pursue Chen Zuohua's family. Nevertheless, caution remained paramount. With this thought in mind, Li Zhiga promptly made his way to a nearby town. He intended to send a letter to his master, urging him to retreat into obscurity away from Qiantang County. In the future, he would undoubtedly offend many in the martial world, and he wished to spare his master from the ensuing troubles. At the mountain's peak, before a manor, Wu Qingying pushed open the grand door while cradling Zhu Jiuzhen, calling out loudly, "Father, come quickly. Jiuzhen's sister has been killed." As Wu Qingying's voice echoed, a middle-aged man, clad in splendid attire and sporting a formidable beard, emerged. He bore an air of great authority. Following him was a slender, meticulously groomed young man. This middle-aged figure, named Wu Lai, was one of the masters of Zhu Wu Lianhuan Manor, a descendant of the esteemed Wu Xiaowenwu. The other master, Zhu Chaoling, had perished 2 years prior, having fallen from a cliff alongside Zhang Wuji. The young man, known as Wei Bai, was Wu Qingying and Zhu Jiuzhen's cousin. Upon seeing her father and cousin, Wu Qingying burst into tears, exclaiming, "Father, cousin, Jiuzhen's sister suffered such a tragic fate. You must avenge her." The sight of Zhu Jiuzhen's lifeless body caused Wei Bai to shudder. Approaching Wu Qingying, he reached out to touch Zhu Jiuzhen's once vibrant, but now cold visage. His eyes blazing with fury as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who killed my cousin Jiuzhen?" Wu Qingying replied earnestly, "It was Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist sect." Wei Bai glared at her coldly, inquiring, "With Jiuzhen dead, why do you still live?" Wu Qingying looked up, her face paling instantly, as she regarded her cousin with unfamiliarity. Ignoring her, Wei Bai turned to Wu Lai, speaking with venom. "Uncle, my cousin Jiuzhen has met a cruel end. We cannot turn a blind eye. Please grant me some men, and I shall take them down the mountain to avenge Jiuzhen." Wu Lai shook his head, responding gravely, "Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist sect is no fool. He will not wait for you to exact vengeance. It is imperative that we first attend to Jiuzhen's funeral. Matters of revenge can be addressed later." Wei Bai shot a cold glance at Wu Lai, drawing his sword and declaring, "If you will not avenge my cousin Jiuzhen, I shall go alone." Watching Wei Bai's departing figure, Wu Lai turned to Wu Qingying with a mocking smile, saying, "Foolish girl, do you see now? Your inept cousin is hardly a worthy match. He has no regard for you whatsoever." Wu Qingying, placing Zhu Jiuzhen's body down, walked away in a daze, no longer mentioning matters of vengeance. Both she and Zhu Jiuzhen harbored feelings for their cousin, and she had once believed he favored her. But it now seemed he had a greater affection for Zhu Jiuzhen. Li Zhiga went to the town and penned a letter to his master uncle. Fearing that the rope might be insufficient in length, he purchased another bundle of rope before turning to head towards the mountain where Zhu Wulianhuan Manor was situated. Chapter 19, Delivering it to your cousin. As he made his journey back and forth, the sky had already darkened. Li Zhiga set down the 2 bundles of ropes resting upon his shoulders, casting a glance towards the young man ahead, whose appearance was adorned with an excess of oils and powders, illuminated by the dim moonlight. "Is it merely you?" he inquired, surveying the youth and then the surroundings. Feeling a measure of ease wash over him, the young man glared at Li Zhiga with a fierce gaze. Clad in resplendent robes, he wielded a sword in hand, his facial contours bearing a certain delicacy, and his skin as fair and tender as that of a woman, sufficient to garner admiration in later generations as a youthful heartthrob. "I am Wei Bai," he declared, "and Zhu Jiuzhen is my cousin. We grew up together, side by side." Li Zhiga tilted his head, and then what? Gazing at the serene and gentle Li Zhiga, Wei Bai's face contorted in anguish. He drew his long sword, gritting his teeth, and spoke with deliberate intensity. "You killed her. It was you who took her life. Why did you have to slay her? Your cousin, Jiuzhen, was so vivacious and delightful. How could you bear to end her life?" Wei Bai roared, his expression reflecting profound torment. Boom! Li Zhiga had already leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch. "Since you are so enamored with Zhu Jiuzhen, I shall send you to meet her." Wei Bai pivoted, his gaze fierce, as the long sword shimmered under the luminous moonlight. With a single stroke, he severed the gentle breeze, aiming for Li Zhiga's throat. Li Zhiga transformed his right hand from a fist to an open palm, striking the sword's body with a resounding slap, deflecting its trajectory. He then propelled his left fist towards Wei Bai's face. Wei Bai's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retaliated, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. Bang! The two figures separated, each retreating a few paces. Beneath the moonlight, Li Zhiga regarded Wei Bai's twisted visage and sighed, lamenting the shallowness of his internal strength. Otherwise, a mere 2 punches would suffice to vanquish someone of your ilk. Wei Bai's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. As he lunged forward with his sword aimed at Li Zhiga let out a cold laugh, disregarding the long sword thrust towards him by Wei Bai. With a powerful fist propelled by fierce momentum, he aimed directly at Wei Bai's heart. In a hurry, Wei Bai altered his stance, retracting the sword and positioning it horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! The fist struck the blade with tremendous force, sending Wei Bai hurtling backwards. His head raised as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His gaze no longer bore a menacing glare. Instead, it was tinged with panic as he exclaimed, "You are a madman, simply a madman." Li Zhiga curled the corner of his mouth, eliciting a mocking arc. "Are you afraid? Weren't you intending to avenge Zhu Jiuzhen? Why do you hesitate to stake your own life for mine?" In the brutal dance of combat, beyond mere martial prowess, numerous decisive factors come into play. Li Zhiga's internal strength paled in comparison to Wei Bai's profound prowess, and his martial arts were not as exquisite as Wei Bai's swordsmanship. Yet, Li Zhiga felt a sense of assurance against Wei Bai. This was due to the fact that Wei Bai's skills did not surpass his own by a significant margin. And moreover, Wei Bai harbored a fear of death. Wei Bai's expression shifted repeatedly as he rose to his feet, his long sword casting shadows as he once more lunged towards Li Zhiga, roaring, "Silence! I demand that you, vile rogue, pay with your life for the sake of my cousin, Jiuzhen." Li Zhiga advanced, disregarding Wei Bai's long sword, his fist striking the air with a thunderous crack. Having discerned Wei Bai's temperament, Li Zhiga unleashed his full might, adopting a life-and-death approach that left Wei Bai scrambling to evade. In moments of insufficient internal strength, a weapon wielder typically holds a distinct advantage over an unarmed opponent. Yet, Wei Bai found himself at a disadvantage, for he was overly protective of his own life. Had he been willing to endure a blow from Li Zhiga, he could have easily driven his sword into Li Zhiga's chest. Retreating further to the rock face by the roadside, Wei Bai found no refuge left to escape. As he beheld Li Zhiga's thunderous fist approaching, he clenched his teeth, his gaze ferocious, and roared, "Li Zhiga, meet your demise." This time, Wei Bai refused to evade. He resolved to exchange wounds for vengeance on behalf of his cousin. With all his strength, he thrust his sword toward Li Zhiga's chest, the blade rushing forth like a torrent, devoid of any possibility of retreat or change in strategy. With a sarcastic expression, Li Zhiga abruptly retracted his fist, swiftly shifting his stance as he bent backward, narrowly evading the forceful thrust of a sword aimed at him. In the next instant, his feet sprang into action like coiled springs, propelling his entire body forward as he delivered a powerful punch to Wei Bai's chest. The impact resonated with a muffled thud. Wei Bai's eyes widened, resembling brass bells, as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was tainted with fragments of internal organs. Struggling to raise a finger towards Li Zhiga, Wei Bai opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Li Zhiga scoffed coldly, stating that one must not exhaust their strength nor employ their techniques to the point of fatality, for otherwise, there would be no room for retreat. Did your master not impart this wisdom to you? Do not regard me in such a manner. I am the one who will escort you to meet Zhu Jiuzhen, and you ought to express your gratitude. Alas! Another mouthful of blood spewed forth as Wei Bai's head tilted to one side, descending. While his eyes remained fixed intently upon the ground, Li Zhiga picked up the burden and rope from the ground, turning towards the mountain without casting a glance at Wei Bai. Wu Lai did not descend to avenge Zhu Jiuzhen, a fact that did not surprise Li Zhiga. Wu Lai is a descendant of the brothers Wu Xiuwen and Wu Duanru, those two siblings lacking in both scholarly and virtuous qualities. Once served as lackeys to Guofu in their youth, nearly causing the demise of the legendary hero Yang Guo on Peach Blossom Island. As they matured, they fell into jealousy over Guofu, leading to fratricide. Although they maintained some semblance of integrity, their character made it unlikely that they would raise loyal and righteous descendants. Under the moonlight, Li Zhiga ascended to the mountain's peak. Atop the summit lay two villages, Zhu Village and Wu Village, collectively referred to as the Zhu-Wu linked alliance. While Wu Lai is already lamentable, it is unfortunate that Zhu Zilia's progeny are no better. Zhu Changling coveted the Dragon-Slaying Saber, prompting Zhu Jiuzhen to entice Zhang Wuji with her beauty in an attempt to extract the whereabouts of Xie Sun. However, their plot was overheard by Zhang Wuji, who, in the ensuing chase, fell from the cliff. As for Zhu Jiuzhen, She met her demise at her own hand. Circumventing the two villages, Li Zhiga searched for the better part of the night, finally reaching the edge of the cliff. The moon was sinking, and the horizon began to glow with a faint light. Gazing into the unfathomable abyss, Li Zhiga set down the rope from his shoulder, securing one end to an ancient tree and the other around his waist. Standing at the precipice, with a chisel in hand, he took a deep breath and murmured to himself, Zhang Wuji must have leapt from this very cliff. Chapter 20. First encounter with Zhang Wuji. The mountain wind howled fiercely. Li Zhiga clung to the uneven cliff face with both hands, descending cautiously. Despite the hemp rope fastened around his waist, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The thought of the rope snapping and plummeting into the abyss was too dreadful for Li Zhiga to contemplate. The sun had risen in the east, yet the mist had yet to dissipate. Li Zhiga raised his gaze, the cliff top looming several dozen meters above him. Lowering his eyes, he found nothing but mist and clouds obscuring his vision. Recalling the blood feud of his sect yet to be avenged, he gritted his teeth and persevered in his descent. After descending several more meters, he encountered a stone platform jutting out from the cliff face, upon which stood a venerable ancient tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward. Upon sighting this protruding stone platform, a sense of relief washed over Li Zhiga, and a smile emerged upon his countenance. Firmly landing on the stone platform, he surveyed his surroundings. It was here that Zhang Wuji had leapt from the cliff top, and it was the ancient cypress growing upon this platform that had ultimately saved him. Before Li Zhiga lay a narrow passage leading into the mountain, just wide enough for a slender person to squeeze through. Luxurious robes, now tattered, lay scattered among the bones within the cramped corridor. These bones, it seemed, belonged to Zhu Chongling. Zhang Wuji and Zhu Chongling had both plummeted from the cliff, landing on this very stone platform. At that time, Zhang Wuji was merely a boy of 12 or 13, his frame not yet fully developed, and he had managed to crawl through the narrow crevice. In contrast, Zhu Chongling became ensnared within the gap, unable to escape, ultimately perishing from starvation, leaving behind naught but a skeleton. Li Zhiga glanced at his imposing physique and felt grateful for his foresight in bringing along a chisel. Clearing away the bones to the side, he rolled up his sleeves and began to diligently carve out the narrow passage through the mountain's interior, the sound of metal striking stone echoing in the air. Beyond this passage lay a hidden paradise, where grass flourished and orioles sang under the bright sunshine, the air fragrant with blossoms. Perched upon a branch of a grand tree, a wild man clad in ill-fitting tattered garments perked up his ears, his face a mask of peculiar expression as he murmured to himself. Could it be that the people from Zhuwu Lian Huanzhuang have descended to seek Zhu Chongling? Are they intent on breaking through this passage to capture me and force my adoptive father's whereabouts from me? At this thought, even the ever-composed Zhang Wuji felt a flicker of irritation in his gaze. Observing his own palm, he reassured himself of the significant progress he had made in his cultivation of the nine-yang divine art, emboldening him against the followers of Zhuwu Lian Huanzhuang. He leaped down from the tree branch and made his way towards the valley's entrance, resolute in his intent to teach the intruders a lesson. On his shoulder, a small snow-white monkey chattered incessantly, seemingly inquiring after Zhang Wuji. Li Zhiga emerged from the passageway, discarding the chisel in his hand, and without a moment to appreciate the scenery of the valley, he found himself staring blankly at the wild man before him. This wild man was of modest stature, barely reaching 1.70 meters. His tattered garments appeared ill-fitting, while a thick beard adorned his face and his hair was in disarray. Yet, his eyes sparkled with clarity. This must be Zhang Wuji. Before Li Zhiga could utter a word, a fist came flying towards him. Li Zhiga instinctively retaliated. Bang! Their fists collided, and Li Zhiga staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Is this the power of the Juyang divine skill? Such a surging flow of true energy. Li Zhiga's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the savage before him. At this moment, Zhang Wuji appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Having practiced the nine-yang divine art for merely 2 or 3 years, yet he possessed such profound, true energy. Given Zhang Wuji's nature, it was likely he had retained some strength. As Zhang Wuji prepared to strike again, Li Zhiga quickly interjected, "Halt! Why do you wish to attack me?" Zhang Wuji, being a man of integrity, truly ceased his actions, his eyes filled with caution as he inquired. "You are not here to capture me and interrogate me about the whereabouts of my adoptive father, are you?" Li Zhiga tilted his head and inquired, "Who are you? And who is your adoptive father? Why should I capture you to interrogate you about your father's whereabouts?" At this moment, Zhang Wuji was no longer a child. He had witnessed the tragic suicide of his parents and had seen the ruthless extermination of Ji Xiaofu by the formidable master of the extermination sect. He had also endured the seductive advances of Zhu Jiuzhen. His vigilance remained intact, yet he coldly asked, "What is your identity and what brings you here?" Li Zhiga chuckled heartily and replied, "I am Li Zhiga, the leader of the Divine Fist sect. I have come here in pursuit of a sacred text known as the Nine Sun Scripture." Influenced by Li Zhiga's jovial laughter, Zhang Wuji lowered his guard, a smile beginning to grace his face. It turned out that he was merely seeking the Nine Sun Scripture rather than coercing information about his adoptive father's whereabouts. Li Zhiga's eyes flickered as he inquired, "Young brother, who might you be? You appear quite youthful. What brings you to this place?" He realized that confronting Zhang Wuji head-on was not an option. Li Zhiga made a judgment, his laughter ringing out with added clarity. Although Zhang Wuji was honest, he was not foolish. With a quick glance, he scratched his tousled hair and smiled at Li Zhiga, saying, "Brotherly, my name is Zheng Ainyo. I accidentally fell from the mountaintop and inadvertently stumbled into this valley." Li Zhiga nodded, believing it to be true, and did not pursue the matter further. Glancing at Zhang Wuji before him, Li Zhiga smiled and continued, "Over a century ago, within the depths of the Shaolin Temple scripture repository, there existed an unparalleled martial art known as the Nine Yang Manual. At that time, two formidable masters infiltrated Shaolin to steal the Nine Yang Manual, and they fled to Kunlun, concealing it in a valley hidden behind a sheer cliff. Brother Ainyu, it is highly probable that the Nine Yang Manual lies within this valley. As you are also a practitioner of martial arts, once I uncover the Nine Yang Manual, I shall certainly present it for us to contemplate together." Zhang Wuji's expression became somewhat awkward. He nodded stiffly, at a loss for words. Li Zhiga turned around and said, "Brother Ainyo, I am off in search of scriptures. Would you care to join me in this pursuit?" Zhang Wuji shook his head, feeling somewhat conflicted. "Brotherly, I harbor no interest in martial arts. You may go on your own." Li Zhiga nodded and turned away. For 3 consecutive days, he devoted himself to the search for the Nine Yang Manual. Zhang Wuji stoked the campfire, roasting 2 fish in his hands. With a somewhat evasive gaze, he inquired of Li Zhiga, "Brotherly, you have gone 3 days without sleep? Scouring the valley thoroughly. Is the Nine Yang Manual truly of such paramount importance to you?" Li Zhiga let out a heavy sigh, expressing the profound significance of the Nine Yang Manual to him. "Brother Ainyu, to be candid, my pursuit of the Nine Yang Manual is driven by the desire to cultivate formidable martial skills and seek vengeance for my master and senior sister. Years ago, my master, senior sister, and several senior brothers were traversing the foot of Emei mountain. Due to my brother's praises of the Ming cult as heroic figures, the merciless matriarch of Emei drew the heavenly sword and ruthlessly struck down my master, senior sister, and several brothers. I swore before my master's grave that if I did not avenge this wrong, I would face the wrath of the heavens. Alas, my martial prowess is feeble, rendering me incapable of confronting the matriarch." As he spoke, Li Zhiga's voice choked with emotion, and tears shimmered in his eyes. This time he spoke the truth, revealing his heart to Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji gazed at Li Zhiga, feeling a pang of sorrow. Memories flooded back from years prior, when he and his parents returned from Ice Fire Island to celebrate their master's centenary birthday. He vividly recalled how the self-proclaimed righteous sect members pressured his parents for the whereabouts of his adoptive father and the Dragon-Slaying Saber during the celebration. He witnessed his father take his own life, hiding in his mother's embrace, and saw her plunge a dagger into her own abdomen, with bloodied hands. She turned his face towards her, softly instructing, "Wuji, remember the faces of those individuals. When you grow up, ensure they all meet their end to avenge your parents." Not a single one spared. Among that group was the matriarch of Emei. Looking at the towering figure of Li Zhiga, Zhang Wuji suppressed a sniffle and suddenly struck himself across the face, silently chastising, "Zhang Wuji, you are truly a disgrace. Brother Li genuinely cares for you, and he desperately seeks the Nine Yang Manual to avenge his sect. How could you deceive him?" Li Zhiga looked up at Zhang Wuji, a hint of confusion in his gaze. "Brother Ainyo, what are you doing?" Zhang Wuji's face was filled with remorse, his voice slightly choked. "Brotherly, I am truly sorry. You have treated me with sincerity, yet I have deceived you. You mentioned that upon finding the Nine Sun Scripture, you would share it with me for our mutual enlightenment, but I had already discovered the scripture long ago. Instead of presenting it to you, I concealed it." As he spoke, Zhang Wuji pulled out a bundle from his bosom. Unwrapping it, He revealed 4 blue-covered tomes, each inscribed with the characters for 9 Sun scripture. Li Zhiga did not reach out to take the books, but instead stared blankly at Zhang Wuji. Before him stood a youth still imbued with innocence and kindness. "Oh, Zhang Wuji, your mother only warned you that the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she may be. Yet she failed to mention that the handsomest of men can be equally treacherous." It pained Li Zhiga to deceive such a pure-hearted boy. Fixing his gaze upon the earnest youth, he asked gravely, "Brother Enyo, the 9 Sun scripture is an extraordinary martial arts manual. Are you truly willing to give it to me?" Zhang Wuji chuckled softly. "Brotherly, it is merely a martial arts manual. Why do you react so? Did you not also say that upon finding the 9 Sun scripture, you would share it with me for our mutual enlightenment?" Li Zhiga did not respond. Instead, he reached out to accept the scripture, solemnly stating, "Brother Enyo, I thank you. I shall not take this divine skill without due consideration. Consider it a favor owed to you. In the future, you may call upon this favor, and I shall assist you with a task within my capabilities." Zhang Wuji shook his head, letting out a deep sigh, and replied, "Brotherly, by saying this, you imply that you do not regard me as a brother." Li Zhiga playfully struck Zhang Wuji with a fist, chiding him with a laugh. "You impudent rascal, do not present yourself before me with such an air of pretentious maturity." Zhang Wuji, his eyes twinkling with amusement, clasped his shoulders and feigned a fall to the ground, exclaiming, "Brotherly, your blows are rather severe. I fear you have fractured my scapula." The laughter of the two echoed continuously throughout the valley. A small white ape perched in the trees scratched its head in confusion. Gazing at the two rascals below, its eyes filled with a sense of forlornness. Chapter 21. The 9 Yang Divine Skill, Ascending the Clouds. The valley was enveloped by towering mountains. Within it, the grass flourished and the orioles sang, basking in the sunlight. It was a veritable paradise, a realm of eternal spring. Li Zhiga sat cross-legged by the tranquil lake, a wisp of ethereal purple mist emanating from the crown of his head. At this moment, his azure robes had faded to a pale hue, his hair had grown considerably, and a thick beard adorned his face. Half a year had passed. It had been a full 6 months since he obtained the 9 Sun scripture. Yet, despite the passage of time, Li Zhiga had only just managed to cultivate the first volume of the scripture. The 9 Sun scripture comprises a total of 4 volumes. While Zhang Wuji had already embarked on the cultivation of the 3rd volume, Li Zhiga inquired of Zhang Wuji the duration he spent cultivating the first volume. Zhang Wuji's response was a mere 2 months, which left Li Zhiga feeling somewhat disheartened. While Zhang Wuji achieved mastery of the first volume of the 9 Yang scripture in just 2 months, Li Zhiga found himself needing half a year. Could it be that his innate talent truly paled in comparison to that of Zhang Wuji? In due course, however, Li Zhiga discerned that it was not a deficiency in his own abilities that set them apart, but rather the peculiar circumstances surrounding Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji bore the remnants of the Xianming divine palm within him, which contained an essence of extreme yin and cold. As the aphorism states, "Lonely yin does not give rise, and solitary yang does not thrive." Due to the presence of Xianming true energy within his body, Zhang Wuji was able to progress at an astonishing pace in his initial cultivation of the 9 Yang scripture, mastering the first volume within a brief span of 2 months. Li Zhiga stroked his chin, contemplating how to accelerate his cultivation speed. Having mastered the first volume of the 9 Yang divine art, the true energy within his dantian had surged in both strength and vitality, amplifying his combat prowess several-fold compared to before entering the valley. Should he encounter characters like Mei Qiaofeng or Wei Bei now, he was confident he could dispatch them with a single punch. However, facing the formidable Master Extinction would likely prove insufficient. Moreover, Master Extinction wielded the sky-soaring sword. He must cultivate the second volume of the 9 Yang divine art to earn the qualification to confront Master Extinction on Emei and vanquish her. The 9 Yang divine art is regarded as the pinnacle of internal martial arts in the martial world. Once mastered, it purifies the marrow and generates a radiant true energy. With an astonishingly rapid recovery rate, seemingly boundless in nature, Li Zhiga casually unleashed a punch, and even with the infusion of the 9 Yang true qi, his fist emanated an unparalleled destructive force. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities of the 9 Yang true qi are unrivaled. Even though Li Zhiga has only mastered the first volume, he can summon the true qi to shield his entire body, effectively rebounding external attacks. Most importantly, the 9 Yang scriptures encompass the profound principles of martial arts. And once perfected, one can readily employ the myriad techniques of martial disciplines. Within the 4 volumes of the scriptures, there are methods such as the transformation of muscles and bones, turtle breathing, and wall crawling, among others. Li Zhiga had mastered several techniques, including the transformation of muscles and bones, the breath of the turtle, and the wall crawling of the gecko. Reflecting on how Zhang Wuji, due to the influence of the profound Yin divine palm and the stimulation of the profound Yin true qi, could accelerate his cultivation of the 9 yang divine art, Li Zhiga felt a stirring of ambition. Li Zhiga naturally would not seek to confront He Biweng and Lu Zhangke, but he could certainly borrow the cold jade bed from the ancient tomb sect to cultivate the 9 yang divine art. The cold jade bed possesses the remarkable ability to assist in practice and stimulate the circulation of true energy. Thus, utilizing the cold jade bed to enhance the cultivation of 9 yang true energy would indeed yield remarkable results with minimal effort. With this thought in mind, Li Zhiga found himself unable to remain still. He was eager to master the 2nd volume of the 9 yang scriptures and ascend Emei to vanquish the ruthless master of extinction. Over the course of 6 months, Zhang Wuji had grown taller, now standing at an impressive height of 1.70 meters, though his garments seemed increasingly ill-fitting. By the flickering light of the campfire, Zhang Wuji observed Li Zhiga busily handling animal hides and inquired with a grin, "Brotherly, are you crafting a kite? In this valley, with its towering ancient trees and lack of open ground, your kite is unlikely to take flight." Li Zhiga smiled and replied, "Brother Ainyu, I must take my leave from here. Would you care to accompany me?" Zhang Wuji was taken aback, his face filled with reluctance. "Brotherly, why the haste to depart?" Li Zhiga spoke with a heavy heart. "Brother Ainyu, my progress in mastering the 9 yang scriptures has been regrettably slow. I intend to seek a more suitable environment to complete the 2nd volume of the scriptures at the earliest opportunity, and then ascend Mount Emei to avenge our master and sister. Brother Ainyu, let us depart together. There is no one left here. It would be too solitary for you to remain alone after I leave." The firelight cast a glow upon Zhang Wuji's bearded face, and he seemed momentarily lost in thought. It had been nearly 5 years since their parting at Butterfly Valley, and he deeply missed his revered master. However, he was not yet ready to leave. He planned to rid himself of the cold poison within before returning to Wudong to surprise his master. After some contemplation, Zhang Wuji shook his head and smiled at Li Zhiga, saying, "Brotherly, you should go ahead." Li Zhiga nodded, refraining from dissuading Zhang Wuji. Observing the tall figure of Li Zhiga and reflecting upon their companionship over the past 6 months, Zhang Wuji felt a flicker of hesitation. Ultimately, he could no longer contain his thoughts and spoke. "Brotherly, the abbot of Emei, Master Mieju, wields the heavenly sword and possesses formidable skills. Aside from your set of divine fist and a style of eagle claw, you lack knowledge of other martial arts. Pursuing Master Mieju for revenge could prove perilous. Perhaps I could impart to you a technique of lightness skill?" Li Zhiga was taken aback, and it dawned on him that Zhang Wuji was the son of Zhang Chuishan and Yin Su Su, as well as the adopted son of Xie Sun. In addition to the 9 yang divine skill, he also possessed various martial arts from the Wudong sect and the Heavenly Eagle cult, and had even acquired some rudimentary knowledge of the 7 injuries fist from Xie Sun. Li Zhiga did not decline Zhang Wuji's kind gesture, smilingly inquired, "Brother Ainyu, what lightness skills do you possess?" Zhang Wuji gazed at Li Zhiga, his eyes reflecting a hint of remorse. "Brotherly, I must apologize. In truth, I have deceived you. My name is not Zhang Ainyu. I am Zhang Wuji, a disciple of the Wudong sect." Zhang Wuji's candid revelation left Li Zhiga momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Li Zhiji's demeanor, Zhang Wuji curiously asked, "Brotherly, why are you not the least bit surprised? Do you not wish to inquire about anything else?" Li Zhiga, regaining his composure, chuckled and said, "Regardless of whether you are Zhang Wuji or Wei Wuji, you are my dear brother Ainyu. What is there to be astonished about? Moreover, there are countless individuals in the martial world who covet the Dragon-Slaying Saber. It is only prudent for you to conceal your true identity. You have done nothing to wrong me. On the contrary, the fact that you have confided your lineage to me signifies your utmost trust, and I would not dare to pry further." Brotherly, as Zhang Wuji beheld Li Zhiga's towering figure, reminiscent of an iron tower, coupled with his hearty smile, tears shimmered in his eyes, moved beyond measure. He silently mused, "Brotherly is truly a man of integrity, upright and steadfast." Noticing the glimmer in Zhang Wuji's gaze, Li Zhiga shuddered, goosebumps rising upon his skin. Rubbing his eyes, Zhang Wuji chuckled, "Brotherly, Lacking lightness of step will lead to considerable misfortune in the martial world. Allow me to teach you the art of Wudong's cloud-traversing stairs. Li Zhiga hesitated for a moment, saying, Brother Wuji, the art of ascending clouds is a supreme and secret lightness skill of the Wudong sect. Is it all right for you to impart it to me without Master Zhang's consent? Zhang Wuji waved his hand dismissively and replied, Brotherly, it is of no consequence. Our revered master is magnanimous and will not concern himself with such trivial matters. Moreover, I trust that you, Brotherly, are an honorable and upright man, steadfast in your integrity and would never commit any wrongdoing. Li Zhiga could not help but acknowledge that he was deeply moved by the benevolent youth before him. Although Zhang Wuji faced numerous challenges in navigating his personal emotions, it was undeniable that he treated him with great kindness. Li Zhiga gazed solemnly at Zhang Wuji, earnestly stating, Brother Wuji, I assure you, I shall never commit malevolence in the Jianghu. I trust you, brotherly, Zhang Wuji replied. The following day, Li Zhiga emerged from the valley and stood upon the stone platform that jutted out over the abyss. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the chasm, he secured the kite crafted from animal hide to his back, turned to Zhang Wuji, waved his hand, and cheerfully exclaimed, Brother Wuji, I shall take my leave first. We shall meet again in the Jianghu. With that, Li Zhiga spread his arms wide like wings and leapt into the air. Zhang Wuji remained on the stone platform, watching the distant figure of Li Zhiga fade away, filled with reluctance. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Brotherly, take care. Until we meet again in the Jiangpu. Chapter 22. A request to meet the master of the ancient tomb after departing from Kunlun. A journey of 2 days southward led them into the territory of northern Shaanxi. The arid expanse of the northwest was scarce in precipitation. Throughout the journey, Li Zhiga witnessed chaos unfolding around him. The members of the Ming sect raised their rebellious banners, rallying numerous insurgent factions determined to overthrow the Yuan dynasty's rule. While engaging in insurrection, the Ming sect also clashed with several prominent Jianghu sects, compelling Li Zhiga to admire the immense power and vast following of the Ming sect. Li Zhiga traversed the road with an imposing stature akin to that of an iron tower, which deterred any nefarious bandits from obstructing his path. Upon his arrival in Fengyuan, he sought refuge in a local inn. At this time, the city was referred to as Fengyuan, but it was formerly known as Chang'an, a city steeped in a millennia of history. Li Zhiga arrived here because the majestic Zhongnan mountain lies just beyond the outskirts of this grand city. Having shaved his beard and donned a fresh attire, he stepped out of his room and into the bustling hall of the inn, calling out in a deep voice, Young lad, please slice 5 pounds of cooked beef and bring forth 2 fine jugs of wine. Finding a table, Li Zhiga settled in, patiently awaiting the young server's return with his meal. The server soon approached, bearing a generous platter of expertly sliced beef, and placed the 2 jugs of clear wine upon the table. With utmost respect, he addressed Li Zhiga, saying, Esteemed hero, your food and drink have arrived. Please enjoy, and should you require anything further, do not hesitate to summon me. Li Zhiga nodded, leisurely commencing his meal, occasionally sipping from a small cup of wine. His tall stature, coupled with his martial training, had significantly increased his appetite. 5 pounds of beef posed no challenge for him. At the adjacent table sat 2 downcast wanderers of the martial world, who clearly lacked Li Zhiga's lavishness, as they observed him indulging in meat and wine. The 2 forlorn swordsmen swallowed hard, casting glances at the vegetables on their table, finding them utterly unappetizing. In an effort to divert their attention, one of the men, marked by a face full of pockmarks, spoke up loudly, Wu Er, I have encountered something peculiar. You may find it hard to believe. Intrigued, the man named Wu Er leaned in and inquired, What strange occurrence? The pockmarked man glanced around cautiously, then, reassured, began to speak in a hushed tone. Yesterday, I saw a female ghost in the eastern part of the city. You wouldn't believe it. She resembled a celestial being, truly breathtaking, perhaps surpassing even the emperor's consorts. Wu Er chuckled, retorting, Wang Matzi, what woman do you deem unattractive? To you, even a sow appears as a heavenly fairy. Besides, where would one find a female ghost in this world? If you encountered a ghostly woman, then I must have met a goddess myself yesterday. Wang Matzi, growing agitated, raised his hand in earnest, declaring, Wu Er, I swear I am not deceiving you. Yesterday, in the eastern part of the city, a ghostly woman clad in yellow was accompanied by a ghostly maid. Just a distant glance, and my soul was captivated. I followed them out of the city and up the mountain. Can you guess what happened next? Lowering his voice, Wang Mozi's expression grew more enigmatic. The woman in yellow and her maid entered an ancient tomb, and that maid turned back to smile at me, leaving my legs trembling in fear. Even now, I am still in shock. Observing Wang Mozi's visibly shaken demeanor, Wu Er was somewhat convinced and also lowered his voice, asking, "Is it true?" Wang Mozi affirmed with unwavering sincerity, "Absolutely, without a doubt." Li Zhige's expression subtly shifted as he picked up a plate and a wine jug. Taking a seat before the two swordsmen, with a smile directed at Wang Mozi, he inquired, "Dear brother, might I trouble you to guide me to the location where that female ghost entered the ancient tomb yesterday?" Wang Mozi shook his head vigorously, his movements resembling a rattling drum. "Absolutely not. Ghosts are known to devour the living. If I lead you there and you fall prey to the ghost, that would be unfortunate. But what of my own fate if I were to be consumed?" Wu Er quickly interjected, "My friend, the tales of spirits and phantoms are best approached with caution. It is wiser to remain disinterested in such matters." Li Zhige does not offer any explanations. The swordsman encounters the woman in the yellow dress, who is none other than the current leader of the ancient tomb sect. Li Zhige arrived here with the intent of seeking the ancient tomb sect, hoping to cultivate the Jiuyang Jinjing using the cold jade bed. However, the vastness of Mount Zhongnan necessitated a gradual search, yet unexpectedly, someone before him seemed to possess precise knowledge of the tomb's location. Removing his satchel, he extracted a silver ingot weighing 10 taels and placed it upon the table. With a smile, he addressed the two knife wielders, stating that if they were willing to guide him, the ingot would be theirs. The two did not respond verbally. Instead, their gaze shifted to the satchel that Li Zhige carried. In this expansive northwestern land, those who lived by the blade were far from virtuous. They were desperate outlaws, thriving on the edge of mortality. A glimmer of greed sparkled in Wang Mozi's eyes as he reached out to seize the satchel from Li Zhige's shoulder. "Ah, let go. Let go." In the next moment, Wang Mozi let out a wail, his remaining hand frantically pounding the table. Li Zhige's hand gripped Wang Mozi's wrist like a vice. A mocking expression etched upon his face. Beside them, Wu Er's countenance shifted dramatically. In an instant, he drew his blade, his gaze fierce as he menacingly threatened Li Zhige. "Release my brother, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Li Zhige raised his eyes and teasingly inquired, "How do you intend to treat me rudely?" The young man declared, "You seek death." Wu Er's expression morphed into a ferocious snarl as he swung his broadsword, cleaving the air with a menacing force that summoned a gust of bloodlust, delivering a powerful strike aimed squarely at Li Zhige's head. Clang! Li Zhige raised his other hand, forming a fist enveloped in a mist of purple energy, which struck the blade with force. Wu Er, gripping the hilt, stood frozen in place, while a fragment of the blade fell to the ground, embedding itself into the wooden floor of the inn. Wang Mozi ceased to cry out in pain, his mouth agape in astonishment. The two desperate cutthroats, seasoned in the art of bloodshed, realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle, a true master of martial arts. Within the inn, numerous gazes turned towards the unfolding spectacle. Li Zhige paid no heed to the gazes of others and addressed the two individuals before him, stating, "I offer you both a choice. Either you obediently guide me, or I shall incapacitate you." Having mastered the first volume of the Nine Sun Scripture, Li Zhige was no longer the mere ruffian he once was. He now perceived himself as a formidable figure, perhaps not on par with the leaders of the major sects, yet easily capable of overpowering elite disciples like Ding Minjun and Song Qishu. The two swordsmen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, were not as resolute as they might have been. Thus, Li Zhige followed closely behind the two swordsmen as they ascended the Zhannan mountain. As they progressed, the signs of civilization dwindled, and the environment grew increasingly serene. After a considerable time, the two swordsmen led Li Zhige to a grand ancient tomb, its entrance dark and profound, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, as if it could swallow a person whole. Beside this ominous entrance stood a stone door, presumably the dragon-stop stone that Yanghua had once set down. Later, the members of the ancient tomb sect had excavated an alternative passage adjacent to it. Towering ancient trees surrounded the area, creating a tranquil and secluded atmosphere, where the only sound was that of birdsong. As he gazed upon the foreboding entrance of the tomb, Wang Mozi trembled and exclaimed, "Hero, those female ghosts entered through here. I have brought you to this place. May I return now?" Li Zhige had yet to respond when a girl clad in a dress of willow green emerged from the dark and profound grave. Her expression was eerie, and her smile unnervingly sinister as she addressed the three. Would you care to join me? Ghost. Both Wang Matsi and Wu Erdeo abandoned all semblance of bravery, scrambling away in terror. Haraha. These two are truly cowardly. The girl laughed heartily, clutching her stomach, nearly brought to tears by her amusement at the sight of Wang Matsi and Wu Erdeo fleeing in utter panic. Noticing that Li Zhiga remained rooted in place, his countenance devoid of any fear, the girl inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you afraid?" Li Zhiga chuckled and shook his head, remarking that the young lady was not truly a female ghost, so there was no reason for him to feel fear. The girl rolled her eyes and retorted, "You are quite dull. Who are you, and what brings you to this ancient tomb?" She inquired about Li Zhiga's intentions. Li Zhiga bowed respectfully to the young maiden, introducing himself as Li Zhiga from the Divine Fist sect. He had come to pay a visit to the master of the ancient tomb, seeking permission to borrow the cold jade bed for his training. The maiden shook her head, stating that she could not make such decisions. He would need to speak with Sister Yang about it. Li Zhiga nodded and called out towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. "This is Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist sect, seeking an audience with the master of the tomb." Not far away, Wu Er and Wang Matsi halted, exchanging glances filled with both avarice and animosity. It was indeed Li Zhiga, the formidable warrior who had slain the leader of the giant whale gang, Bei Qiaofeng, as well as the Shaolin monk Yuan. For the past 6 months, Masters Yuan Yin and Yuan Yi of Shaolin had been scouring the martial world for his whereabouts. Unfazed by the specter of the woman, the two hastened down the mountain. Chapter 23. The woman in the yellow robe and the cold jade bed. The ancient tomb lay nestled in a desolate mountain, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Li Zhiga stood at the entrance of the tomb and respectfully called out. Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist sect seeks an audience with the master of this ancient tomb. When one seeks a favor, one must embody the humility of a supplicant. The master of this tomb is a descendant of the legendary hero Yang Guo, having diligently studied the profound martial arts, including the Nine Manual, from a young age. Furthermore, the mystical cold jade bed, which has existed for a millennium, has facilitated her accelerated cultivation. Though she may be young, her martial prowess would undoubtedly rank among the pinnacle in the realm of martial arts. Beside Li Zhiga, the girl in the green skirt smiled playfully and inquired, "Sister Yang, shall we allow him to enter the ancient tomb?" "Hu in let him in," a cold voice echoed from within the tomb, causing Li Zhiga to exhale in relief. Had the master of the tomb denied him entry, he would have had to devise another plan. Given his current martial prowess, he was unlikely to be a match for the tomb's master. Following the girl named Hu in through a winding path, Li Zhiga finally arrived before a tranquil pond within the tomb. The pond, though small, was profoundly deep and a mesmerizing shade of emerald obscuring its depths, save for the glimmering white fish that danced beneath the surface. At the center of the pond stood a wooden cabin, where a woman clad in a yellow robe awaited. She appeared to be in her early 20s, though her exact age was indiscernible, possessing an exquisitely slender figure and a visage as radiant as purest jade. She exuded an air of ethereal grace, akin to a celestial being. Her eyes, sparkling like a constellation of stars, scrutinized Li Zhiga as she spoke in a chillingly serene tone. "You are Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist sect? I have not heard of you. How did you come to know of the tomb's location?" Her gaze was captivating, almost hypnotic, as if it held the power to ensnare one's very soul. Li Zhiga felt a sudden chill run through him, realizing that this woman had mastered the soul transference technique from the Nine Manual, granting her the ability to hypnotize others. Avoiding her gaze, Li Zhiga answered candidly, "Yesterday, a wandering swordsman followed the young lady to the ancient tomb. It was he who brought me here." The woman nodded and inquired further, "What was your purpose for visiting the ancient tomb?" Li Zhiga directly stated the purpose of his visit. "My dear lady, I have cultivated a remarkable skill known as the Nine Yang Scripture. Upon hearing that the ancient tomb sect's millennium-old cold jade bed possesses extraordinary benefits for cultivation, I sought your esteemed assistance to utilize it." The woman's gaze sharpened, her voice as frigid as ever. "The ancient tomb sect is isolated from the world, refraining from engaging in the martial realm. How did you come to learn of our millennium-old cold jade bed?" Li Zhiga, unfazed, spoke with ease. "My family has ancestral ties to the esteemed Wang Chongyang, the founder of Chuanjin. Hence, I am aware that the immortal Zhangong presented the cold jade bed to the revered master Chaoyin of the ancient tomb sect." "You are lying. Your words lack contemplation, and you dare not meet my gaze." thus revealing your deceit. Li Zhiga was momentarily taken aback. The master of the ancient tomb sect, though young and inexperienced in the ways of the world, had surprisingly managed to uncover so many flaws within him. Look into my eyes. The voice of the woman in the yellow robe possessed an enchanting quality, compelling Li Zhiga to meet her gaze involuntarily. In a daze, he heard a voice ask, "How did you come to know about the millennium-old cold jade bed of the ancient tomb sect?" The tone was somewhat familiar, prompting Li Zhiga to instinctively respond. However, as he opened his mouth, clarity washed over him, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He calmly replied, "My ancestors had connections with the founder of the Chuanjian sect, Master Chongyang, which is why I am aware of the millennium-old cold jade bed." What an impressive soul-shifting technique. Li Zhiga inwardly marveled. Merely locking eyes with the woman in the yellow dress nearly ensnared him in a trance. Beside the wooden cabin, the woman nodded in satisfaction, realizing she had misjudged the youth before her. In the realm of martial arts, there were indeed masters capable of resisting her soul-altering techniques. But they were either those who had reached the pinnacle of their craft or seasoned warriors, resolute in spirit, who had emerged from the battlefield. Her voice, no longer as frigid as their first encounter, was calm as she spoke. In the pursuit of martial arts, one must progress steadily and methodically. Why do you hasten to elevate your skills, seeking to cultivate on the cold jade bed of the ancient tomb? Li Zhiga replied, "To seek vengeance. My master, my senior sister, and several senior brothers have all met a tragic end at the hands of our enemies. Within the Sacred Fist sect, only my uncle and I remain. My master has bestowed upon me a profound kindness, and should I fail to avenge him, I would lack the face to continue living in this world. However, my abilities are meager, rendering me no match for our foes. Having finally discovered a remarkable technique, it is only natural for me to aspire to master it swiftly, so that I may avenge my sect and settle the scores of hatred." Li Zhiga refrained from revealing that his adversary was the ruthless master of extinction. The Emei sect represents the legacy left by Guixiang, who shares a profound connection with Yanghua. If the truth were to be disclosed, this lady in the yellow shirt might not lend him the cold jade bed for his cultivation. She might even impede his quest for vengeance. Before the wooden cabin, the yellow-clad woman softened her gaze upon Li Zhiga and spoke gently. "Among all virtues, filial piety is paramount. Considering your fervent desire to avenge your master, I may permit you to use the cold jade bed for your cultivation. However, how do you intend to repay me?" Li Zhiga pondered for a moment and inquired, "I possess an unparalleled internal cultivation technique. Shall I bestow this skill upon you as a token of gratitude?" The woman in the yellow dress shook her head, replying, "I, as a disciple of the ancient tomb sect, am already endowed with profound teachings such as the Nine Manual and the Jade Maiden Heartsword technique, rendering your skill unnecessary." Li Zhiga found himself in a predicament, offering a wry smile as he said, "My dear lady, I possess little of material wealth. How about I owe you a favor instead? Should you ever require my assistance, I would not hesitate to brave the mountains of blades or plunge into boiling oil." The woman in the yellow dress shook her head, replying, "Your martial skills are lacking. Your favor would be of no use to me." Observing the awkwardness of Li Zhiga standing there, the woman chuckled softly, "Very well, I shall consider it a good deed." She then turned and entered the wooden cabin, her voice resonating coldly within. "Huaner, take him to the ice chamber." A girl in a green skirt approached Li Zhiga, grinning widely. "Oh, big oaf. You truly have your way. I never imagined Sister Yang would lend you the cold jade bed." Li Zhiga bent towards the wooden house in the center of the water pond, respectfully bowing and expressing his gratitude. "I dare to inquire, may I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" "Yang Qingqing," she replied. Li Zhiga expressed his gratitude once more, following the lively girl in the green skirt as she led him towards a secluded passage. The girl, full of vivacity, chattered incessantly, introducing herself as Wang Yuan, the personal maid of Sister Yang, insisting that he remember her name. "One must bow their head when under a roof," she quipped, though Li Zhiga found her somewhat boisterous. He dared not show any disrespect and replied, "I have met Miss Yuan." Wang Yuan, though petite, possessed an abundance of words and a rather irritable temperament. She retorted, "Look at you, a rough and uncouth warrior. Why mimic the pretentious speech of impoverished scholars?" "Rough and uncouth," Li Zhiga mused, recalling that he had once triumphed against countless adversaries in the imperial examination. With his bachelor's degree, he would certainly be regarded as a Jiren in this era. Nevertheless, he chose not to engage in petty squabbles with the girl and acquiesced. "What you say is true, Miss Yuan. I shall amend my ways henceforth. As they conversed, Wang Yuan brought Li Zhiga to a hidden chamber. Before they even entered, a wave of cold air rushed forth, awakening the dormant Jiuyang true qi within him. Upon seeing the jade bed, glimmering a deep blue and exuding frost, Li Zhiga's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, this journey to the ancient tomb had been worthwhile. The cold jade bed would surely stimulate the rapid circulation of his Jiuyang true qi. Beside him, Wang Yuan shivered, drawing her neck into her collar, and grumbled. This place is freezing. I truly do not understand why you people treasure the cold jade bed so dearly. You can stay here to cultivate. I shall bring you meals daily. Chapter 24. The ancient tomb fears not the Shaolin. In the dim, sunless chamber, Li Zhiga sat cross-legged upon the jade bed, which shimmered like azure and radiated cold. Wisps of violet mist continually rose from above his head. Deep within the ancient tomb, where sunlight never penetrated, Li Zhiga had been cultivating for over half a year. His once bronze skin had paled considerably. During this time, apart from the punctual delivery of meals by Wang Yuan, he had encountered no one else. The chilling essence of the millennium-old cold jade was bone deep. Even in sleep, the Jiuyang true qi would autonomously circulate, warding off the frigid air from invading his body. Coupled with his relentless dedication to cultivation, day and night, he had finally mastered the second volume of the Jiuyang scripture over these 6 months. The Jiuyang scripture consisted of 4 volumes, each increasingly challenging to master. However, with the completion of the second volume, Li Zhiga's progress was evident. Within his dantian, the ethereal Jiuyang true qi resembled a vast ocean, and he had nearly connected all his meridians. He merely needed to open the remaining rin and du meridians to elevate to a new realm, stepping into the legendary innate stage. In the martial world, those who had ascended to the innate realm were exceedingly rare. The living legend on Wudong Mountain had surely long surpassed this stage. One could only wonder how far along the path of the innate he had ventured, perhaps even breaking through to the next level beyond. After all, that individual is an unparalleled master of extraordinary renown, a figure who can be likened to the venerable Bodhidharma. Having traversed tribulations, calamities, and hardships, the 3 monks from Shaolin who have engaged in silent meditation for over 30 years must also possess remarkable innate abilities. Yang Dingtian, who has achieved the 4th level of the Great Shift of the Universe, is one such master. However, by this time, he has long since turned to dust. If my conjecture is correct, Yang Qingqing has also broken through to the innate realm. Being the descendant of the legendary hero of the Condor, she enjoys exceptional advantages, having grown up consuming jade bees and white fish, while also training in numerous unparalleled martial arts of the realm. It has been over half a year since I last parted ways with that young man, Zhang Wuji. I wonder if he has completed the 3rd volume of the 9-Yang Manual. Should he have succeeded, Zhang Wuji would also be a master of the innate realm. On the surface, the martial world is home to only a handful of experts who have transcended the innate level, though it remains uncertain if there are others, like Li Zhiga, operating in secrecy. As for the others, such as the formidable master of extinction, Song Yuanchao, Kongin, and Ying Tianzhang, they likely stand on par with my current self, albeit still lacking the unblocking of the rin and du meridians. The human body possesses 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. When all 12 primary meridians are unblocked, the true energy forms a small circulatory cycle, marking one as a remarkable expert in the martial world. Building upon the unblocking of the 12 primary meridians, if one also opens the 8 extraordinary vessels, allowing true energy to flow throughout the body in an unceasing manner, thereby forming a great circulatory cycle, one can then comprehend the true essence of martial arts and harness a fragment of celestial power, thus achieving the innate state. In this vast realm of martial arts, most practitioners lack even the fundamental internal energy. Individuals like Mei Qiaofeng and Wei Bai, who have unblocked 3 to 5 meridians and possess a meager amount of true energy, are already formidable figures within the martial world. Logically speaking, Li Zhiga's true energy should be on par with that of the Master of Extinction. Nevertheless, the Emei sect, being a lineage passed down from Guixiang, possesses various superior sword techniques, palm techniques, body techniques, and lightness skills. Moreover, the Master of Extinction wields the unparalleled heaven-subduing sword. The 8 styles of Divine Fist may not be trivial, yet they hardly qualify as transcendent. Aside from a singular set of Divine Fists and a widely known technique of Eagle Claw grappling, along with the cloud leaping skills imparted by Zhang Wuji, Li Zhiga possesses no further means. His martial arts foundation remains significantly lacking. To be prudent, he intends to master the third volume of the Nanyang Manual and, upon reaching the innate realm, ascend Mount Emei to overpower and eliminate the formidable mistress of extinction. Li Zhiga is capable of enduring solitude. Having waited for 2 years, he can afford to wait another year. Li Zhiga pondered on the continuation of his cultivation. At that moment, a coarse and menacing voice echoed into the ancient tomb. Li Zhiga, we are aware of your presence within the tomb. If you possess any courage, step forth and provide us with an explanation. Outside the tomb, 2 monks clad in crimson robes stood at the shadowy entrance. One of the monks, with a blindfold over his eyes, exhibited a fiery temperament and wielded a heavy iron staff. The other monk also carried an iron staff, but fortunately, he had full use of his eyes and limbs. They were Yuan Yin and Yuan Yi from the Shaolin Temple, dispatched by the abbot to descend the mountain, having searched for Li Zhiga for over a year. Yuan Yin and Yuan Yi hesitated to venture into the tomb, wary of potential traps hidden within. In their early days as they entered the martial world, they had fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by Yin Susu, resulting in Yuan Yin losing one eye to her poisoned needle. Now, seasoned in the ways of the world, though still quick-tempered, they had become much more cautious. Faced with the dark and foreboding entrance of the tomb, they refrained from charging in, opting instead to call out. Behind the 2 monks stood a pair of swordsmen. Yuan Yin turned to the swordsman, asking, "You truly did not deceive me, did you?" Wang Motzi, with a sycophantic grin, responded, "Master Yuan Yin, we brothers would not dare to mislead you. 6 months ago, we witnessed Li Zhiga enter this ancient tomb with our own eyes." Yuan Yin nodded, pride swelling within him. "Indeed, you possess neither the gall nor the cunning to deceive me. Li Zhiga, emerge. Should you choose to hide within the tomb and refuse to come out, do not blame me for setting this ancient tomb ablaze." Within the tomb, Li Zhiga abruptly rose, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Since entering the martial world, his adversaries had primarily been the Great Whale Gang and the Zhao Chain Manor. The members of the Great Whale Gang likely lacked the audacity to seek vengeance. If they had intended to retaliate, they would have acted by now. It was the people from Zhu Chain Manor who posed the real threat. Li Zhiga made a judgment and strode confidently towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. Upon reaching the center of the water pool and passing by the wooden cabin, he once again encountered Yang Qingqing after 6 months. Yang Qingqing's figure was ethereal, her grace unparalleled, resembling a celestial being. Her voice remained as cold and clear as ever as she inquired, "Is this your enemy?" Li Zhiga shook his head, expressing uncertainty. "I shall go out and send them away immediately. Would you like me to serve as your vanguard?" A glimmer of gratitude flickered in Li Zhiga's eyes as he shook his head once more, expressing his appreciation for Miss Qingqing's kindness. Nevertheless, he insisted that he could manage the matter on his own. In truth, Yang Qingqing was anything but aloof. Rather, she was a warm-hearted and benevolent woman. Perhaps it was due to her cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra that she exuded an air of icy detachment, dissuading strangers from approaching her. Observing the tall figure of Li Zhiga as he exited the ancient tomb, Yang Qingqing pondered briefly before deciding to follow him outside. Before the tomb, Li Zhiga encountered 2 monks clad in vibrant red robes, alongside the 2 swordsmen who had guided him 6 months prior. A sudden realization washed over him. However, he could hardly fathom that the monks from Shaolin would seek vengeance against him. Yang Qingqing emerged behind him, standing at his side. Casting a peculiar glance at the 2 monks, her voice tinged with surprise, she inquired, "How did you come to be at odds with Shaolin?" Li Zhiga candidly replied, "My Divine Fist sect harbors enmity against the Giant Whale Gang. Initially, when I intended to slay my Qiong of the Giant Whale Gang, a monk named Yuan Lin intervened, beseeching me to spare her life. He, confident in his cultivation of the Golden Bell Shield, proposed a wager. If he could withstand 8 of my punches without perishing, I would grant my Qiong her life. Conversely, should he fall beneath my blows, he would bear no resentment." Yang Qingqing nodded, having grasped the origins of the enmity. Her complexion, as delicate as jade, reflected greater astonishment as she turned to the 2 monks, Yuan Yin and Yuan Yi, addressing them, "Esteemed monks, your Shaolin Temple stands as a venerable institution, a paragon of the martial world. Given that the monk Yuan Lin had an agreement with Li Zhiga, should he have perished as a result, it is unjust to attribute blame. Now, in seeking vengeance for him, does it not reflect a certain narrow-mindedness?" Yuan Yin, with a single glaring eye, spoke with a fierce tone. Li Zhiga, and you, young lady, refrain from your baseless accusations against our ancient Shaolin temple. We do not come seeking vengeance. Yuan Yi interjected. Li Zhiga, originally, Brother Yuanlin sought to dissuade you from further bloodshed, yet you disregarded his counsel and took his life. Our abbot has deemed your murderous tendencies too profound, prompting us to descend from the mountain to incapacitate your skills, preventing you from further malevolence. This is a benevolent act for the martial world, rather than an act of revenge, and does not signify a narrow-minded disposition from our Shaolin. Yang Qingqing furrowed her brow. Prepared to voice further thoughts, Li Zhiga stepped forward, shaking his head towards Yang Qingqing. My dear Qingqing, there is no need to reason with these monks. They are masters of rhetoric, capable of turning black into white. Engaging in a logical discourse would only be futile. Moreover, I cannot allow them to render my martial prowess ineffective. I appreciate your kind intentions, but permit me to handle this matter on my own. With that, Li Zhiga advanced, his fist enveloped in a swirling purple aura, delivering a powerful strike towards the two monks. You audacious villains, do you dare to show your ferocity? The two monks, incensed, met his challenge with their staffs, poised to strike him down. Boom! A punch that pierced through the heavens. A blow that shattered the earth. Li Zhiga is no longer the same individual he was 2 years ago. Presently, his true energy is hardly inferior to that of the abbot Kongwan of the Shaolin Temple. With merciless force, he struck the iron staff, bending it with 2 powerful punches, before delivering a devastating blow to the chests of the monks Yuanin and Yuanya, causing their chests to cave in. Li Zhiga turned to gaze at the 2 swordsmen. They must be eliminated. The mountain wind was silent, and the ancient tomb was enveloped in tranquility, devoid of any sound. Li Zhiga fell into silence for a moment, then addressed Yang Qingqing. Miss Qingqing, I am the one who has brought you trouble. Shaolin is an ancient temple with a history spanning a millennium, having killed Yuan Yin and Yuan Yi. Those monks will undoubtedly seek to preserve their dignity and will not let this matter rest easily. In light of such events, I find myself lacking the face to remain in the ancient tomb for further cultivation. Miss Qingqing, I shall forever remember your kindness. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to send word. I would traverse mountains of blades and seas of flames without a flicker of hesitation. With that, Li Zhiga lifted the 2 corpses of the monks and turned to descend from Zhongnan Mountain. He could not bear to bring trouble upon Yang Qingqing. Li Zhiga, are you afraid of implicating me? My ancient tomb does not fear Shaolin, and I, Yang Qingqing, harbor no fear of those hypocritical monks. The voice that came from behind stirred Li Zhiga's emotions, yet he continued on his path. Although Yang Qingqing possessed formidable martial skills, Shaolin had a legacy that spanned centuries and was steeped in profound depth. Who could say whether there were hidden masters among them? Li Zhiga, I command you to halt. Did you not hear me? Yang Qingqing interjected, blocking his way with an alluring grace. Her complexion, as smooth as jade, remained icy, yet her elegantly arched brows revealed a hint of gentleness and tenderness. Li Zhiga wore a solemn expression as he bowed deeply to Yang Qingqing, saying, Miss Qingqing, your kindness is immeasurable, and I find myself unable to repay you any further. I can no longer owe you anything. He understood Yang Qingqing's intentions well. If he were to stay, she would likely impart some of her profound skills to him. However, Li Zhiga felt he could not incur any more debts, for one must ultimately repay what is owed, and the weight of excessive obligations can become burdensome. As he watched Li Zhiga's tall figure fade into the distance, Yang Qingqing furrowed her brow and murmured softly, Are all men so proud? Chapter 25. Encounter with Pursuers. A woman entrusts her child at the waist of Mount Zhongnan. Li Zhiga casually discarded 2 corpses by the roadside. These 2 monks would be retrieved by the beasts of the forest. Casting a final glance back at Zhongnan, Li Zhiga strode away. When he first arrived at Zhongnan, he had not anticipated that Yang Qingqing would lend him the cold jade bed. He approached it with merely a spirit of trial. To his astonishment, he found Yang Qingqing remarkably accommodating. Yet, the ancient tomb, being isolated from the world, meant that Yang Qingqing had limited interaction with others. Coupled with her cultivation of the serene and ascetic Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, she appeared somewhat aloof. In truth, she was a kind-hearted and warm young lady, far more approachable than one might presume. Li Zhiga sensed her desire to teach him some of her unique skills, but he could not accept such generosity. He believed that one should not receive too many favors, lest the weight of gratitude become overwhelming. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Li Zhiga halted. Before him stood an unattractive, rotund woman, her left hand clutching a verdant jade bamboo, while her right hand held the hand of a girl of 7 or 8 years. The woman evidently possessed martial prowess, yet at that moment, she appeared gravely injured and weak, persistently tugging the girl upwards toward the mountain. The girl, with her unappealing looks, a turned-up nose, and large mouth revealing prominent front teeth, sobbed softly as she followed her mother up the slope, crying out, "Mother, are we leaving father behind? Where are you taking me?" The woman offered no reply, her expression growing increasingly anxious. "Madam Sure, you should cease your struggle and hand over the dog-beat stick and the 18 dragon-subduing palms manual. I, Qin Yuliang, can assure you that your daughter and you will be spared." A tall young man leisurely pursued them from behind. He wore a pristine robe adorned with 8 pockets. Following this young man was a band of beggars, some wielding sticks, others brandishing swords. The woman halted, despair etched in her features. Clutching her daughter tightly, her eyes reddened with fury, she shouted at the young man, "Qin Yuliang, may you meet a dreadful fate. My husband treated you well, imparted his skills, and regarded you as his own. Yet you conspire with outsiders to harm him, seeking to usurp the position of the beggar gang's leader. If you covet the dog-beat stick and the 18 dragon-subduing palms manual, come and take them if you dare." The woman released the girl, positioning her protectively behind herself. Her eyes, marred by grotesque streaks of blood, radiated a fierce determination that rendered the towering young man hesitant to advance. Li Zhiga came to a halt, gazing quietly. The youth, only slightly shorter than himself, was none other than Qin Yuliang, the 8th-generation disciple of the beggar's sect. The woman, her features undeniably ungraceful, was presumably the wife of the beggar's sect leader, Shi Huolong, while the little girl beside her was Shi Huolong's sole daughter, Shi Huoshi. Li Zhiga recalled a passage from the original text. Qin Yuliang and Cheng Kuan conspired to harm the leader of the beggar-s sect, Shi Huolong. In a fierce confrontation, Shi Huolong engaged Cheng Kuan in a duel of 12 palm strikes, ultimately forcing Cheng Kuan to retreat. Before succumbing to his injuries, Shi Huolong instructed his wife to take the dog-whacking stick and the 18 dragon-subduing palms to the ancient tomb sect on Zhongnan Mountain, entrusting them to the descendants of the divine eagle hero for safekeeping. Upon her arrival at the tomb, Mrs. Shi tragically passed away. Yang Qingqing took in Shi Hongshi, imparting martial skills to him. When Shi Hongshi turned 13, Yang Qingqing returned the dog-whacking stick to him and assisted him in reclaiming his position as the leader of the beggar-s sect. The beggar-s sect is one of the most formidable sects in the realm. If the 6 major sects had attacked Bright Summit without the beggar-s sect's involvement, it is likely that Shi Huolong had already met his demise, leaving the beggar-s sect in turmoil. When confronted by Qin Yuliang while pursuing Shi Huolong's wife and daughter, Li Zhiga hesitated to depart, for Mrs. Shi carried the dog-whacking stick and the secret manual of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. The dog-whacking stick is a significant symbol of the beggar-s sect's lineage, representing the authority of the leader and the essence of power. As for the 18 dragon-subduing palms, it is the sect's ultimate martial art, renowned as the greatest palm technique in the world, characterized by its unparalleled strength and vigor. It has previously shone brightly in the hands of illustrious figures such as Qiaofeng, Hong Qi, and Guojing, instilling awe throughout the martial world. Li Zhiga stood aside, contemplating whether to rescue the mother and daughter. Qin Yuliang, ever cautious, did not act directly against the severely injured Madame Shi. Instead, he signaled to his subordinates to approach and test the waters. His men, armed with blades and clubs, swallowed their apprehension and carefully surrounded Madame Shi. This was no ordinary woman. She was the wife of the leader of the beggar's sect, and they understood the gravity of their actions in attempting to subdue her. Madame Shi shielded her daughter behind her, her gaze fierce as she bellowed, "You seek the dog-beating stick and the secrets of the 18 dragon-subduing palms? Come forth, and let us see who dares to claim them." Undaunted, she charged forward, a formidable presence despite her weakened state. Alas, her strength was dwindling. After dispatching one of Qin Yuliang's men, she was struck by several blades, the ghastly wounds gaping and bleeding, yet she fought valiantly to remain upright. Qin Yuliang approached methodically, a smile playing on his lips. "Madam, what folly is this? How much strength do you truly have left? I dare say, standing must be a challenge for you now. Your husband has passed. I do not desire your demise, for it would bring an end to his legacy. Surrender the dog-beating stick and the secrets to me, and I shall allow you and your daughter to depart unharmed." Bah! A spray of blood splattered across Chun Yuliang's face as Madame Shi retorted, "You scoundrel! If you wish to claim the dog-beating stick and the secrets, you shall have to do so over my dead body." "Mother, please give it to him," Hongshi implored. Her voice choked with tears. "I cannot bear to lose you after having lost father." She tugged gently at her mother's sleeve, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Madame Shi turned to her daughter, her expression softening. "Fear not, Hongshi. You are the daughter of Shi Huolong, the beggar's sect leader. You must be strong and refrain from tears. I shall always be with you. Never depart, all right?" "Mother, I won't cry," Hongshi replied, her resolve brightening amidst the despair. Li Zhiga stepped forward, approaching the group of individuals. Regardless of whether he could master the 18 dragon-subduing palms, his priority was to rescue the mother and daughter. In truth, Madame Shi and Chun Yuliang had already noticed Li Zhiga, yet seeing his apparent disinterest in meddling, none of them dared to address him. As Li Zhiga emerged, Chun Yuliang's expression darkened, and with a tone laced with menace, he inquired, "Who might you be, sir, to involve yourself in the affairs of my beggar's sect?" Li Zhiga cast a cold glance at Chun Yuliang and commanded, "Get lost." Chun Yuliang, not one to be trifled with, waved his hand decisively and ordered, "Kill him immediately." A dozen henchmen charged towards Li Zhiga. These ruffians, accustomed to the ways of the underworld, fell one by one to Li Zhiga's formidable punches. By the time he had subdued the last of them, Chun Yuliang had already distanced himself, his figure retreating in disarray. Truly, he was Chun Yuliang. When faced with adversaries, he sent his subordinates to engage first. Upon sensing danger, he fled without hesitation. Such prudence is undoubtedly the mark of a person destined for greatness. Li Zhiga did not pursue Chun Yuliang. Instead, he turned his attention to Madame Shi. Had he mastered the 18 dragon-subduing palms with his profound 9 yang true qi, dispatching the mere dozen henchmen would have required but a single palm strike, demanding little effort on his part. Meeting Li Zhiga's gaze, Madame Shi understood his thoughts. Her breath was labored, and with a bittersweet smile, she implored, "Hero, while I concede your desire for the 18 dragon-subduing palms, I beseech you to grant me one request. Please, do promise me this." Li Zhiga cast a glance at the woman and spoke calmly, "Madame Shi, let us postpone the matter of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. I shall first escort you to seek medical attention." Madame Shi shook her head and replied, "Hero, I am grateful for your kindness, but I find myself in a state of utter exhaustion, beyond salvation." Gazing at Li Zhiga, Madame Shi's complexion was flushed, reminiscent of a momentary revival, and she inquired, "Might I ask how you are addressed, noble hero?" Li Zhiga replied, "The Divine Fist sect. I am Li Zhiga. It turns out he is the renowned hero, Sir Li. As you can see, Sir Li, that scoundrel Chun Yuliang, driven by his insidious ambition, has colluded with foreign foes to covertly harm my husband and seeks to usurp the position of the beggar gang's leader. I implore you, Sir Li, to safeguard my daughter, allowing her to grow up in peace. When she matures, she will strive to reclaim the leadership of the beggar gang. If you would graciously grant my request, I shall bestow upon you the revered manual of the 18 dragon-subduing palms." Li Zhiga gazed upon the unsightly woman before him, nodded slightly, and replied in a deep voice, "I, Li, pledge to ensure your daughter's safety as she grows, and to assist her in reclaiming her rightful position as the leader." A smile broke upon Madame Shi's face. "Hero Li, you could have easily seized the secret manual and disregarded my plea. Yet, not only did you refrain from such an act, but you also made a promise to me. I trust in your character." As she spoke, Madame Shi drew her daughter closer, pointing to Li Zhiga, and instructed, "Hongshi, your mother can no longer care for you. From now on, you shall follow this Uncle Li and obediently heed his guidance, all right?" "Mother, I do not want you to die. Please do not leave Hongshi." Hongshi shook her head repeatedly, clutching her mother's sleeve, tears streaming down her cheeks. Madame Shi offered an apologetic smile to Li Zhiga. "Hero Li, may I have a moment alone with my daughter?" Li Zhiga turned and walked a short distance, only to hear the intermittent sobs of a young girl behind him. Chapter 26. The 12 Palms of the Dragon Subduing. Outside the city of Chang'an, before a modest mound of earth, knelt a young girl clad in white garments and coarse linen. She was merely 8 years old, her skin a deep shade of brown, with her nostrils flared and a broad mouth unable to conceal her prominent front teeth, which lent her an oddly fierce appearance. Li Zhiga stood aside, letting out a soft sigh. The realm of Jianghu is not merely about gallant attire and spirited steeds, nor is it solely the pursuit of adventure with sword in hand. For the formidable heroes of martial prowess, Jianghu serves as a stage for the intricate dramas of love and hate, where legendary tales of passion and valor are woven. Conversely, for the ordinary individuals of lesser martial skill, Jianghu predominantly represents a ceaseless chase for power and renown, a domain rife with animosity and conflict. Li Zhiga turned his gaze towards the young girl and spoke gently. "Hongshi, let us depart. We shall return to honor your mother another time." Hongshi rose to her feet, following closely behind Li Zhiga, enveloped in a profound silence. The 8-year-old girl had already grasped the stark realities of life and death. She had first lost her father and then her mother, becoming one among the many orphans wandering the world. Within an inn in the city of Chang'an, Li Zhiga perused the ancient manual, utterly captivated. This text contained the supreme martial arts of the Beggar's Sect, the 18 dragon-subduing palms, renowned as the most formidable palm technique in the realm. Numerous martial arts techniques have gained fame across the Jianghu, including the Wudong's soft palm, the Shaolin's great compassionate thousand-hand palm, the might of the diamond palm, the mysterious dark divine palm, and the Emei's 4 symbols palm, each celebrated in its own right. Yet, when questioned about the most powerful palm technique in the world, the majority would unequivocally declare it to be the Beggar's Sect's 18 dragon-subduing palms. The ancient Tomb sect possesses a technique known as the soul-devouring palm, but alas, it is suited only for the legendary hero Yang Guo, and it is likely that even Yang Qingqing could not master it. The Beggar's Sect boasts a long-standing heritage. Initially, the 18 dragon-subduing palms comprised 28 techniques, but during the Northern Song dynasty, the sect leader Qiaofeng streamlined them to 18, enhancing their power considerably. As the Southern Song dynasty approached, 3 techniques were lost, but the leader Hong Qigong, with his exceptional martial prowess, restored them. Subsequently, the 18 dragon-subduing palms were passed down to the valiant Guijing, who wielded them with such prowess that he became a formidable force in the martial world. In the late Southern Song era, amidst the Mongol invasion, Guijing and his wife Huang Rong valiantly defended Xiangyang City, resulting in significant losses among the Beggar's Sect disciples. From that point on, the complete 18 dragon-subduing palms were lost, leaving only 12 techniques remaining. Li Zhiga pondered over the 12 stances inscribed on the pages of the book. Beginning with the dragon ascends with regret, followed by the dragon soars in the sky, the dragon appears in the field, the great leap onto land. The hidden dragon remains unused, the advantageous crossing of the great river, the sudden arrival, the shock that stuns 100 miles, the leap into the abyss. The twin dragons fetch water, the fish leaps in the abyss, and the time of the 6 dragons. After contemplating all 12 stances, Li Zhiga squinted his eyes and murmured softly, "This is sufficient. 12 stances are enough." Mastering these 12 stances, defeating the formidable mistress of extinction would pose no challenge. Even if she wielded the heavenly sword, cultivating the 18 dragon-subduing palms does not require exceptional innate talent or comprehension. Rather, it demands audacity. With the audacity of a dragon, the 18 dragon-subduing palms can unleash their utmost might. Likewise, the same 18 dragon-subduing palms, when executed by Qiaofeng, Hong Qigong, Guijing, Shi Huolong, and Song Qishu, exhibit varying degrees of power, for it is their hearts and audacity that differ. Li Zhiga was uncertain whether he possessed the audacity of a dragon-slaying hero, yet he was resolute in his belief that the martial arts in his hands wielded a potency far greater than that of others. For instance, when executing the 8 styles of Divine Fist from the Divine Fist sect, his prowess surpassed even that of his master, Guo Qianshan, and his grandmaster, Guo Sanquan. Similarly, in the practice of the 9 Yang divine skill, the destructive force unleashed by Li Zhiga's 9 Yang true qi was undeniably more formidable and aggressive than that of Zhang Wuji. This was ultimately a matter of individual temperament and the breadth of one's spirit. With the book tucked close to his chest, Li Zhiga found sleep elusive and promptly rose from his bed. Closing his eyes, he silently contemplated the essence of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. In truth, the techniques of the 18 dragon-subduing palms were not intricate. Rather, they were remarkably simple. The challenge lay in the finesse of channeling energy and exerting force. As long as one possessed a sound intellect, even an ordinary person could master the moves with a few repetitions. However, merely learning the techniques was futile. They were but a fade. Only by correctly mastering the art of energy manipulation could one unleash true power. Even with exceptional talent and comprehension, Grasping the nuances of energy channeling required a grand spirit. Without such a lofty spirit, the force behind the strikes would inevitably fall short. Shi Huolong and Song Qishu exemplified this truth perfectly. Inherently aligned with the heavens, the innate must not contradict, the acquired must follow the celestial order. The soaring dragon knows remorse. Abundance cannot endure indefinitely. 7 parts of strength must be exerted, 3 parts reserved, anticipating the enemy's first move. As Li Zhiga silently recited the essence of the first move, soaring dragon with remorse, he suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze igniting with brilliance. The 9 yang true qi surged from his dantian through the meridians of his arms like a torrent. Soaring dragon, with remorse. Li Zhiga uttered a soft shout, bending his waist and channeling his energy, pushing forth with his palm. A resounding roar erupted as a crimson dragon-shaped force surged from his hand, crashing through the wall of the inn room with a thunderous impact. Shi Hongshi was abruptly awakened, rising in alarm and staring blankly at the shattered wall. Li Zhiga, with his hand raised, peered through the crumbling wall at the startled Shi Hongshi. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly, admitting that it was his first time practicing the 18 dragon subduing palms, and he had not managed to control his strength adequately. Shi Hongshi blinked, his mouth agape, revealing 2 prominent front teeth, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Uncle Li, the palm strike you delivered is even more formidable than that of my father." However, upon mentioning her father, a shadow crossed Shi Hongshi's eyes, and she fell silent. Li Zhiga remained humble and unpretentious. The 9 yang true qi, embodying utmost rigidity and vitality, complemented the 18 dragon-subduing palms, which exuded unparalleled ferocity. With the foundational strength of the 9 yang true qi, it is no surprise that his strikes possessed greater potency than those of Shi Huolong, whose energy was comparatively less robust. However, Li Zhiga had indeed underestimated the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the profound depth of his own 9 yang true qi. At the entrance, the innkeeper was already knocking on the door, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, I heard a commotion earlier. Has something transpired?" Li Zhiga opened the door, allowing the innkeeper to enter. Observing the collapsed wall and then the towering figure of Li Zhiga, the innkeeper, a man of discernment, smiled and remarked, "Ah, so you are a great hero. It is no wonder that such martial prowess is attained, practicing even at this late hour." Despite Li Zhiga's thick skin, he felt a flush of embarrassment and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "My apologies, esteemed innkeeper. I inadvertently caused the wall to collapse due to my lack of control, and I regret the disturbance it has caused." The man, glancing at the imprints left on the bricks, waved his hand dismissively and chuckled, "It is merely a wall. There is no need for such concern, great hero. By the way, I thought I heard the sound of a dragon's roar just now. Was that the result of your training?" Li Zhiga refrained from answering the question and instead said, "Innkeeper, name your price, and I shall compensate accordingly." After a series of evasions, the innkeeper stubbornly refused to accept any money and turned to leave the room where Li Zhiga resided. Watching the innkeeper's departing figure, Li Zhiga squinted and murmured, "He is indeed a skilled practitioner, though I wonder to which faction he belongs. Regardless of his origins, I hope he possesses enough wit to refrain from provoking me." Upon returning to his own chamber, the innkeeper settled at his writing desk, rolled up his sleeves, and took up a brush to inscribe a brief note. The formidable Li Zhiga has appeared in Chang'an, suspected of mastering the beggar sect's signature martial art, the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Having penned this succinct message, he rolled the paper and placed it within a bamboo tube, then swiftly made his way to the courtyard where he tended to the pigeons. Releasing the bird into the sky, he watched it soar away, murmuring softly to himself, "The martial world of the Central Plains is teeming with talent. This Li Zhiga is indeed remarkable. My lady, should such a promising young man not be persuaded to serve the court, it would be wise to eliminate him promptly. I hope you will take heed." Li Zhiga stood before the window, withdrawing his profound gaze from the narrow crevice, choosing to disregard the intelligent scouts. Regardless of who they were, he wished only for them to refrain from provoking him. Should anyone dare to challenge him, even the emperor would be brought down. Chapter 27. Alone on Emei Mountain Roar. The sound of a dragon's cry reverberated through the heavens. 6 crimson dragons spiraled and danced, seemingly brought to life, rampaging through the forest. Each tree trunk, as thick as a basin, was violently snapped in half, while leaves cascaded down like a verdant snowstorm. Riding upon the 6 dragons, Li Zhiga exhaled a breath of fetid air, standing tall with his hands clasped. A month had passed, from regret of the soaring dragon to riding the 6 dragons. He had finally cultivated the 12 stances into a formidable prowess. Standing beside him, Hongshi gazed in astonishment, his dark little face agape, revealing two prominent front teeth that accentuated his disbelief. Uncle Li, how is it that, despite both practicing the 18 palms of the dragon subduing, you surpassed my father by such a vast margin? Li Zhiga reached out and gently tousled the little girl's hair, smiling as he said, Hongshi, your father is quite formidable. It's just that you have yet to witness him wielding his martial prowess earnestly. Hongshi evaded Li Zhiga's hand, frowning as she retorted, Uncle Li, I am no longer a child. Do not deceive me. The 18 dragon-subduing palms in your hands are indeed more impressive than my father's skills. What is the reason for this? Very well, Hongshi is no longer a child. She has blossomed into a young lady. Li Zhiga gazed down at the young girl and pondered for a moment before explaining. As for why the 18 dragon-subduing palms is more formidable in my hands, it is simply because I am more attuned to this particular martial art. Hongshi, remember this. Even the same martial skill can manifest differently in the hands of different practitioners. The breadth of one's heart dictates the expanse of one's path. Hongshi shook her head. Uncle Li, I do not comprehend. Li Zhiga smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, Hongshi was merely an 8-year-old girl, devoid of the life experience necessary to grasp the complexities of his explanations. Hongshi, let us depart, he declared. It is time to leave this expanse of Shangxi. The tall youth strode ahead, clad in a cloak of deep azure, his movements exuding an imposing aura, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Behind him, the fierce-looking little girl looked up and inquired, Uncle Li, we have been traveling for 2 days. Where are you taking me? Without glancing back, the youth replied, to Shuzhong to Mount Emei. The girl refrained from further questioning, obediently trailing behind him. Even when fatigue set in, she remained silent, merely pinching her calves and gritting her teeth to keep pace. Crossing through Hanzhong, they entered Yuan, stepping into the land of Shu. This region has long been revered as a land of abundance, yet even Shu was not immune to the ravages of war. Along the way, they encountered countless destitute beggars. Not all of these beggars were members of the Beggars Guild. Most were victims of the chaotic times, lacking a place to call home, forced to wander the streets in desperation. Snowflakes danced through the air. The beggars huddled in the corners of roads or sought refuge in dilapidated temples, praying for divine protection to help them endure the harsh winter. Clad in a vibrant red jacket, the little girl drew closer to the youth and asked, looking up at his threadbare attire, Uncle Li, those beggars are so pitiable. Our disciples of the Beggars Guild would never suffer as they do. Li Zhiga, clad in a thin robe, resembled a furnace, utterly unfazed by the biting cold. Casting a glance at the young girl, he spoke with a tranquil voice, Hongshi, no one desires to be a beggar, not even those among the beggars sect. Many of its members are compelled to join out of necessity. When the day comes that you ascend to the position of leader, should you manage to reduce the number of beggars by tens of thousands, you shall be regarded as an extraordinary individual. The young girl appeared to comprehend only partially. Upon arriving at an inn, Li Zhiga ordered a jug of warm wine, a plate of beef, and several side dishes. As he gazed at the mountains blanketed in snow, and the destitute struggling for survival in the streets, he shook his head. Had it not been for his master's uncle who took him in to work at the tavern, providing him with sustenance, and had it not been for his master who welcomed him into the fold and imparted martial arts, he too might have been one of those grappling for survival in this chaotic world. He tilted his head back, the liquid warming his throat. Li Zhiga rose to his feet and said, Hongshi, it is time for us to depart. The young girl obediently set down her chopsticks, unfurled a cloth strip, and wrapped several steamed buns within it before slinging the bundle over her shoulder. A few days later, Li Zhiga brought Hongshi to the foot of Mount Emei. Nestled at the base of this majestic mountain lay a small town, now blanketed in pristine white snow. Each household had tightly shut its doors, and few ventured out. The streets were occupied only by the unfortunate souls who had been displaced. At the heart of the town's main thoroughfare stood a protection agency, known as the Changfeng Escort Agency. Li Zhiga arrived at the entrance of the escort agency and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and a young boy peeked out, curiously examining Li Zhiga and Hongshi. He inquired, Are you here to transport valuables? Li Zhiga smiled at the young man and said, Young brother, could you kindly inform your esteemed leader, Lin, that an old acquaintance has come to visit? The young man opened the grand door, welcomed Li Zhiga into the escort agency, and led him to the hall, saying with a smile, "So you are a friend of my father. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch him at once." Li Zhiga pulled over a chair and seated himself, gently closing his eyelids as he awaited the arrival of Lin Qiaofeng. Shi Hongshi approached a basin of glowing coals, rubbing his numb hands together, and inquired, "Uncle Li, what brings us to the escort agency? Is the chief escort here a friend of yours?" Li Zhiga glanced at Shi Hongshi and replied calmly, "Hongshi, I shall ascend the mountain shortly to attend to a matter and cannot take you along. Remain here at the escort agency, and I will return to fetch you." Shi Hongshi's eyes dimmed slightly as he weakly inquired, "Uncle Li, have I caused you trouble?" Li Zhiga chuckled, reprimanding, "Little girl, what nonsense are you thinking? What trouble could you possibly bring me? I promised your mother that I would ensure your safety as you grow up. I, Li, have never been one to break my word." At this, the young girl's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and she turned, puffing up in indignation, "Uncle Li, I've already told you that I'm not a child." Her sulky demeanor was not particularly endearing. Rather, it accentuated her fierce expression. As they spoke, a middle-aged man wrapped in a thick cotton coat entered the room. Upon seeing Li Zhiga, the man paused for a moment, his face filled with astonishment. Li Zhiga turned to the man and smiled. "Brother Lin, do you not recognize me?" Lin Qiaofeng forced a smile in response. "Of course I recognize you. How could I forget? The formidable divine fist, Li Zhiga, who has vanquished the leader of the giant whale gang, Bei Qiaofeng, as well as Zhu Jiuzhen, the young lady of the Zhuwu Lianhuan manor, and several masters from Shaolin, Yuan Yin, Yuan Yi, and Yuan Lin. Your reputation in the martial world is indeed unparalleled. How could I possibly fail to recognize you?" Li Zhiga shook his head and said, "Brother Lin, we are old acquaintances. Please do not jest with me." Lin Qiaofeng pulled over a chair and sat down. Turning to the youth with a scolding tone, "What are you dawdling for? Go and brew the tea." The lid of the teapot rattled under the pressure of steam, and the boiling water bubbled vigorously within. After savoring a sip of the hot tea, Lin Qiaofeng placed the cup on the table, his expression turning serious as he inquired of Li Zhiga, "Brother Li, have you come to Emei seeking vengeance this time?" Li Zhiga nodded, stating that for each day he failed to eradicate his nemesis, he would endure a day of torment. Observing the resolute expression and the cold gleam in Li Zhiga's eyes, Lin Qiaofeng hesitated momentarily before articulating his thoughts. "Brother Li," he began, "I recognize your formidable martial prowess. However, the likes of Master Miezhu differ significantly from figures such as Mei Qiong, Yuan Yin, and Yuan Yi. She is the head of Emei, a master of the martial arts in the realm, possessing unparalleled swordsmanship and palm techniques, and wields the legendary heaven-supporting sword. You may not be her equal. I implore you. My brother, heed my counsel. A gentleman's vengeance is best served not in haste. 10 years may pass, yet your youth affords you the luxury of patience. There is no need for you to rush into seeking retribution against Master Miezhu." Li Zhiga chuckled and said, "Brother Lin, I have come to rely on your assistance in taking care of Hongshi. Once I descend the mountain, I shall return to escort her." Lin Qiaofeng was taken aback for a moment, then inquired, "Brother Li, do you truly have the confidence?" Noticing Li Zhiga's silence, Lin Qiaofeng continued, "Brother Li, as you journey to Emei, do take care not to harm Miss Zhou. It was she who brought your sex members to the escort agency back in the day. The fault does not lie with her." Li Zhiga remained silent, rising to his feet and striding out of the Qiaofeng escort agency. Observing Li Zhiga's tall figure braving the wind and snow, Shi Hongshi hurried to the door, calling out loudly, "Uncle Li, you will come back for me, won't you?" Lin Qiaofeng stood at the threshold, watching the solitary silhouette disappear into the tempest, softly sighing, "Brother Li, I hope you can truly avenge your grievances, rather than sacrificing your life in vain." Shi Hongshi's eyes widened as he glared at Lin Qiaofeng, asserting, "Uncle Li will triumph. There is no one in this world who can rival him." Chapter 28. The Old Thief and I. Come out and face your death. The biting cold wind lashed against him, like steel blades cutting to the bone. The swirling snow resembled drifting willow fluff. The steep slopes of Emei mountain were adorned in a silver shroud of frost. As Li Zhiga ascended the steps leading to the golden summit of Emei, he made each step with purpose, his aura steadily rising with each stride. It is said that Emei was once the sacred ground of the Bodhisattva Samantabhadra. Li Zhiga, regardless of whether this place is a sacred sanctuary of bodhisattvas, harbored an unwavering desire to sever the head of that old hag and present it before the tomb of his master and senior sister, imploring her to atone for her past transgressions. At the pinnacle of Mount Emei, a cluster of palatial edifices stands majestically, Since the esteemed Guixiang established the sect on Emei over 90 years ago, the lineage has traversed 3 generations. Presently, Emei boasts a cadre of over 100 disciples. Before the mountain gate, a young maiden adorned in a delicate pink skirt, draped in a pristine white mink coat, wielded a long sword in her hand. Supporting her chin with one hand, she gazed upon the snow-laden world, her spirits lifted considerably. For upon emerging from the mountain gate, tranquility enveloped her. As the incessant chatter of her senior sister, Min Jun, faded into silence, her eyes shifted toward the steps leading down the mountain, where a tall figure clad in a thin azure robe ascended with deliberate strides. A frown creased the maiden's brow, and an acute sense of unease surged within her. Fixating on the man as he approached the mountain gate, she raised her sword, her voice ringing out like a melodious aureole. Halt. You who tread upon the hallowed grounds of Emei. Li Zhiga gazed at the young maiden before him. She appeared to be around 16 years of age. Possessing a slender figure, her waist delicate like a willow swaying in the gentle breeze. The hem of her pink skirt trailed gracefully, complemented by a snow-white fur coat draped elegantly over her shoulders. Her oval face was strikingly beautiful, with eyes that sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of pure water. A touch of vermilion at her brow further enhanced her ethereal charm. It seemed as though the heavens had favored this girl, endowing her with the exquisite essence of Mount Emei's enchanting waters and landscapes. Though not fully blossomed, she already possessed a beauty capable of captivating nations. Li Zhiga retracted his gaze and calmly inquired, "Are you Zhou Zhuo?" Zhou Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. "Indeed, I am Zhou Zhuo, the 4th-generation disciple of the Emei school. May I ask who you are, and what brings you to Emei?" Li Zhiga did not glance at her. His voice cold as he commanded, "Step aside, I shall not take your life." Zhou Zhuo drew her longsword, defiantly shaking her head. "Who on earth are you? What brings you to Emei? Unless you clarify your intentions, I will not permit you to cross the threshold of the mountain." Li Zhiga extended his hand and forcefully pushed Zhou Zhuo aside, striding boldly through the mountain gate. He called out into the distance, "Extinction none. Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist sect has come to claim your head." Zhou Zhuo fell into the snow, her longsword clattering to the ground beside her. As tumultuous waves of emotion surged within her heart. Li Zhiga, he is indeed the renowned master of the Divine Fist sect. Zhou Zhuo was no stranger to this name. When Li Zhiga had slain the formidable Mei Qiaofeng of the Giant Whale Gang and the esteemed Master Yuan Lin of the Shaolin Temple, Zhou Zhuo had taken note of him. Though she had never encountered Li Zhiga in person, she felt a mixture of sympathy and pity towards him. However, this compassion was tinged with fear, for it was her own master who had caused the demise of his master, along with his senior sister and several senior brothers. Zhou Zhuo harbored a deep-seated dread that he might seek vengeance upon Emei. She wished to avert the tragic fate of witnessing Li Zhiga perish beneath her master's heavenly sword, just as she dreaded the prospect of her master falling victim to this man's wrath. "Li Zhiga, halt!" Zhou Zhuo exclaimed as she rose from the snow. Drawing her sword and pursuing his silhouette, she felt compelled to intervene before he could confront her master. Li Zhiga strode purposefully towards the cluster of palaces, arriving at the square before them. As he gazed upon the meticulously arranged palatial structures, his voice, laden with suppressed fury, echoed fiercely, "Extinguish the old nun. Come forth and meet your demise. Extinguish the old nun. Come forth and meet your demise." The refrain reverberated around the golden summit of Emei, causing the snow accumulated on the tiles to tremble and cascade down. Within the Buddhist hall, the old nun sat in meditation beneath the golden statue of Puxian Bodhisattva, suddenly snapping her eyes open, her countenance brimming with lethal intent as she grasped the heavenly sword and stepped out of the hall. Over 100 disciples of Emei emerged, brandishing their long swords, eyes warily fixed on Li Zhiga, encircling him. A woman clad in a flowing green gown, her lips thin and her gaze shadowed, coldly admonished, "You audacious scoundrel, how dare you insult my master at Emei? You shall not be spared." Turning to her fellow sisters, she commanded, "Sisters, let us unite and capture this villain." No sooner had her words fallen than several sisters sprang into action, swords raised, charging forth. As Li Zhiga lifted his eyelids, a tempest suddenly erupted atop the golden summit of Emei. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air as a crimson dragon-shaped force surged forth, sending several Emei disciples hurtling backwards. They gasped, blood spewing forth from their mouths, staining the pure white snow and causing it to melt away. All the Emei disciples gazed at Li Zhiga with expressions of sheer terror, no longer daring to utter threats of violence. The lady in the green skirt, draped in a sable fur, had long since concealed herself behind her senior and junior sisters, holding her breath in silence. Zhou Zhuo pushed her way through the crowd, her gaze shifting from the pitiful figures of her fallen seniors to the tempestuous Li Zhiga. With urgency, she spoke, "Hero-Li, I apologize for not being able to prevent my master from acting back then. It was a misunderstanding. She did not intend to harm anyone from the divine gate. Please do not harbor resentment towards my master." Li Zhiga's gaze grew colder, and the surrounding winds intensified. "Wretched disciple, be silent." The crowd parted, and the formidable mistress of extinction stepped forward, wielding the heavenly sword. She turned her attention to Li Zhiga, furrowing her brow as she inquired, "Who might you be? I have no grievances with you. Why do you seek trouble at Emei? If you do not clarify your intentions today, you shall not leave the gates of Emei Mountain." Ha 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 ha. Li Zhiga's eyes were bloodshot as he suppressed his voice and let out a low, mocking laugh. "Old witch, do you not recall the events from 2 years ago at the foot of Emei Mountain, when you brutally took the life of my master, my senior sister, and several of my brothers? Have you truly forgotten? Do you not realize that for the past 2 years, I have been consumed by thoughts of flaying your skin, shattering your bones, devouring your flesh, and drinking your blood?" The merciless mistress of extinction showed no remorse. Her gaze remained unwavering as she coldly responded with a sneer. "I wondered why you sought confrontation on the mountain, and now I see you come to exact vengeance for those wretched disciples of the demonic sect. Old witch, you seek your own demise." Li Zhiga's hair stood on end, and a mist of purple energy emanated from the crown of his head. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the golden summit of Emei. The crimson divine dragon, with bared fangs and claws, lunged toward the venerable master of extinction, intent on tearing her to shreds. The expression on Master of Extinction's face finally shifted. With a swift motion, her long sword was unsheathed, its sharp aura shooting forth, ready to sever the dragon. As she drew her sword, she leaped backward, her countenance darkened, and she sternly inquired, "Young man, from whom did you learn the 18 dragon subduing palms?" Li Zhiga soared into the sky, leaping several feet into the air. With both hands, he drew a circular motion forward, immediately followed by a thunderous roar of the dragon. The flying dragon ascended to the heavens. The crimson dragon, in a state of unparalleled fury, unleashed a powerful force that whipped up a tempest, stripping away the snow covering the plaza and sending the disciples of Emei tumbling in disarray. Chapter 29. Annihilation. The crimson dragon soared across the sky, its roar echoing deafeningly, sweeping away the blanket of white snow. The sword of destiny gleamed with sharpness, its energy unmatched, sweeping away foes from all directions. 2 figures darted back and forth, filling the summit of Emei with an atmosphere thick with murderous intent. In Li Zhiga's eyes, bloodshot and fierce, his hands danced as he conjured forth lines of crimson dragons, exuding a formidable power capable of toppling golden domes and subduing malevolent beasts. "Today, it is either your demise, Elder Nun, or mine." The atmosphere was thick with the scent of impending death, and his wild hair writhed in the tempest of battle. Li Zhiga advanced with determined strides, relentlessly pressuring the formidable mistress of extinction. With each powerful palm strike, the surging energy of the 9 yang true qi coursed through his body, rendering his skin a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In the hands of the mistress of extinction, her long sword sliced through the air repeatedly, infused with her fervent desire to annihilate all existence. "This is the summit of Emei. Dare you act recklessly here? Today, not even celestial beings could save you." The mistress of extinction seethed with rage as she met the crimson dragon head-on, wielding her sword with the advantage of the heavens. The techniques of the annihilation sword and the absolute sword erupted forth, her countenance as frigid as ice, exuding a lethal aura capable of withering all life. If one were to inquire who in the martial world possessed the most lethal intent, it would undoubtedly be this aged sorceress before us. She cast aside the sword techniques passed down by her ancestors, forging her own path with the annihilation sword and the absolute sword, where one could expect naught but death or disfigurement. The crimson dragon clashed fiercely against the sword's energy. The murderous intent emanating from Li Zhiga and the master of extinction began to overflow. With a resounding crash, both palms thrust outward, executing the techniques of Kong Long Yu Hui and Qian Long Wu Yong simultaneously. as two crimson dragons lunged menacingly toward the Master of Extinction from different angles. The Master of Extinction combined her sword and palm techniques. Wielding her sword in her right hand, she thrust it forward with the Etian sword, piercing through one crimson dragon. With her left hand, she struck down upon the dragon's head, crushing it with a single blow. The two advanced toward each other swiftly, their eyes alight with lethal intent and madness. Around them, a group of Emei disciples gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. Impossible. Their master possessed unparalleled skills. A true master of the martial world, and wielded the Etian sword. How could the young Li Zhiga possibly contend with her? Sister Jingxian, who holds the upper hand. Our master, or that individual? In response to her junior sister's inquiry, the senior sister Jingxian shook her head, her expression grave as she spoke. I cannot discern who has the advantage. Li Zhiga's palm strength is formidable, exuding an astonishing aura imbued with murderous intent. He seems resolute in his vow to not relent until he has vanquished our master, although our master wields the advantage of the Etian sword. The prolonged struggle leaves me apprehensive. Jingxian frowned, unwilling to delve deeper into her thoughts. In past encounters, their master had always relied on the sharpness of the Etian sword to decisively determine the victor. Aside from Zhang Jinren of Wudong Mountain, she had never witnessed anyone daring enough to challenge the Etian sword's formidable edge like Li Zhiga. Ding Minjun let out a scornful laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Sister Jingxian, do you lack faith in our master? Do you truly believe she could be defeated by that young man, Li Zhiga? Startled, Jingxian hurriedly clarified. Minjun, you misunderstand. That is not my intention. Ding Minjun cast a meaningful glance at Jingxian, raising her chin with pride as she confidently proclaimed, Sisters, do not panic. Even if Li Zhiga possesses great martial prowess, he could never rival our master. Yet her words failed to reassure the gathered Emei disciples. They watched the two combatants in the arena, their hearts racing with trepidation, parched mouths betraying their anxiety. Zhou Zhiru disregarded the quarrel between Ding Minjun and Jingxian. Her delicate brows furrowed, hands clasped before her chest as she silently prayed, Bodhisattva, please grant my master safety and peace. Alas, the Bodhisattva did not heed Zhou Zhiru's fervent supplication. The dragon battled in the wild, its blood dark and yellow. Li Zhiga danced wildly amidst chaos, his blood boiling within his chest. With each strike, his ferocity intensified, his vital energy seemingly inexhaustible. Vivid red dragons roared forth from his palms. Among this throng, Li Zhiga appeared to transform into a magnificent dragon, charging towards the formidable Master Mieju. The reason the Nine-Yang scripture is regarded as the pinnacle of internal cultivation is that the true energy it generates is purer and more robust than that of ordinary martial arts. Crucially, the recovery speed of Nine-Yang true energy is remarkably swift, akin to a spring bubbling forth from Li Zhiga's dantian. The relentless palm strikes accumulated his murderous intent to an extreme, elevating his momentum to unparalleled heights. In contrast, Master Mieju, unable to subdue Li Zhiga for an extended period, felt her own aura wane, her true energy in her dantian nearing depletion, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As she beheld Li Zhiga charging towards her, her gaze turned fierce and unyielding. Disregarding everything, she summoned her true energy and thrust her sword with all her might. Determined to pierce the heaven-defying sword into Li Zhiga's chest even at the cost of her own vitality. One must concede that Master Mieju was indeed a ruthless individual, merciless to her foes and equally unforgiving to herself. Clang! Li Zhiga turned to the side and struck the heaven-slaying sword with a swift palm. The sword veered off course, causing the master to stagger. Before she could regain her balance, Li Zhiga thrust his palm upward, forcefully impacting her chin. Crack! The bones of her jaw shattered under the force. Without granting her a moment to recover, Li Zhiga relentlessly pursued, transforming his palm into a fist, unleashing a flurry of blows. Bang! 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 Like a relentless assault on a sandbag, his heavy fists rained down upon her chest, producing a series of muffled thuds. Blood gushed forth, staining the snow beneath them. Li Zhiga unleashed a flurry of punches, delivering a total of 49 strikes, pouring forth the pent-up hatred that had long dwelled within him. At the Emei Plaza, the Master of Extinction knelt in the snow, her chest caving in, blood oozing from her mouth and nose, her entire body devoid of soundness. Resembling a rag doll bereft of skeletal support, Li Zhiga breathed lightly, his eyes filled with a sense of elation. As he inquired of the kneeling Master of Extinction before him, Old Thief Nun, Do you harbor any regrets? The master of extinction, her vitality extinguished, struggled to maintain her breath, her fierce gaze fixed upon Li Zhiga, as she coldly retorted, I do not regret. I only resent that I did not hasten to the Divine Fist sect to eradicate you completely. Li Zhiga's gaze hardened as he stepped forward, his hands gripping the head of the venerable Master Miju. With a swift twist, blood spurted forth like a fountain, splattering and melting the surrounding snow. With a resounding thud, the headless corpse collapsed to the ground. Master! A group of Emei disciples snapped back to reality, their faces painted with disbelief as they beheld the severed head that Li Zhiga held aloft. The head dripped blood, its eyes wide open, refusing to close in death. Fueled by rage, the disciples of Emei brandished their swords, their eyes ablaze with vengeful fury directed at Li Zhiga, as if they wished to dismember him limb from limb. Li Zhiga, you vile scoundrel, return my master's life. Several disciples, consumed by grief and indignation, raised their swords, poised to charge forward. Jing Xian positioned herself in front of the distraught disciples, her own eyes reflecting the same animosity as she bellowed, Jing Jia, Jing Qing, Jin Yi, Ling Zhu. You must remain calm. If our master could not defeat that scoundrel, do you wish to throw your lives away in vain? Senior sister, do you expect us to stand idly by, watching as that villain carries away our master's head? Jing Xian fell silent. As the eldest disciple of Emei, she could not allow her fury to cloud her judgment, nor could she bear to witness her younger sisters rush to their demise. Zhou Zhirua stood among the crowd, her mind buzzing, colors fading from her vision, sound evaporating from her ears. Suddenly, with a crash, she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Zhirua. Jing Xian's gaze shifted to the fallen Zhou Zhirua, her heart growing more disordered with each passing moment. Li Zhiga lifted the severed head, stooped to retrieve the heaven-supporting sword, and paid no heed to the furious disciples of Emei, striding purposefully down the slopes of Emei Mountain. Chapter 30. The transformation of Zhou Zhirua amidst the howling winds and swirling snow at the foot of Emei Mountain, in the small town. Shi Hongshi stood at the entrance of the Changfeng escort agency, gazing into the distance while occasionally exhaling a breath of warmth and vigorously rubbing her palms together. Lin Qiaofeng emerged, clad in a thick cotton coat, and inquired of Shi Hongshi, young lady, what relation do you have with brotherly? Shi Hongshi opened her mouth wide, revealing two prominent front teeth, and replied earnestly, Uncle Li is my only relative in this world. Lin Qiaofeng was taken aback and asked, what about your parents? With an expressionless face, Shi Hongshi responded, both my father and mother have passed away. Before my mother died, she entrusted me to Uncle Li, instructing me to obediently listen to him. I'm sorry, little girl. I didn't mean to evoke your painful past, Lin Qiaofeng said gently. Shi Hongshi shook her head. It's nothing. My parents are indeed gone. Uncle Li told me not to dwell in sorrow over their loss, but to transform that grief into strength, to hone my martial skills, and one day avenge them with my own hands. Lin Qiaofeng felt his eyes moisten. This fierce-looking young girl possessed a maturity that tugged at one's heartstrings. It is Uncle Li. Uncle Li has returned. Shi Hongshi exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. Lin Qiaofeng turned to follow her gaze and beheld a tall figure clad in a thin blue robe approaching from afar, bearing in his left hand a gruesome head and in his right a long sword. It is the revered mistress of extinction and the heaven-supporting sword. Lin Qiaofeng trembled slightly, staring in disbelief as Li Zhiga strode forward. Li Zhiga arrived at the entrance of the Changfeng escort agency, where Shi Hongshi quickly approached him and inquired, Uncle Li, have you completed your matters? Li Zhiga reached out to touzle Shi Hong's hair, then turned to the dazed Lin Qiaofeng, smiling as he said, Brother Lin, could you kindly fetch a box and some quicklime? I intend to bring the head of that old thief and I to my master's grave for a solemn tribute, to comfort his spirit in the heavens. Lin Qiaofeng, still in a state of shock, nodded numbly and turned to enter the escort agency in search of a box and quicklime. The leader of the Emei sect, Master Miju, is among the foremost masters in the martial world. Now, the venerable Master Miju has had her head severed, and even the treasured sword of destiny has been taken. One can foresee that a tumultuous wave is about to sweep through the rivers and lakes. Unlike Bei Qiaofeng, the giant whale gang, although a significant faction in the Jiangyan martial world, pales in comparison on a national scale. Emei stands as a prestigious sect, its reputation soaring in the martial realm, with Master Miju being one of the most formidable experts. Li Zhiga spent a night at the Changfeng escort agency, and the following day set out of the city with Shi Hongshi, under the deeply contemplative gaze of Lin Qiaofeng. The two figures, one large and one small, braved the wind and snow towards the south of the Yangtze River. Half a month later, at the golden summit of Emei, beneath the golden statue of the Bodhisattva Puxian, Ding Minjun addressed her fellow disciples with a cold tone. Our master has unexpectedly passed away without leaving instructions for her affairs. During her lifetime, she harbored two wishes: to eradicate the demonic sect and to elevate Emei. As a prestigious sect, Emei cannot remain without a leader for even a day. We must elect a new master to fulfill our master's unfinished desires. Jing Xian turned her gaze towards Ding Minjun, her expression icy. Minjun, are you implying that you wish to become the leader? Ding Minjun did not conceal her ambitions and calmly nodded. Indeed, I wish to assume the role of leader. Our master departed suddenly without designating a successor. Among us disciples, naturally, the one with the highest martial prowess should take the position. Many Emei disciples voiced their agreement, declaring, "Our master has died. Emei cannot be leaderless. Senior sister Minjun possesses the highest skills. We wholeheartedly support her as the leader." Zhao Lingzhu stepped forward, her sword in hand, and directed a disdainful gaze at Ding Minjun. Senior sister Jing Xian entered the sect first and has accompanied our master the longest. Junior sister Zhao was favored most by our master and regarded as her chosen successor, though our master did not explicitly say so. We all understand her intentions to pass Emei to junior sister Zhao. If we are to choose a leader, it should be senior sister Jing Xian or junior sister Zhao. Not you, Ding Minjun. Ding Minjun's expression darkened, her smile devoid of warmth. Junior sister Lingzhu, do you also aspire to contend for this leadership position? Zhao Lingzhu, undeterred, replied firmly, I know I am unqualified for such a role, unlike certain individuals whose ambitions are glaringly evident. Other Emei disciples, including Jingjia, Jingqing, and Bei Jini, stepped forward, voicing their support for senior sister Jing Xian. Before the golden statue of Puxian, over 100 Emei disciples divided into two factions, some backing Ding Minjun while others supported senior sister Jing Xian. Ding Minjun turned her attention to the fragile Zhou Zhirua. Her voice cold. Junior sister Zhirua, our master held you in the highest regard. Who do you believe should take on the leadership? Zhou Zhirua raised her head, her eyes filled with resentment as she spoke indifferently. Our master's body has yet to grow cold, and instead of seeking revenge for her, you are preoccupied with vying for leadership? At her words, Jing Xian and the others lowered their heads in shame. Ding Minjun glared at Zhou Zhirua, her tone laced with sarcasm. While that may be true, Emei cannot remain without a leader. We must select one. Zhou Zhirua raised her hand to interrupt Ding Minjun. Speaking calmly, both you and senior sister Jing Xian desire the leadership. Therefore, you two may temporarily assume the role of leaders. The iron ring of the master will be kept in my possession, and any Emei disciple who can avenge our master shall be entrusted with the ring. Recognized as the true leader, Jing Xian found himself in a quandary, softly addressing his fellow disciple, Ji Ruo. That villain Li Ji Gu possesses formidable martial prowess. Even our master, wielding the heavenly sword, is no match for him. How can we seek vengeance? Ding Minjun also turned to look at Zhou Zhirua. Under the gaze of her peers, Zhou Zhirua seemed to undergo a transformation. She was no longer the frail girl of yore. Casting her gaze over the group of senior sisters, she declared with resolute determination, we shall ascend Wudong and implore Master Zhang to deliver us justice. As Zhou Zhirua spoke, the over 100 disciples of Emei subtly began to regard this young sister as their pillar of strength. After departing from the Buddhist hall, Zhou Zhirua approached the chamber that belonged to the late Master Mieju. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she whispered, Master, your disciple possesses but humble skills. I yearn to avenge you, yet I am powerless. Master, please guide me. How can I exact vengeance upon our foes? Tears fell upon the bed, and Zhou Zhirua was uncertain how many times she had wept. Suddenly, she ceased her weeping, her gaze drawn to the envelope pressed beneath her pillow. Extracting the envelope, she noticed the words to Ji Rua, personally opened inscribed upon it. Tearing it open, she began to earnestly peruse the letter left by her master. Ji Rua, should you find this letter one day, it signifies that your master has met with misfortune. Upon my passing, you shall inherit the mantle of Emei's leader. From its establishment nearly a century ago, our Emei sect has been a legacy of Master Guxiang. In the past, the valiant hero of the Divine Condor gifted the heavy iron sword and the gentlemen's and ladies' swords to the gallant Guijing. Before the fall of Xiangyang, Guijing and the heroine Huang Rong forged the heavy iron sword into the Dragon-Slaying Saber. concealing the essence of the martial record of Mu and the 18 dragon-subduing palms within its blade. The gentlemen's and ladies' swords were reforged with golden essence into the heavenly sword, which harbors the 9 manual within its core. Jiruo, you must obtain the Dragon-Slaying Saber, with one hand wielding the saber and the other the sword, channeling your internal energy. You will be able to extract the essence of the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the 9 manual. In the chamber, Zhou Jiruo tucked the letter into her bosom, murmuring softly, Master, the heavenly sword has already been seized by Li Zhige, and the Dragon-Slaying Saber is lost with Xie Sun. How am I to acquire the essence of the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the 9 manual? Chapter 31. Reactions from all sides. News travels swiftly through the martial world. Li Zhige has yet to return to Qiantang, and the news of his solitary ascent to Emei, where he severed the head of the ruthless Master Extinction and claimed the heaven-defying sword, has spread far and wide. Concurrently, tales of Master Extinction's slaying of disciples from the Divine Fist sect and the ensuing vendetta that Li Zhige sought to avenge have been unearthed by eager gossip-mongers. Some marvel at Li Zhige's martial prowess, proclaiming him a paragon of skill for having defeated the sword-wielding Master Extinction with mere bare hands, worthy of being ranked among the world's foremost masters. Others clap in approval, asserting that the old nun had it coming. Yet, there are those who criticize Li Zhige for his narrow-mindedness and cruelty, arguing that while avenging his fallen comrades is one thing, decapitating Master Extinction is an egregious overreach. Meanwhile, a sense of greed stirs among some, who rally their friends to form a party intent on seeking out Li Zhige to seize the heaven-defying sword for themselves. This winter, the entire martial world is abuzz with unrest. At Wudong Mountain, Song Yuanxiao, the leader of the Wudong 7 heroes and the Wudong sect, gazes at his fellow disciples and inquires, what are your thoughts on this divine fist Li Zhige? The second hero, Yu Lianzhou, unabashedly expresses his admiration, stating, this young man is truly remarkable, to have slain the sword-wielding Master Extinction with his bare hands, besides our master. I cannot fathom anyone else in the martial realm capable of such a feat. The 7th hero, Emei Xinggu, nods in agreement, adding, Master Extinction had attained the status of a martial arts master, just a step away from the innate realm, and even compared to our elder brother, she was formidable, especially with the heaven-defying sword in her possession. This young man, Li Zhige, has likely already stepped into the innate realm. His talent is nothing short of monstrous, perhaps even surpassing our master in his youth. The 4th hero, Zhang Songxi, interjects, though Master Extinction was indeed fierce, she remains a generation-defining master and the leader of Emei. No one would fault Li Zhige for merely slaying her. Given that she had previously slain his comrades from the Divine Fist sect, blood must repay blood. However, his act of severing her head and claiming the heaven-defying sword crosses a line. Our master had a connection with Emei's founder, Guoxiang, and since our sect shares a bond with Emei, we cannot remain indifferent. At the very least, Li Zhige should return Master Extinction's head and the heaven-defying sword to Emei. The speaker's words, however, are not lost on the attentive listener. The 6th hero, Lighting, who had remained silent until now, rises and turns to depart with his sword in hand. Song Yuanxiao slams the table and demands, 6th brother, where do you think you're going? Lighting replies calmly, Master Extinction was Xiao Fu's mentor. I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. I am going to seek out Li Zhige to reclaim Master Extinction's head and the heaven-defying sword. You are not to go, Song Yuanxiao warns. Li Zhige has slain the sword-wielding Master Extinction. How can you hope to be his match? Moreover, from his actions in severing the master's head, it is clear this young man is not one to be trifled with. If you confront him, conflict is all but certain. I could not prevent our 5th brother's demise, nor could I avert our 3rd brother's paralysis, watching helplessly as he lay bedridden. I cannot bear to see you fall into peril. Lighting turns to Song Yuanxiao and, with deliberate clarity, states, Elder brother, while Xiao Fu and I may not be wed, I am, after all, her nominal husband. The revered Master of Extinction, revered by Ziof, met her untimely demise at the summit of Emei, her head severed and taken as a trophy. How could I remain indifferent to such a tragedy? Should this news spread, it would only serve to render us a laughingstock among our peers in the martial world. Song Yuanxiao's expression softened slightly as he consoled, 6th brother, I understand your feelings, but you are not permitted to leave Wudong. That Li Zhige, though young, possesses formidable skills. To provoke him recklessly would only forge enmity for our sect. Elder brother, Gazing into Lighting's pleading eyes, Song Yuanxiao's resolve wavered, and he sighed. If you wish to descend the mountain, you must first seek permission from Master. Should Master grant you leave, my brothers and I shall accompany you. At the rear mountain of Wudong, an elderly man, having surpassed a century, with hair as white as snow and an ethereal presence, stepped through the door. He cast a glance at his disciples, but refrained from speaking. As he gazed upward at the snowflakes drifting down from the heavens, his expression remained tranquil, devoid of any ripple. In a voice as steady as a still pond, he remarked, I have long foretold that the younger generation of extinction harbors excessive malice and a volatile temperament, which would inevitably lead to calamity. It appears my words have proven true. Song Yuanxiao turned to the elder, respectfully inquiring, Master, should we involve ourselves in this matter? The elder shook his head, stating, Extinction initiated violence first. Being met with violence in return is merely the wheel of karma, the cyclical nature of fate. Do not blame others. You must refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Furrowing his brows, Lighting addressed the elder, Master. Li Zhiga has not only taken the life of Master Extinction, but also desecrated Emei by severing her head. Such acts are intolerable. You have long-standing ties with the Emei sect's founder, Guoxiang. Can you truly remain indifferent? The elder's eyes, clouded and seemingly wise to the world's tribulations, replied calmly. I shall not intervene. Extinction's disciples met their fate by their own hand. Li Zhiga only killed Extinction and did not involve the other Emei disciples. Under such circumstances, it is not entirely detrimental. If I were to fall victim to Extinction, could you guarantee that the other Emei disciples would remain unscathed? The disciples were rendered speechless, unable to articulate a response. The elder then turned to Lighting, letting out a long sigh. Foolish child, it has been many years since Bei Qiaofeng passed. Have you not yet come to terms with it? If Bei Qiaofeng truly wished to marry you, how could she have met her end at the hands of another? Lighting opened his mouth to retort, but the elder continued. In the past, I beheld the body of Bei Qiaofeng. She clearly perished due to the four symbols palm. It is not surprising that Extinction has met with such calamity. Lighting, struck as if by lightning, trembled as he questioned. Was it not said that Master Extinction laid the blame on Yang Xiao? The elder waved his hand dismissively and turned to close the door. Song Yuanxiao and the others sighed heavily, at a loss for words to comfort Lighting. At Shaolin Temple on Mount Song, in the great hero hall before the Buddha's seat, dozens of high-ranking monks of the empty character gathered. Master Kong Yin, the head of the Arhot Hall, spoke with fervor. Li Zhiga has succumbed to the demonic path. We must not allow him to remain. Following him, Master Kong Wu of the Bodhi courtyard added, This youth has not only slain Master Extinction, but has also taken her head, seizing the Emei sect's treasured sword, the heavenly sword. His descent into madness is profound. If left unchecked, he will surely incite a storm of bloodshed in the martial world. However, who else in the martial world could possibly contend with Li Zhiga? Who can kill the ruthless Master Mieju with his bare hands, aside from Zhang Jinren of Wudong and the three reclusive masters? The disciples Yuan Yin, Yuan Yi, and Yuan Lin perished at his hands. Shall this be left unaccounted? In the great hero hall, under the watchful gaze of the Buddha, dozens of high monks from the Kong sect engaged in heated debate. Some monks argued that the wrath of the Ming Wang should be employed to suppress Li Zhiga, while others shook their heads, asserting that with the deaths of Yuan Yin, Yuan Yi, and Yuan Lin, the cycle of vengeance would never end. It would be more prudent to let it go and cultivate a good relationship with this rising star of the martial world. Abbot Kongwen, quietly twirling his prayer beads, listened intently to the disputes among his brethren without expressing his stance. Master Kongji, one of the four eminent monks of Shaolin, stepped forward, his eyes shimmering with wisdom and his face radiating compassion. He calmly addressed the surrounding monks, stating, Li Zhiga hails from the Divine Fist sect. He first used the 8 styles of Divine Fist to slay the giant whale gang leader Mei Qiong and the monk Yuan Lin from the Arhat Hall, demonstrating that this youth possesses extraordinary talent bordering on the demonic. His ability to slay Master Mieju with his bare hands surely transcends what the 8 styles of Divine Fist can achieve. I have visited the summit of Emei to pay my respects to Mieju, and from the traces of battle, it is evident that Li Zhiga has encountered some fortuitous event. He has very likely obtained the Nine-Yang Manual, lost by our Shaolin a century ago, which has enabled his rapid advancement. Moreover, judging by the imprints he left, he has already mastered the Beggar's Gang's 18 dragon-subduing palms to a remarkable degree. This youth's innate gifts are exceptional, coupled with fortuitous encounters. If we are to intervene, we must do so swiftly, unleashing the wrath of the Vidraming Wang. Otherwise, in a few years, we may face another Zhang Zhenren who dominates the martial world. If we lack the confidence to suppress him, we should send 2 great rejuvenation pills to cultivate a positive relationship with him early on. Within the Great Hero Hall, the high monks of the Kong sect ceased their disputes and turned their gazes towards Abbot Kongwen. Whether to suppress Li Zhiga or to cultivate a good relationship with him was not for them to decide. It was ultimately up to the abbot's judgment. Amitabha. Shaolin and Emei share the same Buddhist lineage and are closely connected. With the head of Master Mieju taken and the treasured sword of heaven seized, Shaolin cannot remain indifferent. This Li Zhiga has already fallen into the demonic path. With the sword of heaven in his possession, further bloodshed is inevitable. Shaolin cannot stand idly by while the sword of heaven wanders the martial world, posing a threat to the community. Moreover, since the Nine-Yang manual was lost from our Shaolin, it rightfully belongs in the Sutra repository. For both emotional and moral reasons, Shaolin must take action to suppress Li Zhiga and guide him back to the righteous path. With the abbot's pronouncement, the matter was settled. Dozens of high monks from the Kong sect departed the Great Hero Hall one by one. After exiting, Master Kongji glanced back at the golden visage of the Buddha. His deep, wise eyes clouded with concern as he quietly sighed. Abbot, I hope your decision today proves to be wise. Should we fail to suppress Li Zhiga? Given his exceptional talent, the ancient Shaolin Temple may face an unprecedented calamity. Chapter 32 Reactions in the Realm of Martial Arts. The north is represented by the revered Shaolin Temple, while the south is embodied by the esteemed Wudong. Shaolin and Wudong stand as the 2 towering mountains of the martial world, dictating the righteous path of the Jianghu. The ancient Shaolin Temple, steeped in a millennium of rich heritage, is home to numerous venerable monks, with an even greater number of martial monks. When Shaolin is mentioned, even the most ruthless of villains must temper their tone. Wudong, having established its sect for several decades, may not possess the profound depth of Shaolin, yet it is graced by the presence of the current legend of the martial world. As long as Master Zhang remains among the living, none would dare provoke Wudong Mountain. Aside from Shaolin and Wudong, the Jianghu also hosts 4 other major sects: Emei, Kunlun, Kongtong, and Huashan. The Kunlun sect, represented by the esteemed Master He Taichung, turned to his wife with a grave demeanor. Having lost the heavenly sword, the feeble disciples of the ruthless mistress Mieju cannot possibly uphold the Emei legacy. The decline of Emei is now inevitable. If my assumptions are correct, the Divine Fist sect is poised to soar, ascending to a position of prominence within the Jianghu. Bei Qiaofeng nodded in agreement. Li Zhiga's ability to single-handedly vanquish the wielder of the heavenly sword demonstrates his unfathomable martial prowess. We, Kunlun, cannot afford to be at odds with him. Master He concurred deeply and inquired, shall we send a congratulatory gift to Li Zhiga to commend him on his vengeance? Bei Qiaofeng shook her head. That would be inappropriate. Regardless of the circumstances, both Emei and Kunlun are reputable sections. If we were to send a gift to the Divine Fist sect, it might be perceived as adding insult to injury, leading to ridicule from our peers in the Jianghu. They would claim that Kunlun fears the Divine Fist sect and its Li Zhiga. At the Kongtong sect, the 5 elders convened, listening intently to the reports from their disciples. Exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, one elder tentatively suggested, shall we extend our congratulations to the Divine Fist sect and show goodwill towards Li Zhiga? Absolutely not. Another elder replied. Publicly, we, Kongtong, share a close bond with Emei as one of the 6 prominent sects of the Jianghu. Given that Li Zhiga has slain Mistress Mieju, our failure to confront him is already a disservice to Emei. How could we possibly send congratulations to the Divine Fist sect? What would our fellow martial artists think of us? In the Huashan sect, the astute master Xian Yutong gazed at his proud disciple and advised, Guayu, as you travel south to deliver gifts to Li Zhiga, temper your arrogance and speak kindly. Do not provoke his ire. Li Zhiga's extraordinary feat of defeating the ruthless mistress Mieju with his bare hands is not something we, the Huashan sect, can afford to offend. Do not let your pride bring calamity upon us. With a serious expression, Guiyu responded, Master, rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. In the Jianghu, aside from the 6 major sects, the Ming sect exerts the most considerable influence, renowned far and wide. At the Ming sect's headquarters atop Bright Summit, the left envoy Yang Xiao, with a glint of delight in his eyes, laughed heartily. Well done. Mieju, did you ever imagine this day would come for you? Beside him, Yang Buhui wore a smile of satisfaction as she turned to her father, inquiring, "Father, Li Zhiga's slaying of that old hag Mieju is truly exhilarating. He must be a towering hero. I wonder what he looks like. I truly wish to meet him." Yang Shao nodded and chuckled, remarking on the extraordinary courage of the young man Li Zhiga, who had single-handedly vanquished the formidable Master Mieju. "I would like to meet such a heroic figure," he mused. In Jiangnan, Huizhou, and Fengyang County, at the Mingzhu Fengyang branch, a tall youth laughed heartily and inquired of his companion, "Brother Chang, have the gifts been prepared?" Chang Yechen nodded in reply, "Brother Zhu, our purpose here is to meet Li Zhiga. Is it insufficient to bring merely 100 gold pieces and a single Hishouwu flower?" The young man assured him, "It is more than enough. A hero of Li Zhiga's caliber would hardly place value on mere gold and silver. Besides, our Fengyang branch needs to expand its forces, and we cannot squander our wealth." Excluding the various sects of the martial world, the most formidable power in the realm is undoubtedly the imperial court. In the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Ruyang, a slender maiden donned an exquisite silk robe, her delicate waist cinched by a jade belt, sitting atop a high seat. She rapped the table with one hand, her striking eyes gleaming with intelligence and occasionally revealing a hint of mischief. Below her stood a diverse assembly of individuals. A bald monk, cloaked in black, stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. "Your Highness," he began, "Li Zhiga possesses exceptional martial prowess, unmatched by few in the martial world. Such a young man is bound to be proud and ambitious. Enticing him to serve the court may prove futile." The maiden, a smile playing on her lips, countered, "How formidable can Li Zhiga truly be? Is Master Yuanjin not his equal?" Master Yuanjin nodded, his voice gravelly as he conceded, "I am not his match." The maiden then turned to her two bodyguards, playfully asking, "Masters Lu and he, could you defeat Li Zhiga?" The two exchanged glances, pondering for a moment before responding. "With the combined strength of Master Mieju wielding the heavenly sword, we might prevail against her, though sparing her life would be a different matter." The maiden chuckled lightly. "Ah, the heavenly sword, the supreme artifact of the martial world, the Dragon-Slaying Saber, commanding obedience across the realm. When the heavenly sword is not drawn, who can contend with it? I find myself equally intrigued by the heavenly sword." Upon her words, several individuals stepped forward, declaring, "Master, we shall go forth and slay Li Zhiga, retrieving the heavenly sword for you." She shook her head, saying, "In truth, I am far more interested in the man Li Zhiga himself. The martial heroes of the world seek merely power, wealth, and fame. If he desires power and prestige, I shall petition the emperor to grant him the title of general. If it is riches he seeks, I can offer him mountains of gold and silver. And if he desires beauty, I shall present him with enchanting maidens. If even beauty does not entice him, I shall collect the world's most profound martial arts secrets for him. Everyone has their weaknesses. I refuse to believe I cannot win over Li Zhiga." The young girl rose to her feet, surveying her surroundings. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt among those present. Her piercing gaze radiated an alluring brilliance, compelling the onlookers to instinctively avert their eyes, unwilling to meet her stare. Although she was but a maiden, she possessed the audacity to encompass mountains and rivers. Below her, the crowd bowed their heads, their eyes brimming with envy. Had that Li Zhiga acquiesced to the princess's invitation, they were certain their standing in her esteem would plummet. In an instant, the young girl's subordinates were filled with a sense of vigilance. With a flick of her sleeve, she strode forward, her voice both delicate and clear, yet impossible to defy. "Master He, Master Lu, Air, San, accompany me on a journey to Jiangnan to meet the renowned divine fist, Li Zhiga." Chapter 33. Stepping into the pre-heaven, the spring chill was palpable in Jiangnan, Qiantang County. Han Maofei stood at the city gate, watching the slender figure clad in a light blue robe approach. He rubbed his bleary eyes and exclaimed, "You little rascal, don't you feel cold dressed like that?" A gentle glimmer flickered in Li Zhiga's eyes as he smiled and said, "Master Uncle, I have perfected my divine skills. With the protection of these skills, I am not cold." Glancing at the wooden box in Li Zhiga's left hand and the long sword in his right, Han Maofei's spirit sank, and in a hoarse voice, he remarked, "Junior brother, you may now smile in the netherworld." Li Zhiga turned to glance at Shi Hongshi, who promptly greeted her grandfather. Shi Hongshi obediently nodded, revealing her prominent front teeth as she sweetly exclaimed, "Hello, Grandpa." Han Maofei looked at the ferocious-looking little girl with confusion and inquired of Li Zhiga, "Who is she?" Li Zhiga shook his head and said, This matter is rather complicated. Master Uncle, please take Hongshi back to the Divine Fist sect and settle him in. I shall go to see Master and Senior Sister. Outside Qiantang, the river lay tranquil, and the surface was devoid of any playful ducks. Li Zhiga placed the heavenly sword before his master's grave and opened the wooden box, lifting the wine jar. He removed the clay seal and poured the wine at the tombs of his master, senior sister, and several senior brothers. Returning to his master's grave, Li Zhiga knelt down, raised his head, and took a sip from the remaining wine in the jar, softly speaking, "Master, I have not returned to visit you for over 2 years. You must be longing for this, right? This is aged daughter's red, and I have brought it for you. I am certain you will relish it. Master, senior sister, and my esteemed senior brothers, look here, I have brought back the head of the old nun, and I have the heavenly sword with me." After consuming the wine, Li Zhiga felt the 9-yang true qi within him surge wildly. Having avenged his master and senior sister, the heavy burden that had long oppressed his heart was finally lifted. Li Zhiga felt exhilarated as the 9-yang true qi surged forth, connecting directly through the rin and du meridians. Crack! A faint sound resonated within him, as if a barrier in his meridians had been shattered. Li Zhiga let out a resounding howl. The sound waves radiated outward in concentric circles, causing towering columns of water to erupt from the surface of the river. Li Zhiga exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had successfully mastered the 3rd volume of the 9-yang true scripture, stepping effortlessly into the realm of innate energy. All along, Li Zhiga believed that his true qi lacked purity and vigor, which hindered his ability to cultivate the 3rd volume of the 9-yang true scripture and break through the run and du meridians. Upon reflection, he realized that the breakthrough of his realm was intimately linked to his state of mind. Having avenged his master and senior sister, Li Zhiga felt a surge of elation. His heart expanded with clarity, and as a result, his true qi transformed, enabling him to break through the ren and du meridians. Li Zhiga delved deep into his inner self, his dantian resembling a vast abyss or an expansive sea. The 9-yang true qi coursed through the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, akin to mighty rivers flowing in a perpetual cycle, ceaseless and vibrant. The world around Li Zhiga began to transform in his perception. He seemingly glimpsed vibrant, multicolored specks roaming through the cosmos. Is this the innate realm? Clenching his fist, Li Zhiga broke into a smile. Upon entering the innate stage, he had stepped into an entirely new domain. The true qi circulated throughout his body, establishing a grand cycle. As long as he drew breath, the true qi would continuously emanate from within, an endless source. When the true qi flowed unceasingly, he would no longer fear the chaos of battle. Even an army of thousands would not deter him. Regaining his composure, Li Zhiga lowered his gaze to the tombstone. He cast a glance at his master's tombstone, then at those of his senior sister and several senior brothers, before bending down to retrieve the heaven-resolving sword. Smiling, he said, "Master, senior sister, and esteemed brothers, I am departing. When I return to visit you next time, I shall strive to be the world's #1. Upon his return to the Divine Fist sect, just as he settled down, Han Maofei eagerly addressed Li Zhiga. "You rascal, you truly are remarkable. Your name, Li Zhiga of the Divine Fist, has become known throughout the martial world. If our junior brother could witness such a scene, he would undoubtedly be grinning from ear to ear." Li Zhiga remained silent, lost in reverie as memories flooded his mind. He recalled the stern, rigid features of his master, whose long, horse-like face bore the weight of expectations for him. For a moment, mist filled Li Zhiga's eyes as he softly murmured, "I promised my master to revitalize the Divine Fist sect. This is not sufficient. I must open the doors to discipleship, ensuring the disciples of the Divine Fist sect are spread across the land, standing alongside Wudong and Shaolin as a prominent martial arts faction." Han Maofei shook his head and gently patted Li Zhiga's shoulder, his eyes glistening with tears as he spoke. "Good child, it is enough. You have already done more than enough. Over the years, you have endured many hardships, which would be a comfort to our late brothers. It is best to take some time to rest. The revival of the Divine Fist sect does not require haste." Hongshi looked up, her nose tilted defiantly, and with a wide grin revealing her prominent front teeth, she inquired of Li Zhiga, "Uncle Li, may I join the Divine Fist sect and become its eldest disciple?" Li Zhiga was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Hongshi, you are destined to become the leader of the Beggars sect in the future." Hongshi pondered for a while and replied earnestly, "Uncle Li, to be honest, I have no desire to be the leader of the beggar sect. My only aspiration is to hone my martial skills and one day avenge my parents." Li Zhiga shook his head, stating firmly that it was not possible. He had promised your mother that he would assist you in reclaiming the position of the leader. Observing Li Zhiga's disapproval, Shi Hongshi chose not to pursue the matter further. In the days that followed, Li Zhiga remained at the Divine Fist sect, diligently honing his skills. He was acutely aware that he was still far from being the world's greatest. Even having entered the innate realm, he could not afford to be complacent. That esteemed Zhang Jinren had stepped into the innate realm decades ago, and it was uncertain how far he had progressed since then. In comparison to Zhang Jinren, Li Zhiga's current abilities seemed utterly insignificant. 3 days had passed since Li Zhiga's return to Qiantang. On this particular day, he continued his practice in the training ground, where the winds of his palm strikes howled, and a crimson dragon circled and sang softly above the Divine Fist sect. Han Maofei, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, sat in the hall warming himself by the charcoal fire, gazing at the crimson dragon spiraling overhead. He clicked his tongue in wonder, remarking on the fortunate circumstances of this young lad, who had indeed mastered the beggar clan's 18 dragon subduing palms. With his current martial prowess, it was likely that few in the martial world could rival him. One could only ponder when he might defeat Zhang Jinren and reclaim the title of the world's greatest for himself. Li Zhiga persevered in his training, undeterred by any distractions. Shi Hongshi, too, was diligent, skillfully wielding a verdant staff on the opposite side of the training ground, completely unfazed by the fact that Li Zhiga had mastered another unique technique from the beggar's sect. Suddenly, a series of firm knocks echoed as an elderly yet robust voice called out, "Is Master Li in?" "Yin Tianzheng of the Heavenly Eagle sect has come to pay his respects, accompanied by my son." Li Zhiga stepped forward, approaching the grand entrance and swinging open the imposing door. Before him stood an elderly man with snow-white eyebrows, elegantly swept to the side. The man possessed a tall and commanding stature, his keen eyes sharp as a hawk, and a prominent nose resembling a curved hook, exuding an aura of formidable presence. Accompanying the elder was a middle-aged man in his 40s, equally tall, clad in a white shirt adorned with a small black eagle on his shoulder, holding a gift box, his countenance brimming with wildness and defiance. Without needing to inquire, Li Zhiga recognized them as Yin Tianzheng and Yin Yuan, the father and son of the Heavenly Eagle sect, and the maternal grandfather and uncle of Zhang Wuji. Behind Yin Tianzheng and Yin Yuan stood 2 men with ingratiating smiles, one of whom was Ma Wei, the leader of the giant whale gang, with whom Li Zhiga had a previous encounter. The other was likely the head of the Sea Sand sect, the Heavenly Eagle sect. The giant whale gang and the Sea Sand sect were 3 prominent factions in Jiangnan, and given their current renown in the martial world, Li Zhiga was not surprised by their visit. Stepping aside, Li Zhiga addressed the foremost figure, Yin Tianzheng, with a smile. "Ah, it is an honor to welcome the esteemed white-browed Eagle King. Please, come in. Master Yin, Leader Ma, and Grandmaster Yuan, please." Chapter 34, A Visit with Gifts. It is an honor to welcome the esteemed white-browed Eagle King. Please, come in. Li Zhiga stepped aside, graciously allowing Yin Tianzheng to enter first. Once Yin Tianzheng had crossed the threshold, Li Zhiga invited Yin Yuan, Ma Wei, and Yuan Kai to follow him inside. In the grand hall of the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhiga took his place at the head of the table, turning to Yin Tianzheng with a smile. "Esteemed Elder Yin, in this region of Jiangnan, your mere stomp could send tremors through the earth. It is indeed an honor for a junior like myself to receive you here at the Divine Fist sect. Convention dictates that I should be the one to pay you a visit instead." Yin Tianzheng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling heartily. "The Sky Eagle sect and the Divine Fist sect share this land of Jiangnan. It is only fitting that we support one another. Young Master Li, a hero in his own right, avenged the sect by eliminating the notorious Elder Mie, and I hold you in the highest esteem for that. This visit, accompanied by my son, is to congratulate you on your well-deserved victory. Please accept this modest gift and do not decline it." "Yuan," Yin Tianjin called out, prompting Yin Yuan to immediately produce a box, which he opened to reveal an orderly arrangement of gold ingots. "Please accept this offering, Master Li." Li Zhiga cast a glance at the gold, then withdrew his gaze, smiling at Yin Tianjin. "Thank you, Elder Yin." Sitting nearby, Ma Wei and Yuan Kai hastily interjected. "Master Li, we have also prepared some modest gifts to offer our congratulations. We hope you won't find them lacking." With that, Ma Wei and Yuan Kai each produced their gift boxes, Ma Wei presented a hefty piece of deep-sea cold iron weighing several dozen pounds, while Yuan Kai offered a stunning piece of crystal agate. In contrast to the gold presented by the Sky Eagle sect, the gifts from the Giant Whale Gang and the Sea Sand sect were evidently more heartfelt. Yin Tianzhong, once the protector of the Ming sect and the White-Browed Eagle King, now held the esteemed position of leader of the Sky Eagle sect, boasting exceptional martial prowess and ranking among the elite in the martial world. While Yin Tianzhong could engage in light-hearted banter with Li Zhiga, Ma Wei and Yuan Kai felt they lacked such privilege. Given Li Zhiga's current status in the martial realm, they had to tread carefully, fearful that a single misstep might provoke his ire and bring calamity upon the Giant Whale Gang and the Sea Sand sect. Li Zhiga cast a profound glance at Ma Wei and Yuan Kai, nodding with a smile. "Leader Ma, Master Yuan, your thoughtfulness is much appreciated." Ma Wei, adorned with a sycophantic grin, complimented, "A mere token of my regard, as long as Master Li does not take offense." When I witnessed Master Li vanquish Mei Qiaofeng, I was utterly astonished, convinced that he was a true dragon among men. Today, I see that my judgment was indeed astute. Yuan Kai's smile bore an even more obsequious quality than Ma Wei's, as he extolled, "Master Li, your solitary ascent of Emei, unarmed and single-handedly dispatching the ruthless old nun, has truly accomplished a commendable deed for the martial world. In today's realm, who is unaware of Master Li's illustrious reputation? Every disciple of our Haisha sect speaks of you with utmost admiration, hailing you as one of the finest heroes of our time." Li Zhiga shook his head and replied calmly, "The esteemed leader of the Yuan sect has spoken in error. My act of vanquishing the ruthless old nun was merely an act of vengeance for my sect. In the realm of Jianghu, the number of those who slander me is countless. How can one regard them as heroes or champions?" Observing Ma Wei and Yuan Kai's obsequious expressions, Yin Yuan's eyes were filled with disdain. Yin Tianzhong subtly signaled to Yin Yuan to refrain from speaking. Turning to Li Zhiga, Yin Tianzhong burst into a hearty laugh, stating, "Your words are misguided, sect leader Li. Although Emei is a renowned orthodox sect, the old nun's cruelty and unpopularity are well known. I dare not speak for others, but the tens of thousands of followers of the Tianying sect hold you in great esteem." Watching Ma Wei and Yuan Kai fawn over Li Zhiga, and observing Li Zhiga and Yin Tianzhong engage in jovial discourse, Han Maofei sat beside them with a complex expression as if caught in a dream. How long ago was it that the Tianying sect was a formidable entity that the Divine Fist sect could only look up to? After a round of pleasantries, Li Zhiga escorted Yin Tianzhong and the others out of the Divine Fist sect. Standing at the entrance, Han Maofei gazed up at the weathered and ancient plaque, filled with myriad sentiments. Thanks to Li Zhiga, the status of the Divine Fist sect in the Jianghu had suddenly risen to the level of a major sect. The leader of the Giant Whale Gang and the head of the Haisha sect now approached the Divine Fist sect with deference. And even the leader of the Tianying sect had come personally to pay a visit, a notion that was unimaginable in the past. Just as he bid farewell to Yin Tianzhong and the others, a young man entered the Divine Fist sect. The youth respectfully bowed to Li Zhiga and introduced himself. "I am Guayu, a disciple of Huashan, here to pay my respects to sect leader Li." Li Zhiga sat in the main seat, gazing at the young man before him with a hint of surprise. He inquired, "What brings the esteemed disciple of the Huashan school to my Divine Fist sect?" Guayu, unable to meet Li Zhiga's gaze, replied solemnly, "I, Guayu, have come at the behest of my master, Tong, to present a congratulatory gift to Master Li, in celebration of your avenged grievances." With that, Guayu produced a beautifully wrapped gift box. Li Zhiga gazed at Guayu with a smile that was neither fully formed nor entirely absent, and spoke calmly. "Emei and Huashan are both esteemed sects within the martial world. I have slain the venerable Master Mieju, yet your Huashan presents a congratulatory gift. Are you not concerned about the whispers that may arise in the community?" Guayu, with an expression of righteous indignation, replied, "Though Huashan and Emei are both renowned orthodox sects, there exists no bond of kinship between us. My master holds great admiration for you, Master Li. Thus, he has dispatched disciples to convey our congratulations and seek your acquaintance. This action is both honorable and transparent. We fear not the idle chatter of the martial world." Li Zhiga chuckled, recognizing that Tong was indeed a remarkable individual. The gift was graciously accepted, and upon returning, he would express his gratitude to your master on behalf of Li. After Guayu departed, Li Zhiga stroked his chin, pondering the intentions behind Xin Yutong's gesture. The Tianying sect, the Jiuhai gang, and the Haisha faction, these three forces cohabited the Jiangnan region alongside the Divine Fist School, making their visit somewhat justifiable. However, what could possibly motivate the Huashan sect to traverse such a great distance to present their congratulations? Among the 6 major sects, the Emei disciples surely harbored deep resentment toward him. The Shaolin monks had also become adversaries, likely nursing a plethora of ill thoughts. The stances of the Wudong and Kunlun sects remained ambiguous, leaving only the Huashan sect to extend goodwill through their gift. While Li Zhiga could not decipher Xin Yutong's true intentions, it was evident that Xin Yu was a person unconcerned with appearances. Li Zhiga, in a moment of indifference, decided to dismiss his thoughts, considering that Xin Yutong was hardly a formidable figure. In the following 2 days, the Shangguan sect became increasingly lively, with a continuous stream of visitors arriving to pay their respects. Following the Tianying sect, the Giant Whale Gang, the Haisha sect, and the Huashan sect, countless other factions came to present gifts, though most of them were obscure and lesser-known sects that Li Zhiga had never heard of. Despite the goodwill of these visitors, Li Zhiga felt reluctant to turn anyone away, so he graciously accepted each offering with a smile. Among the gift-givers, the one who left the most profound impression on Li Zhiga was Zhu Yuanzhang, the leader of the Fengyang branch of the Ming sect. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang had yet to rise to prominence, yet he already exhibited the nascent qualities of a formidable leader. Li Zhiga did not regard him with any special favor simply because he was Zhu Yuanzhang. Instead, he graciously accepted the gifts, exchanged pleasantries, and after a brief acquaintance, escorted him out of the gate. Han Maofei had once calculated that, excluding antique paintings and other precious items, the gold and silver sent by various factions amounted to a staggering 10,000 taels, piled high like a small mountain. Having lived for over half a lifetime, Han Maofei had never witnessed such a vast accumulation of genuine wealth, leaving him momentarily astounded. Li Zhiga merely cast a glance at the yellow and white objects, dismissing them with indifference. Such is the advantage conferred by strength and reputation. The destitute ruffians of the martial world, impoverished and struggling, can scarcely scrape together a couple of coins. Yet, once fame is attained, a multitude rushes forth, eager to bestow upon them genuine gold and silver. This is a reflection of the relentless pursuit of glory and recognition in the martial realm, where the promise of profit invariably follows in the wake of renown. Chapter 35, The Renowned Wudong in the Southern Lands. Li Zhiga received visitors, and the reputation of the Divine Fist sect grew increasingly illustrious. Among those who came to Qiantang to pay their respects to the Divine Fist sect, none departed with a negative impression of Li Zhiga. They were taken aback by the unexpected humility and courtesy of the illustrious Li Zhiga, who displayed none of the arrogance that often accompanies fame. Soon, winter snow melted. Spring returned to the earth, and all living things awakened. The spring breeze caressed the willows, as it gently embraced the slender waist of a young maiden. A group descended from Wudong Mountain, or rather, a gathering of maidens, each wielding a long sword. The leader, adorned with a touch of vermilion on her brow, possessed a tall and graceful figure, her azure gown sweeping the ground. Her delicate, oval face bore a hint of subtle melancholy, capable of captivating even the most earnest of farmers laboring in the fields, leaving them spellbound for an eternity. Will Sister Zhirua be meeting with Master Zhang? Ding Minjun turned to the maiden, having unconsciously grown accustomed to seeking Zhou Zhua's opinion, an inclination she was unaware of herself. Zhou Zhua furrowed her brow slightly, refraining from responding to Ding Minjun, and proceeded towards the residence at Wudong Mountain, sword in hand. Before the gates of Wudong Mountain, beside the sword-removing pool, Zhou Zhua addressed the 2 acolytes stationed at the entrance with courteous words. I am Zhou Zhua of Emei, here to visit Master Zhang. I kindly ask you 2 Dao brothers to relay my presence. The acolytes nodded and promptly turned to report to their master. In a brief moment, a young man, handsome and graceful, clad in Taoist robes, rushed out from the mountain gate. His face lit up with surprise as he beheld the leading maiden, and he earnestly exclaimed, Sister Zhirua, why did you not inform me of your visit to Wudong in advance? I could have come down the mountain to greet you. This young man was Song Qing-shu, the 3rd-generation chief disciple of Wudong, son of the sect's leader, Song Yuanqiao. He was renowned in the martial world for his exceptional skills, earning the moniker Jade-Faced Meng Chong among his peers. Zhou Zhirua bowed respectfully to the young man, her expression devoid of warmth as she replied, Zhirua would not dare to trouble Brother Song. She continued, Brother Song, I have come to visit Master Zhang and request that he descend the mountain to uphold justice for Emei. Song Qingshu, undeterred by Zhou Zhua's cool demeanor, expressed his empathy, a hint of annoyance crossing his features. Sister Zhurua, I have heard of the troubles your sect faces. That scoundrel Li Zhiga is truly detestable. Rest assured, Master will certainly seek justice for Emei. Zhou Zhuo remained impassive, calmly stating, Please, Brother Song, lead the way. As soon as Zhou Zhuo finished speaking, two young acolytes stationed at the mountain gate suddenly interjected, addressing the sisters of the Emei sect, esteemed sisters of the Emei sect. To enter the sacred grounds of Wudong Mountain, one must relinquish their weapons by the sword release pool. This is a rule established by our venerable ancestor. We kindly ask you not to make it difficult for us. Before Zhou Zhuo could respond, Song Qingshu, filled with indignation, turned sharply to glare at the two acolytes and reproached, Junior Sister Zhou is a distinguished member of Emei, and our sect shares a deep bond with Wudong. She is not an outsider. Why must she disarm? The two acolytes, glancing timidly at Song Qingshu, explained softly, Brother Song, the master has instructed us to guard the mountain. If they do not disarm, we will face the master's wrath. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, Song Qingshu proclaimed haughtily, I shall speak on this matter with my father. It does not concern you. Zhou Zhuo shook her head and placed her sword into the sword release pool. Her voice gentle as she spoke, since this is the rule set by Zhang Zhenren, it is our duty as juniors to comply. Turning to Ding Minjun and the others, she softly urged, Sisters, please disarm. The Emei disciples complied, with the young girl leading, regardless of her status as the youngest sister. They instinctively overlooked her age. Song Qingshu, having abandoned his authoritative demeanor, wore a beaming smile and followed closely beside Zhou Zhuo, flattering her, Junior Sister Zhou, allow me to accompany you up the mountain. I shall persuade the master to emerge and seek justice for Emei. In the Zhixiao Palace, beneath the statue of the great Emperor Zhenwu, Song Yuanxiao observed his son's obsequious behavior with a throbbing temple. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising anger, he spoke gently to Zhou Zhuo, Miss Zhou, I understand your intentions. However, my master is currently in seclusion at a critical juncture and cannot be disturbed. Zhou Zhirua furrowed her brow, her pitiable demeanor evoking sympathy as she bowed respectfully to Song Yuanxiao. Wudong is the stronghold of the martial world, and Zhang Zhenren is widely regarded as a legend within our realm. If it is inconvenient to disturb him, I urge Master Song and the 7 heroes of Wudong to come forth and seek justice for Emei. Song Yuanxiao found himself in a dilemma, unsure how to refuse the heart-wrenching request from Zhou Zhirua. The second hero, Yu Yinqiu, stepped forward and smiled at her, Miss Zhou. It is not that we are unwilling to assist you. However, since Li Zhiga was able to kill your esteemed teacher with his bare hands, even all 7 of us from Wudong may not be his match. We cannot seek this justice on your behalf. Perhaps you should consult someone more capable. Zhou Zhirua lowered her head, her eyes filled with disappointment as she asked, Is this also the sentiment of Master Song? Unable to bear her sorrow, yet recalling his master's words, Song Yuanxiao reluctantly nodded, Miss Zhou, I shall escort you down the mountain. Meanwhile, Song Qishu, in a state of urgency, interjected, Father, although the master is in seclusion, he cannot be beyond reach. Moreover, Junior Sister Zhou and her companions have come seeking our assistance. As the foremost sect of righteousness, how can we stand idly by? Would this not tarnish Wudong's reputation? After speaking, he turned to Zhou Zhuo, who wore a face of disappointment, and comforted her. Junior Sister Zhou, do not be anxious. I shall now seek an audience with our esteemed master, and I will certainly persuade him to emerge from seclusion to advocate for justice on your behalf. As Song Qingshu turned to leave the Zhixiao Palace, Song Yuanxiao's repressed fury finally erupted as he bellowed, Unfilial son, halt at once. Have you completed your studies today? Unaware of his father's wrath, Song Qingshu's focus remained solely on his junior sister, Zhou, as he shook his head and replied, Father, my studies can wait. The matter concerning junior sister Zhou is of utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Yulian Zhou, Zhang Songshi, and Emei Shanggu exchanged discreet glances, silently shaking their heads. Li Ting observed Song Qingshu intently, seemingly seeing a reflection of himself in the young man. Taking a deep breath, Song Yuanxiao rubbed his temples and spoke in a grave tone, Seventh brother, take Qingshu away and ensure he completes his studies for today. Emei Shanggu nodded and stepped forward, preparing to lead Song Qingshu away. The latter struggled vehemently, pleading, Seventh uncle, please release me. Our Wudong is the foremost righteous sect. I must beseech Master to come forth. After Emei Shenggu forcibly escorted Song Qing-shu from the Zixiao Palace, Song Yuan Xiao turned his gaze towards Zhou Zhiruo and calmly stated, Miss Zhou, we are unable to assist with the affairs of Emei. You may descend the mountain. I shall not accompany you. Zhou Zhiruo said nothing and turned to leave the Zixiao Palace, addressing her fellow disciples, Sisters, let us descend the mountain and not disturb the esteemed heroes of Wudong. Ding Minjun spat contemptuously before the statue of the true martial emperor, angrily exclaiming, To fear even a Li Zhigu is disgraceful. Wudong is unworthy of its reputation as the foremost righteous sect. And Zhang Sanfeng is but a figure of hollow fame. The expressions of Song Yuan Qiao, Yu Lian Zhou, Zhang Songshi, and Yin Li Ting darkened at her words. While they might tolerate insults against themselves, they could not allow slander against Wudong, nor could they abide disrespect towards their master. Were it not for Ding Minjun being a junior and a woman, they would have fiercely reprimanded her. As they watched the Emei group descend the mountain, Yu Lianzhou scoffed, Mie Zhu is a failure, her disciples are no better. Zhou Zhiruo, however, is a promising talent, though regrettably apprenticed to Mie Zhu. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, a group of Emei disciples gazed at Zhou Zhiruo. Ding Minjun, her face filled with indignation, exclaimed, Zhang Sanfeng hides away like an old turtle, and Song Yuan Xiao and the 7 heroes of Wudong clearly wish to avoid entanglements with Emei. What claim do they have to be the foremost righteous sect? The people of Wudong are merely cowards. Zhou Zhiruo shook her head and replied, Sister Minjun, tread carefully in your words. Master Zhang is a figure of great virtue and respect, of the same generation as our revered ancestor Guxiang. We must not speak ill of him. With a hint of despondency, Jing Xian asked in a subdued tone, Zhiruo, since Wudong refuses to uphold justice for us, what shall we do now? Gripping her sword, her eyes clear as autumn waters, Zhou Zhiruo turned northward and answered with unwavering resolve, if Wudong will not intervene, then we shall seek justice at Shaolin. Chapter 36. Li Zhiga, a Han man majestic Mount Song stands tall, with Shaolin remaining unyielding. The disciples of Emei entered the grand hall of great heroism, where they encountered Master Kongwen, along with the divine monks Kongji and Kongxing. Zhou Zhiruo, bowing gracefully, respectfully addressed them, I am Zhou Zhiruo from Emei, here to pay my respects to the 3 esteemed monks. Master Kongwen, stroking his beard, extended a hand to gently support Zhou Zhiruo, proclaiming, before the Buddha, all beings are equal. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Please rise, esteemed disciples of Emei. As Zhou Zhiruo straightened, she spoke with a tone of sorrow, Master Kongwen, I trust you have surmised the purpose of my visit. Li Zhiga from the Divine Fist sect has not only slain my master at Emei, but has also taken his head and forcefully seized the Heaven-Reliant sword. Although my master had a somewhat fiery temperament, he dedicated himself to maintaining peace within the martial world. And the Heaven-Reliant sword has severed the heads of many demonic cultists. Now, with my master's head taken, Emei suffers humiliation, and I, Zhiruo, feel powerless to avenge this deep-seated blood feud. I earnestly beseech the venerable monks of Shaolin to rise against that villain, Li Zhiga, and help Emei reclaim our treasured sword. Master Kongwen sighed deeply, his face reflecting compassion as he replied, when shall the cycle of vengeance cease? Yet, Li Zhiga's disregard for Emei, a sacred site of Samantabhadra, in taking the head of our abbess upon Mount Emei, is indeed ruthless and akin to the actions of a demon. How may we assist you, Mistress Zhou? Zhou Zhou replied obediently, I defer to Master Kongwen's judgment. Master Kongwen nodded, for Emei and Shaolin share a common heritage within the Buddhist path. This matter cannot be overlooked by Shaolin. I shall summon the monks urgently to journey south, to render Li Zhiga powerless, imprison him in Shaolin for 30 years, allowing him to atone for his sins beneath the Buddha's gaze. How does that sound to you, Mistress Zhou? Zhou Zhiruo promptly bowed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Master Kongwen continued, the Heaven-Reliant sword is too sharp, posing a threat to harmony. Given your current martial prowess, you may not be able to protect it. Should the sword fall into the hands of the wandering world, it would lead to boundless bloodshed. Once we have subdued Li Zhiga, the sword shall be entrusted to Shaolin for safekeeping, and when Emei's disciples have attained great martial mastery, we shall invite you to reclaim the sword. What do you think, Mistress Zhou? A flicker of cold light flashed in Zhou Zhiruo's eyes, quickly subdued as she responded obediently, indeed. Divine Fist Sect, Main Hall. Li Zhigu gazed at the dashing young man across from him, dressed in male attire, then turned his attention to the several bodyguards standing behind her. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "You have come to pay your respects to me, yet you conceal your true identity. Is this not a display of insincerity?" The charming young man unfurled the folding fan in his hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as he replied in a sweet and melodious voice, "Indeed. You are the renowned martial artist Li Zhigu. Just your discerning gaze is enough to earn my admiration." As she spoke, she removed the ribbon binding her hair, allowing her lustrous tresses to cascade freely. Even Li Zhigu found himself momentarily captivated by her stunning beauty. He had thought that Yang Qingqing and Zhou Zhira were the epitome of loveliness, yet this woman was equally enchanting. Clad in a long male robe, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and her eyes, resembling twinkling stars, seemed to speak with a playful glint. Noticing Li Zhiji's momentary astonishment, a flicker of pride danced in her gaze as she smiled and inquired, "So, have you encountered a woman more beautiful than this princess?" Li Zhiga regained his composure and honestly shook his head, admitting that he had never encountered a woman more beautiful than this girl. "You are indeed sincere," she replied with a nod of satisfaction. She pulled up a chair and sat down, addressing Li Zhiga, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mintimer, a princess bestowed by the current emperor, tasked with overseeing the martial world by royal decree. If you find my Mongolian name difficult to remember, you may also recall my Han name, which is Zhao Min." Li Zhiga nodded, realizing it was Miss Zhao, and expressed his apologies. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit to the Shangkungmen?" Zhao Min remained silent. Instead, she turned to her bodyguard behind her and clapped her hands. "Ada, bring forth the items." The servant named Ada moved forward, presenting two large wooden chests. One chest was filled with gleaming gold ingots, while the other contained exquisite treasures such as crystal, agate, and white jade. Li Zhiga cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Noticing the unchanged expression on Li Zhiga's face, Zhao Min chuckled. "Hero Li possesses remarkable composure. I, a mere woman, am truly in admiration." "Here." Another servant stepped forward, producing a box which he opened to reveal a collection of books and scrolls within. Li Zhiga cast a lingering glance at a tome adorned with the bold inscription Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, causing his eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Zhao Min burst into laughter, her smile reminiscent of a blooming rose, vibrant yet refined. "Hero Li," she declared, "I possess numerous such secret manuals. Should you desire them, even the long-lost divine arts can be unearthed by the court. As long as you are willing to join the imperial ranks and serve the dynasty, be it gold, jewels, delicate beauties, or arcane techniques, the court shall provide." The young princess pledged, "If you align yourself under my banner, I shall personally petition the emperor to bestow upon you the title of a fifth-rank general, commanding an army to safeguard the imperial city." Observing Zhao Min's spirited demeanor as she gestured grandly, Li Zhiga chuckled, recognizing her willingness to invest heavily in enticing him with power, wealth, martial prowess, and enchanting maidens. Zhao Min furrowed her brow and inquired, "Do you doubt the sincerity of my promise?" Li Zhiga shook his head and replied earnestly, "I believe you are not deceiving me." Zhao Min's expression darkened slightly. The radiant smile on her face vanished without a trace. "Are you not the least bit tempted?" Li Zhiga lazily lifted his gaze and replied, "No one can disregard power, wealth, martial prowess, or beauty, and I am no exception." Before Zhao Min could smile, Li Zhiga continued, "Miss Zhao, you must comprehend a fundamental truth. I am of Han descent. While some may forsake their ancestors for the sake of power, fame, or riches, I am not among them." Observing the unwavering conviction in his tone, devoid of any room for negotiation, Zhao Min's delicate face turned frosty as she coldly inquired, "Do you harbor prejudice against the court as well?" Li Zhiga replied calmly, "Indeed, this Central Plains has been the territory of the Han people since ancient times. Since your Mongol nobles stepped into the Central Plains, the land has been stained with blood from the iron hooves of your forces. You are not content to merely occupy Han lands. You even classify as Han people as third-class citizens. As a Han individual, how can I harbor any bias against your Mongol Yuan court? Miss Zhao, the grasslands beyond the Great Wall are your true homeland. While you are welcome to visit the Central Plains, should you attempt to seize our land and look down upon us Han sons, I shall never acquiesce. Nor will the countless Han men across the realm. In these tumultuous times, the flames of conflict rise, revealing the discontent towards your Mongol Yuan court. How long has it been since you took control of the Central Plains? Miss Zhao, mark my words, within a decade, this land will return to the hands of the Han people. instead of retreating in disgrace back to the grasslands. It would be wiser for you to persuade the emperor of the Yuan court to relinquish the central plains voluntarily. Li Ziji's voice was neither heavy nor light, as he articulated an objective truth. Zhao Min's gaze was icy, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. She understood that every word spoken by Li Zigu was devoid of falsehood, and it was precisely for this reason that she felt fear. How could she possibly be ignorant of the current state of affairs? Yet, Central Plains real estate was abundant, the climate temperate, while the northern grasslands were harsh and frigid. The royal family had already savored the luxuries of the Central Plains. They would not willingly depart from this fertile land to return to their homeland. The noble lords would also be reluctant to return to the pastures of the grasslands. Casting a glance at Li Zigu, Zhao Min's fair complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and white, her voice resonant and forceful as she declared, "This princess firmly believes that human endeavor can alter fate. This world shall ultimately remain under the dominion of my Mongol Yuan, even if this realm is riddled with wounds. Even if the imperial edifice teeters on the brink of collapse, this princess shall strive to uphold this nascent edifice. Li Zigu, you possess remarkable martial prowess, and I regard you as a person of talent. Hence, I offer you this opportunity to serve the court. Do not be ungrateful." As she spoke, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Zhao Min's eyes. Li Zigu cast a cold glance at Zhao Min, his tone imbued with a hint of disdain. "Miss Zhao, it appears you have grown accustomed to your elevated status, always believing yourself to be superior to me. I advise you, while I still address you as Miss Zhao, to make your departure swiftly. Otherwise, do not blame me for leaving your life as a noble princess here. How audacious! Those who dare to show disrespect to a princess shall meet their demise." As soon as Li Zigu's words fell, two figures sprang forth like arrows, swiftly charging towards him. Chapter 37. Overcoming the two elders of Xianming. Boldness. Those who dare to show disrespect to the princess shall meet their demise. As soon as Li Zigu's words fell, two figures surged forth from behind Zhao Min, one wielding a palm strike and the other delivering a punch, converging upon Li Zigu from both sides. They were household servants of the Riyang Wangfu and disciples of the Western region's Golden Vajra sect, referred to by Zhao Min as Heir and Asen. Both sported shaved heads and had faces marked by a brutal demeanor, exuding an air of menace. The gust of their palm strikes and the sheer force of their punches surged forth, arriving in an instant, intent on eliminating Li Zigu on the spot. Li Zigu rose from his seat, arching an eyebrow as he engaged both adversaries with a fierce display of strength. With a resounding roar, accompanied by a dragon's roar and a tiger's growl, Li Zigu unleashed a crimson dragon-shaped energy with his left hand while his right fist propelled a fierce red tiger. The dragon surged forth from the sea, and the tiger descended from the mountain. As the two forces collided, waves of energy surged, forcing Zhao Min and the others to retreat repeatedly. With a thunderous crash, Heir and Asen were sent flying, landing outside the hall of the Divine Fist sect. Their faces flushed as crimson as a pig's liver, unable to contain the surge of blood that erupted from their mouths, their eyes wide with terror. How could the disparity be so vast? When did the martial world of Central Plains give rise to such a formidable expert? They were the most distinguished disciples of the Western region's Diamond sect. Zhao Min cast a glance at the fallen Heir and Asen, showing little concern for their fates. With a grim expression, she addressed the two towering elders behind her, Master Lu and Master He, urging them, "You both must join forces and eliminate him." Master Lu, adorned with peculiar tattoos, gripped his staff and remained unmoving, his gaze fixed seriously upon the towering Li Zigu. He spoke in a deep voice, "Princess, you must leave at once. Though this young man is still in his youth, he has attained the coveted innate realm that many in the pugilistic world yearn for. My brother and I may hold him momentarily, but inevitably we will be defeated over time." Master He, somewhat dazed, echoed, "Brother is correct. This man exudes an overwhelming killing intent, and his true energy is both fierce and unyielding. His palm techniques are exceedingly aggressive, posing a severe threat to our Xianming divine palm. Princess, you should flee while we still have the chance to stall him." Zhao Min gazed intently at Li Zigu, realizing that she had underestimated him. Having initially thought she had assessed his strength accurately, the combined efforts of Master Lu and Master He did not guarantee victory. Turning to the Xianming elders, she spoke solemnly. "Master Lu, Master He, take care. If the situation turns dire, do not engage in a life-and-death struggle. Preserving your lives is paramount." The two elders, both over 50, were touched by Zhao Min's earnest plea, silently resolving to hold Li Zhiga at bay, vowing to protect the princess from even the slightest harm. Ada, heir. Asan, we must depart, Zhao Min declared, turning without hesitation, leaving no room for delay. Li Zhiga chose to disregard Zhao Min. The two elders of Xianming before him were far from insignificant. Each of them was a master on par with the formidable Master Mie. Together, they were a force few in the martial world could contend with. Casting a glance at the duo, Li Zhiga remarked with a smile, "You two are quite loyal. Since we were unable to retain the esteemed Princess Xiaomin, I shall keep you both instead." With a resounding dragon's roar, he strode forward, his towering figure imposing a tremendous pressure upon the Xianming elders. As he thrust out his hands, a formidable force materialized, conjuring a tempest that sent the furniture within the hall tumbling in disarray. The Deerstaff guest and the Crane Brush elder, attuned to each other's intentions, sprang into action. One wielded the Deerstaff while the other thrust forth the Crane Brush, enveloping Li Zhiga's imposing silhouette in two swirling masses of dark energy. As the dark energy swept through, a thin layer of frost began to form in the air. A mist of purple aura erupted from the crown of Li Zhiga's head, the yang energy dispelling the chilling yin aura, causing the temperature within the hall to rise noticeably. The dragon's roar echoed continuously as Li Zhiga danced his hands wildly, his disheveled hair swirling in tandem. With a resounding crash, his palms struck against the deer staff and crane brush, compelling the two elders to retreat from the hall. Li Zhiga pursued relentlessly, his feet leaving the ground as he soared into the air, unleashing a torrent of power with his palms. 6 crimson dragons, with bared fangs and claws, roared as they descended in a fierce dive. Riding the 6 dragons, Li Zhiga unleashed a powerful palm strike, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the two elders of Xianming. As he charged forward, the elders momentarily froze, entranced by an illusory vision. In their minds, Li Zhiga transformed into a colossal dragon, its gaping maw exuding an overwhelming aura, as if it could swallow mountains and rivers whole. In this critical moment between life and death, the two men swiftly regained their composure, their backs drenched with cold sweat. Flee, their instincts in perfect harmony. They turned and ran. A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air as sand and stones flew about. A formidable force surged from behind them, and gritting their teeth, they pivoted to counter the attack with a combined palm strike. The collision of their palms sent them hurtling backward for dozens of steps, desperately fleeing into the distance. Li Zhiga stood before the grand entrance of the Divine Fist sect, observing two figures fleeing in desperation before turning back into the hall. Zhao Min had already escaped, and capturing the two elders of Xianming would hold little significance. After all, they were merely Zhao Min's henchmen, the hounds of the Ruyang Wangfu. The martial prowess of the Xianming elders was paradoxical. It could be deemed formidable, yet also feeble. To the average wanderer of the martial world, they were unattainable masters. However, to a grand master like Li Zhiga, who had reached the innate realm, they appeared rather weak. The Xianming Divine Palm, embodying the utmost in cold and sinister techniques, was renowned as one of the most malevolent martial arts in existence. In contrast, the 9 Yang scriptures represented supreme strength and brilliance, while the 18 dragon-subduing palms epitomized unparalleled ferocity, with Li Zhiga's cultivation surpassing that of the Xianming elders by a slight margin. It could be said that he had them thoroughly subdued. Li Zhiga differs significantly from Zhang Wuji, having mastered the 4th volume of the 9 Yang manual and also acquired the skill of the Great Shift of the Universe. Zhang Wuji, in theory, stands as the 2nd most formidable expert in the world, second only to Zhang Sanfeng. Yet, this 2nd greatest master possesses no fierce demeanor. Anyone can frolic before him without fear. When Zhao Min led her entourage to Wudong to annihilate his family, it was during his first encounter with the Xianming elders that Zhang Wuji even suffered a minor setback. Ultimately, this stems from his character. Zhang Wuji is benevolent and kind-hearted, finding it difficult to harbor thoughts of killing. Thus, he can only unleash a fraction of his true prowess. Li Zhiga is the kind of individual capable of unleashing 200% of his potential. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, he cast his gaze upon the several boxes left by Zhao Min and nodded in satisfaction. Although Zhao Min had miscalculated in her attempt to recruit him, it must be acknowledged that she had brought some valuable items. He retrieved a tome from one of the boxes, and upon gazing at the bold characters on its cover, Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, his satisfaction deepened. On the outskirts of Qiantang, a vessel lay anchored upon the river. Zhao Min stood at the bow, her beautiful visage shrouded in a layer of frost. As she looked down at the flowing waters, Her heart was burdened with an immense weight. The failure to recruit Li Zhiga did not trouble her excessively. Rather, it was the words he had spoken that weighed heavily on her mind. The tranquil surface of the river seemed to reflect Li Zhiga's figure, while simultaneously, his voice echoed in her ears. How long have you held dominion over the Central Plains? In this world, the flames of conflict blaze fiercely, revealing the discontent towards your Mongol court. Miss Zhao, mark my words, within a decade, the Central Plains shall return to the hands of the Han people. Instead of retreating to the grasslands in disgrace, it would be wiser to persuade your emperor to relinquish the Central Plains willingly. Returning to her senses, Zhao Min's expression grew even colder, her eyes darkening as she murmured, "No, Li Zhiga, I refuse to believe. I refuse to accept that the court will falter, and I shall not allow it to fall." Chapter 38. A complete capture in the Ruyang Wang mansion, ever since the princess returned home. She had maintained a furrowed brow and had not consumed food or water for an entire day. The maids of the mansion dared not approach her, opting instead to report the situation to the prince. In the hall of the mansion, Prince Chahan Timur of Ruyang wore an air of authority. Lowering his voice, he intoned, "That girl is once again in a foul mood. Let her be. If she wishes to go hungry, so be it." Beside Prince Chahan Timur stood a young man clad in splendid attire, who, upon hearing of Zhao Min's discontent, grew anxious and declared, "My lord, I shall go and check on Min Min." This young man was Zayadu, a Mongolian prince and the nephew of the current emperor. In a bid to endear himself to Princess Xiaomin, he had even adopted the Han name Zhao Chang. Chahan Timur shook his head, saying, "Young prince, your status is exalted. Should Min Min speak in anger, do not take it to heart. I have spoiled her temperament since childhood. Please bear with her a little longer." Zayadu replied with a smile, "It is no trouble at all. I have grown up alongside Min Min and understand her temperament well. She will listen to me. You need not worry, my lord." Zayadu approached Zhao Min's chamber and knocked on the door. Receiving no response, he pushed the door open and entered. Zhao Min looked up, her face etched with displeasure as she coldly remarked, "Zayadu, I did not invite you in." With a humble smile, Zayadu stepped closer to Zhao Min and inquired with concern, "Min Min, what troubles you? Who has upset you? Tell me, and I shall lead my troops to raid his home and punish his entire clan." As Zhao Min observed the obsequious and humble Zayadu, her heart grew increasingly troubled. How magnificent was Genghis Khan in his prime! Yet, why had his descendants sunk to such a state? Could it be that Li Zhigu was correct, and the dynasty was indeed approaching its demise? If those of royal blood, like Zayadu, possessed no backbone and had lost their wild spirit, it would not take a decade before they found themselves returning to the steppes. "Begone, Zayadu. Leave me at once. I do not wish to see your face." With each glance at Zayadu, her irritation mounted. Zayadu, however, remained unperturbed. Responding with a cheerful demeanor, "Min Min, if my words do not suffice, feel free to strike me. Whatever brings you joy, I am willing to endure." With that, Zayadu retreated, standing outside the door, his head peeking in with genuine concern. "Min Min, whether you scold or hit me is of no consequence. Just please do not harm your health. Do drink some water and eat something. Once you are nourished, you will have more vigor to scold or strike me." "One to you?" A surge of fury welled up within Zhao Min. She loathed and was enraged by the lack of ambition in Genghis Khan's descendants, their absence of heroic spirit. If this continued, the lands that their ancestors had painstakingly conquered would be surrendered back to the Han people. Grabbing a nearby vase, she hurled it at Zayadu, cursing, "Zayadu, disappear at once. Never show your face before me again." Zayadu, ever obedient, promptly apologized, "Min Min, I am sorry. It was my actions that upset you. I shall take my leave now. Whenever you are in a better mood, I shall return." Before departing, he gently closed the door behind him. Zayadu's actions only exacerbated Zhao Min's ire. Her chest heaved with deep breaths as she struggled to regain her composure. The realm lay in disarray, the court's governance teetering on the brink, yet the royal family remained disappointingly ineffectual. How she wished she were a man. If she were born as one, she would lead armies to quell the insurrections, expanding territories like her ancestors, Genghis Khan and Kublai Khan. Once she had calmed, Zhao Min let out a long sigh, feeling a wave of despondency wash over her. Perhaps Li Zhigu was indeed right. In less than a decade, they would be forced to leave the Central Plains and return to the harsh, frigid borders. The Ming cult, the 6 major sects, Li Zhiga. These martial figures of the Jianghu are not law-abiding citizens. They are the very roots of chaos. They seek to overturn the Mongolian rule. The mere thought of the tens of thousands of followers of the Ming sect raising their banners in rebellion across the land, the sight of the beggars' gang uniting their forces, and the major sects of Jianghu disregarding the imperial edicts while covertly assassinating officials and igniting fires, send a shiver down her spine. The Ming sect must be eradicated. The 6 major sects must be exterminated. Individuals like Li Zhiga must also be eliminated. Your Highness, the dear staff guest, and the Crane Ink Master have returned. The voice of Ada echoed from outside, prompting Zhao Min to regain her composure. She opened the door and stepped out. Seated in the main position, Zhao Min gazed at the pale-faced Xianming elders and inquired, Master dear, Master Crane, is it true that Li Zhiga's martial prowess has reached such heights that even you cannot contend with him? The dear staff guest replied hoarsely, his breath feeble and eyes filled with trepidation. Your Highness, a person like Li Zhiga cannot be dealt with without mobilizing a vast army. In a few years, he will become the second Zhang Sanfeng. Zhao Min's expression grew grave, and she refrained from speaking further. Mobilizing a vast army to encircle him is no simple task. Li Zhiga is no fool. How could he allow himself to be trapped? These martial figures of Jianghu are the most detestable. They reject the authority of the emperor, disregard the imperial command, and the court is powerless against them. The court can dispatch troops to flatten Wudong and crush Shaolin, yet cannot subdue these elusive martial men. Once action is taken against a particular sect, it is foreseeable that the entire Jianghu will rise in revolt. Furthermore, should someone like Zhang Sanfeng go mad and attempt assassination, not even 1,000 troops could halt him. To eradicate these martial figures, one cannot simply eliminate them one by one. They must be ensnared in one fell swoop to eradicate future threats. Zhao Min's pretty face turned icy as she looked at the monk cloaked in black. Master Yuan, I wish to capture the entire Jianghu in one net. Do you have any strategies? Emerging from the shadows of his robe, Yuan Zhen's face remained obscured, but his raspy voice resonated. If the princess wishes to ensnare the Jianghu, I do have a plan. Zhao Min remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on him. Yuan Zhen continued, the greatest threat to the court is none other than the Ming sect. However, since the disappearance of the 33rd leader, Yang Dingtian, the sect has fallen into disarray. The 6 major sects pride themselves on their righteous status and have long denounced the Ming sect as heretical. If we can incite the major sects to attack the Ming sect, the threat it poses will vanish. Once the major sects engage the Ming sect, they will undoubtedly tire and lower their guard. If the princess sets ambushes along their paths back from the mountains, wouldn't that allow us to capture them all? Subsequently, the princess could send people disguised as members of the sects back to their mountain strongholds. Will they not be on guard then? Zhao Min cast a meaningful glance at Yuan Zhen, her expression blossoming into a radiant smile as she praised, Master Yuan Zhen, you are to me what Zhuge Liang was to Liu Bei. It is a pity you have chosen the monastic life. Beside him, a mute ascetic felt a surge of alarm, secretly anxious yet utterly powerless. Chapter 39. In the world of Jianghu, does Li not value his honor? The weather remained quite frigid. In the martial arts arena of the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhiga stood bare-chested, the veins in his arms bulging like writhing serpents. With a mighty effort, he lifted several stone millstones, each the size of a wash basin, stacked together. Bang! Li Zhiga released his grip, and the entire training ground seemed to tremble momentarily. Shi Hongshi gaped in astonishment, while Han Maofei's cheeks quivered slightly. A stone mill, the size of a basin, would pose an extraordinary challenge for an ordinary person to lift. If 2 such stone mills were stacked together, it would be utterly impossible for an average individual to raise them. Li Zhiga glanced at his arm, nodding with satisfaction. The dragon elephant prajna skill undoubtedly stands as the supreme protective art of the esoteric Buddhism, capable of bestowing immense strength upon its practitioners. Over the past few days, Li Zhiga swiftly grasped the first layer of this skill, enhancing his physical vitality to such an extent that, without the aid of true energy, he could lift several stone millstones weighing around 100 pounds each. Martial arts training encompasses both internal cultivation and external refinement. Internal cultivation pertains to the mastery of true energy, which, when harnessed, empowers even basic strikes to deliver remarkable destructive force. Conversely, external refinement focuses on physical prowess, encompassing techniques such as the Golden Bell Shield, Iron Shirt, Iron Sand Palm, and the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. More advanced external martial arts can amplify one's vitality, facilitating the internal cultivation of true energy. In contrast, rudimentary external practices merely strengthen the body and hone one's vigor. The Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill is an exceedingly profound external martial art, comprising 13 layers. Each breakthrough bestows the practitioner with the strength of one dragon and one elephant, symbolizing the combined power of a python and an elephant. Together, such formidable strength is bound to exceed 1,000 pounds. Should one master the 13th layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill, they would wield an astonishing force of over 10,000 pounds. While the initial stages of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill are accessible, achieving mastery is akin to chasing a dream. The cultivation of this skill necessitates a methodical approach. Haste can lead to disastrous consequences. A revered monk of the esoteric Buddhism once remarked that the first layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill is relatively simple, allowing even the most foolish individuals to attain it within 1 or 2 years. The second layer, however, doubles in complexity, requiring 3 to 4 years for mastery. The third layer demands 7 to 8 years, and so forth, with each subsequent layer increasing in difficulty. Ultimately, it may take a millennium for those of lesser intellect to reach the 13th layer, where one would possess the terrifying strength of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. Nonetheless, in this world, there exist prodigies. Throughout the annals of esoteric Buddhism, there was a high monk known as the King of the Golden Wheel, who, with extraordinary talent, achieved the 10th layer of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill in just over 60 years, wielding the might of 10 dragons and 10 elephants, thus dominating the martial realm and nearing invincibility. Li Zhige devoted 2 days to mastering the first level of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill. The second level requires 4 days, the third level demands 8 days, and the fourth level necessitates 16 days. Following this pattern, it would take him over 10,000 days, spanning more than 40 years, to achieve complete mastery of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill. Li Zhige secretly clicked his tongue in admiration. However, he was determined not to give up. He would practice gradually. In a year's time, he could attain the 7th level, wielding the formidable power of the 7 dragons and 7 elephants. The immense strength of the 7 dragons and 7 elephants, combined with his profound 9-yang true qi, would undoubtedly lead to a transformative enhancement in his abilities over the course of a year. If he were to further cultivate the art of Qian Kuan de Nuai, which unlocks the potential of the human body, Li Zhige could hardly fathom the extent to which his power might increase. It seemed that defeating Zhang Zhenren would no longer be a mere dream. Li Zhige, with unwavering dedication, meticulously scheduled his time, refusing to squander even a single moment. His training encompassed not only the 9-yang divine art, but also the 18 dragon subduing palms, alongside considerable practice of the Dragon-Elephant Prajna skill. The limitations of an individual's time and energy meant that once he devoted himself to these martial arts, he could not afford to explore others. While the Divine Fist sect enjoyed a serene existence, the world beyond was stirred by the tempestuous actions of Shaolin. In Xiantang County, the moonlit pavilion bustled with an abundance of wandering martial artists. These practitioners, armed with swords and blades, animatedly discussed various matters of the martial world and exchanged gossip over drinks. The allure of the Moonlit Pavilion, a property of the Divine Fist sect and managed by Li Zhige's esteemed master uncle, drew many from the surrounding areas. Han Maofei sat at the counter, calmly engrossed in the ledger. Have you heard? Abbot Kongwen of Shaolin has personally led the 108 arhats of the Arhot Hall to Jiangnan. Accompanied by several disciples of the Emei sect, he announced, "How did the Shaolin and Emei disciples come to align? Haha, is it not natural for monks and nuns to unite?" Another interjected, "But let us not digress. The arrival of the 108 arhats is no trivial matter. What could Abbot Kongwen be intending by bringing such a multitude to Jiangnan? Not long ago, did not Master Li of the Divine Fist sect venture to Emei and slay the revered Master Mia? He even returned with her head and the Sword of Destiny." The Emei disciples sought an audience with Zhang Zhenren at Wudong to request his intervention on their behalf. Regrettably, he was in seclusion, and thus they descended the mountain without having met him. So, the Emei disciples turned to the Shaolin monks for assistance? Indeed, given the monks' penchant for meddling in others' affairs, they are likely pursuing Master Li. Precisely, Abbot Kongwen has proclaimed that Master Li has fallen into the path of darkness, and they intend to convene a demon-subduing conference in Qiantang to seek justice for Emei and reclaim the Sword of Destiny. It is said that Shaolin has extended invitations to various sects, including Wudong, Kunlun, Kongtong, and Huashan. Invitations to the martial community? Why have I not received one from Shaolin? Haha. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own standing. With your modest talents, do you think the Shaolin would recognize you? Oh. If one desires to retrieve the Sword of Destiny, one need only speak plainly. Cloaking it in grandiosity and labeling Master Li as a demon is a tactic only the venerable monks could employ. Master Han, what is your perspective on this matter? At the counter, Han Maofei's expression suddenly shifted, and he rose to clasp his hands in respect to the gathered martial artists. Esteemed heroes, I have pressing matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. May you enjoy your meal and drink. As he departed, one martial artist chuckled. Do you think Master Li will catch wind of this and flee Qiantang to evade Shaolin and Emei? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the esteemed leader of the Li sect, who dared to confront the formidable master of the Emei with nothing but his bare hands, ever fear the monks of Shaolin? Should you continue to insult the leader of the Li sect, I shall not be lenient. It is true that Shaolin is an ancient temple with a plethora of martial arts experts, far surpassing the Emei in prowess. Although the leader of the Li sect possesses remarkable skills, facing Shaolin directly may prove to be a daunting challenge. Thus, retreating for the time being is a wise course of action. Now, brothers, let us cease our bickering. I shall take charge of the matter at hand. Place your bets on whether the leader of the Li sect will confront Shaolin head-on or choose to evade them. Within the moonlit pavilion, the number of ruffians from the Jianghu is ever increasing, leaving the waitstaff in a state of despair. At the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhiga raised his gaze towards his master. Han Maofei, drenched in sweat and frantic as a fly in a hot pan, exclaimed, "The Arhat Hall has nearly mobilized its entire force. With Kong Wen and Kong Ji standing ready, it is evident they are coming for you. You impudent youth, are you not the least bit anxious? We must leave at once. The world is vast. As long as you avoid Shaolin, they shall not be able to find you." Li Zhiga shook his head and chuckled. Master Uncle, the entire martial world is abuzz with this topic. If I were to flee, what would they think of me, Li Zhiga? Do I, Li Zhiga, not care for my reputation in the pugilistic realm? Since Shaolin has branded me as a practitioner of the demonic path, I am rather curious to see if they can truly suppress me. Han Maofei grew increasingly anxious, exclaiming in frustration, "What are you saying at a time like this? Do you still care about your reputation? The influence of Shaolin is immense, and we, the Divine Fist sect, cannot afford to provoke them. Even if you were to escape, no one in the martial world would speak ill of you. Quickly gather your belongings. While Shaolin has yet to arrive, let us take refuge from the storm." Li Zhiga sat in his chair, displaying an air of indifference. No matter how harshly Han Maofei berated him, he remained unmoved. Chapter 40. The Winds of the Jianghu Recently. The most talked about event in the Jianghu was the Demon Suppression Conference. The abbot of Kongwen criticized the Divine Fist Li Zhiga for his ruthless methods, claiming he had succumbed to the path of demons, stained by excessive bloodshed. Shaolin would be heading to Qiantang to convene the conference, aiming to suppress the Divine Fist Li Zhiga and seek justice for Emei. Invitations had been dispatched by Shaolin to various sects, and renowned heroes across the Jianghu received the summons as well. At Wudong Mountain, Song Yuanxiao held the invitation in his hand, glancing at his disciples with a smile. Our Wudong has not made such a stir. It seems Shaolin has seized the opportunity. The second hero, Yu Lianshou, shook his head, offering a sarcastic remark. Demons and heretics? The Divine Fist Li Zhiga is merely avenging his sect. He has not committed any heinous acts. Why then label him as a demon? Is it permissible for Shaolin to bully others while forbidding retaliation against their monks? To slay a Shaolin monk is to become a demon? Emei Shanggu chuckled and interjected. Second brother, have you forgotten? When our master left Shaolin to establish Wudong, he was also denounced as a demon by those monks. Yet, when our master dominated the martial world, they changed their tune, reverently calling him Zhang Zhenren. Song Yuanxiao smiled but refrained from further comment. Since Shaolin has extended their invitation, it would be discourteous for us not to respond. I am quite curious about the young Divine Fist Li Zhiga. It would be worthwhile to see him. The second hero, Yu Lianshou, spoke solemnly. Eldest brother, I shall accompany you. Emei Shanggu quickly added, Eldest brother, I too wish to go. Song Yuanxiao turned to Yin Lighting and Zhang Songshi, inquiring, Fourth brother, sixth brother, will you join us? Zhang Songshi shook his head. Master is in seclusion. Someone must remain to watch over Wudong. Eldest brother, second brother, you may go. I shall refrain from joining the fray. Yin Lighting remained silent, shaking his head to indicate his lack of interest. At the Kunlun sect, Mr. He Taichong held the invitation and smiled at his wife. The tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled. The strong are easily broken, while the gentle endures. The divine fist Li Zhiga has risen too swiftly, having already slain 3 young monks from the Shaolin circle. Old Kongwan, after all, cannot remain calm. Claiming to uphold justice for Emei is a fade. That old monk fears the emergence of another invincible Zhang Zhenren in the Jianghu. Ban Shuxian shook her head, sighing. With Li Zhiga's talent, if he were willing to remain low-key for a decade or two, what would he have to fear from Shaolin? Unfortunately, I fear he may not reach the heights of Zhang Zhenren. Art has no first, and martial prowess has no second. For thousands of years, only one has been universally recognized as the number one in the martial world, Zhang Zhenren, and there is a reason for that, he Taichung remarked with a smile. Shall we go to Qiantang and take a look? He asked. Ban Shuxian nodded. We must give face to Shaolin, after all. It is a grand gathering of the martial world, and Kunlun's presence cannot be absent. The Kongtong sect, after a brief discussion among the 5 elders, set forth to Qiantang with several of their most accomplished disciples to partake in the grand martial arts gathering. Regardless of the circumstances, Shaolin stands as the foremost authority in the martial world, and as a self-proclaimed member of the 6 righteous sects, the Kongtong sect could not afford to remain aloof. Meanwhile, Xinyu Tong, the current leader of the Huashan sect, grumbled with irritation. Those bald monks from Shaolin truly lack any sense of shame. They wish to seize the sword of destiny without any pretext. Guoyu, glancing at his master, interjected, Master, are you concerned that divine fist Li Zhiga might be defeated by Shaolin, rendering your congratulatory gift wasted? Xinyu Tong turned abruptly, startling Guoyu into silence. The former leader of the Huashan sect, with clouded eyes, shook his head and stated, the desire to claim the sword of destiny is one matter. However, the deeper concern is Shaolin's fear of divine fist Li Zhiga. They dread the emergence of another invincible figure like Zhang Zhenren, which could threaten the millennia-old standing of Shaolin. In the past, Shaolin attempted to suppress Zhang Zhenren but failed. If they cannot suppress Li Zhiga this time, he may well become the second Zhang Zhenren. Xianyu, your early gesture of goodwill towards Li Zhiga was indeed a wise decision. Xianyu Tong raised his head, hands clasped behind his back, striving to maintain an image of authority before his disciples. In truth, when he initially sent gifts to Li Zhiga, he had not contemplated the implications deeply. At the Bright Church's headquarters atop the Bright Summit, a frail old man draped in a dark cloak, with gaunt cheeks and pallid skin, trembled as he cursed vehemently. Bah! Those bald monks from Shaolin remain ever shameless. It is a pity for that young man. Divine fist Li Zhiga. He turned to Yang Zuoshi, suggesting, should we not stir the pot at the Demon Suppression Conference in Qiantang? I find that lad Li Zhiga rather likable. If he falters against Shaolin, I could always rescue him with my unparalleled agility. Yang Zuoshi, handsome in countenance, shook his head in disapproval. Divine fist Li Zhiga has slain the old Nun Mieju. I ought to be grateful to him. However, Weibat King, our holy church has never been on good terms with the 6 major sections. If we were to assist Li Zhiga at Qiantang, it would likely entangle our church in unnecessary strife, a most unwise endeavor. Seeing Yang Zuoshi's refusal, Wei Yishao had no choice but to relent. Ever since the disappearance of the leader Yang Ding Tian, the Bright Church had splintered. Yang Zuoshi aspired to assume the leadership, but Bai Wang opposed him, even breaking away to establish the Tian-Ing sect in the south. The 5 scatterers also rejected Yang Zuoshi, each cultivating their own influence independently. The whereabouts of the right assistant Fan Yao remained unknown. Wei Yishao supported Yang Zuoshi, unwilling to see the Bright Church further divided. He yearned for unity within the church to collectively oppose the Yuan dynasty. Thus he was willing to heed Yang Zuoshi's command, acknowledging him as the rightful leader. In Wei Yizhao's eyes, Yang Zuoshi was the most fitting candidate for this esteemed position. In Jiangnan, at the headquarters of the Tian'ing sect, a robust figure with brows like frost and eyes sharp as an eagle's, Yin Tianzheng looked towards his son and inquired, Wild King, have all the members been summoned? Yin Yuan replied with irritation, having dispatched 1,000 elite followers. Father, I truly cannot comprehend why you exert such effort to assist that Li Zhiga. Is it worth offending Shaolin for the sake of that young man? The elder's gaze was sharp, and he declared with unwavering conviction, it is worth it. Turning to Yin Yuan, the elder added with profound significance, do not underestimate that young man, Li Zhiga. With his innate talent, he is destined, barring unforeseen circumstances, to become a second Zhang Zhenren, unmatched in the world. It is easy to add embellishments to a flourishing situation. But the most challenging task is to provide aid during times of adversity. By supporting him now, the Tianying sect will earn his gratitude. Moreover, he may not even require our assistance. It is a free boon of goodwill, so why not seize the opportunity? Yin Yuan remained unconvinced. Yet he dared not oppose Yin Tianzhong. After all, it is illogical for a son to contradict his father. At the Whale Gang, the high-ranking members turned to their leader, Ma Wei, urging him, "Leader, Li Zhiga has long harbored animosity towards our Whale Gang, with Shaolin convening the Demon Suppression Conference. It is already commendable that we do not add fuel to the fire. Why would you consider aiding him in Qiantang? Indeed, leader. Shaolin is an ancient temple with profound heritage. We cannot provoke them. To put it bluntly, Shaolin could extinguish our Whale Gang as easily as crushing an ant. We truly have no need to jeopardize ourselves for Li Zhiga." A wild gleam flickered in Ma Wei's eyes as he inquired of the assembly. "Have you considered the possibility that Shaolin may be unable to handle Master Li? Leader, the odds of that happening are exceedingly slim." Ma Wei's eyes sparkled even brighter. "Though the likelihood is minimal, it still exists. Yuan Kai, that inept fool, would never dare place his bets on Master Li, but I will. I wager that Master Li will not be defeated. If I am correct, our Whale Gang will devour the Sand sect's assets. Even if I were to lose this wager, those monks from Shaolin may not even regard our Whale Gang with any importance." At the Sand sect's main headquarters, the leader, Yuan Kai, addressed the assembled members with seriousness. "The eminent monks from Shaolin are soon to arrive, and it is likely that the leaders of various sects will also attend. Ensure that you secure the finest taverns in Qiantang and make proper arrangements for the Shaolin monks and the leaders of the other sects, providing them with a warm welcome. If we can foster good relations with Shaolin and the other sects, our private salt trade will flow more smoothly across the regions. This endeavor is crucial and must not be taken lightly. Do you all understand?" An elder hesitated, worry etched on his face, and asked, "Leader, by hosting a welcome for the Shaolin monks, are we not antagonizing Master Li? The Sand sect shares the Jiangnan region with the Divine Fist sect. If Master Li emerges victorious this time, we may find ourselves in a precarious position." Yuan Kai shook his head and smiled. "I acknowledge that Li Zhiga possesses exceptional martial prowess, unmatched by most in the Jianghu. However, this situation is different. He faces the illustrious monks Langhuan and Kongji of Shaolin, along with the 108 arhats of the Luohan Hall. The towering Songshan, the millennia-old Shaolin, has a reputation that is not merely fabricated. I do not believe Li Zhiga can repel Shaolin." Chapter 41. I shall journey to Jiangnan in the grand estate of the Prince of Riyang, Zhao Min. Adorned in a flowing white robe and elegantly wielding a folding fan, presented herself in a guise befitting a man. Her exquisite features and graceful demeanor could undoubtedly incite the admiration of countless young maidens. From her elevated position, a subtle smirk graced her lips as she spoke with a tone laced with mockery, expressing her disdain for the internal strife among the martial artists of the Central Plains. The princess wished fervently for them to tear at each other as throats like dogs. The monks of Shaolin had best bring an end to Li Zhiga. If he could take down a few more monks before his demise, that would be even better. Jia Yadu, standing by her side, chimed in with a laugh, noting that the people of the Central Plains had a penchant for mutual destruction, which was indeed their unfortunate custom. Otherwise, they would not have been able to lay claim to this fertile land. Zhao Min found herself momentarily charmed by Jia Yadu's words and rewarded him with a smile. This smile blossomed like 100 flowers, causing Jia Yadu to stiffen, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Every fiber of his being, even his very soul, tingled with delight. Without lingering on Jia Yadu, Zhao Min turned her attention to the two elders of Xianming and inquired, "Master Lu, Master He, you have crossed swords with Li Zhiga. Do you believe he will emerge victorious this time?" Master He, somewhat taciturn by nature, was not one for many words. After a moment of contemplation, Master Lu replied, "Though Li Zhiga has reached the innate realm, he rarely encounters formidable opponents in solitary combat. My brothers and I are no match for him, having cultivated a form of scorching and vigorous energy, alongside a powerful palm technique that counters our own cold and dark Xianming divine palm. However, the monks of Shaolin are different. The monks Kongwen and Kongji may not have attained the innate realm, but they stand at its threshold. Moreover, they bring with them the 108 arhats of the Arhut Hall. If the arhats form the Arhut subduing demons formation, I fear that, aside from Zhang Sanfeng, no one in the world could break it." This time, Li Zhiga's defeat is assured. Zhao Min nodded with a soft, melodic voice. Indeed, this time, Li Zhiga shall meet his end before that group of Shaolin monks. He once spurned my invitation with such arrogance. I am eager to witness his humiliation. It is a pity that he will not fall by my hand, but rather by those of his fellow Han people. Master Lu, Master He, Master Ku, and also a Da, a Heir, and a San. Let us accompany the princess on her journey to Jiangnan once more. As Zhao Min departed, radiant and at ease, Xiaodu was momentarily entranced, silently reflecting, from any angle, Min Min is simply enchanting. Surely, there exists no beauty in the world that can rival her. Upon observing Zhao Min leading her entourage away, Xiaodu snapped back to reality and hurried after her, calling out, Min Min, wait for me. I shall accompany you as well. At Wudong Mountain, Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Mo Xinggu gathered their belongings, preparing to descend the mountain and head towards Jiangnan. As they stepped out of the mountain gate, Song Yuanxiao's expression darkened. Mo Xinggu turned to the young man and inquired with a smile, Qingshu, why aren't you practicing your skills? What brings you here? Song Qingshu, avoiding his father's gaze, approached Mo Xinggu and implored, Seventh Uncle, please take me with you to Jiangnan. I yearn to participate in this demon suppression conference. I simply wish to broaden my horizons. Mo Xinggu, with a teasing glint in his eyes, chided, Qingshu, your tenacity in wanting to accompany us to Jiangnan is amusing. Surely, your desire to see the enchanting Zhou Shimi is the true motive behind your request? Song Qishu lowered his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yu Lianzhou chuckled and turned to Song Yuanxiao, saying, Elder brother, while Miss Zhou possesses a hint of cunning, one cannot deny her captivating beauty and graceful demeanor. It is understandable for a young man like Qishu to be infatuated. Let us take him along. Song Qishu raised his head, his eyes gleaming with hope as he looked at his father. Song Yuanxiao snorted coldly, ignoring his son, and turned to descend the mountain, secretly clenching his fists. Song Qingshu nearly leapt up in excitement, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Seventh Uncle. Thank you, Second Uncle. Yu Lianzhou and Mo Xinggu shook their heads with smiles. Song Qishu eagerly followed behind the three, unable to conceal his joy. In a long-forgotten tomb on the outskirts of Chang'an, dressed in a willow-green gown, Wang Yuhuan chattered animatedly to Yang Qingqing. Sister Yang, have you heard? The martial world is bustling with activity. Yang Qingqing, her demeanor cool and collected, shook her head. I have no interest in mingling with crowds or the affairs of the martial world. Undeterred, Wang Yuhuan continued, I never imagined that Li Zhiga, that clumsy oaf, would cause such chaos in the martial world after leaving the tomb for merely a year. Yang Qingqing's ears perked up, and she turned to Wang Yuhuan. Wang Yuhuan grinned. Sister Yang, you are unaware that Li Zhiga single-handedly defeated the formidable Master Mi Zhu on Emei, creating quite the sensation throughout the martial realm. Yang Qingqing's expression remained frosty. Her voice equally so as she addressed her maid. Speak only of the essentials. Wang Yuhuan shrank back slightly and said, Li Zhiga killed Master Mi Zhu and seized the Emei sect's heavenly sword. The disciples of Emei sought vengeance, first visiting Wudong to request Zhang Zhenren to intervene on their behalf. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhenren was in seclusion and could not be seen. Subsequently, the Emei disciples went to Shaolin, seeking justice from them. The monks of Shaolin agreed. Master Kongwen stated that Li Zhiga had committed grave sins and had fallen into the path of darkness. Thus, he consented to hold a demon suppression conference in Xin'an County, inviting all martial artists to participate. In Chang'an, several sects had received invitations from Shaolin and had already set off for Jiangnan. It is said that Master Kongwen was accompanied by the 108 arhats from the Luoan Hall. One wonders how formidable the 108 arhats truly are, and whether Li Zhiga, that oaf, would be their match. Ah, Sister Yang, I have not finished yet. Where are you going? Wang Yuhuan gently touched her head, gazing at Yang Qingqing, who was already making her way toward the exit of the ancient tomb, a perplexed expression adorning her face. Clad in a yellow robe, Yang Qingqing appeared pale, her complexion devoid of color, and her voice colder than usual as she replied without turning her head, I am going to Qiantang to assist Li Zhiga. As Yang Qingqing walked outside the tomb, she murmured softly, such a significant event has occurred, yet no one has sent a messenger to deliver a letter to the tomb. Sister Yang, are you heading to Jiangnan? Wang Yuhuan stood frozen, visibly astonished. One must understand that Yang, who rarely ventured beyond the ancient tomb, usually confined her activities to the vicinity of Chang'an and had never left the city. Sister Yang, Do you know the way to Jiangnan? Yang Qingqing suddenly halted, a look of confusion crossing her face as she coldly inquired, "Is it not simply a matter of heading south?" Wang Yuan shook her head in resignation and sighed. "My lady, merely heading south does not guarantee you will reach Jiangnan. You may very well end up in Hainan. Moreover, you are leaving without any silver. Do you truly believe yourself to be a deity? I am utterly exasperated." Wang Yuan continued her lamentations, yet her hands moved deftly, packing various treasures and silver into a bundle. Chapter 42. The unworthy song Qingshu Qiantang, though modest in size, was currently overflowing with people from all corners of the realm. The inns and taverns within the county were fully booked, and the innkeepers wore smiles that stretched from ear to ear. In the world of martial arts, whether among the affluent or the down and out, money was easily earned. Even the premises of the Divine Fist sect, the Moonlit Pavilion, were fully occupied. At the counter of the Moonlit Pavilion, Han Maofei looked at several individuals clad in Wudong robes, his expression growing increasingly anxious. Over the past few days, he had exhausted his efforts in persuading Li Zhiga, who remained unmoved by his entreaties. He even resorted to brandishing a broom to strike. But Li Zhiga allowed the blows to land without retaliation, continuing his practice as if the Shaolin were of no consequence. Song Yuanxiao chose a table to sit at and turned to Han Maofei, inquiring, "Innkeeper, are there any rooms available?" Snapped back to reality, Han Maofei responded apologetically, "Hero Song, the Moonlit Pavilion is fully booked. You must seek alternative accommodations." Song Yuanxiao smiled. "Innkeeper, I have heard that the Moonlit Pavilion is the property of the Divine Fist sect. And you are the senior uncle of Li Zhiga?" Han Maofei nodded, somewhat helplessly replying, "I did not expect even Hero Song to be aware of that rascal Zhiga." Song Yuanxiao shook his head. "Innkeeper, the reputation of the Divine Fist Li Zhiga is quite substantial. Being in the martial world, I have naturally heard of him." Besides Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou turned to Han Maofei and cheerfully remarked, "Innkeeper, it appears that all the inns and taverns in Qiantang County are fully booked. As we have nowhere to stay, might we impose upon your Divine Fist sect for shelter for a couple of days? Furthermore, I have long admired the prowess of Li Zhiga and wish to meet this young hero." Han Maofei, taken aback by the honor, quickly replied, "It would be our privilege to host esteemed heroes from Wudong at the Divine Fist sect. Hero Song, Hero Yu, Hero Emochi, and this young gentleman from Wudong. Please follow this humble old man." In truth, Han Maofei's age is not significantly greater than that of Song Yuanxiao. It is merely that Song Yuanxiao, possessing profound martial prowess, appears youthful, while Han Maofei, though not yet 60, bears the visage of a weathered old man. Within the wine house, a group of martial artists observed in astonishment as Han Maofei led Song Yuanxiao and others away, exclaiming in wonder that the renowned heroes of Wudong, including Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Emei had arrived. They intended to seek refuge at the Divine Fist sect, indicating that the Wudong sect had no intention of aligning with Shaolin. In the martial world, Shaolin is revered in the north, while Wudong is esteemed in the south. Both sects wield considerable influence over the righteous path of the martial realm, and their relationship is fraught with contention. It is said that Zhang Zhenren, the founder of Wudong, was once a monk at Shaolin. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Wudong does not side with Shaolin. However, it is indeed unexpected that Master Li would not shy away from Shaolin. After all, a man of Master Li's stature, a true hero, would not be intimidated by those meddlesome monks. In the bustling tavern of Qiantang County, similar scenes unfolded. Some praised the Divine Fist, Li Zhiga, as a towering figure unafraid of Shaolin, a man of great renown. Others remarked that the impetuous youth, Li Zhiga, having slain the ruthless matriarch, had forgotten his own identity, and such a reckless individual would inevitably be subdued by the eminent monks of Shaolin. On the outskirts of Qiantang County, the river flowed ceaselessly eastward. A group of disciples from the Haisha sect fervently constructed the venue and arena for the Demon Suppression Conference. Yuan Kai personally directed the disciples in arranging tables and building the stage. A massive whaling ship anchored at the riverbank, where Ma Wei stood upon the deck, gazing at Yuan Kai, who was diligently overseeing the construction of the venue. A cold smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "Yuan Kai, you have placed your bets on Shaolin. Even if fortune favors you, what will you gain? Should your gamble fail, do not blame me, Ma Wei, for having no mercy in driving your Haisha sect to ruin." Dressed in a grand crimson robe, Abbot Kongwen emerged from the city, wielding a staff, accompanied by Kongji and Zhou Zhuo. Upon reaching Yuan Kai, Abbot Kongwen, twirling his prayer beads, smiled and said, Master Yuan, I must trouble you this time. Your Haisha sect has not only accommodated my Shaolin disciples and those from Emei, but has also generously constructed the venue for the Demon Suppression Conference, demonstrating your sincere efforts. Zhou Zhirua presented her sword and clasped her fists in gratitude, stating, Master Yuan, this Demon Suppression Conference is indeed for Emei to seek justice. Your tireless efforts have not gone unnoticed. I, Zhirua, promise that should your Haisha sect engage in salt trading within Shu, Emei will facilitate your endeavors without imposing any fees. Yuan Kai waved his hands repeatedly, smiling, Master Kongwen, Miss Zhou, you are far too gracious. Shaolin and Emei are esteemed sects of the martial world. Li Zhiga's actions are indeed fierce and unyielding. It is an honor for my Haisha sect to contribute in any modest way to the Demon Suppression Conference. Receiving Miss Zhou's promise is more than sufficient. What was Yuan Kai so diligently striving for? Was it not to forge good relations with these prominent sects and establish a foothold for his illicit salt trade within their territories? Emei stands as a formidable power in the region of Shu. Having secured a promise from Zhou Zhirou that their Haisha sect will endeavor to explore the vast market of Shu, one wonders, what fortunes might the Haisha sect amass in due course? Sadly, however, the abbot Kongwen remained silent, suggesting that he should extend his illicit salt trade to the foot of Mount Song. Qiantang County is bustling with individuals from the martial world. While a few have received invitations from Shaolin, the majority are mere onlookers eager to partake in the excitement of this martial arts gala. In the Grand Hall of the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhiga occupies the seat of honor, casting an inquisitive glance at his companions, Song Yuanqiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Emei Xingyu. He is taken aback, for he had not anticipated that the Wudong sect would seek refuge at the Divine Fist sect. Yet, what could be the intentions of that young scoundrel, Song Qingshu? Li did not offend him, yet why did he cast such a resentful gaze at Li? As if there existed a deep-seated enmity between them? Recalling his thoughts, Li Zhiga jovially remarked, Hero Song, Hero Yu, and Hero Emei. I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the 7 heroes of Wudong, yet I have regrettably never had the fortune to meet you. This time, your presence at my Divine Fist sect truly brings radiant glory to our humble abode. Among the few individuals I admire in the martial world, the 7 heroes of Wudong certainly hold a place. However, my utmost respect is reserved for Master Zhang. I must pay a visit to Wudong to seek an audience with him and behold his celestial visage. In the realm of martial arts, one must indeed observe the subtleties of human relationships. Today you commend me, and tomorrow I will elevate you. Mutual respect is essential to cultivate a grand reputation. Is it not? As if on cue, the smiles on the faces of the Wudong members were impossible to conceal. Even the usually composed Song Yuanqiao displayed a hint of delight in his eyes. They were naturally pleased to receive praise for their 7 heroes, and even more so to have their master esteemed. Moreover, such compliments came from the formidable Li Zhiga, which only added to their sincerity. Song Qingshu wore a proud expression, and his gaze towards Li Zhiga was no longer filled with animosity. Although this Li Zhiga was indeed the enemy of his junior sister, he appeared somewhat less detestable. No. Song Qingshu abruptly shook his head, silently admonishing himself. Song Qingshu, what has come over you? This Li Zhiga is the foe of your junior sister. Thus he is your adversary as well. Do not be deceived by his feigned humility. Bang! Before Song Yuanqiao and the others could respond, Song Qingshu slammed his palm on the table, startling everyone. Rising to his feet, he fixed his gaze on Li Zhiga and coldly declared, Li Zhiga, cease your flattery towards our Wudong sect. We do not fall for such tricks. You may have slain the venerable mistress of extinction, but to then take her head and seize the Emei's heavenly sword, what kind of heroism does such behavior exemplify? Li Zhiga's gaze turned cold. Did Song Qingshu truly believe he was a mere disciple of Zhang Sanfeng, that Li could do nothing to him? A resounding slap echoed as it struck Song Qingshu's face, leaving his cheek flushed and swollen. Turning to Song Yuanqiao, Song Qingshu clutched his face, disbelief etched across his features. Father, you struck me? You would dare to hit me in front of an outsider? Another sharp slap landed on the opposite side of Song Qingshu's face. Enraged, Song Yuanqiao thundered, unfilial son. Cease your insolence. If you utter another word, I shall break your legs, ensuring you can never descend Wudong Mountain again. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Song Yuanqiao clasped his fists towards Li Zhiga and said, Master Li, I beseech you to forgive my son's reckless words, as it is my failure in upbringing that has led to his folly. Please, do not hold him accountable as one would a wayward child. Li Zhiga's expression softened somewhat as he smiled and said, "There is no need for you to be so formal, Sir Song. There are many in the martial world who harbor animosity towards me. Your disdain is but a drop in the ocean." Song Yuanxiao opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Li Zhiga fell silent, and for a moment, the atmosphere grew distinctly chilly. Yu Lianzhou, with a hearty laugh, alleviated the tension and turned to Li Zhiga, saying, "Master Li, although I am situated on Wudong Mountain, I have consistently heard tales of your prowess and hold you in the highest esteem. When the disciples of Emei visited Wudong, they wished to meet my master, but he declined. My master has even gone so far as to commend you, stating that you are a paragon among the younger generation." Li Zhiga waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "You flatter me, you Erxia. As a mere junior in the Jianghu, regardless of my reputation, I hardly believe I would attract the attention of the venerable Zhang Zhenren." Meanwhile, Song Qingshu stood frozen like a wooden statue, staring blankly at Yu Lianzhou, who was chatting with Li Zhiga. Unable to restrain himself, he spoke up, "Father, uncle, when junior sister Zhou went to Wudong, did you not say that our grandmaster was in seclusion and should not be disturbed? Were you deceiving junior sister Zhou? Father, you have always taught me to be upright. Is it truly upright to deceive her in such a manner?" Instantly, Yu Lianzhou's smile froze on his face, while Mo Shingu's expression darkened. Song Yuanxiao trembled with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and retaliated with 2 slaps. Looking at Song Qingshu's aggrieved expression, Song Yuanxiao's fury boiled over as he scolded, "Unfilial son, I have taught you to be upright, but I did not instruct you to disregard the sect for a woman. Speak again, and I shall break your legs without mercy." Turning to Li Zhiga, Song Yuanxiao rose, his face darkened with embarrassment, and sincerely said, "Master Li, I apologize for the jest. My failure to discipline my son has led to this disgrace. I truly lack the face to remain in the Shenmin Quan." Yu Lianzhou and Mo Shingu also stood up, cupping their fists to Li Zhiga. "Master Li, we take our leave. We shall visit again another day." With Song Qingshu's outburst, the 3 of them felt utterly humiliated and could no longer engage in pleasantries with Li Zhiga. As they escorted Song Qingshu away, Li Zhiga smiled and shook his head. The illustrious Zhang Zhenren dominated for a lifetime, and yet, in the 3rd generation, a failure like Song Qingshu emerged. Chapter 43. The Demon Suppression Conference. As dawn broke, the sun had yet to rise. The river flowed eastward, rushing into the sea. Outside Qiantang, a spacious venue featured a wooden arena at its center, surrounded by a few chairs. Above the arena, a banner read Demon Suppression Conference. A dense crowd had gathered outside Qiantang, whispering amongst themselves. Yet no one dared to sit in the chairs provided. Everyone understood that those chairs were reserved for renowned heroes of the Jianghu. They were not yet worthy to occupy them. The throng of Jianghu people buzzed with hushed conversations, creating a cacophony louder than a bustling marketplace. As the sky brightened and the sun began to rise, the crowd suddenly stirred with excitement, gazing towards the city gate. "Look! Master Kongwen and the eminent monks from Shaolin have emerged, and there are the legendary heroes of Wudong, Song Daxia, Yu Erxia, and Mo Qixia. Behold, Mr. Taichin and He Taichong have also arrived, accompanied by a female hero." Rumors spread through the Jianghu that the 5 elders of Kongtong were united, and it seemed the rumors were indeed true. However, only 2 individuals from the Huashan sect had come. The female hero of Emei is truly captivating. Have you noticed the leading Miss Zhou? Whispers in the martial world suggest that she is the most beautiful woman in the realm. Amidst the awe of various martial artists, the 6 major sects have all gathered. Abbot Kongwen of Shaolin takes the lead, with the venerable monk Kongji slightly trailing behind. Following them are 108 robust young monks clad in blue robes, wielding wooden staffs. Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Mo Shingu carry long swords, accompanied closely by Song Qingshu as they stride alongside the Shaolin contingent, determined not to lag behind the abbot, lest the status of Wudong be overshadowed by Shaolin. Behind the followers of Shaolin and Wudong stands He Taichong of the Kunlun sect, accompanied by his wife Ban Shuxian, followed by the 5 elders of the Kongtong sect. A group of dozens of women from Emei, led by the tall and graceful Zhou Zhuo, adorned in a sweeping green dress and wielding a long sword, takes their place at the rear. The order of appearance of the 6 major sects clearly reflects their standing in the martial world. Emei, once ranked 3rd after Wudong and Shaolin, has now fallen to the lowest position among the 6 major sects following the demise of the master extinction. In addition to the 6 major sects, Other notable factions such as the Jindao sect from Luoyang, the Taijin sect from Chang'an, the Wang family from Shaanxi, the Zhuwu Lianhuan manor, and the Haisha sect also make their presence known. Notably, neither the Ming sect nor the Beggars Gang has sent representatives. Kongwen and Kongji make their way to the center of the venue, where they pull up chairs to sit, while the 108 young monks stand resolutely behind them, exuding an impressive aura. After Song Yuanqiao, Yulianzhou, and Mo Xinggu take their seats beside the two abbots, Song Qingshu directs his attention towards Emei's assembly. Zhou Zhirua, representing Emei, sits beside them, flanked by her senior sisters Jing Xian and Ding Minjun. At some point, Jing Xian and the other disciples of Emei have come to regard her as their anchor. As the representatives of the 6 major sects take their seats, the remaining factions follow suit. After settling down, Song Yuanqiao turns to Abbot Kongwen with a smile, saying, "Master Kongwen, the grievances between the Emei sect and the Divine Fist sect seem to have little to do with your Shaolin, do they not? However, as Shaolin is the esteemed leader of the martial world, it is only fitting for you to intervene in any matters concerning the realm." In response to Song Yuanqiao's jibe, Abbot Kongwen remains unperturbed, stroking his gray beard with a smile. It is not that Shaolin wishes to meddle, but rather that the conduct of the young man Li Zhiga is excessively fierce. For the stability of the righteous path in the martial world, Shaolin has no choice but to take action. Yulianzhou raises an eyebrow and inquires, "Master Kongwen, has Shaolin considered what to do if you cannot subdue this young man?" Li Zhiga, with a serene expression and a compassionate demeanor, Abbot Kongwen replies, "Shaolin, devoted to the righteous path of the martial world, does not entertain such concerns. Emei seeks to ascend to Wudong. Does your Wudong turn a blind eye, not recognizing itself as part of the righteous path of the martial world?" Song Yuanqiao chuckles in response, "Master Kongwen, you jest. The Wudong sect is naturally a part of the righteous path in the martial world. Li Zhigu, a master of martial arts, possesses formidable skills that even the 7 heroes of Wudong do not dare to challenge, rendering them indifferent to this matter. It falls upon you, the Shaolin monks, to uphold the righteous path of the martial world." Song Yuanqiao exchanged a few sharp words with Abbot Kongwen, but neither gained the upper hand. In terms of wit, how many in the realm could outmatch a monk of Master Kongwen's stature? Zhou Zhirua sat quietly beside them, listening to the dialogue. Her delicate features now marred by a flicker of resentment, her once bright eyes lacking their former brilliance. With Wudong refusing to lend their support to Emei, and Shaolin harboring ulterior motives, she felt utterly abandoned. Figures such as Mr. Taichin, He Taichong, the 5 elders of Kong Tong, and the ingenious Xian Yu Tong remained silent, merely spectators to the long-standing rivalry between Wudong and Shaolin. They certainly would not meddle in a dispute over supremacy in the martial world. As the crowd gathered, Zhou Zhirua turned to Abbot Kongwen and inquired, "Master Kongwen, are we ready?" The abbot nodded in affirmation. With determination, Zhou Zhirua rose, sword in hand, and advanced to the center of the arena. Her tall figure, clad in a flowing blue dress, was accentuated by a subtle touch of cinnabar on her forehead, making her appearance strikingly beautiful. As she ascended the platform, Song Qingshu found himself entranced, unable to divert his gaze. Song Yuanqiao let out a cold snort. Yet Song Qingshu remained unresponsive. He was not alone in his admiration. Countless young heroes of the martial world stood transfixed by Zhou Zhirua's blend of fragility and strength. Her voice rang out, clear and ethereal, as she addressed the assembled crowd. "I am Zhou Zhirua of Emei, and I have encountered many heroes. Today, in their presence, I shall elucidate the origins of this demon-subduing conference." 3 months ago, the master of the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhigu, brazenly ascended Emei, not only slaying my master, but also claiming his head and seizing the Emei's treasured sword, the heaven-subduing sword. Since the founding of Emei by our ancestor Guixiang, we have dedicated 96 years to expelling invaders, vanquishing demons, and preserving the righteous path of martial arts. Despite my master's flaws, he was a true master of the martial world. While I may choose not to resent Li Zhigu for slaying him, his theft of my master's head and the heaven-subduing sword is a grievous affront, an egregious act of tyranny against Emei. Alas, Li Zhigu's prowess is unmatched, and I, along with my fellow disciples, find ourselves powerless against him. Thus, I sought the assistance of Master Kongwen at Shaolin, imploring him to deliver justice for Emei. Today, I call upon all the heroes of the world to stand with me for justice. As Zhou Zhirua finished her impassioned plea, the crowd erupted in fervor. Many young warriors, moved by her fragile yet resolute demeanor, shouted in unison, Li Zhiguo, the divine fist has gone too far. Fear not, Miss Zhou. We shall seek justice for you today. Standing behind Song Yuanxiao and his two uncles, Song Qingshu's heart shattered at the sight of Zhou Zhirao, caught between vulnerability and strength. Were it not for his father and the two uncles still present, he would have rushed onto the stage to embrace Sister Zhou, offering her solace. In the distance, a grand ship lay anchored upon the river. On board, Zhao Min, clad in white attire and a long robe, adorned with a folding fan, was disguised as a man. Standing at the bow of the vessel, Zhao Min gazed intently at Zhou Zhirao on the arena, remarking with a smile that Zhou Zhirao of the Emei sect truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in the martial world. Just look at her pitiable demeanor. Were I a man, I would be compelled to offer her my heart. Zhao Yadu cast a glance at Zhou Zhirao on the stage. Then at the deck where the river breeze tousled Zhao Min's hair, scratching his head as he said, though Zhou Zhirao is indeed beautiful, she pales in comparison to you. Min Zhaomin turned to Zhao Yadu, unusually refraining from scolding him. In terms of beauty, Zhao Min was confident she was no less than Zhou Zhirao, and this time, Zhao Yadu had not erred in his flattery. On the stage, after finishing her words, Zhou Zhirao stepped aside. Master Kongwen rose, steadily making his way to the platform. He raised his hand to quiet the bustling crowd, his expression filled with compassion as he proclaimed, Li Zhiga has slain the revered Master Mieju, severing her head and seizing the Emei sect's treasured weapon, the heavenly sword. Such actions are akin to those of an evil heretic. The Emei sect seeks refuge in Shaolin. For a millennium, we have safeguarded the stability of the martial world, and we cannot allow Li Zhiga's wickedness to go unchecked. Today, in the presence of heroes from all corners, I beseech all to bear witness. Shaolin vows to subdue Li Zhiga, to strip him of his demonic powers, and to confine him in Shaolin for 30 years, ensuring he can no longer wreak havoc upon the martial realm. As Master Kongwen concluded, the crowd was a sea of mixed reactions, some cheering while others frowned. Haha. The Shaolin Temple holds a demon-suppressing conference in Jiangnan, and as the local sect, how could my Heavenly Eagle sect be absent? A hearty laugh echoed across the river. The crowd looked up to see several grand ships approaching, their sails billowing in the wind, emblazoned with the emblem of a black eagle that seemed to come alive. The vessels were brimming with followers of the Heavenly Eagle sect, each armed with bows and crossbows. The white-browed Eagle King, Yin Tianzhong, stood at the ship's bow, his flowing robes billowing dramatically in the river breeze. Following the fleet of Heavenly Eagle ships was a massive whale ship. Ma Wei stood at the helm, gazing anxiously at Master Kongwen and Master Kongji, whispering to himself, Leaderly, I am taking a great risk this time. You must not fail. Chapter 44. Jiangnan is not a place for your tyranny. The river breeze caressed his face. The crowd, drawn to the imposing figure of the elder with snow-white brows, fell into an involuntary silence, captivated by his presence. The white-browed Eagle King. The four great protectors of the Ming cult placed the white-browed Eagle King at the forefront, whose unparalleled prowess in the martial world positions him among the elite. He has severed ties with the Ming cult to establish the Heavenly Eagle sect. In the Jiangnan martial community, the Heavenly Eagle sect stands unrivaled, with tens of thousands of its followers scattered throughout the region. It is no exaggeration to assert that upon entering Jiangnan, even the Wudong and Shaolin must concede some ground to the Heavenly Eagle sect. A fleet of large vessels docked. Yin Tianzhong, leading the charge, disembarked with his robes billowing in the river breeze, his hawk-like gaze surveying the crowd with an air of authority. Yin Yuan trailed slightly behind his father, his expression defiant, showing no regard for the assembled heroes. 1,000 elite members of the Heavenly Eagle sect, armed with crossbows, followed closely, their synchronized steps producing not a whisper of disarray, surpassing even the regimented soldiers of the court. Upon reaching the venue, Yin Tianzhong raised his hand, and the 1,000 elite followers immediately fanned out, encircling the area. Witnessing the imposing presence of the Heavenly Eagle sect, the crowd swallowed nervously, their gazes towards Yin Tianzhong tinged with a newfound reverence. Abbot Kongwen squinted, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes, remarking that the Shaolin had convened the Demon Suppression Conference in Jiangnan without notifying sect leader Yin, acknowledging a lapse on Shaolin's part. However, he suggested that such a grand display was perhaps unnecessary. Yin Tianzhong paid him no mind. Instead, he drew up a chair and seated himself resolutely, choosing silence. Yin Yuan stood behind him like a sentinel, radiating pride. Should the Heavenly Eagle sect desire it, a mere command would unleash a storm of arrows, enough to decimate most present. Song Yuanxiao gazed at Yin Tianzheng, cupping his fist in greeting. I am Song Yuanxiao of Wudong, paying my respects to Elder Yin. Yin Tianzheng nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mr. He Taichong of the Kunlun sect, along with the 5 elders of the Kongtong sect and Xin Yutong from Huashan, all rose to greeting Tianzheng. Yet he did not raise his eyelids to acknowledge them. While he exhibited a more favorable disposition towards Wudong, he showed little interest in others. The arrival of Yin Tianzheng and the Heavenly Eagle sect cast a pall over the atmosphere of the Demon Suppression Conference. Even the whispers among the crowd dwindled significantly. Observing the imposing figure of Yin Tianzheng and the encircling elite of the Heavenly Eagle sect, Zhou Jiruo's eyes darkened with foreboding. In the distance on the river, Zhao Min stood at the bow of her ship, watching the 1,000 elite of the Heavenly Eagle sect brandishing their crossbows. Her countenance was grave, her eyes icy, and a surge of murderous intent welled within her. The crossbow's lethality had long been regulated by the court, yet these martial practitioners clearly disregarded the authority of the state. The Heavenly Eagle sect was on the brink of rebellion. They must be eliminated. Jia Yeda noticed Zhao Min's suddenly darkened expression and inquired, Min, what troubles you? You seemed fine just a moment ago. Why the sudden change? Zhao Min shot him a cold glance, disappointment evident in her eyes. Was Jia Yedu, a direct descendant of the Golden family, truly oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Jia Yedu sensed the disappointment in Zhao Min's gaze, leaving him utterly at a loss. He hurriedly spoke, Min, what is wrong? I have done nothing amiss, so please do not treat me this way. In that moment, Jia Yedu recalled a saying, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Despite his utmost efforts to please Min, he remained unable to fathom her thoughts. With the arrival of Yin Tianzheng, the atmosphere of the Demon Subduing Conference turned oppressive. Abbot Kongwen's gaze swept across the dense crowd, and he forced a smile as he began to speak. Heroes from all corners of the world gather here, yet the renowned divine fist, Li Zhiga, has yet to make an appearance, which clearly indicates his disdain for these heroes. This young man not only possesses ruthless methods, but also harbors an arrogant disposition. If his martial prowess is not curtailed, one can only imagine the further misdeeds he might commit. Before Abbot Kongwen could continue, a melodious flute melody suddenly filled the air, accompanied by a chilling female voice that echoed along the riverbank. I do not perceive Li Zhiga's arrogance, but Master Kongwen, I have witnessed the tyranny of your Shaolin. The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, causing a stir among the crowd. Who dared to rebuke the Shaolin in front of the world's heroes? Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, momentarily stunned. 2 figures soared from the riverbank, a young girl clad in a green dress, scattering petals from a basket, and another woman, graceful and ethereal, wielding a jade flute. Bathed in a cascade of flowers, she descended onto the arena like a celestial being. As the crowd beheld the woman in yellow on the platform, many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether a goddess had descended from the heavens. The lady wore a flowing yellow gown. Her tall, elegant figure and skin, as pure as white jade, were striking, yet her alabaster countenance lacked the warmth of life, accentuating her aloof aura. She was the epitome of an unattainable celestial maiden. At the city gate of Qiantang County, Li Zhiga had just exited when he witnessed Yang Qingqing ascend the arena. Observing her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. He had presumed Yang Qingqing to be of a cool temperament, yet her display of grandeur was unexpectedly polished. How splendid her presence was. Nevertheless, despite his playful jibes, Li Zhiga felt a swell of gratitude. Yang Qingqing had traveled thousands of miles from Zhongnan Mountain to support him, a gesture of profound loyalty. All eyes were drawn to Yang Qingqing, causing the audience to overlook Li Zhiga as he entered the venue. The onlookers, transfixed by Yang Qingqing, found themselves captivated. They had thought that Zhou Zhuo of the Emei sect was the pinnacle of beauty, yet this woman surpassed her in enchanting allure. From a distance, on a boat at the river's edge, Zhao Min stood momentarily stunned, her hand brushing against her cheek, her astonishment unmasked. Abbot Kongwen, Master Kongji, Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Yin Tianzheng, after a brief moment of distraction, quickly regained their composure, murmuring, "Who is this woman? Such profound skill. What astonishing lightness of foot. When did such a figure emerge in the martial world? Why have I never heard of this woman?" Master Kongwen directed a grave gaze towards Yang Qingqing, articulating the question that lingered in the minds of all present. "My lady, who are you, and what connection do you have with Li Zhiga? Why do you advocate for that nefarious rogue?" Yang Qingqing's countenance remained impassive as she responded in a cold, emotionless tone, at the foot of Mount Zhongnan. Within the tomb of the living dead, the divine eagle and his beloved have vanished from the martial realm. I am Yang Qingqing, the current leader of the ancient tomb sect, and Li Zhiga is my friend. Should you trouble him, I shall naturally come to his aid. Upon hearing Yang Qingqing's declaration, the gathered martial artists exchanged glances. What manner of sect was the ancient tomb sect? However, Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianqiu, Emei Xinggu, and Zhou Zhiru quickly grasped the significance. This woman was a descendant of the legendary hero, Yang Guo, having been guided by the divine eagle in his youth. Zhang Zhenren had mentioned the hero in discussions with his disciples, thus enlightening Song Yuanxiao and the others about the existence of the ancient tomb sect. Emei, being the ancestral school of Guixiang, had deep ties to the divine eagle, and Zhou Zhiru, having read a letter left by the ruthless master of extermination, recognized the connection between the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the heavenly sword with the divine eagle, thereby affirming her knowledge of the ancient tomb sect. Master Kongwen refrained from further inquiries towards Yang Qingqing, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Young patron, Li Zhiga's methods are brutal and his actions merciless. Our Shaolin Temple is convening a demon suppression conference in Qiantang, and our efforts to subdue him are to maintain the peace of the martial world. Although you share a bond with Li Zhiga, this matter bears no relevance to your ancient tomb sect. I advise you not to involve yourself. Yang Qingqing lifted her gaze to Master Kongwen and inquired, should I insist on intervening, what will your Shaolin do? Amipa, if you, young patron, remain obstinate and are ensnared by demonic delusions, choosing to align with Li Zhiga, I shall, regrettably, represent the righteous path of the martial world and suppress you alongside him. A trace of mockery appeared on Yang Qingqing's otherwise expressionless visage as she spoke softly. Li Zhiga claims that you monks possess the sharpest tongues, adept at distorting right and wrong. It appears he spoke true. Master Kongwen, I wish to pose one more question. By what right does your Shaolin represent the righteous path of the martial world? Master Kongwen pressed his palms together, his face radiating compassion as he replied, by virtue of our 1,000-year-old temple, by our unwavering efforts to uphold the stability of the martial world over the millennia, by our concern for the common people, and by the compassion of Buddha. Yang Qingqing shook her head. Such hypocrisy from a monk, such tyranny from Shaolin. My ancient tomb sect has secluded itself from worldly affairs, yet today, I find myself compelled to transgress my ancestral teachings. Vile woman, cease your nonsensical ramblings. If you wish to stand for Li Zhiga, you must possess the capability to do so. Form the formation. Beneath the arena, a young monk brandished a wooden staff, leaping onto the stage, followed by 107 fellow monks who ascended to encircle Yang Qingqing. This lady is not mistaken. It is your Shaolin that is the most unreasonable and tyrannical, since this young lady is a friend of the esteemed Master Li. She is thereby an ally of our Heavenly Eagle sect. Should you Shaolin dare to lay a hand upon her, I assure you that none of you monks shall leave Qiantang alive. Yan Tianzheng rose to his feet, and with a mere gesture, the disciples of the Heavenly Eagle sect positioned their crossbows, aiming at the 108 monks on the arena. The elder Yin spoke truly. You Shaolin have long been accustomed to tyranny, yet Jiangnan is not a realm where you can impose your will. If you wish to exert your ferocity in Jiangnan, you must first seek the approval of my Great Whale Gang. The leader of the Great Whale Gang, Ma Wei, stood up, and as his words fell, hundreds of gang members brandishing broadswords and spears rushed from afar, encircling the arena, their eyes glinting with intent as they regarded the 108 arhats of Shaolin. The spectators of the martial world gazed in astonishment at the members of the Great Whale Gang. The divine fist Li Zhiga had just emerged from the martial world, having slain the former leader of the Great Whale Gang, Bei Qiaofeng. Had the minds of the Great Whale Gang members turned awry to defend Li Zhiga? Yuan Kai, the leader of the Sea Sand sect, sat below the arena, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded Ma Wei, inwardly cursing. Ma Wei, you place your bets on Li Zhiga. Are you not afraid that should he falter, Shaolin will trample your Great Whale Gang into oblivion? Regardless of how the martial world perceived the Great Whale Gang, the atmosphere in the venue had become palpably tense. Master Kongwen squinted at Yin Tianzhong, pointedly ignoring Ma Wei, and inquired solemnly, Master Yin, does your Heavenly Eagle sect truly wish to be at odds with Shaolin? Yin Tianzhong laughed heartily in response, declaring, Master Kongwen, you jest. It is not the Heavenly Eagle sect that seeks enmity with Shaolin, but rather you Shaolin who intend to trouble the friends of the Heavenly Eagle sect. When friends are in peril, If Yin Tianzong were to hide like a turtle, what face would I have left to seek my fortune in the martial world? In the distance, upon the river's surface, Zhao Min fanned herself with a foldable fan, squinting with a smile. Bite, bite hard. The fiercer you bite, the more tranquil this martial world shall become. Chapter 45. The great Arhut array outside Qiantang City. The river surged forth, flowing eastward into the sea. A venue had been erected in the expansive riverside area, filled to the brim with martial artists from all corners of the land. At this moment, all mouths were silenced. Breaths held as they gazed toward the center of the gathering. As Yang Qingqing, Yin Tianzong, and Ma Wei stepped forward, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Song Yuanxiao sat in his chair, his expression inscrutable, yet the hint of derision in his eyes could not be concealed. Yu Lianzhou and Mo Xinggu struggled to suppress their amusement, endeavoring to maintain a facade of seriousness. The couple He Taichong from the Kunlun sect appeared somewhat taken aback, quietly observing the unfolding events from their seats. The reactions of the 5 elders of Kongtong and Xin Yutong mirrored those of the Kunlun sect. Only the disciples of Emei looked on with indignation at Yang Qingqing, Yin Tianzong, and the others. Li Zhiga is an adversary of the Emei sect, and these individuals naturally harbor animosity towards the ancient Tomb sect and the Sky Eagle sect in their quest to defend him. As for the Giant Whale Gang, it is largely overlooked by the major factions. Although the Giant Whale Gang is a prominent organization in Jiangnan, it is regarded by the major sects as an unrefined, unsophisticated group without a true lineage, lacking formidable masters, and thus not worthy of their attention. The venue is steeped in silence, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Shaolin, a 1,000-year-old monastery, stands as the pinnacle of the martial world, wielding the authority of righteousness. While the various sects may show deference, it does not imply their willingness to submit to Shaolin's dominance. Abbot Kongwan gazes sternly at Yin Tianzong and Yang Qingqing, his expression maintaining a semblance of compassion as he speaks calmly. Li Zhiga employs ruthless tactics and acts with cruelty. His propensity for violence has led him down the path of darkness. Today, I must retrieve the heavenly sword for Emei and strip him of his demonic powers, confining him to a 30-year penance at Shaolin, allowing him to atone under the Buddha's watchful eye. Should you, the ancient Tomb sect and the Sky Eagle sect, insist on defending Li Zhiga, you shall find yourselves at odds with Shaolin and the righteous path of the martial world. Yang Qingqing shakes her head, her gaze steady as she addresses Abbot Kongwan with a cool demeanor. Master Kongwan, there is no need to threaten me. The ancient Tomb sect has never claimed to be of the righteous path. Whether Li Zhiga has succumbed to darkness is a matter solely of your assertion. I shall take charge of this matter today. If Shaolin wishes to confront the demons, let it come forth. I shall be ready. Ha ha ha. Well said, sect leader Yang. I, Yin Tianzong, originally the guardian king of the Ming sect, am deemed a demon by your righteous sections. Today, it is only fitting that I, the so-called demon, stand against you, Shaolin. Whatever you desire, we of the Sky Eagle sect shall accommodate. Yin Tianzong laughs heartily, his robe billowing, his hawk-like gaze shining with intensity, exuding the charisma of a martial hero. Ma Wei swallows hard, his voice trembling as he steps forward. What sect leader Yang and sect leader Yin say is indeed correct. This martial world is not governed solely by Shaolin. I have always held Master Li in high esteem. Should you wish to suppress him, you would need to subdue the entire Giant Whale Gang alongside him. The members of the Giant Whale Gang pledged to stand with Master Li through thick and thin. Abbot Kongwan's expression grows cold, the kindness fading from his face as he speaks with a sardonic smile. Since you are resolute in opposing Shaolin and the righteous path, then show your true abilities. Sect leader Yang, sect leader Yin, and leader Ma, if you can dismantle my Shaolin's 108 Arhut formation today, I shall leave Jiangnan with my people. Do you possess the courage to break the formation? Arhut Hall disciples, assume your positions. Majestic and scholarly, the Arhut manifests. In the midst of a world tainted by filth, behold this formless body. The world is fraught with suffering. My Buddha guides the people. King of the Diamond, ablaze with fire, purifies the mundane realm. As the abbot's words echoed, 108 young monks swiftly dispersed, each wielding a wooden staff. They formed a square formation, chanting Buddhist verses in unison. These 108 monks, arranged into groups of 12 across 9 ranks, stood with an imposing and solemn presence, reminiscent of the ancient Songshan mountain, steadfast and unyielding, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon all who beheld them. The Shaolin Temple, with its millennia of history, is renowned for its formations, among which the most recognized in the martial world is the Arhut formation. This formation is classified into the Lesser and Greater Arhut arrays. The Greater Arhut formation, fully named the 108 Arhats Subduing Demons Grand Formation, once established, stands as immovable as the Songshan Mountain, simultaneously embodying countless transformations, representing the pinnacle of martial formations. As the 108 young monks executed the Greater Arhut formation, the expressions of seasoned individuals such as Song Yuanxiao and Yu Lianzhou shifted dramatically. Once the Greater Arhut formation is in place, there exists no one in the martial world, save for their formidable master, capable of dismantling it. Yang Qingqing and Yin Tianzhong, standing upon the arena, gazed at the 108 monks before them, their faces etched with distress. The powerful presence of the enlightened monk and the great Arhut struck deeply. In a world filled with impurities, witnessing such a formless being, one is reminded of the multitude of sufferings in the mortal realm, where the Buddha extends his compassion to humankind. The resounding thuds of the monks striking their staffs against the arena reverberated with a somber resonance. They chanted the Buddhist verses repeatedly, their voices imbued with internal energy, inducing a suffocating sensation that stirred the blood and breath. As Yang Qingqing and Yin Tianzhong's expressions grew increasingly grim, Ma Wei trembled uncontrollably. Unable to contain the tumult within, his face turning a deep shade of purplish red as he retreated from the arena, distancing himself several dozen paces. His countenance marked by immense discomfort. Those with greater mastery, such as Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, Emei Xinggu, and the couple He Taichong, maintained their composure, seated below the arena, asserting their identities as martial arts masters. Meanwhile, others like Song Qingshu, Zhou Zhuruo, and Ding Minjun, lacking sufficient internal strength, retreated until they were several dozen paces away before halting. Even Xin Yu Tong, the leader of the Huashan sect, withdrew several paces, casting anxious glances at those still seated below the arena, his face shifting between hues of pale and flushed, discreetly noting the monks of Shaolin in his ledger. As the crowd receded, a vast expanse around the arena was cleared. From this space emerged a tall figure clad in a green robe, possessing a dignified demeanor and striking features, standing out like a firefly in the night, captivating all who laid eyes upon him. Li Zhiga, it is the divine fist. Li Zhiga. In an instant, all gazes converged upon him. It turned out that the illustrious Li Zhiga had long since arrived, blending into the crowd. But their attention had been captivated by Yang Qingqing and Yin Tianzhong, causing them to overlook today as protagonist. Confronted by the multitude's scrutiny, Li Zhiga stepped forward, each stride imbued with unwavering steadiness. As he ascended the arena, an ephemeral sensation washed over the crowd, as if the ground itself quaked beneath him. Some held their breath. Others clenched their fists, and many felt a surge of blood rush through their veins. He has arrived. The spectacle is about to commence. Zhou Zhao stood a considerable distance from the arena, her sword poised, her gaze fixed intently on the tall man clad in green. She bit her lower lip so hard that a crimson droplet escaped, starkly contrasting against her delicate oval face. Song Qingshu had been observing his junior sister all along, and at that moment, he felt a pang of anguish, as if his heart had been seized. Turning to look at Li Zhiga, who was now on the stage, he was consumed by an impulse to rush forth and vanquish him, believing it might alleviate Zhou Zhua's suffering, if only slightly. Chapter 46. Who has fallen into the demonic path? With a stature reminiscent of an iron tower, his lofty demeanor radiated authority. His handsome visage, chiseled with determination, captivated all who beheld him. His deep-set eyes cast a sweeping glance, compelling those around him to lower their gaze, as if shame weighed heavily upon their hearts. The green robe he wore seemed to function as a magnet, drawing all attention toward him. He is Li Zhiga, the divine fist, Li Zhiga. What a remarkably handsome man. At this moment, many felt their hearts race, their blood surge, overwhelmed by excitement. Though the legends of the divine fist Li Zhiga had spread far and wide, nothing could compare to witnessing him in person. Only by laying eyes upon the divine fist could one truly understand the essence of a towering hero. As Li Zhiga stepped onto the stage, an eerie silence enveloped the venue of the Demon Suppression Conference. He cast a glance at the banner hanging from the arena's pillar, which bore the words Demon Suppression Conference. Disregarding the banner, Li Zhiga turned his attention to Yang Qingqing, bending his back that seemed capable of supporting the heavens, and earnestly declared, "Miss Qingqing, your profound loyalty shall forever reside in my heart." As I have said before, should you ever require my assistance, I, Li Zhiga, would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without a moment's hesitation. A smile graced young Qingqing's pallid face, and with that smile, the flowers along the riverbank seemed to wilt in shame. Li Zhiga straightened his posture and turned to face Yin Tianzhong, his expression grave as he spoke. Elder Yin, I have acknowledged the favor bestowed upon me by the Sky Eagle sect today. A look of contentment spread across Yin Tianzhong's face. It was worth it. As long as this young man was willing to recognize the favor of the Sky Eagle sect, then all his efforts in rallying the disciples to lend their support had not been in vain. Finally, Li Zhiga glanced towards Ma Wei, who stood several dozen feet away on the arena, and inquired, Chief Ma, was this venue for the Demon Suppression Conference constructed by the Sisan sect? Ma Wei trembled with excitement, his blood surging with fervor as he quickly replied, Indeed. It was personally built by the Grand Master of the Sisan sect leading his disciples. Li Zhiga nodded gently and spoke calmly, From this day forth, the members of the Haisha sect shall vanish from Jiangnan, and their enterprises here shall belong to the Juqing gang. Below the arena, in the crowd, Yuan Kai felt a chill run through him, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All eyes were fixed on the tall youth, some with blood rushing through their veins, faces alight with excitement, believing that such a great hero was akin to the divine fist of Li Zhiga. Others were moved deeply, reflecting on the endless cycle of talented individuals emerging through the ages, each leading a flourishing era for centuries. They sensed that a new legend in the martial world was about to be born. Conversely, some ground their teeth in despair as they gazed at the towering figure. Wu Lai concealed himself among the throng with Wu Qingying, his heart racing with trepidation, feeling both fearful and relieved. He was grateful that he had remained clear-headed and had not made an enemy of the formidable Li Zhiga. In the distance, Zhao Min stood at the bow of a ship, her expression somber and her delicate features tense. The Central Plains were rich in heroes and talents. She could not deny that Li Zhiga was the most impressive man she had ever encountered, yet such a young hero was not in service to their court. Every move he made drew countless gazes. Li Zhiga turned to the two venerable monks, Langhuan and Kongji, and then to the crowd shrouded in darkness. Ignoring the monk's displeasure, he spoke with composure, I, Li, am clear about my grievances. Before the heroes of the world, I shall speak plainly today. When the former leader of the Juqing gang, Bei Qiaofeng, had brazenly claimed he would unearth his master's grave, should Li Zhiga, as a disciple, not exact vengeance upon Bei Qiaofeng? Langhuan and Kongji offered no reply. Yet the crowd surged like a tide, their voices rising in unison. Indeed, the monk Yuan Lin, relying on the strength of his protective golden bell, attempted to save Bei Qiaofeng. He had made an agreement with Li, willing to endure 8 punches. Should he withstand them unharmed, Li would spare Bei Qiaofeng's life. If he succumbed to the blows, he could not blame Li. Yuan Lin failed to withstand the 8 punches and perished under Li's fist. Could he blame Li? No. My master traversed 1,000 mountains. My senior sister crossed paths with Ing Zhao, and my senior brother met with heroes. All perished at the hands of the ruthless Elder Nye after merely praising the righteous acts of the Ming cult. Should Li Zhiga not strike down Elder Nye, taking her head and presenting the heavenly sword at my master's grave in tribute? He should. Yes, yes, Leader Li. You have done no wrong. As a disciple, avenging one's master is a matter of righteousness. Elder Nye was ferocious, and the heavenly sword in her hands has unknowingly harmed countless righteous souls. To slay Elder Nye is indeed the act of a true hero. I am Yang Xiong, leader of the White Horse Gang. My father, too, was slain by Elder Nye for merely praising the Ming cult. Such a vile person deserves to perish at the hands of Leader Li. I am Deng Yu, leader of the Iron Sword sect. My master also fell to Elder Nye's heavenly sword for having spoken ill of Emei. Leader Li, you are in the right. Your act against Elder Nye is met with applause from the Iron Sword sect. On behalf of my 23 disciples, I extend our deepest gratitude for your great mercy. Yang Xiong expressed profound gratitude on behalf of the White Horse Gang to Master Li for his immense kindness. The crowd, dense and restless, parted to reveal 2 men who approached Li Zhiga with utmost reverence, bowing deeply. Despite harboring an irreconcilable enmity towards the ruthless nun, their powerlessness to seek vengeance compelled them to formally express their thanks. Among the throng, Zhou Zhua's delicate complexion turned pale, devoid of color, as she swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. The Emei disciples, including Jing Xian, Jing Jia, Bei Jini, and Zhao Lingzhu, bore fierce glares, their eyes bloodshot. as they gritted their teeth and tightened their grips on their swords, trembling with suppressed fury. Ding Minjun, maintaining a facade of composure, subtly maneuvered her way among her senior and junior sisters, drawing her neck in to diminish her presence. Li Zhiga paid no heed to the crowd's reaction. He turned to face Kongwen, Kongji, and the 108 monks of the Luohan Hall, and spoke coldly, esteemed Shaolin monks. You accuse me of employing ruthless methods and conducting myself with cruelty. You incessantly condemn me for harboring a heavy hand in slaying and for being steeped in the sins of murder, claiming I have strayed into the path of darkness. You have traveled a great distance to Qiantang to convene a demon suppression conference with the intent to subdue me, before the heroes of the world. I now pose a question to you. Is your pursuit driven by the desire for the heavenly sword, or is it for the nine-yang manual that resides within me? Or perhaps to seek justice on behalf of Emei? Esteemed monks, in the presence of the world's heroes, I implore you to clarify. Is it I, Li Zhiga, who has fallen into the abyss of darkness, or is it your Shaolin that has strayed from the righteous path? Boom. Li Zhiga's voice resounded like thunder, echoing in the outskirts of Qiantang and reverberating within the hearts of the onlookers. Master Kongwen staggered, his face ashen, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Master Kongji, the wise monk, bore a look of concern, letting out a deep sigh, regretting his earlier support of the abbot's decision. Among the 108 disciples of the Arhit Hall, some wore expressions of confusion, while others ignited with fury, causing the entire Arhit formation to falter. Song Yuan Chao, seated beneath the arena, gazed at the towering figure on the stage, seemingly propping up the heavens, murmuring softly, regardless of whether Shaolin can subdue Li Zhiga this time. Shaolin has already lost. Yu Lianzhou nodded, adding with sarcasm, all the heroes of the world are gathered here, after today, regardless of the outcome. Shaolin's reputation will undoubtedly be tarnished. Chapter 47. Breaking the formation enough. Li Zhiga, you have already fallen into the path of darkness. Cease your beguiling words. The old monk offers you two choices. Either surrender the heavenly sword and the nine-yang scriptures, renounce your martial prowess, and accompany me to Shaolin to meditate in silence for 30 years to atone for your sins, or Shaolin shall end your life here, eradicating any future threat. Master Kongwen's complexion turned pale, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, evidently employing the secret Shaolin technique of the lion's roar, suppressing all sounds within the venue. Master Kongji shook his head, his worry deepening. The dense crowd not only continued their discussions, but also pointed fingers at Master Kongwen. Li Zhiga raised his eyelids and chuckled. Master Kongwen, you are enraged. Greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred have already taken root in your heart. Kongwen's gaze turned even more vicious as he replied. I shall not engage in a debate with you. Where are the disciples of the Arhit Hall? Why do they not subdue the demons? Bang, bang, bang. 108 solid wooden staffs struck the arena in unison, and 108 martial monks immediately dispersed, surrounding Li Zhiga, Yang Qingqing, and Yin Tianzhong. They murmured Buddhist verses, proclaiming, mighty shining wisdom, great Arhut of fruitfulness. In this filthy world, behold this formless body. The worldly sufferings are many. My Buddha saves the sentient beings. The Vajra king of brightness, the pure red dust of glass. Li Zhiga paid no heed to the encircling monks of the Luohan Hall. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Yang Qingqing and Yin Tianzhong. Yang Qingqing remained silent, merely stepping closer to Li Zhiga, wielding her jade flute as if it were a sword, directing its tip towards the surrounding monks. Yin Tianzhong let out a hearty laugh, his vital energy converging at his fingertips, causing the claws he had drawn forth to emit a chilling, steely gleam. He spoke to Li Zhiga, the leader of the Li sect, stating, I have long heard of the renowned might of the Shaolin Great Luohan formation. Today, as we join forces to dismantle this formidable array, it shall surely become a legendary tale within the martial world. Li Zhiga cast a glance at the two individuals before suddenly extending his palm to push them away. The gentle force of his palm stirred the air, safely guiding Yang Qingqing and Yin Tianzhong to the ground beneath the arena. The 18 dragon-subduing palms is not merely a display of brute strength. Otherwise, it would not be hailed as the foremost technique in the realm. With this maneuver, Li Zhiga clearly demonstrated his mastery of the 18 dragon-subduing palms, achieving a harmonious balance of softness and strength. Once they landed, Yang Qingqing finally reacted, gently furrowing her elegant brows. Wang Yuan jogged over, casting a resentful glance at Li Zhiga, and addressed Yang Qingqing. Sister Yang, you traveled such a long distance to assist him. Yet he has the audacity to push you down. This oaf is utterly ungrateful and arrogantly proud. Yang Qingqing shook her head and replied with a smile. It is not arrogance. It is simply because he is Li Zhiga. Yin Yuan approached Yin Tianzhong, who, before he could speak, broke into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "What a remarkable Li Zhiga! A true young hero." Beneath the arena, Song Yuanxiao's expression turned grave as he sighed. Li Zhiga is still too young. Had he not sent the sect leader Yang and the master Yin away, the combined strength of the three of them might have had a chance to breach the great Arhat formation. Alas, his pride compels him to confront the formation alone. Yu Lianzhou nodded in agreement with his elder brother's assessment. Mr. Qin, he Taichung, with a look of regret in his eyes, remarked, Master Song speaks wisely, that young man. Li Zhiga indeed harbors a touch of youthful arrogance. With a legacy spanning a millennium, the great Arhat formation, being Shaolin's foremost array, is unlikely to be unraveled by anyone other than Zhang Zhenren. Unbeknownst to the others, Xin Yu Tong had quietly returned. His face flushed as he exerted himself to suppress the tumultuous energy within him. He interjected, "Perhaps the leader of the Li sect possesses the confidence to break this formation single-handedly?" The surrounding individuals remained silent, offering no response. Li Zhiga, in the end, is still too young. Even if he were to break through to the innate realm, it is unlikely he could dismantle the great Arhat formation. After all, it is a complex array crafted by 108 martial monks, each meticulously honing their skills. The formation is interconnected. It is not merely a matter of 108 individuals joining forces. The crowd, shrouded in darkness, murmured in awe at the audacity of Li Zhiga, while others scoffed at his folly. The abbot Kongwen's fierce gaze betrayed a hint of mockery as he inwardly chastised, Li Zhiga, O Li Zhiga. If you had allied with the other two, perhaps there would have been a glimmer of hope. But now, it appears you are merely courting your own demise. The 108 Shaolin monks, organized into groups of 12, dispersed and surrounded him, akin to 9 serpents intertwining with one another. 108 staffs protruded in unison, infused with true energy, advancing with the force of a landslide, intent on ending Li Zhiga beneath their relentless assault. Li Zhiga lifted his eyelids, his arms swelling as if he were a mighty warrior pushing forward with great force. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, stirring up sand and stones, while the sky seemed to darken ominously. From the palm of Li Zhiga, a crimson dragon was unleashed, its claws bared and tail sweeping, conjuring a tempest. As the gale swept through, it scattered 108 rods, and Li Zhiga surged forward, transforming into a colossal dragon, his gaping maw poised to devour the very realms of mountains and rivers. Below the arena, Song Yuanxiao and his companions abruptly rose from their seats, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as they beheld the towering youth on the stage. In that fleeting moment, they had all witnessed Li Zhiga's metamorphosis into a great dragon. Had this young man truly ascended to such heights, wielding an aura potent enough to conjure illusions in all their minds? No. Song Yuanxiao shook his head. He recalled his master once stating that only when a person comprehends the essence of a martial art and aligns with its character can they unleash its utmost power. Li Zhiga exuded an extraordinary aura, a commanding presence akin to that of a dragon descending from the heavens, thus allowing the 18 dragon-subduing palms to unleash their utmost power in his hands. In this moment, Song Yuanxiao felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had not agreed to stand up for Emei back then. Otherwise, it would have been the 7 heroes of Wudong facing Li Zhiga today. The astonishment was not solely felt by Song Yuanxiao, as the illusion of Li Zhiga transformed into that of a dragon. The entire banks of the Qiantang River erupted in awe. On the arena, the 108 monks clad in their robes swayed, their wooden staffs swept away by the tempest. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, pivoting their bodies as countless shadows of staffs surged towards Li Zhiga, resembling a colossal mountain bearing down upon him. Li Zhiga, in a frenzy of chaotic dance, unleashed the immense power of 3 dragons and 3 elephants, reminiscent of a surging tidal wave of Jiuyang Tru Qi. Simultaneously, he propelled forth 6 crimson dragons. The dragons clashed upon the battlefield, their blood a shade of profound yellow. Li Zhiga, undeterred by the multitude, resembled a bloodied azure dragon, repeatedly striking against the imposing mountain, vowing to relent only when the formidable peak lay shattered. The resounding roar of the dragon echoed incessantly as 6 crimson dragons intertwined and surged forth, colliding with relentless fervor. Li Zhiga's expression was icy, his hands weaving through the air, each palm striking with precision to dispel the myriad shadows of the staffs. The crimson dragon-shaped energy surged forth, opening its maw wide, intent on devouring the 108 arhats. One arhat fell, only for another to swiftly take his place, radiating a divine golden light, exuding an aura of sanctity and authority, as if they had truly transformed into the arhats beneath the Buddha, determined to subdue the malevolent dragon. Outside Qiaofeng, a throng of spectators gathered, their faces agape as they observed the fierce battle unfolding in the center of the arena, hastily covering their ears. They feared that without this precaution, the piercing dragon's roar might shatter their eardrums. 108 arhats fell one after another, yet the remaining standing arhats remained undeterred, their golden light still shining brightly. With fierce determination, they struck against the overlapping shadows of the staffs, as if colossal waves crashing down, intent on engulfing Li Zhiga. Li Zhiga resembled a dragon king, conjuring tempestuous waves as he opened his mouth wide, eager to consume the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas. With a resounding crash, one after another, the arhats were sent sprawling, collapsing onto the arena floor, their chests caving in, transcending to the western paradise in an instant. As the number of arhats dwindled, the formation of the great arhats shattered. On the stage, the remaining few dozen warrior monks, armed with their staffs, cast terrified glances towards the towering youth. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, they seemed to perceive a demonic deity advancing step by step, with each footfall sending tremors through the ground, resonating with the quaking of their own hearts. Li Zhiga strode confidently towards the remaining dozens of monks on the arena. With one hand sweeping downward and the other upward, he gracefully circled his arms, propelling them forward with a powerful force. Boom! Like the collapse of a mountain. The monks were sent flying like shattered stones, crashing heavily onto the ground below. The fortunate ones clung to life, gasping for breath, while the unfortunate met their demise on the spot. Silence. A stillness akin to death enveloped the arena. Gazing at the figure on the stage, resembling a deity or a demon, everyone instinctively held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Apart from the rushing river, no voices could be heard. Chapter 48. Kongwen's curtain called the entire riverbank lay in a deathly hush. Defeated, the Shaolin had fallen. Observing the towering and majestic figure on the stage, one could almost perceive it as a divine being or a colossal titan. In that moment, a disorienting illusion gripped the crowd. Abbot Kongwen's face turned pale. His lips darkened and trembled as he incessantly chanted Ba while fingering his prayer beads. Master Kongji let out a long sigh. His demeanor visibly deflated as the fears he had harbored finally came to fruition. Surrounding the arena, the 108 disciples of the Arhat Hall were either lifeless or bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upward at the imposing figure. The elite masters from various sects, including Song Yuan Xiao, had already risen from their seats, their faces etched with uncertainty. Xinyu Tong, while bewildered, also bore a hint of scorn in his gaze. Zhou Zhuo, gripping her long sword, appeared pale and drained of color. Her delicate lips bitten raw, her eyes dimmed with despair. Song Qingshu's heart twisted painfully as he watched Zhou Zhuo, his gaze shifting back to the towering figure on the stage, filled with even greater animosity. Ma Wei stood amidst the crowd, his fists clenched tightly. From this day forth, the members of the Haisha sect would vanish from Jiangnan. All their enterprises in Jiangnan would belong solely to his whale gang. Yuan Kai remained rooted in place, his body stiff, large beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his back damp with perspiration. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Master Li's prowess is unparalleled, shaking the martial world. Master Li's prowess is unparalleled, shaking the martial world. The cheers rolled in waves, reminiscent of the surging tides of the Qiaofeng River, each wave more powerful than the last. These transient wanderers of the martial realm had no fixed allegiance when Shaolin triumphed. They praised Shaolin, and when Divine Fist Li Zhiga emerged victorious, they cheered for him. They were simply there to witness the spectacle. Amidst the crowd's jubilant shouts, Li Zhiga's figure loomed grand and resplendent, radiating an almost blinding brilliance. In stark contrast, the two masters, Kongwen and Kongji, at the foot of the arena, appeared defeated and disheartened. Li Zhiga gazed upon the densely packed throng, lifting his hand to impose silence. Instantly, the entire riverbank fell into a hush. As all eyes turned towards the resplendent figure, ears pricked, not a whisper breaking the stillness. Li Zhiga's gaze shifted towards the pallid Master Kongwen. His tone calm as he inquired, Master Kongwen, you have yet to respond to my earlier question. Who has truly succumbed to the demonic path? The placid voice resonated in Master Kongwen's ears like a thunderclap, causing him to shudder, his vitality visibly waning. Lifting his eyes to the young man on the platform, Master Kongwen's lips trembled, yet no sound escaped them. After a brief moment, it appeared that Master Kongwen had resolved to act. He resolutely set forth, his gaze unwavering as he approached the stage. With each step, it felt as though the weight of Mount Song bore down upon him, unbearably heavy. Master Kongji observed his senior brothers advance towards the platform, comprehending his intentions, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow as he pressed his palms together and silently recited Amitabha. The dense crowd regarded Master Kongwen's approach with curiosity. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, speculating whether Master Kongwen, having observed Li Minmaster's breach of the Great Arhut formation, was unwilling to concede defeat and intended to confront him directly. Nearby, another voice interjected, noting that while Master Kongwen held the title of Shaolin's abbot, his martial prowess was not superior to that of the formidable Mistress Mieju. Challenging Li Minmaster would be tantamount to self-degradation. What then? Is Master Kongwen's purpose in ascending the platform? Came the unanswered question. In contrast to the murmurs of the crowd, individuals such as Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Mo Xinggu, and the couple discerned Master Kongwen's impending actions, their gazes shifting towards the towering youth, their respect subtly deepening. For a millennium, the Shaolin sect had stood firm. And while a few had compelled it to bow, such instances were rare. The last to do so was the unparalleled Zhang Junren, who had dominated an era. As Master Kongwen ascended the stage, Yin Tianjing scoffed, remarking, this old monk possesses a modicum of courage. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, each of Master Kongwen's steps felt immensely burdensome until he finally reached the platform, standing before Li Zhiga. Meeting Li Zhiga's eyes, Master Kongwen's countenance remained pale. He clasped his hands together, his voice hoarse as he uttered a single Amitabha. Turning to face the throng of spectators, Master Kongwen proclaimed, today, amidst the world's heroes, I, Kongwen, beseech all present to bear witness. This humble monk, consumed by greed, sought to possess the heavenly sword, thus transgressing the precept of avarice. I have uttered falsehoods to slander Li Minmaster, violating the precept of false speech. Li Minmaster is not of the demonic path. Rather, it is I who have fallen into it. My actions today were solely my own decision, bearing no relation to Shaolin. Having succumbed to this dark path, I shall remain here, severing ties with the world's heroes. With that, Master Kongwen turned once more to Li Zhiga, hands clasped in supplication, bowing deeply as he calmly stated, Li Minmaster, I have fallen into the demonic path. Before the assembly of the world's heroes at this demon suppression conference, I implore you to end my life here, and spare Shaolin your wrath. Li Zhiga maintained a serene expression, nodding in acquiescence. Kongwen slowly closed his eyes, and a faint smile finally graced his pallid face as he murmured, Buddha, I shall descend into the abyss of hell to atone for my sins. Master Abbot. Surrounding the arena, the remaining disciples of the Arhut Hall glared with fury, their eyes wide with disbelief. Kongji, unable to bear the sight, softly uttered, Amitabha. May the Buddha's compassion shine upon us, and may Brother Kongwen be granted mercy. Li Zhiga raised his hand, striking towards the bald crown of Kongwen above. In this matter, there exists no dichotomy of right and wrong, only the outcomes of success and failure. Li Zhiga has faltered. He faces either the complete forfeiture of his martial prowess, to be imprisoned at Shaolin for 3 decades of reflection, or to be slain on the spot. Conversely, should Shaolin falter, Kongwen would shoulder all blame, preserving the monastery's esteemed reputation. To quell Li Zhiga's wrath, he would offer his own life to conclude this demon-suppressing assembly. Li Zhiga withdrew his hand, choosing not to cast another glance at Kongwen. The crowd, thick and tumultuous, erupted in uproar. The demon suppression conference concluded with a whimper. The formidable fist of Li Zhiga did not succumb to the path of darkness, but rather, it was Master Kongwen of Shaolin who fell into the abyss. Master Kongji opened his eyes, tears welling within, and smiled as he spoke. Brother Kongwen, may you ascend to the Pure Land. Turning his gaze to Li Zhiga, Master Kongji performed a Buddhist salutation and calmly addressed him. Lordly, your intervention has liberated Brother Kongwen from his descent into darkness. He will hold no resentment towards you, nor will the Shaolin. Li Zhiga shook his head and spoke. Master Kongji, I believe that monks are merely ordinary beings, not Buddhas. What is your opinion? Master Kongji nodded in agreement. Indeed, Li Shiga chuckled, pointing at Master Kongji, and remarked, Master Kongji, if Shaolin had a few more enlightened and astute monks like you, it would undoubtedly flourish. However, if the monks of Shaolin continue to act foolishly, the future remains uncertain. Master Kongji, with a stoic expression, replied, I humbly accept the teachings of the sect leader. The Shaolin Temple is grateful for your wisdom. With that, he approached the arena, shouldering Kongwen. As Master Kongji approached, a motley group of disciples from the Luohan Hall followed behind him, appearing as dejected as beaten hounds. The dense crowd parted to create a path, pointing and whispering, their eyes devoid of the reverence once held for esteemed monks. Li Shiga reached out and grasped, tearing down the banner hanging from the arena pillar. He turned to Song Yuan Xiao and the others, smiling as he inquired whether they believed that there were still demons in Qiantang now that Kongwen was dead and gone. Song Yuan Xiao cupped his fists in respect towards Li Shiga and replied with a smile, stating that the Wudong sect had not perceived any. He Taichung and Ban Shuxian exchanged glances. Unlike Wudong, they dared not speak so freely in the presence of Li Shiga. Bowing respectfully, He Taichung spoke in a solemn tone, asserting that Kongwen was indeed the demon, and now that he had perished, there were no more demons in Qiantang. The 5 elders of Kongtong and Xian Yutong from Huashan wore sycophantic smiles, hastily voicing their agreement. Li Shiga nodded in satisfaction, gazing at the densely packed crowd before him. He spoke in a resonant voice, esteemed comrades of the martial world, the Demon Suppression Conference has concluded. As the host of Qiantang, I implore you to stay a while and partake in a humble drink, allowing me to extend the courtesy of a gracious host. As Li Shiga concluded his remarks, the crowd erupted in cheers. Since the leader of the Li sect had spoken, how could the brothers not indulge themselves before departing? One individual, emboldened, approached the leader to request a couple more cups. Today, with the leader's resounding victory over Shaolin, it was indeed a monumental achievement. A toast was essential to convey his admiration for Li Shiga. Observing the throngs of people, a smile graced Li Shiga's face as he turned to Ma Wei and said, Master Ma, could you kindly arrange a banquet? I wish to host a feast for all the heroes present. Ma Wei, brimming with excitement, hurried forward, his chest thumping with determination. Leave these trivial matters to me, leaderly. I will ensure that no effort is spared in honoring our esteemed guests. Glancing at the disciples of the Emei sect who were preparing to leave with Shaolin, Ma Wei lowered his voice and made a gesture across his throat, quietly inquiring, Leaderly, should we? Li Shiga glanced at the departing crowd from Emei and shook his head, saying, Let them go. I, Li, can eradicate them entirely. If they possess the capability, they may also come to confront me. Chapter 49. Do not follow this poor monk any longer on the riverbank. A throng of people moved in unison towards the city gates. Ma Wei, accompanied by disciples of the giant whale gang, greeted the wandering heroes from various corners of the realm with a cheerful demeanor. Since the leader Li entrusted him with such a significant task, he was determined not to disappoint. The esteemed masters from prominent sects, such as Song Yuan Xiao, were personally received by Li Shiga. Soon, the crowd dispersed, flooding into the city gates, leaving Yuan Kai alone on the expansive riverbank, feeling as if he had been forsaken by the world. From this day forth, the members of the Haisha sect shall vanish from Jiangnan. The assets of Haisha sect in Jiangnan will be ceded to the giant whale gang. Recalling Li Shiga's proclamation sent a chill through Yuan Kai, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The Haisha sect had been established for nearly a century. From his great-grandfather's establishment in Jiangnan, through the development by his grandfather and father, the Haisha sect had painstakingly attained its current standing in the martial world. Yet, due to that man's single utterance, he was compelled to forsake the fruits of a century's labor and retreat to a distant land. As for resistance, Yuan Kai had not even contemplated it, nor would he dare to. Aside from Yuan Kai, there was another group that remained. On a large ship by the riverbank, Zhao Min stood at the bow, her folding fan firmly closed in her hand, her countenance darkening to the point of being nearly drenched in gloom. Prior to coming to Jiangnan, Zhao Min had felt a twinge of regret, lamenting that Li Shiga would fall at the hands of Shaolin. At that time, her spirits had been buoyant. However, witnessing Li Shiga shatter the Shaolin Grand Arhat formation and the Monk Kong and seek death to resolve grievances, she found no joy in the outcome. The anticipated scene of chaos had failed to materialize. Instead, she perceived the man named Li Shiga as even more perilous. At that moment, it was evident to all that Zhao Min's mood was dismal, and none dared to utter a word. The river breeze tousled their garments. With a huff, Zhao Min exhaled a breath of frustration, once again donning a confident smile as she addressed her subordinates behind her. I have regarded Li Zhiga with sufficient esteem, yet I fear I have still underestimated him. Nevertheless, he remains but a single individual, insignificant before the court. Seeing Zhao Min's spirits lift, Jia Yadu felt encouraged and nodded in agreement, stating, "You are right, Min, regardless of how formidable Li Zhiga's martial prowess may be. He is ultimately just one man. If you wish to deal with him, I can promptly dispatch a force to besiege Qiantang and uproot both Li Zhiga and the Divine Fist sect entirely." Zhao Min disregarded Jia Yadu, turning her gaze towards the shadow cloaked in black robes, and coldly spoke. The plan to incite strife among the various sects of the martial world must be set into motion. Master Yuan, you are most acquainted with the major sects. I entrust this matter to you. My forces will heed your command, and you must ensure its successful execution. Yuan inclined slightly, his voice hoarse as he responded. Rest assured, my lady, I shall lead individuals to impersonate members of the Ming cult and launch assaults on the various sects of the martial world. They shall come to despise the Ming cult to the core. I believe it will not be long before you witness the major sects besieging the Bright Summit. On the great vessel, a man with long hair cascading over his shoulders, of imposing stature, donned the garb of a wandering monk. His face bore numerous scars, obscuring his original features. At this moment, the monk squinted, striving to conceal any hint of peculiarity. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition. Zhao Min cast a glance at the monk and smiled, seeing the prowess of the divine fist Li Zhiga. I too am filled with an eagerness to engage. Master Ku, you shall stay by my side for these days and instruct me in the martial arts. You are not to leave my side for even a moment. Master Ku's heart raced wildly, yet he forced himself to calm down, nodding at Zhao Min with a semblance of joy. On the official road outside Qiantang City, Zhou Zhirua grasped her longsword tightly, closely pursuing Master Kongji. The master turned to face her, his expression impassive as he spoke. Zhou Zhirua, Shaolin has already been defeated by Li Zhiga. Do not speak of seeking justice for Emei. You need not follow me any longer. Return from whence you came. Zhou Zhirua, her delicate face betraying vulnerability, gazed steadfastly at Master Kongji and earnestly replied, "This demon suppression conference was originally intended to seek justice for Emei. I did not anticipate that the rogue Li Zhiga would possess such formidable skills, resulting in Master Kongwen's untimely demise. I am deeply remorseful. However, Master Kongji, this matter cannot simply be left unresolved. Following this conference, the reputations of Emei and Shaolin in the martial world have begun to wane. If we abandon our pursuit of vengeance against Li Zhiga, it will be perceived that Emei fears him, and that Shaolin fears him as well. In that case, the reputations of both Emei and Shaolin will plummet to the depths. Master Kongji, the millennia-old temple of Shaolin cannot simply bow its head in defeat." Master Kongji halted his steps, his gaze profound and his demeanor serene as he inquired, "Zhou Zhirua, what exactly do you wish to convey?" Zhou Zhirua performed a respectful bow toward Master Kongji, her tone resolute as she declared, "I wish to accompany you back to Shaolin, beseeching the temple to once again host the Demon Suppression Conference and subdue Li Zhiga. Master, consider this. If Shaolin can suppress Li Zhiga before all the heroes of the realm, not only can we avenge our humiliation, but more importantly, we can restore Shaolin's reputation and solidify its status as a paragon of the martial world." Master Kongji shook his head, his expression laden with meaning as he replied, "Zhou Zhirua, while I understand your fervent desire for revenge, I must caution you not to allow hatred to cloud your judgment, leading Emei to a point of no return. Defeating the esteemed leader of the Li faction is not a disgrace. I can accept defeat, and Shaolin, with its 1,000-year legacy, can also withstand it. If you are resolute in your quest for vengeance, I shall not obstruct you. However, do not intertwine Shaolin with your grievances against Li Zhiga. Return to Emei. Do not follow me any longer." Upon concluding his words, Master Kongji waved his sleeve, brushing aside Zhou Zhirua, and proceeded with several disciples of the Luohan Hall towards the distance. Standing by the roadside, Zhou Zhirua watched the retreating figures of Master Kongji and the Luohan disciples, her delicate face alternating between shades of green and white. Jingxian approached her and inquired, "Sister Zhirua, what shall we do now?" Zhou Zhirua remained silent, her gaze fixed on Kongji's back, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Ding Minjun stepped forward, her voice laced with indignation. "Wudong's hollow fame and Shaolin's despondence are but cowardice in the face of that vile rogue, Li Zhiga. They refuse to uphold justice for Emei. Since we cannot rely on others, we must depend on ourselves. Sister Zhirua, If you hand over the Master's iron ring, once I have honed my skills, I shall avenge our master by putting an end to that scoundrel, Li Zhiga. Zhou Zhuo turned, her icy gaze piercing, causing Ding Minjun to retreat several steps in fright. Chapter 50. Conflict. As night fell, Qiantang County was ablaze with lights. Yang Qingqing stood at the outskirts, casting a glance back at Qiantang. A faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke calmly. Yuan, let us depart. Wang Yuan, burdened with a satchel, expressed her frustration. That heartless oaf, Li Zhiga, shows no gratitude. Sister Yang traveled a great distance to support him, yet he wouldn't even ask her to stay a moment longer. Yang Qingqing shook her head and smiled. It is not that he does not wish to retain me, but rather that I have chosen to leave. Yuan. You know I detest crowds. Wang Yuan, perplexed, asked Sister Yang, what is it that you truly seek? What do I seek? Yang Qingqing paused, then replied with a smile. Yuan, not everything must be driven by purpose. Some things are simply done for the sake of doing them, without reason. Wang Yuan shook her head, teasing Sister Yang. You are truly a peculiar person. Peculiar, perhaps, Yang Qingqing conceded, ceasing to elaborate as she stepped into the moonlight, departing Qiantang and heading towards Zhongnan. She was no ordinary individual, and thus could not linger in the mundane world. Within the hall of Shangguan's sect, several tables were set up. At one table, Li Zhiga occupied the seat of honor, accompanied by Han Maofei, Yin Tianzhong, Song Yuanxiao, and others. Outside the hall, the entire martial arts arena was filled with tables, where individuals from all corners of the Jianghu were seated. However, the crowd was too vast, and even with all the tables set, not everyone could find a place to sit. Ma Wei, carrying a bowl of wine, moved among the tables, continuously toasting the martial artists. The sect leader has instructed me to welcome all heroes. Please enjoy your food and drink. And do not hesitate to call upon the disciples of the Giant Whale Gang should you need anything. If there is any oversight on our part, please do not take it to heart. Come, esteemed heroes, allow me to toast you on behalf of sect leader Li. As Ma Wei finished speaking, all the martial artists raised their bowls in unison, responding, no need for such words, Chief Ma. We are honored by sect leader Li's regard and return the toast to him. As all the heroes of the martial world raised their wine bowls, the immobile figure of Song Qingshu became exceedingly conspicuous. At this moment, Song Qingshu was filled with resentment. As the third-generation disciple of Wudong, his status was undeniably exalted. Why must he sit in the training ground alongside these rustic warriors instead of in the hall? Recalling the stern glare of Song Yuanxiao as he ordered him to leave the hall, Song Qingshu even questioned whether he had been picked up by Song Yuanxiao from the foot of Wudong Mountain. He raised his wine bowl and gulped down a substantial mouthful of wine, appearing quite out of place. The martial community paid him no heed, engrossed in their own jovial banter about how Master Li had shattered the great Arhut formation, compelling Shaolin to concede defeat, which was truly an eye-opener for them all. Indeed, Master Li's extraordinary skills left everyone in awe. However, this was not the first time Shaolin had bowed its head. The last person to make them do so was Zhang Jinren of Wudong. Master Li, though still young, possessed unparalleled prowess that overshadowed the martial world, earning him the title of Zhang Jinren's successor. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu could no longer contain himself. He abruptly rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings as he bellowed. Silence! My esteemed master has held a revered position in the martial world for over 60 years. What right does Li Zhiga have to be compared to him? Is it merely because of his tyrannical actions and cruel methods? You spineless fools, after consuming a few drops of Li Zhiga's concoction, you elevate him to the heavens. I feel nothing but shame for you all. The moment his words fell, the entire training ground of the Divine Fist sect erupted in an uproar. Yang Xiong, the leader of the White Horse Gang, stepped forward with a blade in hand, addressing Song Qingshu with gravity. Young hero Song, I respect you as a distinguished disciple of Wudong and do not wish to engage in conflict. However, Master Li is a benefactor of the White Horse Gang and a hero I hold in the highest regard. It is one thing to insult me and my companions, but it is utterly unacceptable to slander Master Li. I implore you to retract your words. Casting a sidelong glance at Yang Xiong, Song Qingshu sneered. And what if I refuse to take them back? If you do not recant, then Deng Yu shall teach you the essence of Wudong's ultimate skills. Deng Yu, the leader of the Iron Sword sect, interjected, stepping forward with his hand resting ominously on the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Song Qingshu. Master Li Zhigu had slain the infamous Mistress of Extinction and was a benefactor to the Iron Sword sect. How could Ding Yu turn a blind eye to such an affront? Surveying the crowd, Song Qingshu remained unfazed, his eyes filled with disdain. As he coldly addressed those around him, "You rabble, do you truly believe you are worthy of experiencing the pinnacle of Wudong's skills?" As the third-generation disciple of Wudong and the son of the sect leader, Song Yuanxiao, he possessed ample grounds for pride. Yet, in the world of martial arts, who was not proud? Instantly, someone stepped forward, gazing at Song Qingshu with cold resolve, and spoke in a deep voice. "Song Qingshu, we respect Zhang Zhenren, which is why we have given Wudong some consideration. However, after you have insulted Master Li and us, if you do not offer an apology, we shall not hesitate to execute you with our blades, and even Zhang Zhenren would have no grounds to reproach us. Wudong does not require your consideration, and my master certainly does not need your approval. You dare speak of executing me? Come forth. I wish to test your mettle and see if you can strike me down with reckless abandon." The commotion in the training ground caught the attention of Li Zhiga and others in the hall. Unbeknownst to them, Li Zhiga, Yin Tianzhong, Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Mo Xinggu, He Taichong, Ban Shuxian, the 5 elders of Kong Tong, and Xin Yutong had already emerged from the hall. "Master Li, you have finally stepped out," the crowd remarked, their voices laced with discontent, particularly towards Song Qingshu. Noticing the ashen face of Song Yuanxiao, the darkened expression of Yu Lianzhou, and the profound disappointment etched on Mo Xinggu's countenance, Song Qingshu lowered his head, refraining from uttering another word. Li Zhiga advanced a couple of steps and gazed at Ma Wei, inquiring solemnly, "Master Ma, what transpired?" Ma Wei hurriedly approached, responding, "Master Li, it is entirely my fault for failing to extend proper hospitality to young Master Song. Just now, young Master Song, for reasons unknown, chose to drown his sorrows alone. Upon overhearing our praises of you as the second to the esteemed Zhang Zhenren, he boldly interjected, asserting that you are unworthy of being compared to Zhang Zhenren. This provoked discontent among the other heroes, leading to a heated debate. Li Zhiga's gaze was icy as he turned to Song Yuanxiao and spoke in a deep voice. "I, Li, am hosting a banquet for the heroes of the world, and those present here are my friends. Sir Song, your son has offended my friend during this gathering. Is it too much for me to impose a slight punishment on him?" Song Yuanxiao's face turned ashen as he replied, "Allowing this beast to be disrespectful and offend the heroes of the world is unconscionable. How you choose to deal with him is entirely at your discretion. I shall not intervene." "Brother," Mo Xinggu, in a state of urgency, grasped Song Yuanxiao's sleeve and urged, "Qingshu is after all your only son. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to his plight." With a flick of his sleeve, Song Yuanxiao averted his gaze, his fist clenched tightly, unwilling to speak. Mo Xinggu quickly turned to Li Zhiga and implored, "Master Li, Qingshu is still a child. Despite his numerous faults, I beseech you to show mercy for the sake of his master." Li Zhiga shook his head and replied calmly, "Song Qingshu has already reached adulthood. He is not a child. He should bear the consequences of his own actions. If he merely insulted me, I could overlook it. However, esteemed heroes from across the land have gathered at my invitation to the Divine Fist sect, and they have been humiliated within its walls. If I fail to provide an explanation, how can I maintain my standing in the martial world?" Having spoken, Li Zhiga disregarded the grim expression on Song Yuanxiao's face and the pleas of Yu Lianzhou and Mo Xinggu, striding purposefully towards Song Qingshu. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. As he approached, Song Qingshu was overcome with fear, crying out, "Father, Father, save me. I am your son. Please speak and rescue me." Chapter 51, Master Zhang. "Father, Father, save me. I am your son. Please, speak up and save me." As he watched Li Zhiga approach step by step, Song Qingshu trembled both in body and spirit. He harbored resentment towards Li Zhiga, as he was the enemy of his beloved Zhou Shimi. Yet, in the face of Li Zhiga, he found that he felt no hatred, only sheer terror. In the training arena, the onlookers observed Song Qingshu's disheveled state, their feelings a complex tapestry of emotions. Master Zhang had dominated the martial world for a generation, recognized as the foremost in the realm. The 7 heroes of Wudong each held a respectable reputation in the martial community. Yet, when it came to Song Qingshu, he hardly resembled a disciple of Wudong by any means. Li Zhiga approached Song Qingshu, the shadows enveloping him. Song Qingshu dared not meet Li Zhiga's gaze. His lips trembled. His voice quivered, and with a fierce yet hollow bravado, he spoke, "Li Zhiga, they claim you are the second Zhang Zhenren. Do I err in dismissing the notion that you can be compared to our esteemed master? Do you?" 2. Believe yourself to be the second Zhang Zhenren? Li Zhiga's expression was calm as he spoke in a deep voice. Throughout the ages, talented individuals emerge, each leading the trends for centuries. In the realm of martial arts, the past century belongs to Zhang Zhenren, and this fact is beyond dispute. However, I do not need to be compared to Zhang Zhenren, for I shall surpass this towering figure and bestow upon this century of martial arts the name of Li Zhiga. Regardless of your opinions about me, you ought not to insult my friends within the confines of the Divine Fist sect. I have spared your life and taken your martial skills, which I consider a concession to Zhang Zhenren. Had it not been for his reputation, I would have ended you here today. As he spoke, Li Zhiga raised his palm amidst Song Qingshu's terrified gaze. No, do not render me powerless. Li Zhiga, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please spare me. I promise I will never appear before you again. Don't come closer. Song Qingshu, in a panic, collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward while pleading incessantly. Seeing Li Zhiga unmoved, Song Qingshu turned towards Song Yuanxiao and the others, crying out in despair, Father, second uncle, seventh uncle, save me. Please stop him. I do not wish to become a cripple. Song Yuanxiao clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he exerted all his strength to restrain himself from intervening. After all, Song Qingshu was his own son. Yet, he could not act. For it was Song Qingshu's own disrespect that had led to this predicament. As the leader of Wudong, he must refrain from taking action or even pleading for mercy. Should he do so, whispers of favoritism towards his son would spread throughout the martial world. As Wudong's leader, he could not allow his sect's reputation to suffer. Yu Lianzhou shook his head with a sigh, unable to turn away, for Song Qingshu had grown up under his watchful eye. Stop. Sect Master Li. A lesson for Qingshu will suffice. Stripping him of his martial arts is too severe. Emei Shangguan, still young and unable to contain his impatience, stepped forward, unwilling to witness Song Qingshu's skills being dismantled. Upon seeing Emei Shangguan emerging from the crowd, Song Yuanxiao quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Song Qingshu spotted his savior and cried out, Seventh uncle, you care for your nephew the most. You must save me. I do not wish to become a cripple. Li Zhiga shook his head, remaining unmoved. Emei Shangguan, oh Emei Shangguan, if the trajectory of fate has not deviated, do you realize that you are destined to perish at the hands of your most cherished nephew? Raising his palm, Li Zhiga pressed it against Song Qingshu's abdomen. Li Zhiga, I command you to cease. As Li Zhiga executed his strike, a resonant sound of a sword echoed, and Emei Shangguan leapt forth, attempting to compel Li Zhiga to withdraw his hand. However, the moment the sword approached within 3 feet of Li Zhiga, an invisible force halted it, leaving Emei Shangguan's sword poised in midair. With a soft yet heavy thud, Li Zhiga's palm made contact with Song Qingshu's abdomen. Blood trickled from the corner of Song Qingshu's mouth, his complexion turning pallid. Feeling the emptiness within his dantian, he sank to the ground in a daze, resembling a mere shell of a man. Emei Shangguan descended, his expression dark as he glared at Li Zhiga, coldly remarking, What a formidable divine fist, Li Zhiga. Qishu, what has happened to you? Rushing to Song Qingshu's side, Emei Shangguan grasped the disoriented young man, his eyes filled with concern. Song Qingshu turned, laughing and crying simultaneously. Seventh uncle, my martial arts have been rendered useless. I have become a mere invalid. Song Yuanxiao stepped forward, gazing at Song Qingshu with a neutral expression, devoid of any sign of joy or anger, and calmly stated, Come with me back to Wudong. Without another word, he turned and strode out of Shangguan Gate. Emei Shangguan supported Song Qingshu and followed closely behind Song Yuanxiao, equally unyielding in his decision to not look back. Yu Lianzhou sighed deeply, cupping his fist towards Li Zhiga. It appears that we shall not become friends, Master Li. I take my leave. As they watched the members of the Wudong sect depart, the onlookers in the training ground began to murmur amongst themselves. Li Zhiga, unperturbed, chuckled and addressed his friends, esteemed companions, the unfortunate incident today has disrupted your enjoyment, and I must apologize for my inadequate hospitality. I shall punish myself with 3 bowls of wine. I beseech you not to hold me accountable. With that, Li Zhiga reached for 3 large bowls, filled them to the brim with wine, and swiftly drained them. Gulp, gulp. With his throat visibly convulsing, he set down the bowls. His chest dampened. Bravo. The master of Li possesses great capacity. We salute you. Soon, the assembly of martial artists cast aside their earlier discontent. Dingyu, a forthright swordsman from the Iron Sword sect, appeared despondent as he cradled a bowl of wine, stepping forth to speak to Li Zhiga. Masterly, the blame rests upon us. Had it not been for our actions, you would not have incurred the ire of the Wudong sect. Following Deng Yu's words, several others, bearing expressions of remorse, emerged from the crowd, those involved in the earlier altercation with Song Qingshu. Masterly, today's events stemmed from our actions. Tomorrow, we shall ascend Wudong and clarify the matter, ensuring that Zhang Zhenren does not lay blame at your feet. Li Zhige shook his head and smiled at the crowd, saying, "My brothers, there is no need for such concern. You have come to the Divine Fist sect at my invitation. How could I allow you to be humiliated? With Zhang Zhenren's magnanimity, he would not blame me, so you needn't worry on my behalf. Come, let us drink. It is essential that everyone enjoys themselves. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Should anyone fail to revel, it would mean that they do not regard me as a friend." Masterly, said Deng Yu from Iron Sword Sect, "From this day forth, I shall follow you with unwavering loyalty. If you ever call upon me, I will face any danger without hesitation." Masterly, echoed Yang Xiong, "The same goes for me. Should you issue a command, the White Horse Gang will not dare to disobey." Masterly, I am grateful that you consider me a friend. I hereby declare that anyone who disrespects you will face my wrath. As they gazed upon that tall and proud figure, Deng Yu and Yang Xiong felt a surge of emotion, their eyes glistening with tears, their voices trembling with sentiment. Observing Li Zhige mingling with the martial artists, Yin Tianjing stood at a distance, murmuring softly, "Every age brings forth its own talents, each leading the way for centuries. This era may truly be renamed the Age of Divine Fist." Li Zhige, Mr. Yi Taichong, having approached Yin Tianjing unbeknownst to him, could not help but agree. Zhang Zhenren has indeed aged. There will come a day when he departs this world. In the future martial realm, who will not show threefold respect when the name of Divine Fist Li Zhige is mentioned? An Maofei, clutching a wine jar, felt a rosy glow on his aging cheeks as he gazed at the towering figure in the distance, unable to contain his foolish grin. Junior brother, the Divine Fist sect has truly risen again. Chapter 52, The Heights of Arrogance. A banquet unfolded, with hosts and guests reveling in joy. Soon, the name of Divine Fist Li Zhige echoed throughout the land, particularly the phrase, "Every age brings forth its own talents, each leading the way for centuries," which became a popular saying among the martial artists. In the realm of martial arts, some youthful heroes, fresh to the scene, clashed with the older generation and boldly shouted, "Old man, you are half a foot in the grave. What audacity is this? Have you not heard that every age brings forth its own talents?" Yet, as the waves of time surged, the new generation soon found themselves soundly defeated, their faces bruised and battered. There is but one Divine Fist Li Zhige. Not everyone can aspire to his level. You are still too inexperienced, they were told. Before long, the young heroes slinked away, tails between their legs. Indeed, there is only one Divine Fist Li Zhige, and mimicking his words only earned them a severe beating. At Wudong Mountain, Song Yuanxiao looked at the elder and respectfully inquired, "Master, how is Qingshu faring?" The elder withdrew his hand, remained silent for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "Qingshu's meridians are damaged. Even an old Taoist cannot restore them. There is no hope for him to practice martial arts again. This time, the fault lies with you for failing to properly discipline Qingshu, allowing him to develop an arrogant and overbearing disposition. Even the most seasoned of sages would not underestimate the heroes of the world. What gives him the right to act so haughtily? Yuanxiao, find a gentle maiden for Qingshu, so he may marry and start a family. Let him spend the remainder of his life as an ordinary man beneath Wudong Mountain." Song Yuanxiao exhaled a deep sigh, guilt etched upon his face, as he lamented, "Yes, master. It is indeed my failure to guide Qingshu properly." Yu Lianzhou shook his head, stating, "Qingshu's frivolous and arrogant nature nearly led to a grave disaster. Being an ordinary person may not be so bad. This time, he has merely lost his martial prowess, and fortunately, he has not lost his life." Emei Shenggu, somewhat reluctant, turned to the elder and asked, "Master, Qingshu is the most outstanding disciple of our Wudong sect's third generation. Must we truly let this matter rest?" The elder raised his gaze and calmly inquired, "What do you propose? Should I descend the mountain and strip that young man of his martial abilities?" Having lived for over a century, the elder had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the human heart. However, he understood that to exist in this world, one must adhere to principles. Qingshu acted without reason, and thus, his loss of abilities is not to be lamented. Emei Shenggu lowered his head. Song Yuanxiao turned to the elder. no longer mentioning Song Qing-shu, and instead asked, "Master, what is your perspective on Li Ziji's remarks?" Yu Lianzhou, Zhang Songshi, Yin Li Ting, and Emei Shanggu all looked towards the elder, regarding him as a towering mountain that none could surpass. That young man is truly remarkable. Generations rise and fall, each leading the way for centuries. Although the elder had never encountered him, he could sense the extraordinary spirit in those words. Standing atop the mountain for so long, it is indeed a blessing to have a young person pursuing from behind. The elder hoped to live a few more years until that young man catches up. Song Yuan Xiao, somewhat incredulous, asked, "Master, are you suggesting that Li Zhige has the potential to reach your heights?" The elder burst into hearty laughter, stroking his white beard as he replied, "Yuan Xiao, Lianzhou, you are far from Li Zhige's caliber. Even the elder is not a deity. Why should he not be surpassed?" Song Yuan Xiao and the others were inwardly astonished. Their master is the highest peak in the martial world, so lofty that all can only gaze up from the foot of the mountain. Not everyone possesses the audacity to transcend mountains like the remarkable Li Zhige. The martial world will never be tranquil. Following the Qiantang Demon Conference, an unusual event has recently unfolded in the realm. People were astonished to discover that the Ming sect had initiated provocations towards all martial factions. The first target was Shaolin, at the foot of Mount Song. Several men clad in Ming sect attire wielding swords and sabers arrived at a tavern operated by Shaolin, and without uttering a word, they proceeded to smash the establishment to pieces. By the time the Shaolin monks arrived, the men were still present. Hui Ru, the foremost disciple of the Discipline Institute and a monk of strict adherence, was tasked with safeguarding the various enterprises at the mountain's base. If there is chaos, Hui Ru will lead her junior disciples to subdue the troublemakers. Noticing the attire of the Ming Jiao disciples, Hui Ru restrained her weapon and, lowering her voice, inquired, "Shaolin and your Ming Jiao have maintained a respectful distance. Why do you cause unrest at the foot of my Xiaoshu mountain?" The leading man, with a menacing glare, scrutinized Hui Ru and the other disciples of the Discipline Academy. Sensing the danger these individuals posed, Hui Ru preferred to avoid confrontation and revealed her identity in hopes of intimidating these Ming Jiao thugs. "I am Hui Ru, the senior disciple of the Discipline Academy. Why do you vandalize the properties of Shaolin and harm our guests?" The mention of her status as a senior disciple should suffice, she thought. However, the leader's twisted smile only grew more sinister as he lunged forward, his blade flashing. And soon Hui Ru and several monks from the Discipline Academy lay in a pool of blood. After confirming that Hui Ru would not perish immediately, the man laughed heartily, declaring, "We've long harbored disdain for your so-called righteous sections. Slaying a few monks will relieve our pent-up frustrations. Onward, to the next target." Once the group departed, Hui Ru struggled to rise from the bloodied ground and staggered toward the mountain gate, determined to convey this alarming news to the masters at the temple. In the Daxiang Badian of Shaolin, Abbot Kongji observed Hui Ru's battered form, his brow furrowed in silence. Beside him, the fiery monk Kongxing exclaimed, "Ming Jiao has gone too far. It was one thing for the treacherous Li Zhige to insult our Shaolin, but now they dare to tread upon us? Do they think this old monk fears bloodshed?" Following Kongxing's outburst, the younger monks, filled with righteous indignation, voiced their agreement. "Abbot Master, we cannot let this matter rest. Blood for blood must be the response to Ming Jiao." Abbot Kongji's gaze deepened as he spoke in a measured tone. "Let us remain calm. There is more to this than meets the eye. Though the followers of Ming Jiao are a mixed lot, they are not so foolish as to provoke Shaolin without reason. Master Kongji, I have something to say." A monk stepped forward. Looking at the speaker, Kongji inquired, "Disciple Yuanjin, what is on your mind?" Yuanjin emerged from the crowd, turning to address everyone, "Esteemed uncles, brothers, and fellow disciples, please lend me your ears. Recently, elders Kongwen and Kongji led the 108 disciples of the Luohan Hall to Qiantang County to suppress Li Zhige. That demon-suppressing assembly resulted in a crushing defeat for our Shaolin, tarnishing our reputation in the martial world. Now, as Ming Jiao dares to provoke us at Xiaoshu Mountain, what shall the world think of our Shaolin if we remain silent? We must respond decisively and confront Ming Jiao, demanding the surrender of the murderer. Indeed, what disciple Yuanjin says is true. We must ascend to the bright summit and demand the culprit be handed over." As Yuanjin's words faded, the eyes of the monk Kongxing blazed with fury, and he bellowed with murderous intent to ascend the bright summit. Having failed to suppress the divine fist Li Zhige, the reputation of Shaolin was tarnished, and the monks, already seething with indignation, found their anger stoked by the audacity of the Ming cult's provocation. Observing the righteous fury of the assembled monks, Master Kongji, who initially sought to calm the tempest, swallowed his words in silence. Monk Yuan cast a glance over the congregation, his visage reflecting a blend of sorrow and rage, while a hint of derision sparkled in his eyes. Such occurrences were not confined to Shaoshi Mountain. Similar scenes unfolded at the gates of other prominent sections. At the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhige sat in the seat of honor, regarding Ma Wei before him with an air of tranquility. Master Ma, he inquired, are you certain that this incident was perpetrated by the Ming cult? Ma Wei grimaced, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, sect leaderly, it was the work of the Ming cult. Without a doubt, the Whale Gang harbors no grievances against them, neither past nor present. Not only did the Ming cult seize a ship laden with our treasures, but they also slaughtered every member of the Whale Gang aboard, leaving only one disciple to escape with his life. Had it not been for his fortuitous survival, I would still be in the dark. The might of the Ming cult is formidable, and the Whale Gang recognizes its own inadequacy, yet this time, they have gone too far. Sect leaderly, you must seek justice for the Whale Gang. Li Zhige's slender fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, pondering for a moment before addressing Ma Wei. Chief Ma, you should descend and gather intelligence regarding the Mingjiao in the martial world, then return to inform me. If I am not mistaken, it appears that not only your Whale Gang has faced an assault from the Mingjiao. Chapter 53, Not the Mingjiao, Divine Fist Sect. After Ma Wei departed, Li Zhige continued to tap his long fingers on the table, contemplating why the disciples of Mingjia would attack the cargo vessels of the Whale Gang and slay its members. Setting aside the imperial court, Mingjiao stands as the most formidable force in the realm of martial arts. Originally known as the Manichaean Church, it emerged from Persia and was introduced to the Central Plains during the reign of Empress Wu Zetian in the Tang dynasty. They uphold the tenets of punishing evil and promoting good, aiming to enlighten the populace. In times of turmoil, the Mingjiao invariably rises in rebellion, aspiring to establish an ideal society where everyone has food to eat and clothes to wear. Having been in the Central Plains for over 600 years since its introduction during the Tang dynasty, Mingjiao has endured through 33 generations of leaders. Unlike ordinary sects in the martial world, Mingjiao is characterized by its strict hierarchy, resembling more of an organization. The leader holds supreme authority, governing all followers. Beneath the leader are the left and right emissaries of light, overseeing the forces of nature. Below them are the four great protectors of the faith, each commanding their own distinct followers. Additionally, there are 5 solitary wanderers, each with their own groups. The leader, the left and right emissaries of light, the 4 protectors, and the 5 wanderers comprise the upper echelon of Mingjiao. The 5 elements flag is directly subordinate to the leader, responding solely to their commands. Apart from the main altar at Guangming Peak, Mingjiao has established branch altars across various provinces and counties, each presided over by a branch leader. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhong serves as the leader of the Huizhou Fengyang branch. With a vast influence and hundreds of thousands of followers, Mingjiao primarily engages in rebellion. Years ago, following the mysterious disappearance of the 33rd leader, Yang Dingtian, Mingjiao began to fragment. The left emissary, Yang Shao, sought to assume the leader's position, yet among the high-ranking members, only the winged bat king, Wei Yixiao, acknowledged him. The white-browed eagle king was the first to depart, leaving Guangming Peak to establish the Heavenly Eagle sect in Jiangnan. The purple-robed dragon king also defected from Mingjiao due to the betrayal of a man. After seizing the dragon-slaying blade, the golden-haired lion king, Xie's son, became a wanderer overseas. As for the 5 solitary wanderers, none were willing to heed Yang Shao's commands, each choosing to depart Guangming Peak and develop independently. To put it bluntly, the current state of Mingjiao resembles a scattered collection of sand. In this land of Jiangnan, who does not know that the Whale Gang is a subordinate of the Divine Fist sect? Even if the hundreds of thousands of disciples of Mingjiao are of mixed quality, they would not dare to plunder the cargo vessels of the Whale Gang and provoke the Divine Fist sect. This matter is indeed suspect. Before Li Zhige could delve deeper into his thoughts, Zhou Fuchuan rushed in, anxiously exclaiming, "Leader, it's dire. The Mingjiao is causing a commotion at the Moonlit Pavilion, specifically demanding your presence." Seeking death, Li Zhige abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes brimming with resentment. Outside the Moonlit Pavilion, a group of wandering heroes pointed and whispered among themselves. Within the tavern, several men donned the attire of the Ming sect. carelessly seated on chairs with their feet resting upon the staff of the moonlit pavilion. As Li Zhiga strode purposefully towards them, the assembly of heroes exclaimed, "Masterly, you have finally arrived." The members of the Ming sect seemed to have lost their senses, wreaking havoc upon entering the establishment, even taking several staff members hostage and explicitly demanding an audience with Master Li. Li Zhiga nodded to the crowd and stepped into the tavern. Opposite him, a man clad in the attire of the Ming sect brandished a formidable blade. Upon catching sight of Li Zhiga, his eyes filled with malice as he sneered. "Divine Fist Li Zhiga, you have finally arrived. If you wish to spare these young souls from demise, remain docile and steadfast in your position." Without uttering a word, Li Zhiga raised his hand and pushed forward. A resounding dragon's roar accompanied by a flurry of dust and stones erupted as his formidable palm force sent several men reeling, ensuring the safety of his companions at the very first moment. Taking a few steps forward, Li Zhiga turned to his associates and calmly inquired, "Are you all unscathed?" The shaken companions glanced at Li Zhiga, their voices trembling as they replied, "We are fine." Li Zhiga furrowed his brow and dismissed several of his associates. He cast a grim glance at the men clad in the attire of the Ming sect and spoke in a cold tone, asserting that the Divine Fist sect harbored no enmity towards the Ming sect. As long as the individuals from the Ming sect were not foolish, they would refrain from provoking him. "You are not disciples of the Ming sect." Li Zhiga's gaze possessed an undeniable aura of intimidation. As several men met his eyes, they trembled slightly, their expressions betraying a flicker of fear. However, it was not long before they regained their composure. The leader among them sneered and spoke, "So, the famed Divine Fist, Li Zhiga, exudes quite a presence. While others may fear you, in the face of my sect, you are nothing." He then gestured to his companions. "Brothers, let us show him what we are made of." But before they could act, a resounding roar echoed, and soon they lay sprawled upon the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Li Zhiga gazed at the individuals before him and spoke with a calm demeanor. The members of the Ming sect never directly identify themselves as disciples of the Ming sect. They prefer to refer to themselves as disciples of the Holy Church. Now, I implore you to reveal your true identities. Who has sent you to provoke me and frame the Ming sect? Bah, as disciples of the Holy Church, we would rather perish than submit to you." Without any warning, several men clad in the attire of the Ming sect fell silent, their heads tilting as they lost consciousness. Li Zhiga stepped forward to investigate and discovered that they had bitten through the venom sacs hidden beneath their tongues. These individuals were not members of the Ming sect. Witnessing these few assassins take their own lives with poison only solidified Li Zhiga's suspicions. Upon returning to the Divine Fist sect, Ma Wei soon arrived and addressed Li Zhiga, "Sect leader Li, I have gathered information. The audacity of the Ming sect is beyond measure. They not only plunder the treasures of my giant whale gang and massacre its disciples, but they have also slain the disciples of the 6 major sects." The voices of discontent against the Ming sect echo throughout the martial world, with cries to ascend Bright Summit and demand blood for blood. Li Zhiga suddenly realized and chuckled to himself, murmuring that it was the handiwork of the esteemed Princess Xiaomin, indicating that she was eager to cleanse the martial world. Ma Wei, perplexed by Li Zhiga's words, seemed to recollect something significant. He retrieved an invitation from his bosom and, tapping his forehead, exclaimed, "Ah, yes. Master Li, the Shaolin Temple is convening a martial arts assembly at Mount Song, summoning heroes from across the land to deliberate on the assault against the Bright Summit. The leaders of the 6 major sects have all been invited, and this is the invitation from Shaolin for you." Li Zhiga took the invitation from Ma Wei's hands and casually tossed it aside, shaking his head and stating, "The Ming sect has not slaughtered disciples from various sects. This deed is not of their doing. The majority of the Jianghu has been deceived." Ma Wei looked at Li Zhiga with confusion and inquired, "If it is not the Ming sect, then who could be responsible?" Li Zhiga turned his gaze towards Ma Wei and inquired, "In the face of the various forces besieging the Bright Summit, who stands to gain?" Ma Wei stiffened momentarily, then, realizing the implication, cautiously asked, "Master Li, are you suggesting it is the court?" Li Zhiga remained silent. Even Ma Wei could sense the shift. It was likely that others among the 6 sects had also come to the same realization. However, at this moment, most were swept up in their emotions, and even the calmest voices would be met with suspicion of ulterior motives. The Shaolin Temple, hosting the martial arts conference, had its monks seeking to use this opportunity to restore their reputation by attacking the Ming sect. regardless of whether they suspected the court was instigating this conflict. They would undoubtedly act against the Ming sect. Chapter 54. On the 15th of next month, we attack the bright summit majestic Songshan, with its ancient temple standing amidst its heights. The expansive square before the Great Hero Hall accommodated countless martial artists. Representatives from the 6 sects were all present, including the 7 heroes of Wudong led by Song Yuan Xiao, the disciples of Emei led by Zhou Zhuo, the couple from Kunlun, He Taichong, and Xin Yutong from Huashan, along with the 5 elders of Kongtong. These individuals epitomized the esteemed orthodox sections. As the abbot Kongji stepped forward, he cast his gaze upon the leaders such as Song Yuan Xiao, Zhou Zhuo, and He Taichong, and solemnly addressed them, esteemed leaders. Your presence at Songshan is to discuss the recent actions of the demon sect in the martial world. What is your perspective on their behavior? As soon as the abbot finished speaking, Xin Yutong, the leader of Huashan, could hardly contain himself and spoke through gritted teeth. The demons of the Ming sect have slain my disciples at the foot of Huashan. Such a blood feud demands retribution in kind. Xin Yutong's heart ached. Not only had the Ming sect killed his disciples, but they had also set ablaze his establishments, a tavern, a cloth shop, a grain depot, an oil shop, and a security agency, resulting in immense financial loss for both Huashan and himself. He could not swallow this grievance without demanding blood for blood from the Ming sect. The 5 elders of Kongtong followed suit, stating, the demon sect has always acted covertly, incompatible with the righteous path of the martial world. Their recent acts of murder and arson are unforgivable. We, the practitioners of the martial arts, gather at Songshan to unite our strength and eradicate the demon sect from its roots. He Taichong, known as Iron Zither, surveyed the room with a flicker of determination in his eyes and rose to speak. Esteemed leaders, our Kunlun sect is the closest to the demon sect and has witnessed their malevolent acts firsthand. If such a force is allowed to flourish unchecked, the decline of the righteous path is inevitable. To uphold the integrity of the martial world, our 6 sects must join forces and assault the bright summit to eliminate the demons. In truth, He Taichong was aware that the recent events in the martial world were likely not instigated by the Ming sect. However, with the proximity of Kunlun to the Ming sect, should they vanquish the latter, Kunlun would undoubtedly emerge as the sole dominant force in the northwest martial realm. Upon He Taichong's conclusion, Zhou Zhuo stepped forward, sword in hand, and addressed the assembly with respect. Honored seniors, though I, Zhuo, stand before you as a junior, the matter concerning the righteous path of the martial world compels me to voice my thoughts. For ages, Emei has been irreconcilable with the demon sect. As fire and water cannot coexist, my late master harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demons, having slain countless of their kind beneath the heaven-defying sword. This time, the demon sect as havoc upon the martial world has incited the fury of many. The 6 major sects should unite as one, ascend the bright summit, and eradicate the demon cult. Well said. The leader Zhou understands the greater good, and we, the 6 major sects, must band together to ascend the bright summit and annihilate the demon cult. Upon Zhou Zhuo's utterance, the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, clamoring to ascend the bright summit and destroy the demon cult. Among these individuals, most genuinely loathed the Ming cult, gnashing their teeth in hatred, such as Xin Yutong and the 5 elders of Kongtong. However, some harbored ulterior motives, like He Taichong and Zhou Zhuo. He Taichong was aware that the recent upheavals in the martial world were likely not instigated by the Ming cult. Yet, for the sake of the Kunlun sect's interests, he vociferously called for an assault on the bright summit, his voice even surpassing that of Xin Yutong and the 5 elders of Kongtong. Zhou Zhuo, too, recognized that the recent events were probably not the doing of the Ming cult. Yet she was determined to fulfill her master's dying wish for vengeance against the extermination of her sect. Her master had 2 final wishes. First, to obliterate the demon cult and eradicate its nefarious practitioners. Second, to elevate the Emei sect, ensuring its legacy would endure. Since she could not seek vengeance against Li Zhigu for the time being, Zhou Zhuo resolved to seize this opportunity to fulfill her master's wishes by annihilating the demon cult. As the leaders of the various sects clamored for an assault on the bright summit, Song Yuan Xiao swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. In truth, he suspected that the recent turmoil was not the doing of the Ming cult, but rather the court stirring the pot from behind the scenes. However, at this moment, Song Yuan Xiao remained silent, aware that speaking up would isolate the Wudong sect. Humans possess an inherent tendency to conform, and even the esteemed leader of Wudong was not exempt from this. Well, since everyone agrees to ascend the bright summit and eradicate the demon cult, let us determine a time to convene at the foot of Kunlun Mountain with our disciples, the abbot Kongji interjected, intending to set a date. He was fully aware that the recent incidents were not perpetrated by the Ming cult. Nevertheless, the Shaolin sect had recently suffered defeat at the hands of the formidable Li Zhigu, resulting in the loss of brother Konglin, which had significantly tarnished Shaolin's reputation. To deflect the anger of the monks and restore Shaolin's standing in the martial world, attacking the Ming cult became imperative, regardless of their involvement in these events. Wait. Yu Lianzhou instinctively stepped forward as the abbot was about to set a date for the siege of the Bright Summit. The abbot looked at Yu Lianzhou and inquired, "Hero Yu, do you have a suggestion?" The others turned their gaze toward him as well. Yu Lianzhou, unperturbed, responded, "Esteemed colleagues, the leader of the Divine Fist sect, Li, has yet to arrive. Should we not wait for him? Once he arrives, we can finalize the timing without delay." Since arriving at Songshan, Yu Lianzhou had not encountered Li Zhigu. Observing the abbot's intent to set a date for the siege, he instinctively spoke up. He Taichung pondered for a moment before nodding. The Divine Fist sect is also a major faction. We should indeed wait for Leader Li. Xin Yutong followed suit, stating, "Then let us wait for Leader Li to arrive before proceeding." The abbot Kongji shook his head, speaking calmly, "Ladies and gentlemen, Shaolin has sent an invitation to Master Li quite some time ago. If Master Li intended to attend, he would have arrived by now. His absence indicates a lack of interest in participating in this martial arts conference." Upon hearing Kongji's words, the others nodded in understanding. A flicker of hatred flashed in Zhou Zhuo's eyes as she coldly remarked, "While the 6 major sects besiege the Bright Summit, the Divine Fist sect remains aloof. It appears that Li Zhigu does not regard the Divine Fist sect as part of the righteous path of martial arts." After Zhou Zhuo spoke, no one responded. Abbot Kongji subtly shifted the topic, saying, "Master Li must be preoccupied with other matters. We need not wait for him. Let us set the date for the 15th of next month. On that day, the 6 major sects shall convene at the foot of Kunlun Mountain." Agreed. According to Abbot Kongji, we shall meet at the foot of Kunlun on the 15th of next month, uniting our efforts to assault the Bright Summit and eradicate the demonic cult. Seeing that the leaders of the sects disregarded her, a deep shadow enveloped Zhou Zhuo's heart. When her master, the formidable Master Mieju, was still alive, such blatant disregard for Emei would have been unthinkable. Now, with her master deceased, Zhou Zhuo's words carried little weight. The 6 major sects confirmed the date for the assault on the Bright Summit and returned to their respective mountains, simultaneously spreading the news throughout the Jianghu. In Dadu, at the Ruyang prince's residence, Zhao Min gazed at the round-faced monk encased in a black robe before her and smiled. Li Zhigu has not fallen for the trap, which was anticipated by this princess. If he were easily deceived, he would not be worthy of my attention. She added, "Let us set Li Zhigu aside for now. Once I have dealt with the Ming cult and the 6 major sects, I shall turn my attention to him." With that, Zhao Min turned to Jia Yudu, speaking coldly, "Jia Yudu, this matter is of great importance and must not go awry. You must ensure that the troops are assembled at the foot of Kunlun before the 15th of next month, and keep this under wraps. Can you manage that?" "Rest assured, my lady, I will mobilize the troops without fail," Jia Yudu replied excitedly, thumping his chest in affirmation. Chapter 55. In Tianjing seeks help. In the 16th year of the Zhijing era, summer had arrived, bringing with it the heat. The news of the assault on the Bright Summit was no secret among the 6 major sects, quickly stirring the entire Jianghu into a frenzy. At the Bright Summit, the headquarters of the Ming cult, Yang Xiao, the left envoy of brightness, wore a grave expression as he turned to the winged Bat King, Wei Yixiao, and asked solemnly, "Wei Bat King, have all the branch halls scattered across the land been informed?" Wei Yixiao, pale-faced, nodded in response. "The 6 major sects harbor ill intentions. I personally visited each branch hall's leader, and they are bringing their elite disciples to the Bright Summit." "Have the 5 dispersers and the 5 elements flag responded?" "The leader of the 5 elements flag has agreed to temporarily follow your orders to repel the assault from the 6 major sections. As for the 5 dispersers, while they have not given a definitive answer, as disciples of the holy cult, they will certainly come to aid the Bright Summit." Yang Xiao nodded and inquired further, "What did the Eagle King say?" Wei Yixiao, with a pale visage, revealed a smile as he responded. "The Eagle King stated that he would lead the elite disciples of the Heavenly Eagle sect to aid the Bright Summit. And he would also persuade the divine fist Li Zhiga to come to the assistance of our holy sect. Yang Zhao's grave demeanor lightened somewhat as he murmured to himself. The fact that Li Zhiga did not join the 6 major sects in besieging the Bright Summit is indeed a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. If the Eagle King can persuade him to lend his support, repelling the 6 sects will be considerably easier, and our disciples will suffer fewer casualties. Wei Yixiao chuckled. Our holy sect advocates for the reversal of the teachings, and as a Han person, Li Zhiga should harbor no ill feelings towards us. Yang Xiao nodded, hoping that the Eagle King could indeed persuade Li Zhiga to be a formidable ally for our holy sect. Both Yang Xiao and Wei Yixiao wished for the white-browed Eagle King to successfully invite Li Zhiga to join their cause, for in the contemporary martial world, the divine fist Li Zhiga is a figure of undeniable significance, particularly after his triumph over Shaolin. Whispers in the rivers and lakes have suggested that he is the second strongest in the realm, as long as the esteemed Zhang Zhenren, who has dominated the martial world for decades, remains in seclusion. Li Zhiga is the foremost martial artist of his time. The siege of the Bright Summit by the 6 major sects is a sensational event that has stirred the entire martial community. Discussions regarding the divine fist Li Zhiga, the second strongest, have never ceased. However, at present, it appears that Li Zhiga maintains a neutral stance, neither aligning with the 6 sects nor siding with the Bright Sect. As the day of the 6 sects assault approaches, the atmosphere in the martial world becomes increasingly charged. Yet this time, the smaller sects and wandering practitioners dare not venture to the Bright Summit for mere spectacle, as a large-scale martial conflict could prove fatal. On this particular day, the Divine Fist sect welcomed a visitor. Li Zhiga turned his gaze towards Yin Tianzheng and inquired with a smile, "Old Master Yin, why have you come to my Divine Fist sect at this time instead of rushing to aid the Bright Summit?" Yin Tianzheng let out a sigh and replied solemnly, "Master Li, many years ago, when the leader Yang Dingtian was still alive, I was one of the protectors of the Ming cult, known as the White Brow Eagle King. Later, when Yang Dingtian went missing, I could not abide by Yang Xiao's leadership and led my followers away from the Bright Summit to establish the Heavenly Eagle sect in the Jiangnan region. I wonder if you have heard of this past?" Li Zhiga nodded, fully grasping the intentions of Yin Tianzheng. As anticipated, Yin Tianzheng continued, "Master Li, I have come to seek your aid. Since the disappearance of the Sun sect leader, the once Grand Ming sect has fallen into chaos under Yang Zhao's mismanagement. As the protector of the teachings, I cannot remain idle while the 6 major sects besiege the Bright Summit." With his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, Li Zhiga, after a moment of contemplative silence, slowly responded, "Senior Yin, during your last visit to Qiantang with your followers to support me, I acknowledged that favor. I am willing to accompany you to the Bright Summit and assist the Ming sect. However, there is one condition that must be met." Yin Tianzheng, filled with joy, immediately replied, "Master Li, please share your request. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall grant it." "The art of the universe's great shift," Li Zhiga stated. "I will assist the Ming sect, but I require the borrowing of the sect's sacred skill, the art of the universe's great shift, for my own use." Li Zhiga articulated his conditions. The 9 Yang scriptures had reached the 3rd volume, yet the means to attain the completion of the 4th volume remained elusive. After cultivating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to the 5th level, his progress began to decelerate. Thus, Li Zhiga shifted his focus to the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi. This profound technique is a mental discipline that serves to awaken the latent potential within the human body. Every individual harbors immense power within, yet it often lies dormant, unutilized in the ordinary course of life. Li Zhiga read a news article that recounted the remarkable story of an octogenarian who, in a moment of peril, lifted a small automobile with a single hand to save his grandson. This elderly man, who had one foot already poised at the threshold of the grave, unleashed an astonishing surge of strength in a critical moment. This exemplifies the latent power residing within the human body. Each individual, constrained by their own limitations, possesses varying levels of potential. Some may have modest reserves of strength, while others may harbor boundless capabilities. Li Zhiga was unaware of the magnitude of his latent power. Yet he understood that once it was fully unleashed, his combat prowess would escalate to terrifying levels. Thus, the technique of the great transfer of the universe was imperative for him, regardless of the willingness of the Ming sect. Upon hearing Li Zhiga's request to observe the great transfer of the universe, Yin Tianjing found himself in a quandary. Hesitatingly, he spoke, "Master Li, Might we consider an alternative condition? The great transfer of the universe is the sacred skill of the Ming sect, reserved solely for the sect leader's mastery. I am not in a position to grant such permission. Li Zhiga shook his head and replied calmly, to the best of my knowledge. The left envoy of the illuminated sect, Yang Xiao, has indeed mastered the art of the great shift of the universe. Should I, Li, ascend to the summit of illumination to aid the bright sect in repelling the 6 major sects, I would be regarded as a benefactor of the bright sect. Why is it that Yang Xiao is capable of this mastery while I am not? Ying Tian pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, though I am the guardian of the faith, I must admit that I lack the authority to unilaterally grant permission for you to peruse the great shift of the universe. How about this? If you accompany me to the summit of illumination, I shall consult with my fellow brothers within the sect, and then provide you with an answer. That would be agreeable, Li Zhiga responded. Li Zhiga nodded in acquiescence. After all, the great shift of the universe was concealed within the secret passage of the bright summit. Even if Yang Xiao and the others were to refuse, they could not impede his progress. Furthermore, in a moment of utmost peril for the Ming cult, it was not certain that Yang Xiao and his companions would decline. Observing Li Zhiga's agreement to ascend the bright summit, Yin Tianzheng let out a sigh of relief and spoke. Master Li, the Wild King, along with the members of the Skyhawk cult, has already set forth. Time is of the essence. We must hasten to catch up. Li Zhiga nodded and said, Elder Yin, please wait a moment. I will inform my master uncle and then accompany you to the bright summit. After leaving the hall, Li Zhiga made his way to the backyard where he encountered Han Maofei. With his back turned to Li Zhiga, Han Maofei waved his hand and remarked, you little rascal. If you wish to go, then go ahead. However, I must remind you of one thing. You are the last remaining hope of the Divine Fist sect. So always prioritize your safety above all else. Although the world claims that Li Zhiga is the second greatest in the realm, do not let this lead you to complacency. No matter how extraordinary your skills may be, remain vigilant against underhanded tactics, and be wary of falling into a trap. Li Zhiga nodded earnestly, Uncle Sure. I am leaving our province. After bidding farewell to Han Maofei, Li Zhiga casually slung the bundle that Sure Hongshe had prepared over his shoulder and instructed, Hongshe, I must depart for a while. While I am away, you must heed Grandfather Han's words and avoid causing any trouble. You must diligently practice your martial arts every day and not become complacent, understand? Sure Hongshe had grown a bit taller. Her skin was dark, her nostrils flared, and her broad mouth could not conceal her prominent front teeth, rendering her appearance somewhat more fierce. Looking at Li Zhiga, Sure Hongshe obediently nodded and said, Uncle Li, do not worry. Hongshe will listen to Grandfather Han and will not cause any trouble. When you return, my martial prowess will surely have increased significantly. Li Zhiga nodded and turned to step out of the door. The young girl, obedient and sensible, made him feel at ease leaving her at the Divine Fist sect. As he exited, he glanced at Yin Tianzheng and said with a smile, Old Signorine, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Let us set off. Yin Tianzheng brought forth 2 splendid steeds. The 2 mounted their horses, and with a swift slap to the horses' flanks, they galloped away. Meanwhile, on a cliff behind the Zhuwu Yinhuan Manor in Kunlun Mountain, Zhang Wuji stood upon a stone platform that jutted out into the abyss. Behind him, a kite fashioned from animal hide was secured. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the chasm, Zhang Wuji grinned broadly, exclaiming to himself, at last, I have completely dispelled the lingering cold poison of the Xianming divine palm. I wonder how Master is faring. I must hurry back to Wudong to pay my respects and surprise him. After that, I shall visit my grandfather in Jiangnan. Oh, the Divine Fist sect is also in Jiangnan. I shall stop by to see Brother Li. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Wuji spread his arms wide like an eagle taking flight and leapt from the stone platform, soaring into the distance amidst the fierce mountain winds. Chapter 56. That year by the Han River beneath the cliff, a narrow path wound its way down, leading the Emei disciples. Zhou Zhuruo formed a long line along the path. Suddenly, a dark spot drifted from the sky, drawing nearer. Sisters, be careful. It's the blood-sucking bat of the evil sect. The Emei disciples gripped their swords with one hand, their eyes fixed on the approaching figure. Gradually, they lowered their guard as they realized that the figure was gliding down on a kite, clearly not resembling the characteristics of Bei Qiaofeng, the green wingbat king. Spotting the Emei disciples on the path, Zhang Wuji untied the kite and landed smoothly before them. Zhou Zhuruo looked at the wild man, her brow slightly furrowed. She felt an uncanny familiarity in his eyes, as if they had met long ago. While Zhou Zhuo pondered why this wild man seemed so familiar, Ding Minjun rudely shouted, "Who is this wild man? Step aside and do not block the way." Zhou Zhuo stopped Ding Minjun, shaking her head. "Sister Ding, we must not be disrespectful." Turning her attention to the wild-looking Zhang Wuji, she inquired, "Good sir, have we met somewhere before?" Zhang Wuji stood frozen, staring at the tall figure in the flowing green dress. With a dot of vermilion at her brow, he felt as if he were a wooden puppet, utterly stunned. "It's her. It's Sister Zhuo." After 7 or 8 years, Zhang Wuji recognized her at first glance. He recalled that year by the Han River, when his cold poison had flared up, and he remembered how Zhou Zhuo had carefully wiped the sweat from his brow, the glistening beads of perspiration on her delicate nose. As Zhang Wuji remained silent, Zhou Zhuo, undeterred, patiently asked, "Good sir, have we indeed met before?" Zhang Wuji regained his senses and cautiously retrieved a piece of silk cloth from his bosom. Upon seeing the silk in his hands, Zhou Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, evidently recalling the steadfast Wuji from the banks of the Han River. After many years, the two encountered each other for the second time. Zhang Wuji gazed at Zhou Zhuo, momentarily captivated by her beauty. He had never anticipated that his once young sister Zhuo would blossom into such exquisite loveliness, far surpassing Zhu Jio's grace. In the presence of the wild-looking Zhang Wuji, Zhou Zhuo instinctively thought of Xie Sun and the Dragon-Slaying Saber. "Wuji Gij, is that you?" she called out. Zhang Wuji trembled at the sound of her voice, feeling a jolt of electricity coursing through him. "Zhuo, it is I," he replied, turning away to ruffle his disheveled hair, revealing his bearded face. "Wuji Gij, years ago you were afflicted by the cold poison, and Master Zhang took you to Butterfly Valley for treatment. After I ascended Emei, I never heard from you again. I thought you had perished. I never imagined I would see you again." Observing Zhou Zhuo's expression of delight warmed Zhang Wuji's heart, prompting him to inquire, "Zhuo, how did you come to be here?" Zhou Zhuo responded, "Tomorrow marks the day when the 6 major sects will besiege Bright Summit. I am currently acting as the sect leader and have come with my senior sisters to rendezvous with the various sections." "Acting as the Emei sect leader? Is not the position held by the ruthless Master Miezhu?" Suddenly, a wave of alarm washed over Zhang Wuji as he recalled that Master Miezhu had slain Brother Li's master, and that Brother Li sought vengeance. Could it be that Brother Li had already avenged himself upon Master Miezhu? With this thought, Zhang Wuji felt a twinge of anxiety and asked Zhou Zhuo, "Is Master Miezhu not the leader of Emei? Where has she gone, and why do you act in her stead?" At the mention of Master Miezhu, grief filled Zhou Zhuo's eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Zhang Wuji's heart sank at the sight of her impending sorrow. Beside them, Ding Minjun interjected with bitterness, "My master has perished, slain by that vile scoundrel Li Zhiga. As if murdering my master were not enough, he also desecrated her remains and seized the Emei Etien's sword. My fellow disciples and I shall not rest until we have avenged this atrocity upon that wicked scoundrel Li Zhiga." Zhang Wuji stood frozen in place, momentarily lost in thought. Thus, he found himself united with the Emei disciples. That night, in the woods, a bonfire was lit. Zhang Wuji, having shaved and donned fresh attire, sat beside Zhou Zhuo by the fire, reminiscing about the past. With a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, Zhou Zhuo asked, "Wuji Gij, when you were struck by the Xianming divine palm, do you still suffer from the cold poison?" Zhang Wuji replied honestly, "I have expelled the cold poison from my body. That year, my master took me to Butterfly Valley for treatment, where I studied medicine under Mr. Hu, which allowed me to temporarily suppress the poison. Later, while escorting Aunt Ji's daughter, Bu Huai, to Bright Summit, I accidentally fell from a cliff on my return journey. Yet, I have turned misfortune into fortune. Plummeting down the cliff not only spared my life, but also led me to unexpectedly discover the Nine Yang Manual. After mastering this profound text, the cold poison within me was gradually expelled, and now it has been entirely eradicated." The mention of the Nine Yang Manual caused a tremor in Zhou Zhuo's heart, her pupils constricting sharply. She recalled the words of Master Kongwan, who had stated that Li Zhiga must return the Nine Yang Manual. Indeed, Li Zhiga had cultivated the very essence of this manual. Furthermore, her master's testament alluded to the Nine Yin Manual. The Nine Yin Manual and the Nine Yang Manual. Zhou Zhuo could not help but connect these two formidable arts. Gazing at Zhang Wuji, a subtle shift occurred in her expression as she tentatively spoke, "Brother Wuji, that villain Li Zhiga has slain my master. My martial skills are insufficient to contend with him. The Nine-Yang Manual possesses the power to expel the cold poison from your body. It must be an extraordinary skill. Would you be willing to impart the Nine-Yang Manual to me? Faced with Zhou Zhiruo's pitiful and sorrowful gaze, Zhang Wuji nearly acquiesced without hesitation. However, considering that Zhiruo sought to learn the Nine-Yang Manual for the purpose of avenging her master, he shook his head and replied, "Zhiruo, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you. The Nine-Yang Manual is exceedingly vigorous and yang, making it unsuitable for women to cultivate. Even if I were to pass it on to you, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to master." Zhang Wuji's emotions were tumultuous at that moment. On one hand, there was the loyalty to his brother, and on the other, his concern for Zhao. He wished for neither to suffer harm. Zhou Zhiruo's eyes flickered, and with a heavy sigh, her face fell into an expression of disappointment and sorrow as she lamented, "If only I could master the Nine-Yang Manual. I could then confront Li Zhiga and reclaim the Sword of Heaven. It seems I shall never be able to retrieve the sword from his grasp in this lifetime. Master, Zhiruo has been unfilial." As she spoke, tears cascaded down Zhou Zhiruo's glistening eyes. A woman's tears are the most potent weapon against men, particularly for a delicate beauty like Zhou Zhiruo, and especially for a soft-hearted man like Zhang Wuji. At a loss, Zhang Wuji found himself unsure of how to respond. Watching Zhou Zhiruo's tears fall incessantly, he secretly resolved that upon returning to Wudong Mountain to pay his respects to his master, he would seek out Brother Li at the Divine Fist sect to reclaim the heavenly sword, intending to return it to Zhiruo and thus dissolve the animosity between her and Brother Li. However, he was not yet able to return to Wudong Mountain. With the 6 major sects preparing to assault Bright Summit, he couldn't shake thoughts of Uncle Yang and Sister Bu Hui, as well as the fact that his grandfather was the white-browed Eagle King of the Ming cult, and his adoptive father was the golden-haired Lion King. He was also concerned about the possibility of his uncles and cousins arriving at Bright Summit. He had to prevent this impending conflict. Chapter 57. We also agreed to 10 conditions. Stars sparsely adorned the night sky, which was far from bright. In the forest, the campfire illuminated the faces of Zhang Wuji and Zhou Zhiruo. At that moment, both of their thoughts were intricate. Zhang Wuji aimed to thwart the 6 major sects from attacking Bright Summit, while Zhou Zhiruo gazed at him, contemplating how she could convince him to retrieve the heavenly sword for her, and how she could persuade him to take her to seek the Dragon-Slaying Saber from CS soon. Only by simultaneously obtaining both the heavenly sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber, extracting the concealed essence of the Nine-Yin Manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms from within, could she seize the opportunity for revenge against Li Zhiga. As both were lost in their complex thoughts, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted Zhang Wuji and Zhou Zhiruo from their reverie. They looked up to see a shadow darting through the low sky like a giant bat, whisking away an Emei disciple. Chaos erupted among the Emei disciples. It was the blue-winged Bat King, Bei Qiaofeng. Sister Su Rong had been captured by Bei Qiaofeng. Jing Xian hurried to Zhou Zhiruo's side, inquiring, "Sister Master, the blue-winged Bat King has taken Sister Su Rong. He must intend to drain her blood. What should we do now? What to do?" Zhou Zhiruo was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She too was desperate for a solution. In terms of martial prowess, the combined strength of the dozens of Emei disciples would hardly suffice to match the blue-winged Bat King, and their lightness of foot was even more lacking. While Bei Qiaofeng's martial skills were not the pinnacle in the martial world, his agility was unparalleled. With Su Rong in the blue-winged Bat King's grasp, her fate was likely grim. Just as Zhou Zhiruo was at a loss, Zhang Wuji stepped forward, softly reassuring her, "Oh, do not fret. Although the blue-winged Bat King's agility is unmatched, he must eventually pause to rest. As long as I pursue him relentlessly, I will surely catch up." Zhou Zhiruo looked at Zhang Wuji as if she had found a savior and urgently implored, "Brother Wuji, you must chase after the blue-winged Bat King and ensure Sister Su Rong's safe return." Zhang Wuji nodded, "Rest assured, bro." As he spoke, Zhang Wuji dashed out, vanishing from the sight of the crowd at Emei in an instant. Redirecting her gaze from Zhang Wuji, Zhou Zhiruo couldn't help but think of Li Zhiga. Like Zhang Wuji, Li Zhiga had also cultivated the Nine-Yang divine art. She pondered who among the two possessed superior martial prowess. If Zhang Wuji's skills were on par with Li Zhiga's, perhaps she could leverage him for vengeance. However, Zhang Wuji remained oblivious to the innermost thoughts of Zhou Zhiruo. His sole conviction at that moment was to pursue the Qingyi Bat King and rescue his senior sister, Su Rong, from Emei sect, harnessing the formidable Nine-Yang energy. Zhang Wuji's legs spun like a whirlwind. relentlessly tracking the shadow of the Qingyi Bat King. Suddenly, a dark figure obstructed his path. Unable to halt in time, Zhang Wuji collided with the figure, sending it stumbling back several steps. Raising his eyes, he beheld a portly monk resembling a giant smiling at him. "Master, I beg your pardon," Zhang Wuji said, intending to continue his pursuit of the Qingyi Bat King. The stout monk, still smiling, leaned on a staff from which hung a cloth bag, his ample form serving as a formidable barrier against Zhang Wuji's advance. He jested, "Little brother, why the haste? Who is that woman to you that you chased the Qingyi Bat King so fervently?" Scratching his head, Zhang Wuji replied, "Master, this is not the time for idle chit-chat. If I delay, senior sister Su Rong will certainly perish after having her blood drained. Master, you are a monk. Surely, you would not wish to see senior sister Su Rong meet such a tragic end because of you?" The stout monk shook his head, his eyes narrowing with mirth as he replied, "If I impede you, that woman will die because of me. If I do not stop you, Bei Qiaofeng will succumb to his cold poison, dying for lack of blood. Either way, death is inevitable. What difference does it make whether I hinder you or not?" Zhang Wuji was taken aback and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, master?" The portly monk, still smiling with narrowed eyes, replied, "It cannot be spoken." Perplexed, Zhang Wuji pressed further, "Why can it not be spoken?" "It simply cannot be. There is no reasoning to discuss. Young man, come inside." As he spoke, the stout monk removed the cloth bag from his staff and tossed it over Zhang Wuji. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wuji, who was caught off guard, he found himself ensnared within the bag. The monk secured the bag and murmured, "This young man possesses a robust energy. He has likely entered the innate realm. Were it not for his excessive laxity, I might not have been able to subdue him. Yet, the youth of today are truly formidable." The divine fist Li Zhiga broke through to the innate realm at a young age, and this lad is even younger, a true prodigy. With the 6 major sects preparing to besiege the Bright Summit, it is prudent to capture him first to prevent any potential disruption. Zhang Wuji struggled within the peculiar bag, which was neither silk nor leather and offered no resistance. Regardless of how he fought against it, he could not break free. Hearing the monk's murmurs, Zhang Wuji quieted and inquired, "Master, I overheard you mention the divine fist, Li Zhiga. Do you know him?" The stout monk, taken aback, asked, "You know the divine fist, Li Zhiga?" Zhang Wuji promptly replied, "Brother Li is my friend. Master, if you know him, please release me." The monk shook his head, saying, "Do not be hasty. Young one, I shall take you to meet Li Zhiga." At the Bright Summit of the Ming sect, the council hall was filled with the upper echelons of the sect. Among them were the left envoy Yang Shao, the white-browed eagle king Yin Tianjing, the monk Peng Yingyu of the 5 Scatterers, the iron-crowned Taoist Zhang Zhong, the cold-faced gentleman Leng Qian, and Zhou Dian. These leaders of the Ming sect gathered together, their faces adorned with smiles as they regarded the tall and spirited youth beside them. Yang Shao, dressed in a white robe and appearing scholarly, spoke with a charming demeanor. "I have long heard of the esteemed name of the divine fist, Li Zhiga. Today, witnessing him in person, I realize the rumors are indeed true." Monk Peng chuckled. "The name of the sect leader Li resonates in my ears, and upon meeting him, I understand what it means to be a true hero." Zhou Jian, typically eccentric, momentarily adopted a serious demeanor and respectfully cupped his hands towards Li Zhiga, stating, "Sect leader Li, the martial world speaks highly of you as a towering hero, and I," Zhou Jian, was initially skeptical. "Now, upon meeting you, I am convinced." The iron-crowned Taoist Zhang Zhong also offered his compliments, while the cold-faced gentleman Leng Qian remained silent throughout, adhering to his reserved nature. In response to the flattery from the Ming sect's leaders, Li Zhiga smiled and said, "Young envoy, Master Peng, Taoist Zhang, Mr. Leng, and Mr. Zhou, please do not praise me too highly. My presence at the Bright Summit is contingent upon certain conditions." Yang Shao laughed heartily, responding, "For the divine fist, Li Zhiga, to stand with us at the Bright Summit, even 10 conditions would be acceptable." Zhou Jian chimed in cheerfully. At last, Yang Shao speaks sweetly. "Sect leader Li, since you have traveled so far to the Bright Summit, feel free to state your demands. We shall not refuse." Peng Yingyu, Zhang Zhong, and Leng Qian nodded in agreement. As they eagerly awaited Li Zhiga's conditions, he chuckled, "Young envoy, do not be too quick to agree. My conditions may be rather stringent. Perhaps you should hear them before making a decision." Yang Shao shook his head with a smile, saying, "Sect leader Li, you underestimate us. Regardless of how stringent your conditions may be, as long as the holy sect can fulfill them, I can assure you they will be met. Beside them, the expressions of Zhou Jian and the other 5 scattered individuals grew subtly complex. Although the left envoy of light held the highest position under the leader, they could not quite tolerate Yang Zhao's self-importance. As Yang Xiao was about to agree to Li Ziji's request, Yin Tianjin coughed twice, offering a reminder. Left envoy Yang, the leader of the Li faction, wishes to observe the Qian Kuan de Nuai. It would be prudent to consult with the other brothers before giving your consent. Upon hearing Yin Tianjin's words, Yang Zhao's smile abruptly froze on his face, and the expressions of Peng Yingyu and the other 5 scattered individuals became serious. Given the significance of the Mingjiao's revered skill, Qian Kuan de Nuai, they realized they must deliberate carefully and could not agree hastily. Li Zhiga remained unhurried. Regardless of whether these individuals consented or not, he intended to borrow the celestial shift for a closer inspection. Chapter 58. The Primordial Thunderous Hand of Cheng Kuan. At the Bright Summit, in the conference hall, upon hearing that Li Zhiga wished to borrow the celestial shift, Yang Xiao and the others fell into a profound silence. Li Zhiga did not rush them. He merely waited in quiet anticipation for their decision. Moments later, a figure clad in deep blue and black entered the conference hall, shattering the silence that enveloped it. The small, stooped old man, his complexion pale, strode in with purpose, a trace of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. Upon observing the silent Yang Xiao and the others, he turned his gaze towards Li Zhiga, and Bei Qiaofeng quickly recognized him. Despite it being their first encounter, Li Zhiga's distinctive features were unmistakable. Following Bei Qiaofeng, the bag monk also made his way into the hall, and soon, the upper echelons of the Ming sect had largely assembled. Ultimately, Yang Xiao turned to Li Zhiga, his expression somewhat conflicted as he spoke. Sect masterly, it is not that we are being petty. It is merely that the Qiankuan Great Shift is the sacred art of our Ming sect, reserved solely for the cultivation of successive sect masters. Furthermore, since the disappearance of sect master Yang, the Qiankuan Great Shift has also vanished without a trace. Li Zhiga shook his head and smiled, declaring that since they were unaware of the whereabouts of the Qiankuan Great Shift, he would consider the matter as if he had never mentioned it. Yang Xiao and the others genuinely did not know that the Qiankuan Great Shift was hidden within the secret passage of the Bright Summit, and Li Zhiga chose not to elaborate further. Once he secured the Qiankuan Great Shift, he would assist them in repelling the 6 major sections. Turning his gaze towards the bag monk, he noted the Qiankuan 1-chi bag resting on the ground, aware that Zhang Wuji was inside. This was an opportunity for Zhang Wuji, who would soon master the 9-yang manual within the confines of the bag. Inside the bag, Zhang Wuji heard Li Zhiga's voice and felt a surge of excitement, though he refrained from speaking out immediately. Yang Xiao and the others no longer brought up the Qiankuan Great Shift. Addressing the assembly, Yang Xiao spoke solemnly, stating that after the disappearance of the Sun sect leader, their holy sect had fragmented. With the 6 major sects poised to attack the Bright Summit, they must consolidate their forces to weather this crisis. Yang Xiao, what do you mean? Do you aspire to lead us as the 34th sect leader? Zhou Jian was the first to voice his dissatisfaction openly. A nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, and the holy sect is no different. Over the years, with the Eagle King departing from the Bright Summit and the Purple Robe Dragon King betraying the sect, even the Golden Mane Lion King has gone missing. If we were not so divided, like a pile of loose sand, how would the 6 major sects dare to besiege the Bright Summit? Yang Xiao has served as the left envoy of the holy sect. Why should he not temporarily assume the position of sect leader? Yang Xiao articulated his earnest proposal to take on the role of acting sect leader, recognizing the urgency of their situation with the impending assault. I support Yang left envoy as the temporary sect leader, declared Bei Qiaofeng, the blue-winged bat king, the first to stand in favor of Yang Xiao. Zhou Jian scoffed, retorting, if one can act as the sect leader, why should it be you, Yang Xiao, and not me, Zhou Jian? The iron-crowned Taoist nodded in agreement, stating, Yang Xiao, in your quest for vengeance for Ji Xiaofu, you have disregarded the holy sect's anti-Yuan efforts, indulging in sentimental matters, which has led to the decline of the Bright Summit's main seat. Such a person cannot be sect leader. Indeed, we, the 5 scatterers, prioritize the anti-Yuan cause above all else. Among us, who is more qualified to assume the role of sect leader than you, Yang Xiao? The 5 scatterers, united in their dissent, voiced their criticisms against him. The white-brow Eagle King furrowed his brow and admonished, enough. The 6 major sects are set to attack the mountain tomorrow, and you still have the leisure to engage in internal strife. However, It is indeed time for our holy sect to elect a sect leader. Today, in the presence of Master Li, we implore him to serve as a witness. Yang left envoy, if you wish to assume the title of sect leader, you must earn the respect of your brothers. Thus, you shall compete against the 5 scatterers. If you can win their allegiance, then the position will be yours. If not, we shall select another from among the 5 scatterers. Yang Shao smirked, glancing at the 5 scatterers, and declared, very well. All of you come at me together. I, Yang Shao, shall earn your respect. Arrogance. As Yang Zhao's words fell, Zhou Jian was the first to take action. Following closely were the iron-crowned Taoist Zhang Zhong, the cold-faced gentleman Leng Qian, the monk Peng Yingyu, and the cloth-bag monk Shua Buddha, who all launched an assault on Yang Shao. In an instant, the conference hall descended into chaos. Li Zhiga observed the skirmish among the individuals with a subtle shake of his head. Suddenly, a furrow creased his brow as he sensed the stirring of the Jiang true qi within him, repelling a certain medicinal force attempting to infiltrate his body. Holding his breath, Li Zhiga surveyed his surroundings. Nearby, Yang Shao and the others also perceived the anomaly. They promptly ceased their conflict, channeling their energy to fend off the encroaching potency. Why have you stopped fighting? A figure emerged from the doorway, shrouded in a dark robe, his voice hoarse yet tinged with a sense of triumph. Li Zhiga sat upon a chair, keenly observing the silhouette of the person who entered, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk dancing in his eyes. It was the round-faced monk, or perhaps more aptly, the formidable Changkong, whose timing was impeccable. The 10 fragrance softening powder was colorless and odorless. Once its effects took hold, it rendered the entire body's sinews languid and incapable of mustering even the slightest trace of true energy. Whether it be Yang Shao or Yin Tianzheng, nearly all the high-ranking members of the Ming sect gathered in the conference hall had fallen victim to its effects. Li Zhiga and Zhang Wuji, due to the indomitable nature of the 9 Yang true qi, remained relatively unscathed. Who might you be? The bright summit is heavily guarded. How did you manage to ascend? Yang Shao and the others furrowed their brows as they gazed at the figure shrouded in a black robe. The monk Yuan Zhen removed his hood, revealing his countenance, and with a cold smirk, proclaimed, "Who am I? I am Yuan Zhen, a 3rd-generation disciple of Shaolin. However, you may also refer to me as Chen Kuan. As for how I arrived here, you ought to inquire with your leader's wife." Preposterous. How dare you speak such nonsense? The Sun Lord has been missing for many years, and his wife vanished alongside him. How could she have brought you here? Wei Yixiao, unable to contain his agitation, erupted in anger. Chen Kuan, with a smile adorning his face, relished the sight of the Ming cult's leaders ensnared, and he continued, "I speak no falsehoods. There exists a secret passage from the bright summit leading down the mountain, which your leader's wife indeed used to bring me here. She is my junior sister. We grew up together, but alas, Yang Dingtian, in his ruthless pursuit of love, forced my master to marry her off to him. Though she became Yang Dingtian's wife, she has always harbored feelings for me, often clandestinely meeting me in the secret passage of the Bright Summit, until that fateful day when I met her as usual in the passage, only to be discovered by Yang Dingtian. At that moment, he was at a critical juncture in his training. Upon witnessing our rendezvous, he succumbed to his rage and tragically fell into madness, dying with blood gushing from his 7 orifices. As he spoke, the expression on Yuan Zhen's face contorted into one of malice, and he venomously declared, "Seeing Yang Dingtian perish in his frenzy, I, in a moment of carelessness, allowed my junior sister to take her own life before me. How lamentable it is that I possessed her heart, yet could not claim her in life. From that moment forth, I vowed to obliterate your Ming cult. First, I sought out my dear disciple, Xie Sun, and slaughtered his entire family of 13, sparing not even the newborn child. I knew my disciple well. Indeed, to compel me to surrender, he began indiscriminately killing innocents, inciting the world against your Ming cult. To bring about your downfall, I even allied with the imperial court, orchestrating the assault by the 6 major sects upon the Bright Summit. You could not have foreseen it, could you? All of this was my doing." As they observed Chen Kuan's triumphant and gleeful expression, Yang Shao and the other Ming cult leaders fell into a profound silence. The mystery surrounding the disappearance of the 33rd leader, Yang Dingtian, had been unraveled. Nearby, Zhang Wuji, confined within the Qinkuan bag, could no longer contain his emotions. He was stirred with fervor, desperately channeling the 9 Yang true qi in an attempt to break free from the confines of the bag. Chen Kuan. He is the Hunyuan Thunder Hand, Chen Kuan, the one who slaughtered his adoptive father's entire family. Li Zhiga shook his head, compelled to acknowledge that Shangguan was indeed a formidable character. Had it not been for himself and Zhang Wuji's presence today, he could have effortlessly annihilated the upper echelons of the Ming cult, leading to its utter downfall. Chapter 59. The Secret Path of Brightness, the Left Envoy of Brightness. Yang Xiao, the White-Browed Eagle King, Yin Tianzhong, the Blue-Winged Bat King, Wei Xiao, the Five Scatterers, and the Divine Fist, Li Zhiga, you may proceed with peace. With that, Shangguan stepped forward towards Yang Xiao, raising his hand to deliver a fatal blow. However, as he approached Yang Xiao, a sudden unease gripped him. Boom! Yang Xiao abruptly sprang to his feet, striking at Shangguan with a powerful palm. As their fists met, Yang Xiao could not suppress a mouthful of reversed blood. He summoned his vital energy for a clash with Shangguan, but his meridians suffered grave damage as a result. Li Zhiga was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Yang Xiao to still be able to circulate his true energy despite being affected by the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder. It seemed that Yang Xiao's martial prowess surpassed that of the other higher-ups in the Ming sect significantly. Shangguan staggered back a few steps, his complexion shifting from green to white, and immediately sat down cross-legged to suppress the tumultuous blood energy within him. At that moment, Zhang Wuji, confined within the Qianquan Yi Qi bag, rose to his feet and began to approach Shangguan step by step. Given Zhang Wuji's character, it was challenging for him to harbor murderous intentions towards others. However, Shangguan was an exception. Little brother, swiftly eliminate this despicable and shameless monk. Once you rid us of him, our holy sect will remember your great favor, urged the bag monk, as he witnessed Zhang Wuji's movement, his heart swelling with joy, while hope flickered in the eyes of the others. Benefactor, do not heed the seductions of these demonic cultists. I bear you no grudge, and slaying me will bring you no benefit. On the contrary, should you vanquish these demonic fiends, you will earn the acclaim of the martial world. Shangguan's voice was hoarse as he subtly circulated his true energy, attempting to lower Zhang Wuji's guard. Unmoved, Zhang Wuji continued to advance towards Shangguan, feeling his way forward in the darkness of the bag. Upon reaching Shangguan, his heart raced, instinctively channeling the 9 yang true qi. Old monk, you are despicable and shameless. Wei Xiao and the others could not help but berate Shangguan as he directed a phantom yin finger at Zhang Wuji's heart. Within the confines of the Qianquan Yi Qi bag, Zhang Wuji's emotions surged, and he unleashed all his true energy to counter Shangguan's phantom yin finger. In the enclosed space, under duress, Zhang Wuji mastered the 9 yang scripture. Boom! The Qianquan Yi Qi bag erupted, and Zhang Wuji swung his fist towards Shangguan's temple. Shangguan reacted swiftly, countering with a punch, resulting in a collision. Bang! Utilizing the recoil, Shangguan propelled himself out of the conference hall and turned to flee. Zhang Wuji, having no time to greet Li Zhiga or Yin Tianzhong, sprinted in pursuit of Shangguan's fleeing figure. It was time to act. Li Zhiga rose from his chair and followed the figure of Zhang Wuji out of the council hall. Observing Li Zhiga's calm demeanor, Yang Xiao and Yin Tianzhong exchanged glances, feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. It turned out that the formidable martial artist Li Zhiga had merely been an observer. He had not been affected by the 10 fragrance softening powder at all. Trailing behind Zhang Wuji, Li Zhiga stepped into a room. Inside, apart from Zhang Wuji, there were 2 women. Zhang Wuji shielded a petite maid behind him and addressed the woman opposite him. Sister Wu Wei, your father has fallen victim to Shangguan's treachery and is still in the council hall. You must go check on him. Yang Wu Wei, with her round face, fair and delicate skin, and bright, large eyes, nodded at Zhang Wuji and replied, Brother Wuji, be cautious of this girl. I will go see father first. As Yang Wu Wei turned to leave, she unexpectedly encountered Li Zhiga entering through the door. Eyeing Li Zhiga with suspicion, Yang Wu Wei inquired, Who are you? I have not seen you at Bright Peak. Saying this, she drew a dagger from her bosom. Wu Wei, stand down. Upon hearing this, Yang Wu Wei complied, turning to Zhang Wuji and asking, Brother Wuji, do you know him? Zhang Wuji nodded excitedly and turned to Li Zhiga, asking, Brotherly, were you not affected by the 10 fragrance softening powder? How is it that you are here? Li Zhiga chuckled. If you have not been fortunate enough to obtain the 10 fragrance soft muscle powder, how could I possibly succeed? Zhang Wuji suddenly understood. Li Zhiga continued, I noticed you were pursuing Shangguan and feared for your safety, so I followed to keep an eye on you. Zhang Wuji, deeply touched, nodded earnestly and replied, Thank you, brotherly. Li Zhiga waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is there to thank for? We are brothers, no need for gratitude." Turning to Yang Buhui, he continued, "Miss Buhui, please hurry to the council hall to look after your father and the others." With her apprehensions eased, Yang Buhui turned and exited the room. Once she had departed, Zhang Wuji glanced back at the maidservant behind him and inquired, "My lady, I was pursuing a monk and saw him enter this chamber. Have you seen him, and if so, where has he gone?" The maidservant, petite and unfortunately unattractive, possessed one large eye and one small, with a distorted nose and mouth, and her feet were shackled with iron chains. Hesitating at the sight of Zhang Wuji's gentle countenance, she softly asked, "Young master, why do you pursue that monk?" A flicker of hatred crossed Zhang Wuji's eyes as he replied, "He is my enemy." The maidservant nodded resolutely, making a significant decision, and said to Zhang Wuji, "Young master, please follow me." With that, she approached the bed and pressed a hidden mechanism at its head. Instantly, the bedboard lifted, revealing a secret passageway. In the dimness of the passage, Zhang Wuji led the way, with the maidservant following closely behind. She tilted her head, cautiously observing him, and asked, "Young master, my name is Xiao Zhao. What is yours?" As he navigated forward, Zhang Wuji responded, "I am called Zhang Wuji." Li Zhiga followed closely behind the two, remaining silent. Although Zhang Wuji possessed a somewhat feeble disposition, one could not deny that his innate kindness bestowed upon him an extraordinary charm. Merely for the sake of defending a maid named Xiao Zhao in front of Yang Buhui, she subsequently devoted her heart entirely to this young master, Zhang. As they traversed the intricate passages of the bright summit, a sudden rumble of rolling stones echoed in their ears. Glancing ahead, they beheld a colossal boulder hurtling towards them. "Xiao Zhao, brotherly, we must flee." With the enormous stone approaching rapidly, Zhang Wuji grasped Xiao Zhao's hand and dashed back. The convoluted path of the bright summit led them to a dead end. "Brother Wuji, Miss Xiao Zhao, step back." With no retreat available, Li Zhiga pulled the two aside, focused intently on the oncoming boulder, and thrust his palms forward. A resonant dragon's roar reverberated through the passage as Li Zhiga's hands pressed against the massive stone, astonishingly halting its advance. Zhang Wuji and Xiao Zhao stood in stunned amazement. Li Zhiga chuckled nonchalantly, remarking that his strength was merely somewhat greater than that of an ordinary person, which was nothing remarkable. However, with the massive boulder obstructing their path, he urged them to contemplate how to escape this predicament, otherwise they would all be trapped to death. Zhang Wuji swallowed hard, pondering how one's strength could be merely a bit greater. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao felt a surge of apprehension. She had long heard of Li Zhiga's formidable martial arts, reputed as the second best in the realm. Witnessing his prowess firsthand today, she realized that the rumors were devoid of exaggeration. Confined in this corner, Xiao Zhao, with her restless nature, began to explore her surroundings. Creak! She inadvertently triggered a mechanism, and a door in the stone wall behind them swung open, revealing a hidden chamber. They had found it. As Li Zhiga's gaze fell upon the skeletal remains at the center of the chamber, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Thanks to Zhang Wuji and Xiao Zhao, he realized that had he ventured alone, he might not have discovered this secret room. Chapter 60. The Great Shift of Heaven and Earth. The chamber was spacious yet dimly lit, with a white skeleton seated at its center. Zhang Wuji and Xiao Zhao continued to survey their surroundings, cautiously vigilant for any traps or mechanisms. Li Zhiga rubbed his hands together, igniting the oil lamps surrounding the secret chamber with his vital energy. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and picked up the parchment laid before the skeletal remains. This skeletal figure belonged to Yang Dingtian, the 33rd leader of the Ming sect. The parchment itself contained the supreme mental technique of the sect, known as the Great Translocation of Heaven and Earth. Holding the parchment, which had yellowed with age and borne no inscriptions, Li Zhiga bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the surface. The supple parchment absorbed the blood, swiftly revealing a dense array of characters. Li Zhiga turned his gaze toward Xiao Zhao. Without her, even if he acquired the sheep parchment inscribed with the profound principles of the Qian Kuan de Nui, he would be utterly lost. The densely packed characters were entirely in Persian, and Li Zhiga recognized not a single word. Zhang Wuji leaned closer, his curiosity piqued, and inquired, "Brotherly, what is this?" Li Zhiga did not conceal his thoughts and replied that, if he was not mistaken, the skull belonged to the previous leader of the Ming sect, Yang Dingtian. And the text on the sheepskin scroll was the supreme martial art of the Ming sect, the Qian Kuan de Nui. Oh, Zhang Wuji uttered with a lack of enthusiasm, turning away, clearly disinterested in the Qian Kuan de Nuai. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhao's pupils contracted sharply as she stealthily approached Li Zhiga. Squinting her eyes in an attempt to memorize the heart method of the Qian Kuan de Nuai word by word, Li Zhiga turned his head, his gaze penetrating as he looked at the unattractive Xiao Zhao. A surge of alarm coursed through Xiao Zhao, causing her to awkwardly turn away, attempting to mask her unease. Li Zhiga was indifferent to Xiao Zhao's recording of the great shift of the universe, and even less concerned about its potential leak. The same martial art, constrained by individual talent and personality, yields different results and varying degrees of power when practiced by different individuals. Take the 18 palms of the dragon subduing as an example. In the hands of Qiaofeng, it manifests one way, while in the grasp of Hong Qigong, it takes on another form, and in Li Zhiga's hands, it transforms yet again. Observing Xiao Zhao, Li Zhiga smiled and remarked, "Miss Xiao Zhao, while your disguise technique is indeed exquisite, traces still linger upon your visage. Your hair bears a slight golden hue, and your eyes glimmer with a hint of sapphire blue. If I am not mistaken, you are not purely of Han descent, but rather a blend of Han and Hu ancestry." Xiao Zhao instinctively covered her face, her expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty as she gazed at Li Zhiga. Having been on the Bright Summit for quite some time, even the bright left envoy Yang Xiao had failed to see through her disguise, yet this formidable martial artist, Li Zhiga, could not only discern her ruse, but also identify her mixed heritage. Zhang Wuji, taken aback, looked at Xiao Zhao with curiosity and inquired, "Xiao Zhao, have you truly disguised yourself?" In response to Zhang Wuji's question, Xiao Zhao decisively tore away her facial disguise and retrieved a pillow from her back, straightening her previously hunched posture. Zhang Wuji was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in astonishment, "Xiao Zhao, you are truly beautiful. Why would you choose to present yourself as an unattractive girl?" Xiao Zhao, with a hint of regret, replied, "My lord, it was never my intention to deceive you. I have my own reasons that compel me to do so." Zhang Wuji waved his hand dismissively, displaying his characteristic leniency toward women. Gazing at Xiao Zhao's true appearance, he said gently, "Xiao Zhao, you are so lovely. Please do not disguise yourself as unattractive again." Xiao Zhao lowered her head, a touch of shyness enveloping her as she softly replied, "My lord, may I serve you in this form from now on?" Li Zhigu held a sheepskin scroll in his hand, his expression slightly darkened. He touched his cheek, still perplexed as to where he fell short. In terms of physique, was he not more gallant? In terms of appearance, was he not more handsome? "Oh, Wujia, dear brother, it seems you have forgotten every word your mother imparted to you before her passing." Not wishing to witness the tender exchanges between the two, Li Zhigu decisively shattered the burgeoning atmosphere of intimacy, addressing Xiao Zhao directly. "Miss Xiao Zhao, you leaned in earlier to examine the sheepskin scroll, concentrating on memorizing the principles of the Qian Kuan de Nuai. It appears you are familiar with Persian script. Would you be willing to translate this Qian Kuan de Nuai for me and my brother Wujia?" To persuade Xiao Zhao to undertake the translation and to prevent her from mischief, Li Zhigu decided to bring Zhang Wujia along. In Susu once remarked that the more beautiful a woman, the more adept she is at deception. While this may not hold universally true, it certainly applies to Xiao Zhao. Should she mistakenly translate even a couple of lines of the Qian Kuan de Nuai, it could spell disaster. Li Zhigu had no desire to end up like Ouyang Feng, practicing the Nine manual to the point of madness. Having Zhang Wujia accompany him made a difference. If Zhang Wujia were also to cultivate, Xiao Zhao would likely refrain from causing him harm. As Li Zhiga concluded his words, Xiao Zhao turned her gaze towards Zhang Wuji, silently seeking his counsel. Zhang Wuji, a man of unwavering honesty, did not hesitate to respond to Xiao Zhao, stating, "Xiao Zhao, I share a bond with brotherly akin to that of siblings. If you do not mind, please translate the art of the Qian Kuan de Nuai for brotherly to hear." Xiao Zhao nodded and began her translation, word by word. Li Zhiga embraced Zhang Wuji's shoulders with a smile, saying, "Brother Wuji, this Qian Kuan de Nuai is the sacred skill of the Ming sect. You should practice it alongside me." Zhang Wuji shook his head and waved his hand, replying, "Brotherly, you may practice it as you wish. I shall stand by and protect you." Li Zhiga pressed Zhang Wuji down and urged, "Brother Wuji, practicing an additional martial art can only bring benefits, so stop hesitating. Come, let us train together." Unable to refuse, Zhang Wuji sat on the ground and began to cultivate the Qian Kuan de Nuai alongside Li Zhiga. "Xiao Zhao, holding a sheepskin scroll, cast a discreet glance at Li Zhiga and secretly scoffed. Compared to the young master, Li Zhiga exhibited excessive wariness, clearly indicating his distrust of her. Qian de Nua consists of 7 levels and is the most formidable mental discipline passed down through the generations of the Ming sect. Its fundamental principle lies in awakening one's potential and subsequently guiding and shifting it. The first level of the technique involves directing one's energy and exerting force. Those with high comprehension can master it in 7 years, while those with lesser aptitude may take up to 14 years. The Zhejiang Jinjing integrates the profound truths of martial arts, and once perfected, one can effortlessly utilize all martial arts in the world. More importantly, practicing the Zhejiang Jinjing enables the Zhejiang True Qi to refine one's bones and marrow, enhancing one's foundational strength. However, it is worth noting that while it can strengthen the physique, it cannot augment one's innate comprehension. Li Zhiga had not yet mastered the 4th volume of the 9 Yang scriptures, yet he had undergone the transformative process of muscle and marrow cleansing. With the assistance of the 9 Yang True Qi, it took but a brief moment for Li Zhiga and Zhang Wuji to successfully cultivate the first layer of the Qianquan Di Nu Y technique. With renewed determination, Li Zhiga commenced his training of the 2nd layer. A chilling energy emanated from the tips of his fingers, as the 9 Yang True Qi flowed through his meridians along an enigmatic trajectory. Li Zhiga felt a tumult within himself. Half of his body plunged into an icy abyss, while the other half felt as if it were ensconced in a furnace. One side of his face flushed crimson, while the other turned a cold, ashen blue. Had it not been for Zhang Wuji engaging in the same practice, Li Zhiga might have suspected he had strayed from the correct path and fallen into demonic deviation. Soon, however, his true qi stabilized, his complexion returned to normal, and his eyes gleamed with an intense, captivating brilliance. Casting a glance to the side, he observed Zhang Wuji, whose face bore a striking contrast of red and purple. Li Zhiga nodded to himself, realizing that his comprehension was indeed superior to that of Zhang Wuji. Witnessing Li Zhiga's swift mastery of both the 1st and 2nd layers of the Qianquan Di Nu Y, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but express her admiration in silence. Truly, Li Zhiga is worthy of being hailed as the 2nd greatest martial artist in the world. While an ordinary person might take 21 years to achieve such proficiency, he accomplished it in mere moments. Another glance at Zhang Wuji revealed that he too had mastered the 2nd layer, filling Xiao Zhao with unspoken joy for him. Li Zhiga and Zhang Wuji secluded themselves in the forbidden grounds of the Bright Summit, diligently practicing the art of Qian de Nui, while the air was thick with the cacophony of battle cries above. At the mountainside of the Bright Summit, witnessing the grievous toll on his brethren, Zhuangzhong, the leader of the Ruijin banner, hastened back to the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance of the Bright Summit's main hall, Zhuangzhong anxiously shouted, "Yangzhou sure. The 6 major sects are mounting a fierce assault. Our brothers cannot hold them off any longer. Besides my Ruijin banner, the disciples from the 4 doors of heaven, earth, wind, and thunder have also suffered heavy casualties. You must make a decision swiftly." Inside the conference hall of the Bright Summit, after a long night of recuperation, Yang Xiao and the others had yet to fully neutralize the effects of the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder, still feeling weak and unable to mobilize their internal energy. Upon hearing that the Ruijin banner and the disciples of the 4 doors were on the brink of collapse, Yang Xiao's expression darkened. He rose and proceeded toward the hall's exit. At this moment, the 5 dispersers were not inclined to criticize Yang Xiao. They followed closely behind, prepared to confront the enemy. Chapter 61. The annihilation of the Ming sect atop the Bright Summit. Each member of the Ruijin banner wielded a set of bows and arrows, a spear, and a flying axe, retreating from the mountainside to the summit. Once numbering in the hundreds, the Ruijin banner now barely had a few dozen members remaining. The disciples of the Great Wood banner, Flood banner, Fire banner, Thick Earth banner, and the 4 doors of heaven, earth, wind, and thunder, as well as the Ming sect, all retreated to the summit, similarly suffering grievous losses. The 6 major sects had mounted an assault on the Bright Summit. The abbot of Shaolin, Kong Ji, the leader of Wudong, Song Yuanxiao, the leader of Kunlun, He Taichong, the leader of Huashan, Xin Yutong, the 5 elders of Kongtong, and the acting leader of Emei, Zhou Zhiruo, arrived at the entrance of the Bright Summit's main hall. Behind the leaders followed a dense throng of over 1,000 disciples. Yang Xiao, the left envoy of the Bright sect, narrowed his eyes at the leaders of the 6 major sects and spoke in a deep voice. Our holy sect has no enmity with your 6 sects in recent days. Why do you assault the bright summit as if you believe us to be an easy target? Bah, Yang Xiao, do you dare claim that the Ming sect has no grievances with us? Is the golden-haired lion King Xie Sun not one of yours? He indiscriminately slaughtered innocents in the martial world, causing countless families to be torn apart. The blue-winged bat King Bei Qiaofeng, with his cruel methods of bloodsucking, has long incited public outrage. Our 6 sects attack the Bright Summit to eradicate your Ming sect and restore peace to the martial world. He Taichung, the leader of the Kunlun sect, was the first to step forward, clutching an iron sword in his arms as he vehemently denounced the Ming sect. Yang Xiao and the others wore somber expressions, uncertain of how to counter the accusations. They could not deny that Xie Sun had committed heinous acts, nor could they refute that Wei Ishiu regularly captured individuals to satiate his bloodlust. Shen Yutong, the leader of the Huashan sect, then chimed in. Setting aside Xie Sun and Wei Ishiu, just 1 month ago, your Ming sect's disciples killed our Huashan disciples and set fire to our establishments, causing immense financial losses. Do you dare claim that you bear no grudge against us? Indeed, 22 of my Kong Tong disciples met a tragic end at the hands of your Ming sect disciples. Do you still wish to justify your actions? Yang Xiao, those of the Ming cult must face the consequences of their actions. Today, the 6 major sects assault the Bright Summit to seek justice for the fallen disciples and restore peace to the martial world. Listening to the leaders of the 6 major sects condemn the Ming cult for its alleged misdeeds, Yang Xiao's expression darkened. He even began to suspect that the disciples of the 6 major sects had been slain by Ming cult members and that their properties had been set ablaze by the same. Suppressing his doubts, Yang Xiao turned to the leaders of the 6 major sects and spoke solemnly. Esteemed colleagues, there must be a misunderstanding. Our disciples have neither slain your members nor set fire to your properties. Consider this carefully. The Ming cult has no reason to be at odds with your sects, as it yields no benefit to us. Enough, the leaders interrupted. Yang Xiao, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. The 6 major sects have come to the Bright Summit to eradicate your Ming cult, and no amount of your excuses will alter that. If you can defeat us, we shall withdraw from the Bright Summit. But should you lose, prepare for us to set the Bright Summit ablaze. As the 6 major sects remained unreasonable, Zhou Jian from the 5 dispersers could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and shouted, "You hypocritical righteous sects! How does our Ming cult's resurgence impede you? You wish to destroy our cult merely because of its growing power. You seek to annihilate our sect? Come forth, let Zhou Jian see what skills you possess. Who dares to exchange blows with me?" He Taichung stepped forward, clutching his iron sword, and coldly remarked, "I am He Taichung of the Kunlun sect, eager to learn from your esteemed skills." Instantly, the two engaged in a fierce battle, each striking swiftly. Logically, Zhou Jian, as one of the 5 dispersers, should not be weaker than He Taichung. However, he was hindered by the lingering effects of the 10 fragrant soft muscle powder within him. After merely a dozen exchanges, a ghastly sword wound marred Zhou Dian's chest, and he retreated to Yang Xiao and the others, his face pale. Following Zhou Jian, Peng Yingyu, Zhang Zhong, Leng Qian, and others took turns to engage, only to be swiftly defeated as well. Observing the high-ranking members of the Ming cult, the abbot Kong Zhi furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Seeing the 5 dispersers falter, Yang Xiao could no longer remain composed. He rose and coldly declared, "I, Yang Xiao, left envoy of brightness, challenge anyone to a duel." Noticing the poor performance of the Ming cult's 5 dispersers, Shen Yutong narrowed his eyes, perceiving that the high-ranking members of the Ming cult were in disarray. As the highest-ranking figure under the Ming cult's leader, if he could vanquish Yang Xiao, his own reputation in the martial world would undoubtedly soar. With that thought, Shen Yutong leaped forth, sneering, "Yang Xiao, I, Shen Yutong, have come to test your mettle." In a flash of lightning, the two clashed, exchanging blows for a dozen moves before one figure was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. This time, the vanquished was not Yang Xiao, but rather Shen Yutong. He was propelled backward for over 10 paces, stabilizing himself while spitting blood, his complexion shifting from green to pale, unable to maintain his composure. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Xiao remained one of the most formidable experts in the martial world, far surpassing the 5 dispersers by several degrees. The emaciated camel is larger than the horse. Despite the influence of the 10 fragrant softening powder on Yang Xiao, vanquishing Shen Yutong proved to be a trivial matter. Following Shen Yutong's defeat, the 5 elders of Kong Tong emerged in unison, engaging in fierce combat with Yang Xiao. After a series of intense battles, Yang Xiao found himself overwhelmed and ultimately succumbed to the Shaolin abbot Kong Ji. As the Ming cult faced near annihilation, the white-browed Eagle King Yin Tian strode forth, challenging the 6 major sects to continue the fight. On the summit of Guangming, the high-ranking members of the Ming cult clashed fervently with the representatives of the 6 major sects. Within the secret chamber atop Guangming, Li Zhige's vital energy surged vibrantly. His qi perfectly refined and unobstructed, with every pore and meridian aligned in synchrony with his breathing. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, akin to 2 sharp swords. His spirit brimming with vitality, he moved with unparalleled ease and precision. Li Zhige clenched his fist, his face alight with ecstasy as he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. The profound 9 yang true qi, combined with the formidable strength of the dragon elephant prajna skill, rendered him nearly unmatched in the martial world. Now, with the potential hidden within him unlocked by the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi, Li Zhige was eager to test his combat prowess. He glanced at Zhang Wuji, who exhibited a fluctuating complexion, at times pale and at times flushed, trembling as if plunged into an ice cavern, only to be followed by torrents of sweat and an overwhelming heat. After waiting for about half an hour, Zhang Wuji opened his eyes, his aura significantly heightened, indicating that he too had mastered the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi. Xiao Zhao hurriedly approached, her concern evident as she inquired, "Young master, have you fully mastered the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi?" Zhang Wuji, caught off guard, smiled and replied, "There are 19 phrases in the 7th layer of the heart method whose meanings elude me. Thus, I refrained from forcing my practice." Xiao Zhao marveled, stating, "Young master, you are already remarkable. Many spend a lifetime without even mastering the 3rd layer of the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi." With that, she turned her attention to Li Zhige. Curious if the formidable Li Zhige had indeed mastered all 7 layers of the heart method, Li Zhige smiled without uttering a word, disregarding Xiao Zhao's curious gaze. Chapter 62, Granting Face to Li. The secret chamber was vast and empty, as Xiao Zhao gazed affectionately at Zhang Wuji. Listening to their back-and-forth exchange, Li Zhige felt an overwhelming urge to depart from this uncomfortable situation. He turned to Zhang Wuji and urged, "Brother Wuji, let us hasten our exit. The 6 major sects are attacking the bright summit, and your grandfather has already been afflicted by the 10 fragrance softening powder. If we delay any further, it is possible that he may be in peril." Alarmed by Li Zhige's admonition, Zhang Wuji suddenly recalled the pressing matter at hand. Li Zhige, without a hint of hesitation, raised his hand and casually struck the cavern wall. With a thunderous roar, the entire chamber trembled as the wall crumbled and debris cascaded down. Observing the mighty blow unleashed by Li Zhige, Zhang Wuji glanced down at his own palm, opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Despite both practicing the 9 yang true scripture and the Qiankuan great shift, why was he unable to manifest the same level of destructive power as his esteemed brother Li? Xiao Zhao, taken aback, had witnessed grand spectacles before. However, in the presence of the formidable Li Zhige, she suspected her mother would struggle to even withstand a single strike. Li Zhige had just shattered the cave wall. Within the bright summit tunnel, Cheng Kuan's hand trembled, scattering gunpowder across the ground. Lifting his gaze towards the 3 figures approaching in the distance, Cheng Kuan's pupils contracted sharply. It was that sinister young man, along with the formidable divine fist, Li Zhige. In a fluster, he hastily discarded a fire starter onto the ground and turned to flee. Though his martial prowess ranked among the elite in the martial world, he knew he stood no chance against the divine fist, Li Zhige. Hiss. The gunpowder ignited instantly, rapidly spreading deeper into the tunnel. Cheng Kuan was indeed a ruthless character, having brought a substantial quantity of explosives with the intent to obliterate the entire bright summit. However, his luck had proven to be exceedingly poor. As he found himself confronted by Li Zhige and Zhang Wuji, Li Zhige raised his hand, and a fierce wind swept through the tunnel, scattering the ignited fuses. Outside the bright summit, Yang Xiao, Yin Tianzhong, Wei Xiao, the 5 scatterers, Yang Buhui, and the leaders of the 5 elements flag sat on the stone steps, each bearing grave wounds, their faces etched with despair. Yang Xiao looked up with a long sigh, his expression forlorn, lamenting, "Heaven has forsaken our holy church. It is all my fault for leading the holy church to this irrevocable fate." Wei Xiao, his face pale as a ghost, managed a bitter smile and said, "Young left envoy, you need not blame yourself. Had it not been for that old bat capturing disciples from the 6 major sects to practice his sinister arts, We would not have provoked their wrath and been besieged at the bright summit. We share the blame, if it were not for our internal strife. How could we have fallen prey to the treachery of Shangguan and allowed the 6 major sects to ascend the mountain with such ease? We are all sinners of the Holy Church. The 5 scatterers sighed in unison, lowering their heads in shame. Yang Xiao turned to Yin Tianzhong, offering a wry smile. Eagle King, this time we have implicated you. You had distanced yourself from the bright summit and should not have waded into these troubled waters. The white-browed Eagle King shook his head, replying calmly, though I have established the heavenly Eagle Church apart from the bright summit, I remain a protector of the Holy Church. The notion of implicating others does not apply. Facing the high-ranking members of the Bright Church were the leaders of the 6 major sects. Abbot Kongji observed the despondent members of the Bright Church, feeling no joy, but rather an unsettling premonition. He Taichung emerged with a torch in hand, suppressing his excitement, and declared with righteous indignation, "Your Bright Church has committed countless atrocities and injustices, bringing about your own demise. Today, I shall ignite a fire to reduce you to ashes along with the Bright Summit. Pour the oil." At He Taichung's command, disciples from the 6 major sects rushed forth with barrels of oil. As they drenched themselves and the palaces of the Holy Church with the flammable liquid, the members of the Bright Church remained silent, offering no outcry or curses. Yang Xiao sat cross-legged on the stone steps, closing his eyes and reciting loudly, "Burn my frail body, sacred fire ablaze. What joy is there in life? What pain in death? To eradicate evil, only the light remains. Joy and sorrow, all return to dust. Pity the world, fraught with woes." The followers of the Bright Church struggled to rise, sitting solemnly on the ground, their expressions grave. Joining Yang Xiao in the chant, "Burn my frail body, sacred fire ablaze. What joy is there in life? What pain in death? To eradicate evil, only the light remains. Joy and sorrow, all return to dust. Pity the world, fraught with woes." Their voices echoed repeatedly upon the bright summit, their faces betraying not a hint of fear. On a nearby mountaintop, Zhao Min, clad in white robes and holding a folding fan, disguised herself as a man. As she watched the Bright Church on the verge of being consumed by flames, a smile involuntarily graced her fair face. Turning to her companion, she smiled. These rebellious subjects of the Bright Church display a certain tenacity, but after today, they shall never again oppose the court. This world ultimately belongs to our dynasty. Without waiting for her subordinates to echo her sentiments, Zhao Min's smile froze upon her visage. The sound of footsteps and the clanking of chains resonated in a disordered symphony. The members of the 6 major sects turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, their expressions a tapestry of complexity and divergence. The leaders of the Ming sect abruptly turned, their faces alight with a flicker of hope. It was the divine fist, Li Zhiga, and also, Brother Wuji. "Father, we shall not perish." Yang Buhui nearly leapt with joy. Yang Xiao and the Ming sect leaders heaved a collective sigh of relief, their spirits easing somewhat. Abbot Kongji also quietly exhaled. He had sensed a shift in the atmosphere, and the appearance of divine fist Li Zhiga at this juncture was not unwelcome. Unlike Kongji, the monk Kongxing regarded the approaching tall figure with a simmering fury in his eyes, a sentiment echoed by the other Shaolin disciples. Song Yuanqiao's gaze was frosty as he regarded Li Zhiga, his expression sharp as ice. Zhang Songqi, Yin Lighting, and Emei Shingu's countenances were equally grim, each harboring a semblance of chill in their eyes. Yu Lianzhou let out a quiet sigh, choosing to say nothing further. Li Zhiga rendered Song Qishu completely powerless, shattering his martial prowess and destroying his dantian, thus transforming him into a mere shell of a man. Under such circumstances, it was nearly impossible for the Wudong sect to harbor any goodwill towards Li Zhiga. Zhou Zhuruo, gripping her long sword, fixated her gaze on Li Zhiga, unmasking her murderous intent without reservation. Upon noticing Zhang Wuji trailing behind Li Zhiga, her expression deepened with a hint of foreboding. As Li Zhiga approached, He Taichung felt a pang of unease, sensing impending misfortune. Meanwhile, Xin Yu Tong and the 5 elders of the Kongtong sect exhibited little reaction. Li Zhiga strode forward with purpose, while Zhang Wuji and Xiao Zhao followed closely in his wake, matching his pace. Upon entering the arena, Li Zhiga surveyed the crowd, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Those disciples from the 6 major sects, lacking sufficient prowess, averted their gazes, unable to meet the gaze of this formidable figure. Renowned as the 2nd most powerful in the martial world, Li Zhiga remained silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the entire bright summit. Gulp! The Qingyi Bat King discreetly swallowed. Astonished by the presence before him, a sentiment echoed by the other high-ranking members of the Ming sect. The shadow of the tree casts the name of the person. This is the renowned divine fist, Li Zhiga, who, without uttering a word, had already subdued the collective might of the 6 great sects. Abbot Kongji's gaze grew solemn. He discerned the change. Compared to their last encounter in Qiantang, the aura of the divine fist, Li Zhiga, had deepened considerably. What a formidable young man. As the initiator of this assault on the Bright Summit, Abbot Kongji, albeit reluctantly, felt compelled to step forward and respectfully inquired, Master Li, what brings you to the Bright Summit? Li Zhiga gazed at the crowd, calmly addressing them. I have come to put an end to this massacre within the martial arts world. I implore you all to grant me this favor and withdraw from the Bright Summit. Li Zhiga's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone atop the Bright Summit. The members of the 6 great sects exchanged glances. Uncertainty etched upon their faces. Before the leaders of the 6 sects could respond, Kongxing leaped forward, coldly reprimanding. Li Zhiga, who do you think you are? Why should we show you any respect? You harmed my senior brother Kongwen in Qiantang, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Prepare to meet your end. Kongxing no? As he witnessed Kongxing's reckless charge, Kongji was taken aback, exclaiming in alarm. In this generation of Shaolin, the monks of the Kong lineage held power, and among them, the 4 great monks, Kongjian, Kongwen, Kongji, and Kongxing, boasted the highest talents and martial prowess. Kongjian, the most compassionate, had once intervened to prevent Xie Sun from indiscriminately killing in the martial world, using the indestructible Vajra technique to withstand Xie Sun's 13 strikes unharmed. Realizing he could not injure Kongjian, Xie Sun resorted to taking his own life. Unprepared, Kongjian advanced to stop him and fell victim to a sneak attack. Succumbing to the 7 injuries fist, Kongwen, the most decisive and shrewd, had seen Shaolin flourish under his guidance. However, 2 months prior, he sought death in Qiantang, only to be slain by Li Zhiga's hand. Kongji, the calmest and most far-sighted, ascended to the position of abbot following Kongwen's demise. Kongxing, on the other hand, was the most tempestuous and impulsive. As Kongxing charged forward, Li Zhiga raised his gaze. Li Zhiga, towering in stature at just over 1.9 meters, stood a head taller than the average person. He raised his palm, descending from above, aimed at the bald crown of his opponent. As his hand came down, there was no earth-shattering roar, no tumultuous winds, but rather an unstoppable force, akin to the very weight of Kunlun Mountain bearing down. Kongxing, enveloped in a radiant golden light as though clad in golden armor, felt his facial muscles transform into a hue of gold. He lifted his fist, adopting the stance of a monk lifting a cauldron, bracing himself against Li Zhiga's formidable strike. With a resounding crack, Li Zhiga's palm shattered Kongxing's arm and crushed the crown of his head. With another lift of his hand, he sought to bring the weight of Kunlun crashing down. Li Zhiga's palm pressed upon the bare crown of the monk Kongxing, as though it were resting upon the very hearts of the onlookers, causing their pulses to momentarily falter. In that instant, everyone felt the summit of Guangming tremble, as if the majestic Kunlun mountains themselves were quaking. Bang! Li Zhiga unleashed a powerful palm strike, causing the monk Kongxing to topple awkwardly to the ground, producing a dull thud. The famed indestructibility of the Shaolin Temple's Vajra technique proved to be more fragile than tofu beneath Li Zhiga's formidable strength. Amitabha! Master Kongji clasped his hands together, his voice hoarse, eyes shut in anguish. Kongxing, Kongzhu. A group of monks gasped in unison, gritting their teeth as they beheld the towering figure. Yet none dared to take a step forward. A collective intake of breath echoed among them. The Vajra technique, heralded as one of the foremost and most challenging skills among the Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques, once perfected, would grant the practitioner a body akin to golden armor, transforming them into an invincible being capable of withstanding any external assault. Truly, a divine defense in the realm of martial arts. Yet, before the divine fist of Li Zhiga, the indestructibility of the Vajra technique seemed nothing more than an illusion. Li Zhiga gazed towards the direction of Shaolin and inquired, Master Kongji, your esteemed junior brother has shown me a lack of respect and has actively provoked me. Now that he has fallen beneath my hand, can he truly harbor any resentment towards me? Master Kongji opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a trembling voice replied, there is no blame. Li Zhiga inquired once more, will Shaolin grant the favor of Li Certain? Naturally, Shaolin would extend its courtesy to the esteemed leader of the Li clan. Li Zhiga turned his head and calmly addressed the remaining members of the 6 major sects, saying, "Is there anyone else who dares to disregard my presence? Step forward without hesitation." As Li Zhiga's words echoed, silence enveloped the 6 major sections. After a brief pause, Song Yuanxiao stepped forward, followed closely by Yu Lianzhou, Zhang Songxi, Yin Litian, and Emei Xinggu. With a grave expression, Song Yuanxiao spoke solemnly, "Masterly, your influence is indeed formidable. The 7 heroes of Wuxia have come to witness your esteemed prowess." Li Zhiga, with an impassive expression, extended his hand. "Please." Zhang Wuji felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he reached out to grasp Li Zhiga's sleeve, pleading earnestly, "Brotherly, I implore you to show mercy." Li Zhiga turned his head and chuckled, "Since you have spoken, I shall refrain from using excessive force." With a resounding clash, 5 treasured swords were simultaneously unsheathed. The harmonious chime of the blades pierced the sky, resembling shooting stars trailing through the air, igniting sparks as they cut through the atmosphere. Converging upon Li Zhiga from 5 distinct directions, the sword energies intertwined and danced, the brilliance of the blades fracturing into myriad shards, casting a vast net that descended upon Li Zhiga. Li Zhiga nodded slightly. Indeed, these disciples, personally trained by Zhang Zhenren, each stand as remarkable masters in their own right. Together, the 5 of them exude an imposing aura. Yet, this is still insufficient. To speak candidly, in the contemporary martial world, unless Zhang Zhenren himself descends from the mountain, no one else can compel Li to acknowledge their presence. Faced with the long swords thrusting towards him, Li Zhiga stood resolutely, akin to the majestic Kunlun, his presence unwavering. From his very being, an imperceptible force field spread and expanded. Song Yuanxiao and the others found themselves hindered by an immense repulsive force, their bodies suspended helplessly in midair, unable to advance or retreat. Their swords felt as though they were mired in a quagmire, each attempt to penetrate even the slightest distance proving to be exceedingly arduous. Li Zhiga, with a swift motion of his hands, unleashed a tremendous force akin to a catastrophic landslide or a tidal wave. Bang! The sheer power collided with Song Yuanxiao and his companions, sending them hurtling through the air like discarded sacks, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhang Wuji, in a state of alarm, was about to rush forward to assess their condition. To his astonishment, Song Yuanxiao and the others managed to rise, propping themselves up with their swords, only to expel a mouthful of blood, their faces ashen and their eyes filled with terror. Such formidable strength, such extraordinary martial prowess. It seemed this young man was not far from their master. Despite their reluctance to admit it, the title of the 2nd greatest in the world, Li Zhiga, was undeniably well-deserved. Song Yuanxiao and his companions dared not dwell on the implications, for the formidable Li Zhiga was still remarkably youthful, not yet 30. Noticing that Song Yuanxiao and the others were not gravely harmed, Zhang Wuji let out a sigh of relief. In stark contrast to the shock experienced by Song Yuanxiao's group, those around them were even more astounded. Had the 2nd greatest, Li Zhiga, truly reached such an overwhelming level of strength? He had effortlessly defeated Song Yuanxiao and his companions with apparent ease, clearly not exerting his full might. This level of martial skill could very well rival that of the legendary Zhang, who had dominated the martial world for decades. Behind Li Zhiga, the senior members of the Ming sect furrowed their brows in contemplation. Wei Yixiao leaned in, lowering his voice to inquire, "Do any of you find the martial arts displayed by the sect leader just now rather familiar?" The 5 scatterers all nodded in unison, recognizing the essence of the techniques, yet unable to pinpoint their origins. Yang Shao's expression turned grave as he solemnly replied, "It is the art of the great shift of heaven and earth. He has mastered this technique and elevated it to an unprecedented level. Even during the time of the late Yang sect leader, this art was not practiced to such an extent. I was fortunate to be favored by the late sect leader, who imparted the initial 2 layers of the technique to me. However, after more than 20 years of diligent practice, I have barely managed to grasp those 2 layers." Upon hearing Yang Shao's revelation, the senior members of the Ming sect exchanged glances, finally understanding why Li Zhiga's martial prowess felt so hauntingly familiar. Li Zhiga paid no heed to the crowd behind him, nor did he acknowledge the defeated members of the Wudong sect. Instead, he directed his gaze towards He Taichong, Xian Yu Tong, the 5 elders of Tong, and Zhou Zhuo, inquiring, "Will you grant me this favor?" Xian Yu Tong, slightly shrinking his neck, stepped forward with a beaming smile and respectfully replied, I may disregard the favor of anyone from the Huashan sect, but I must extend my respect to Master Li. He Taichung, though his expression soured, nodded in agreement, indicating that the Kunlun sect would also grant this favor. The 5 elders of Tong were not obstinate either. Their faces were adorned with smiles, rivaling Xian Yutong's. Zhou Zhuo clenched her teeth, remaining silent. The usually acerbic Ding Minjun had transformed into a timid ostrich, hiding among her seniors and juniors, muttering quietly, Master, it is not that I am unfilial. I must preserve my life to strengthen the Emei sect. Surely, you do not wish to see us perish in vain. Gazing at the imposing figure clad in azure, despair took root in the hearts of the remaining disciples of Emei, extinguishing their thirst for vengeance. While avenging their master was indeed crucial, what means did they possess to seek retribution? Chapter 64. About the 5 dispersers, the bright summit was enveloped in profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Observing the towering figure in azure, the crowd felt that Li Zhige's presence had grown even more formidable, resembling a great mountain looming before them. In this world, there already existed a monumental mountain, one that overshadowed the martial realm, a mountain that commanded admiration and reverence, known as Zhangsanfeng. Now, the world had been graced with a second mountain, equally daunting as the first, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation. Li Zhige paid no heed to Song Yuan Xiao and the others, instead surveying the surroundings before proclaiming, Esteemed guests, allow me to share a thought. My intervention in this impending conflict among the martial arts community is, in fact, for the benefit of the Central Plains martial arts world. Consider for a moment. Why would the Ming sect desire to eliminate your disciples and incinerate your properties? Such actions would only render the Ming sect the pariah of the martial arts community. What advantage could they possibly gain from this? Upon hearing Li Zhige's words, the crowd furrowed their brows. In truth, it was unnecessary for Li Zhige to articulate this. The likes of Kong Ji, He Taichung, Song Yuan Xiao, and Zhou Zhuo had already sensed that something was amiss, for they were not devoid of understanding, though they had refrained from delving deeper into the matter. Before the 6 major sects could voice their thoughts, Li Zhige turned his gaze towards Yang Xiao and inquired, Yang left envoy, has your Ming sect ever resorted to slaughtering disciples from the 6 major sects or setting fire to their establishments? Yang Xiao promptly rose, affirming with unwavering conviction, absolutely not. The holy sect has never engaged in such deeds. Li Zhige nodded and then turned his gaze towards the 6 major sects, speaking calmly. I too believe that these matters were not orchestrated by the Ming sect. Xin Yu Tong, still perplexed, rubbed his nose and inquired of Li Zhige, Master Li, you assert that the disciples of the Huashan sect were not slain by the Ming sect. Yet, our Huashan sect has no enmity in the martial world. Who would dare to slay our disciples and devastate our properties? Li Zhige's gaze was profound and laden with meaning as he inquired. Among the 6 major sects besieging the bright summit and obliterating the Ming sect, who stands to gain the most? The court? That wretched court. My Huashan sect has maintained a non-aggression pact with them, yet they dare to slay my disciples and set fire to my properties. Such audacity, such insolence. Xin Yutong finally regained his composure, his anger causing him to leap to his feet, unleashing a torrent of invective against the court. The 5 elders of Tong wore somber expressions. They had been unwittingly manipulated by the court. Had it not been for the piercing insights of the divine fist, Li Zhige, they might still be oblivious to the truth. Kong Ji displayed no surprise. In fact, he had harbored suspicions about the answer even before their arrival at the bright summit. However, at that moment, the monks in the temple were consumed by fury, and he needed to quell their wrath before countering the proposal made by Yuan to attack the bright summit. The Kunlun sect's mountain gate was not far from the bright summit, and He Taichung was fully aware that it was not the Ming sect responsible for the conflict. Yet, in his pursuit to establish the Kunlun sect's dominance in the northwest martial arts world, he fervently advocated for this siege on the bright summit. Li Zhige surveyed his surroundings and spoke slowly. The disciples of the Ming sect are scattered throughout the world. Though their actions may be shrouded in secrecy, they have never been malevolent in nature. Hundreds of thousands of Ming sect disciples have laid down their lives, shedding their blood in pursuit of a singular aspiration, to expel the invaders and restore the lands of our Han dynasty. Esteemed leaders, as members of the martial world of Central Plains, why must you oppose the Ming sect and engage in actions that foster enmity among kin? Without waiting for a response, Li Zhige continued, disputes within the martial world are one matter, But before the noble endeavor of restoring our Han dynasty, can we not discern the clear distinction between right and wrong? Li Zhige's gaze was as sharp as a blade, causing the members of the 6 major sects to bow their heads in deference, unwilling to meet his eyes. Observing their submission, Li Zhige's tone softened, and he spoke calmly. Esteemed leaders, I, Li, am but an unworthy individual. I implore you to cease hostilities and unite with the Ming sect to resist the Yuan. In our martial community of the Central Plains, united as one, what do we have to fear from the court? Once we have restored our Han land, you may fight as you will, and I shall not utter a word of complaint. Well said, Leader Li, exclaimed Zhou Dian, who had never before admired anyone in his life. Li Zhige was the first to earn his respect. I, Lung Qian, feel the same. Leader Li, your righteousness deserves my bow, and mine as well, added Peng Yingyu, as does mine. Chimed Zhang Zhong, and mine, echoed Shuao Budu. The 5 wanderers of the Ming sect, dragging their wounded bodies, stepped forward, bowing respectfully in unison to Li Zhige. They had fought valiantly on the front lines against the Yuan, suffering countless grievances, and yet had been disparaged as demons of the evil sect by the 6 major sects. Why did the 5 wanderers refuse to acknowledge Yang Xiao? Because they had bled alongside their brothers in battle against the court, striving for the cause of resisting the Yuan, while Yang Xiao, in pursuit of Ji Xiaofu, had engaged in conflict with the ruthless master of extinction. Thus, the 5 wanderers naturally did not recognize Yang Xiao as their leader. However, Li Zhige understood their plight and had even rescued the Ming sect in their moment of crisis, leaving them deeply moved, gazing upon his tall, majestic figure clad in green. The 5 wanderers felt as if the radiance emanating from him was blinding. Li Zhige was a hero of his time, earning the admiration of Song Yuanxiao. With Li Zhige's call to arms, Song Yuanxiao and the entire Wudong sect resolved to unite the martial world in the pursuit of resisting the Yuan. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Song Yuanxiao stepped forward, sword in hand, and saluted Li Zhige. Despite the fact that the divine fist Li Zhige had crippled his son, Song Yuanxiao still held great respect for him, recognizing the distinction between right and wrong. Yu Lianzhou and others also drew their swords and stepped forward, saluting Li Zhige. Witnessing his uncles harbor no animosity towards his elder brother, Zhang Wuji wore a smile of maternal pride. Following Song Yuanxiao, Master Kongji stepped forward to express Shaolin's stance, with Wudong and Shaolin both declaring their allegiance. It was only natural for Kunlun, Kongtong, and Huashan to follow suit. Master Kongji's face bore a veil of sorrow as he looked at Li Zhige and spoke hoarsely. Leader Li, if there are no further matters, I shall lead my disciples back to the mountain. Li Zhige shook his head, urging Master Kongji to pause. Please summon Master Yuanjin from your esteemed sect. I have certain inquiries to address before the assembly. Master Kongji remained silent, his expression revealing a hint of discomfort. Beside him, an elderly monk of the Kong lineage, torn between sorrow and rage, constrained his fury and spoke. Li Zhige, do not go too far. Master Yuanjin's disciple has already passed away en route to the summit of Guangming. What further questions do you have for him? Li Zhige remained unfazed. As his junior was on the verge of clashing with the formidable Li Zhige, Master Kongji hastily interjected, instructing to bring forth the body of Yuan Zhen for the esteemed leader to examine. 2 young monks clad in gray robes approached, bearing a stretcher, their heads bowed, too intimidated to meet Li Zhige's gaze. Upon the stretcher, Yuan Zhen lay pallid and devoid of life, appearing to have succumbed to death some time ago. Yang Xiao and the others squinted at the lifeless form, recalling that it was this very monk who had stealthily administered the 10 fragrance, soft muscle powder to ambush them. Dead? How could he be dead? Just moments ago, he seemed perfectly fine. Zhang Wuji found it hard to accept. He stepped forward, attempting to ascertain Yuan Zhen's breath. Li Zhige forcefully pulled Zhang Wuji aside, raising his palm with a smile. Brother Wuji, he said, today, I shall impart a lesson to you. What the eyes perceive is not always the truth. Although the turtle breathing technique may seem lackluster, it is not without practitioners. What are you planning, Li Zhige? The monks of the Yuan lineage glared furiously as they beheld Li Zhige raise his hand towards the lifeless body of Yuan Zhen. Li Zhige pressed down with a swift and forceful palm. The cunning Yuan Zhen had stealthily released the 10 fragrance soft tendon powder. Intending to incapacitate even someone of Li's caliber, such treachery could not be tolerated. Chapter 65. Allow me with a decisive strike. He descended rapidly. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yuan Zhen had already tensed his nerves. As Li Zhige's palm descended, he deftly rolled away, distancing himself by several dozen feet before finally coming to a halt. Had the dead truly risen? At the bright summit, all present were rendered speechless. Moments later, realization dawned upon the onlookers. It was merely a ruse, the monk feigning death. Techniques, such as the turtle breathing skill and the deadwood technique, though rare, undeniably existed, albeit most practitioners deemed them unworthy of pursuit. Zhang Wuji clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. The mere thought of the torment his adoptive father had endured over the decades stirred a deep-seated hatred within him. Despite the relentless pressure from various sects that led to the suicides of his parents, Zhang Zuishan and Yin Susu, he had never harbored the same animosity towards the sects as he did towards Chen Kuan. Li Zhigu raised his gaze towards the retreating Chen Kuan and remarked with a sardonic smile, "I had thought you would maintain your pretense indefinitely, yet here you are, standing. Chen Kuan, it seems you are not as astute as I had presumed. Had you chosen to remain seated and allowed me to end your life, at least I would have gained a reputation for being ruthlessly cruel. But by rising, you not only deny me that notoriety, but you also seal your own fate." Chen Kuan's eyes burned with resentment, his voice hoarse as he bitterly retorted, "Li Zhigu, I harbor no grievances against you. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly?" Li Zhiga shook his head. "You have sought refuge with the royal house of Ruyang, inflicting harm upon the martial world of the Central Plains. Can you accept this explanation?" Listening to the exchange between Li Zhiga and Chen Kuan, the crowd atop the bright summit looked at Chen Kuan in confusion. Master Kongji's expression darkened like a tempestuous sky. He recalled the various peculiarities exhibited by this disciple of Yuan Zhen and could not restrain himself from demanding, "Yuan Zhen, who exactly are you? What is your true purpose in infiltrating our Shaolin?" Li Zhiga broke into a smile, addressing Master Kongji. "He will not respond, so allow me to speak on his behalf. Before you embraced monastic life, you were renowned as the formidable Hunyuan pilehand, Chen Kuan. In your quest to obliterate the Ming sect, you heinously murdered your disciple Xie Sun's wife, strangled Xie Sun's infant child, and exterminated his entire family, inciting Xie Sun's madness and unleashing a torrent of bloodshed upon the realm. Furthermore, you sought refuge with the Ruyang Wangfu, serving as a mere hound to Princess Xiaomin. The assault on the bright summit orchestrated by the 6 major sects was your design." At Li Zhiga's revelation, an uproar erupted across the bright summit, with Master Kongji trembling in indignation. "Eliminate him. Master Li, rid us of this traitorous minion of the Yuan court. He must be slain." As the crowd clamored for blood, Li Zhiga nodded, resolute in his intent to not spare Chen Kuan. Generally, he refrained from taking the lives of those without enmity, for he was no mere villain reveling in murder. Yet, Chen Kuan was an exception. As Li Zhiga prepared to strike, Zhang Wuji grasped his sleeve and spoke in a hushed tone, "Brotherly, permit me to handle this." Li Zhiga nodded slightly. In truth, Zhang Wuji's true energy was far more robust than Li Zhiga's, though the extent of his battle prowess remained uncertain to Li Zhiga. However, it seemed he faced little challenge in eliminating Chen Kuan. As Zhang Wuji approached, his visage consumed by hatred, Chen Kuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Young man, I have no animosity with you, do I? Why do you seek to take my life?" The crowd turned their gaze toward Zhang Wuji. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Wuji retorted, "Chen Kuan, you caused my adoptive father's family to be shattered and brought him to the brink of madness, leaving him in a state of torment, neither human nor ghost. Do you truly believe there is no enmity between us?" Chen Kuan narrowed his eyes and cautiously asked, "You are Zhang Wuji?" "Indeed, I am Zhang Wuji. Chen Kuan, today I shall avenge my adoptive father's 13 family members by ending your life." The name Zhang Wuji sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd atop the bright summit. The name was not unfamiliar to those within the martial world. "It is Wuji, my beloved grandson Wuji." Yin Tianjing struggled to rise, tears streaming down his face as he beheld the tall figure with snow-white hair, even his eyebrows resembling the frost. "Wuji, my nephew." "Brother, it is indeed my nephew Wuji. He still lives." The warriors of the Wudong's 7 heroes, including Emei Shingu, were also moved to tears. The bond among the 7 heroes was stronger than that of brothers. When Zhang Zuishan took his own life, Yin Susu followed suit. They had failed to protect Zhang Zuishan, nor could they save Yin Susu. And even Zhang Wuji's cold poison remained unresolved, leaving Song Yuanxiao and the others with lingering guilt. It is no exaggeration to say that Song Yuanxiao held Zhang Wuji in even higher regard than his own son, Song Qingshu. Li Zhiga stepped aside, allowing Zhang Wuji to confront Chen Kuan. With a swift motion, Zhang Wuji charged forward, his fists enveloped in a shimmering violet glow, aiming directly for Cheng Kuen's face. Cheng Kuen, quick to react, deftly sidestepped, his fingers flickering with a blue light as he aimed a strike at Zhang Wuji's waist. However, before Cheng Kuen's phantasmal finger could make contact, Zhang Wuji was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable force of repulsion that propelled Cheng Kuen away. Without hesitation, Zhang Wuji began to unleash a series of strikes with both hands. As he moved, waves of rippling energy surged through the air, each pulse of power flowing from him with the grace of a serpent in motion. Yang Xiao stared in disbelief, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. While it is one thing for the leader Li to master the art of Qian Kun de Nui, how could Zhang Wuji have achieved it as well?" In that moment, Yang Xiao began to doubt his own abilities. After 2 decades of dedication, he had only managed to grasp the first 2 levels of the Qian Kun de Nui technique. Yet, how long had Li Zhigu and Zhang Wuji been practicing? At most, just a single night. It was one thing for the illustrious Li Zhigu, the second greatest martial artist under heaven, whose talent was beyond question. But what of Zhang Wuji? Was it possible that Yang Xiao's own aptitude was, in truth, quite lacking? Wei Yishao, with unblinking eyes, observed Zhang Wuji's silhouette and inquired. Yang was sure, although both wield the Qian Kun de Nui. Why does the version employed by Zhang Xiao differ from that of Li Menju? The 5 scatterers also turned their gaze to Yang Xiao, sharing his confusion. Yang Xiao shook his head. "I have barely begun to master the first 2 levels of the Qian Kun de Nui. Regardless of whether it is Li Menju or Zhang Xiao, they have both cultivated this technique to an extraordinarily profound level, a distinction I do not fully comprehend." Around Zhang Wuji, waves of energy pulsed, creating ripples in the air, as if a multitude of ethereal serpents sought to ensnare Cheng Kuen. Yet, like a slippery loach, Cheng Kuen skillfully evaded the grasp of these spectral serpents. Li Zhiga shook his head. Although Zhang Wuji was filled with resentment and acted out of anger, he did not possess the resolve to end Cheng Kuen's life. To borrow a phrase from the tale of the Bao Lian lantern, Zhang Wuji's true energy was imbued with mercy, which allowed Cheng Kuen to evade demise for so long. Had it been Li Zhiga in his stead, he would have assuredly dispatched Cheng Kuen with 2 decisive strikes, leaving no room for a third. After a prolonged exchange of blows, Zhang Wuji propelled himself into the air, soaring to a height of 10 or more feet. With fists clenched, he unleashed his full might upon Cheng Kuen. Ultimately, Cheng Kuen could not evade the onslaught. His chest caved in, and he appeared wan, spewing blood and teetering on the brink of death. The onlookers were awestruck by Zhang Wuji's display of martial prowess. First, there was the formidable Li Zhiga, and now, a remarkable Zhang Wuji had emerged. Song Yuan Xiao and the others exchanged glances of satisfaction, repeatedly exclaiming, "Our Wuji has grown. The Wudong sect has a promising successor." As Zhang Wuji approached Cheng Kuen, his eyes seethed with fury as he demanded, "Cheng Kuen, did you ever consider this day when you harmed my adoptive family?" Cheng Kuen scoffed, turning his head away, and coldly replied, "To the victor belong the spoils. I have lost to you, so do as you wish. I will kill you." Zhang Wuji raised his hand, his expression a tumult of sorrow and rage. Yet he could not bring himself to strike. He lifted his hand several times, pressing it halfway down, only to withdraw it again, repeating this agonizing cycle as he gasped for breath. Li Zhiga shook his head, stepped forward a few paces, and pulled Zhang Wuji aside. "Brother Wuji, you cannot bring yourself to do it. Allow me to take care of this." Crack! Li Zhiga did not hesitate to strike with a decisive palm, instantly producing the sound of shattering bones. Cheng Kuen's body swayed and collapsed into a pool of blood, falling silent. Chapter 66. The relinquishment of the position of the leader. Li Zhiga retracted his palm, no longer casting a glance at the fallen Cheng Kuen. It was evident that this time, Cheng Kuen was truly dead. Zhang Wuji gasped for breath, turning to Li Zhiga, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Li Zhiga gently patted Zhang Wuji on the shoulder, choosing to remain silent. Zhang Wuji's inherent disposition made it exceedingly difficult for him to strike against another, as such character traits are not easily altered by mere persuasion. The members of the 6 sects gazed at Cheng Kuen, who lay fallen in a pool of blood, their expressions laden with complexity. Leading the group was Yang Xiao, flanked by Im Tianzhong, while the 5 dispersers lagged a few steps behind, all converging before Li Zhiga. Yang Xiao bowed respectfully to Li Zhiga and spoke first, "Master Li, We are immensely grateful for your intervention in rescuing our sacred sect from peril. Every member of our sect is indebted to your magnanimity. The Qiankuan Great Transfer is the hallmark divine skill of our sect, traditionally mastered only by the leader. Masterly. Your generosity towards our sect and your mastery of the Qiankuan Great Transfer compel me to dare suggest that you assume the position of the 34th leader of our sacred sect. A figure of your caliber, should you take on the mantle of leadership, would undoubtedly earn the wholehearted allegiance of our disciples. Yang Shao's expression was sincere, his tone respectful, as he gazed expectantly at Li Zhiga. Historically prideful, Yang Shao had rarely found anyone worthy of his admiration, save for the previous leader, Yang Dingtian. Yet now, he found himself utterly captivated by the man before him. Zhou Jinjin chimed in. Indeed, masterly, you should remain as our leader. Your brothers would rally around you. Under your guidance, the sacred sect will surely unite as one, driving the Mongols back to the steppes and restoring the Central Plains to the Han dynasty's rightful lineage. Masterly, please consent to this. There is no one more fitting for the role of leader than you. The 5 dispersers echoed his sentiment, their eagerness surpassing even that of Yang Shao. Urging Li Zhiga to accept the position, disciples of the Sharp Gold Banner implore Master Li to assume leadership. Disciples of the Great Wood Banner implore Master Li to assume leadership. Disciples of the Flood Banner implore Master Li to assume leadership. The voices of the 5 Elements Banner, along with the 4 doors of heaven, earth, wind, and thunder, all turned towards the resolute figure clad in azure. Should this man lead them, they would lay down their lives without a hint of regret. The cries of the sacred sect resounded throughout the bright summit. Zhang Wuji, smiling, turned to the nearby Xiao Zhao and said, Xiao Zhao, Brother Li is truly a great hero of our time. With him as our leader, the sacred sect will undoubtedly flourish. Xiao Zhao, however, wore a grave expression and replied softly, having encountered the divine fist of Li Zhiga. It is difficult for anyone not to be impressed by his demeanor. The members of the 6 sects observed the scene of Li Zhiga being surrounded by the elite of the sacred sect, falling into a contemplative silence. On a nearby peak by the bright summit, Zhao Min's subordinates instinctively took a few steps back, for they had never witnessed their princess in such a state of disarray. Zhao Min's face darkened, her aura brimming with murderous intent as she gritted her teeth and coldly remarked, Li Zhiga. Once again, it is Li Zhiga? Should he indeed succeed to the leadership of the sacred sect, I fear that the sect will become even more formidable. That worthless Yuan Jun, unable to handle such a trivial matter, is truly deserving of his demise. At this moment, Jia Yadu and the 2 elders of Xianming fell silent, refraining from provoking Zhao Min. In the expansive central area of the bright summit, Li Zhiga cast his gaze upon Yang Shao and the other members of the Ming cult. He raised his hand to quell the murmurs and spoke loudly. I am grateful for the affection shown by my brothers of the Ming cult, but I, Li, am unworthy of this position as leader. Yang Shao and the others furrowed their brows, instinctively inquiring, Master Li, what is the reason for this? Li Zhiga shook his head and replied, I have no desire for power, nor do I seek the position of the sect leader. I urge all the brothers of the Ming sect to refrain from mentioning it again. I have already helped you break free from the encirclement of the 6 major sects, and you were to borrow my perspective on the great shift of the universe, as previously agreed upon. Moreover, there are others more suited than I to succeed the leadership. Everyone turned their gaze towards Li Zhiga, their eyes filled with perplexity. Li Zhiga firmly grasped Zhang Wuji, drawing him closer and presenting him to the assembly. He addressed the crowd, stating, This esteemed brother Wuji possesses a kind and compassionate heart, and has also mastered the art of the Qiankuan Denuai. He is the grandson of the white-browed Eagle King and the adopted son of the golden-haired Lion King, Xie's son. Is there anyone more fitting to assume the position of the leader? Furthermore, the testament of the late leader, Yang Dingtian, entrusted the role of the leader to Xie's son. And as Wuji is his adopted son, it is only rightful that he should succeed him. Esteemed brothers of the Ming sect, I, Li, have pressing matters to attend to and shall not linger here at the bright summit. Li Zhiga truly harbors no desire to ascend to the position of the leader. For once he assumes the role, he must engage in the intricacies of governance and lead the tens of thousands of disciples of the Ming sect in their resistance against the Yuan court. Every utterance could determine the fate of countless followers. Should he become the leader, his time and energy would be consumed, leaving him no opportunity to scale the formidable peak of Zhangzhenren. If he were to remain in this world for a lifetime, he would surely find a way to claim the position of leader rather than relinquishing it to Zhang Wuji. However, with the possibility of continued transcendence, his aspirations do not dwell upon the pursuit of sovereign power. Even if he were to stand atop the pinnacle of worldly authority, a century hence he would merely be dust. What he seeks is not the fleeting pleasures of indulgence or the transient grasp of dominion over the world. Li Zhige's refusal took everyone by surprise. Zhang Wuji was pushed forward, feeling utterly uncomfortable as he repeatedly waved his hands at Li Zhige, exclaiming, "Brotherly, I cannot do this. If you make me the leader, Uncle Yang and the others will never agree." Yang Xiao and the others gazed at Zhang Wuji, contemplating this possibility. Firstly, Zhang Wuji had also mastered the art of the great shift of the universe. Secondly, he was a disciple of Zhang Sanfeng. Furthermore, he was the grandson of the white-browed Eagle King and the adopted son of the golden-haired Lion King. Thus, appointing him as the leader did not seem entirely out of the question. Yang Xiao regarded Zhang Wuji and refrained from voicing any objections. After all, Zhang Wuji had once entrusted the young Yang Buhui to the sitting Forget Peak, a great favor that Yang Xiao acknowledged. If Zhang Wuji were to become the leader, Yang Xiao would accept it, as he himself could never assume that role. The five scatterers remained silent, appraising Zhang Wuji. Considering his connections to the white-browed Eagle King and the golden-haired Lion King, they too refrained from contradicting him. Yin Tianjing stepped forward and clasped his hands, addressing the assembly. "Brothers, please lend me your ears. Leader Li has no desire for the position of chief. We cannot force him. However, we must select a leader. As the saying goes, choose the worthy without regard for kin. My grandson Wuji has mastered the great shift of the universe and, in light of Leader Yang's legacy, is indeed qualified to succeed as our leader. I, Yin Tianjing, support his ascension as the 34th leader of the Holy Church." Zhang Wuji, in a state of panic, rushed forward and grasped Yin Tianjing's sleeve, whispering, "Grandfather, I cannot be the leader." Yin Tianjing seized Zhang Wuji's wrist, nodding with satisfaction and confidence. "If grandfather says you can, then you certainly can." Yang Xiao stepped forward, unexpectedly proclaiming, "I support Zhang Wuji as the next leader." The five scatterers exchanged glances, offering no rebuttal. "Uncle Yang, I cannot do this. You should take on the role of leader. I know nothing of it. How could I lead?" Zhang Wuji grew increasingly anxious, yearning only to accompany his uncles back to Wudong to pay respects to their master, with no inclination to assume the mantle of the Bright Church leader. "Wuji, you should accept this. I believe the Bright Church will surely find its rightful path under your guidance," urged Yu Lianzhou, emerging from the crowd and casting an encouraging glance at Zhang Wuji. "Yu Erxia speaks wisely. Brother Wuji, do not shy away. If you become the leader, you will undoubtedly steer the Bright Church onto the right course." Zhou Jirua's eyes flickered as she stepped forward, urging Zhang Wuji to accept the position of leader. Zhang Wuji found himself in an agonizing predicament, torn between acceptance and refusal. Li Zhige paid no heed to Zhang Wuji, instead turning his gaze towards the several paths leading down the mountain. He inquired of Kongji and Song Yuan Xiao, "Esteemed leaders, I intend to descend from Guangming Peak. Would you care to accompany me? If my conjecture holds true, the esteemed Princess Xiaomin has likely set an ambush along the descent. Traveling together would afford us mutual protection." Song Yuan Xiao shook his head and replied, "Your good intentions are greatly appreciated, Master Li, and the Wudong sect is grateful. However, I have some matters to discuss with my nephew Wuji. Please, do proceed without me." Kongji then spoke, "Thank you for your reminder, Master Li. The old monk shall remain vigilant." With that, Master Kongji, accompanied by a throng of monks, chose a path down the mountain that diverged from Li Zhige's. In truth, Kongji wished to descend alongside Li Zhige, but he had to consider the sentiments of the many disciples. He Taichung followed suit, shaking his head. "Our Kunlun sect is not far off. We shall descend on our own. Should Master Li find the time, I would be delighted to host you at Kunlun." Li Zhige smiled and shook his head, expressing his gratitude to Master He for the invitation, but he had to continue his journey back to Jiangnan, perhaps next time. He Taichung ceased to speak further, leading Ban Shuxian and several dozen disciples of the Kunlun sect to choose another path down the mountain, neither accompanying Li Zhige nor the Shaolin. The five elders of Kong Tong emerged, addressing the leader of the Li sect, "We bid you farewell. Should you find the time, do visit us at Kong Tong. We shall certainly extend our warmest hospitality." Observing the separate descents of the Shaolin, Kunlun, and Kong Tong sects, Li Zhige shook his head, refraining from further persuasion. He had already given his warnings. If they chose to ignore them, they would ultimately bring misfortune upon themselves at the hands of Zhao Min. Had they descended together, Zhao Min might not have been able to act against them, yet they insisted on taking different paths. Li Zhiga no longer intends to concern himself with the fate of the 6 major sects. Xinyu Tong hastily approached, accompanied by dozens of disciples from the Huashan sect. And with a sycophantic smile, he addressed Li Zhiga, "Master Li, the Huashan sect will follow you to the bright summit." Li Zhiga cast a meaningful glance at Xinyu Tong, calmly nodding as he said, "Let us proceed." Beside the summit of Guangming Peak, Zhao Min wore a complex expression, softly murmuring, "The path twists and turns. Indeed, it is a winding road. Zayadu, prepare to descend immediately." Chapter 67. Reunion with an old friend descending from Guangming Peak. They reached the foot of the mountain without encountering any obstacles along the way. Zhao Min did not assign anyone to ambush Li Zhiga, and the Huashan sect was spared as well. Li Zhiga gazed at Xian Yutong and said with a smile, "Master Xian, let us bid farewell here." Xian Yutong, with a respectful gesture, smiled obsequiously and replied, "Master Li, you must visit Mount Hua when the opportunity arises. The entire Huashan sect eagerly awaits your presence." "There will be an opportunity." Li Zhiga nodded, watching the Huashan sect depart into the distance. Casting a glance back at the Kunlun mountain range, he raised his hand and clenched his fist, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the air, creating a tempestuous wind. With a single strike, he sought to shake the very foundations of Kunlun. At this moment, Li Zhiga was embarking on an endeavor to simplify the Nine-Yang scripture, aiming to harmonize the flow of Nine-Yang energy with the force of his punches. He was not merely adjusting the route of this energy. He was simultaneously revising the 72 punch steps and the 36 punch techniques. His goal was to derive a method of energy manipulation that would complement the cultivation of the Divine Fist, to strengthen the Divine Fist sect. He realized he could not rely solely on himself. Should he leave, the sect would inevitably decline. Thus, Li Zhiga was determined to enhance the Divine Fist. Furthermore, he aspired to take on several disciples to ensure the legacy of the Divine Fist would endure. As he journeyed onward, deep in thought, he sought to simplify and augment the existing foundations of the Divine Fist, striving to develop a martial art that was not only straightforward and accessible, but also immensely powerful. It is evident that any formidable martial art is born from the insights and innovations of its practitioners. Li Zhiga, a master of various martial arts, including the Divine Fist, the Nine-Yang Manual, the 12 palms of the dragon subduing, the prana of the dragon and elephant, the great shift of the universe, and the eagle claw capture, has honed his skills through relentless practice and exploration. Unbeknownst to him, he has departed from Kunlun Mountain and returned to the bustling city of Chang'an. Within the city, Li Zhiga settles down in a quaint noodle shop, his hands instinctively gesturing as he contemplates new techniques in his mind. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise interrupts his thoughts. "Is that you, my benefactor?" Li Zhiga raised his head, a smile gracing his face. Before him stood a simple and honest man, whose countenance was filled with delight, accompanied by a young boy of 6 or 7 years. "Benefactor, it truly is you," exclaimed the man. "From afar, I sensed it was you, so I brought Xiaoyo along to have a glimpse." Li Zhiga smiled, reaching out to gently pat the boy's head, inquiring, "Brother Wang, how have you fared these past 2 years?" Wang Dawa nodded earnestly, responding with excitement. "Thanks to our benefactor, who bestowed upon us some silver back then. I brought my wife and child to settle in Chang'an. My wife has managed to establish a shop, and our lives have become significantly more prosperous." Li Zhiga nodded and turned his gaze towards Wang Xiaoyo. The once small Wang Xiaoyo, clad in split-crotch pants and sporting 2 streams of snot, had now grown significantly taller and sturdier. Yet, he still bore the same nasal adornments, though his attire had changed. "Xiaoyo, do you remember your uncle?" Wang Xiaoyo, with a simple nod, replied, "I remember. My mother told me to remember what my uncle looks like, and I have not forgotten." Wang Dawa, standing nearby, chuckled. "Thanks to the blessings of the heavens, our family situation has improved considerably over the past 2 years. Xiaoyo has grown as well. I am considering sending him to a martial arts academy to learn some skills, so he may become a great hero in the future." Li Zhiga, with a sudden thought, reached out and touched Wang Xiaoyo. One's innate understanding is difficult to gauge, yet the essence of one's being can indeed be discerned. Wang Dawa, still brimming with excitement, eagerly pulled Li Zhiga along, fervently inviting him, "Benefactor, you simply must come to my home for a visit. My mother often speaks of you. If she were to see me bring you home, her joy would be beyond measure. Li Zhiga smiled and agreed. Wang Dawa slapped his son's head and instructed, Xiaonyou, go purchase some fine wine and exquisite dishes. Today we shall host our benefactor. Wang Xiaonyou rubbed his head and complained, Father, be gentle. Mother says I became foolish because of your smacks. Wang Dawa's eyes widened in surprise as he scolded, You little rascal, have you dared to rebel? Even if I did make you foolish, you must obediently accept it. No dodging. Oh, Father, Xiaonyou won't dodge, just be a bit gentler. Wang Xiaonyou, with a foolish grin, obediently leaned his head closer. Wang Dawa's eyes grew even wider as he kicked out and cursed, Aren't you going to buy the wine and dishes? Wang Xiaonyou tucked away the silver, forcefully inhaling back his runny nose, and turned to Li Zhiga, saying, Uncle Li, you go home with Father first. I will return promptly after buying the wine and dishes. Wang Dawa led Li Zhiga home, laughing, Xiaonyou is a bit foolish and not at all like me. Making our benefactor laugh. Li Zhiga cast a meaningful glance at Wang Dawa and replied with a smile, Xiaonyou possesses a truly earnest nature, indeed a talent worth nurturing. Rather than being merely foolish, Wang Dawa led Li Zhiga into a modest alley and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Benefactor, my home is rather untidy. I hope you can be forgiving. Li Zhiga shook his head, urging Wang Dage not to stand on ceremony, for he was not a person of lofty status. Only then did Wang Dawa feel reassured. He called out to the dilapidated courtyard, Xiaonyou's mother, come out quickly. Look who I've brought back. The woman emerged from the door, clad in a coarse cloth dress adorned with delicate floral patterns. A rough wooden hairpin held her hair in place, and her skin was dark and weathered, yet her face radiated a gentle smile. Upon seeing Li Zhiga, her expression brightened with surprise as she hurried over, grasping his sturdy wrist and leading him into the house. Benefactor, please come in swiftly. Xiaonyou's father, go and slaughter the fattest hen. Call me once it's done. Li Zhiga settled into the room and exchanged a few pleasantries with Chen Tsuhua, who was soon joined by Wang Xiaonyou, returning with wine and delicacies. At the dining table, Chen Tsuhua eagerly served dishes to Li Zhiga, her warmth overwhelming him. Observing this simple yet endearing couple, Li Zhiga smiled and remarked, Sister Tsuhua, I heard from Brother Wang that you plan to send Xiaonyou to the martial arts school? Chen Tsuhua nodded, affirming, indeed. After discussing it with Xiaonyou's father, we agreed that he should not follow in our unremarkable footsteps. He must acquire some skills. Although the martial arts school is costly, with some determination, his father and I can manage to enroll Xiaonyou. Once he masters these arts, he will be better equipped for whatever path he chooses, rather than merely leading the life of an ordinary citizen. Li Zhiga nodded. The profound paternal and maternal love, desiring for their child to achieve greatness, has remained unchanged for thousands of years. With his slender fingers tapping on the table, Li Zhiga thoughtfully inquired, Brother Wang, Sister Tsuhua, if you trust me, come with me to settle in Jiangnan, allowing Xiaonyou to join the Divine Fist sect, where I shall personally teach him the martial arts. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Tsuehua replied with a smile, This is wonderful. I have long harbored this thought, but was afraid to voice it, fearing that you might not think highly of Xiaonyou. Xiaonyou, why don't you bow to your master? Li Zhiga extended his hand, seemingly lifting Wang Xiaonyou, who was halfway down on his knees, with an invisible force. He shook his head and said, There is no need to bow just yet. After you have honored your master, you may then pay your respects to me. Witnessing Li Zhiga's ethereal act of support, Chen Tsuhua and Wang Dawa stared in awe, exchanging glances filled with uncontainable joy. Chapter 68. The acceptance of disciples upon returning to Jiangnan. Li Zhiga made his way directly to the Divine Fist sect. Han Maofei observed the seemingly reserved Chen Tsuhua and her family with curiosity, then turned his gaze to the exuberant youth. He inquired of Li Zhiga, Who are they? Li Zhiga chuckled, Master Uncle, allow me to introduce Brother Wang, his esteemed wife, and their son, Wang Xiaonyou. I became acquainted with their family 2 years ago. Noticing the boy's promising potential, I decided to take him as my disciple and brought them to Jiangnan. Pointing to the excited youth, Li Zhiga continued, This is Lin Yunxiao, the only son of Lin Chongfeng, the head of the Chongfeng escort agency in Shu. During my recent passage through Shu, Brother Lin entrusted him to me to learn some skills, and I gladly accepted. Xiaonyou, Yunxiao, come forth and pay your respects to Master Uncle. Lin Yunxiao immediately stepped forward. Bowing respectfully to Han Maofei, I pay my respects to Master Uncle. Wang Xiaonyou, with a comical snort, inhaled his runny nose and, imitating Lin Yunxiao, knelt down earnestly to bow to Han Maofei, his voice youthful, yet somewhat foolish. "I pay my respects to Master Uncle." "Good children, rise quickly," Han Maofei said, extending his hand to assist Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xiaoniu to their feet. Turning to Li Zhiga, he remarked, "With your current reputation in the martial world, there are many eager to join my Divine Fist sect, yet I have declined them all. You are the true leader of the Divine Fist sect, and all matters should be under your purview. I do not know how many more years I have left, but I hope to witness these young disciples grow and make their mark in the world of martial arts during my lifetime." Beside him, Lin Yunxiao quickly interjected, "Master Uncle, you are still quite young. I will diligently practice my martial arts to achieve mastery and carve a significant name for myself in the martial world. After all, my master is the unparalleled Divine Fist Li Zhiga. I cannot tarnish his esteemed reputation." Han Maofei nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Yunxiao, you must indeed train diligently. Your master uncle looks forward to witnessing the day you command respect in the martial world." "Rest assured, Master Uncle," Lin Yunxiao proclaimed, thumping his chest with youthful exuberance, drawing attention from those around him. Han Maofei was quite pleased with Lin Yunxiao. The boy appeared astute and promising. However, glancing at Wang Xiaoniu, who still had 2 streams of mucus hanging down his face, Han Maofei silently shook his head. In comparison to Lin Yunxiao, this child seemed rather dull-witted. Li Zhiga delivered a playful kick to Lin Yunxiao's backside, chiding him with a smile. "You little rascal, while my martial prowess is formidable, it has yet to reach the pinnacle of being the best in the world. Until I have bested that Master Zhang of Wudong Mountain, I cannot claim the title of the world's foremost. Temper your arrogance, and when you venture out, refrain from boasting excessively, lest you become the subject of ridicule among your peers in the martial world." Lin Yunxiao shook his head and earnestly replied, "Master, you will undoubtedly become the best in the world one day. My words are not mere bravado." Li Zhiga chose not to correct him, allowing him to proceed as he wished. Turning to Han Maofei, Li Zhiga spoke, "Master Uncle, I kindly ask you to escort Brother Wang and his companions to purchase a residence nearby for their accommodation. I shall accompany Yunxiao and Xiaoniu to seek a mentor. Brother Wang, Sister Cuohua, please follow my Master Uncle. The funds for the house shall be lent by me initially, and you may repay me once you have settled in and earned some income." Upon arriving in Jiangnan, Wang Dawa and Chun Cuihua felt somewhat constrained, merely nodding in agreement, ready to comply with Li Zhiga's arrangements. Han Maofei led the couple out, while Li Zhiga guided Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xiaoniu to the ancestral hall. Within the hall, several spirit tablets were reverently displayed in succession. Li Zhiga lit 3 incense sticks and placed them before the ancestral spirit of his master, smiling as he addressed, "Master, your disciple has also begun to take apprentices. This time, I have brought you 2 grand students. Yuxiao, Xiaoniu, why don't you pay your respects to your grandmaster?" After the 2 bowed, Li Zhiga's expression turned serious as he continued, "Now that you have paid homage to the founder, I shall outline some rules for you. Within my teachings, there are not many restrictions, but you must remember 2 fundamental principles. First, do not betray your master or forsake your ancestors. Second, do not bully the weak or engage in wanton slaughter of the innocent. If you can adhere to these tenets, you shall be regarded as my disciples. Should you fail to do so, I, Li Zhiga, will promptly send you back." Li Zhiga's words were primarily directed towards Lin Yunxiao. Wang Xiaoniu, being still quite young, requires gradual guidance. At the age of 15, Lin Yunxiao must be addressed with clarity. With a solemn expression, Lin Yunxiao assured Li Zhiga, "Master, rest assured. Your disciple would never engage in the treachery of betraying his teacher or ancestors, nor would he ever oppress the weak or perpetrate senseless violence." Wang Xiaoniu, bewildered, gazed on with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Li Zhiga gently patted the heads of the 2 individuals, refraining from further words before turning to exit the ancestral hall. In the martial arena of the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhiga slightly closed his eyes, his aura coalescing yet unspoken. On the other side, Shi Hongshi wielded a verdant bamboo staff with exceptional skill, her dog-beating stick technique creating a flurry of afterimages. Li Zhiga found no need to extensively instruct Shi Hongshi in martial arts. A mere nudge during her practice sufficed to ensure she did not err. Shi Hongshi's innate talent and comprehension were rather ordinary, merely average at best. Mastering the dog-beating stick technique would occupy her for most of her life. Should she divert her focus to other martial arts, the fear was that she would excel at none, constrained by her natural abilities. Perfecting a single martial art could allow her to navigate the martial world with ease. Not everyone possesses the versatility of Zhang Sanfeng, who can adeptly grasp all forms of martial arts. Lin Yuxiao, half-risen, gazed enviously at Shi Hongshi and addressed Li Zhiga, Master, having trained with my father. I need not practice the horse stance. Might you teach me martial arts directly? Li Zhiga cast a glance at him, choosing to remain indifferent. In truth, Lin Yunxiao was a gifted disciple, having studied the ancestral technique of the chaotic wind demon subduing staff prior to his arrival at the Divine Fist sect. With a solid foundation in martial arts, there was no need for him to engage in the rudimentary practice of horse stance. Li Zhiga instructed him to practice horse stance, not merely as a physical exercise, but as a means to test his character. Should his temperament prove satisfactory, Li Zhiga would undoubtedly be generous in imparting his knowledge. However, if his disposition were restless, even the finest talent would amount to naught but squandered potential. Wang Xiaonyo squatted nearby, refraining from complaint or expression of fatigue. His small face flushed crimson, yet he steadfastly maintained the horse stance. Li Zhiga cast a glance at Wang Xiaonyo, nodding discreetly as he remarked, "This youth resembles me." 2 months swiftly passed, during which Li Zhiga diligently practiced his skills while also dedicating time to instruct Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xiaonyo in the art of martial combat. One day, Ma Wei from the giant whale gang paid a visit. Ma Wei looked towards Li Zhiga and could not help but exclaim, "Master Li, a momentous event has recently transpired in the martial world." Li Zhiga took a sip of tea, indifferent to the significant affairs of the martial world as described by Ma Wei. Ma Wei continued to speak, stating that the imperial court had taken action against the martial realm. 2 months prior, the leaders of the 6 major sects who had ascended to Bright Summit, with the exception of Xin Yu Tong from the Huashan sect, had all been captured by Princess Xiaomin of the Riyang Wangfu and brought to the capital. Princess Xiaomin trampled upon the gates of the 6 major sects, even uprooting the great Shaolin temple. First, she targeted Shaolin, and then she sought to annihilate Wudong. Fortunately, the newly appointed leader of the Mingjiao, Zhang Wuji, arrived with his followers just in time to support Wudong. Otherwise, the Wudong sect might have faced destruction at the hands of Princess Xiaomin. Alas, it is fortunate that my humble Jiuqing gang is a lesser sect, not drawing the attention of Princess Xiaomin. Otherwise, I too would have been taken to the capital, suffering the misfortunes of imprisonment. Li Zhiga gently set down his teacup and spoke calmly, expressing his gratitude that Zhang Wuji had arrived just in time to save Zhao Min's life. Had Zhang Jinren intervened personally, there would have been no hope for Zhao Min and her subordinates to escape unscathed. It had been far too long since Zhang Sanfeng had engaged in battle, to the extent that the world had nearly forgotten the weight that his name carried. 6 months had swiftly passed, during which the martial world had been bustling with activity. Notably, Zhang Wuji led the Ming cult in a bold assault on the capital, rescuing members of the 6 major sects from Yuan Temple, thereby bringing disgrace upon the imperial court. The emperor in the Golden One Hall was furious, issuing a stern command to the Grand Marshal, Wang Ruyang, to eliminate the Ming cult rebels at any cost. The sheer number of Ming cult followers, however, made such an endeavor far more complicated than mere orders could suggest. The troops under Wang Ruyang were no longer the formidable Mongolian cavalry of yore. Having tasted the affluence of the Central Plains, these soldiers had lost the fierce spirit of their ancestors. After several confrontations with the righteous forces, Wang Ruyang faced continual setbacks, with many states having been completely overrun by the insurgents. The court's anger culminated in the dismissal of Wang Ruyang from his position. Had it not been for the significant repercussions of executing Wang Ruyang, the court would have demanded his head without hesitation. Li Zhiga, however, chose to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the martial world, finding fulfillment in his daily routine of martial arts practice and instructing Shi Hongshi and his 2 disciples. At 11 years of age, Shi Hongshi diligently honed his skills, and with the addition of the dog-repelling staff technique, his martial prowess had already reached an impressive 2nd-tier level. Meanwhile, Lin Yunxiao had grown remarkably, nearly reaching adult height. In just half a year, he had grasped the restructured Divine Fist, his punches cutting through the air with a fierce momentum, each strike imbued with a subtle crimson glow, showcasing considerable strength. Li Zhiga felt a sense of satisfaction regarding Lin Yunxiao's progress. The boy's innate talent surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and his comprehension was commendable, marking him as a worthy successor. In contrast, Li Zhiga found even greater satisfaction in Wang Xiaonyo. Not only did Wang Xiaonyo follow Li Zhiga in mastering the Divine Fist, but he also dedicated time to his studies. never succumbing to the frivolities that often distracted children of his age, always completing the tasks assigned to him with utmost diligence. One day, 3 visitors arrived at the Divine Fist School. Shi Hongshi, Lin Yunxiao, and Wang Xiaoniu were practicing as usual in the training grounds when they heard a knock at the door. Lin Yunxiao hurried to open it, revealing a young man in his 20s at the forefront, accompanied by a radiant young woman dressed in luxurious attire. Following them was a petite girl, her feet bound by iron chains. Lin Yunxiao regarded the trio with caution and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you to the Divine Fist School?" Zhang Wuji assessed the young boy before him, a friendly smile gracing his face as he replied, "I am Zhang Wuji, here specifically to pay a visit to Brotherly." "And you, young brother, who might you be? I do not recall Brotherly mentioning you." Lin Yunxiao circled around Zhang Wuji and smiled. "So you are the renowned leader of the Ming sect, Zhang Wuji. You don't seem particularly extraordinary. I am Lin Yunxiao, the foremost disciple of the Divine Fist sect. If you wish to meet my master, follow me." Zhang Wuji nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young brother." He followed Lin Yunxiao to the main hall of the Divine Fist sect, where he beheld Li Zhiga seated in the place of honor. Li Zhiga appeared astonished. Rising to his feet with a smile, "Brother Wuji, your presence at the Divine Fist sect comes as no surprise to me. However, what brings you here alongside Miss Zhao?" Before Zhang Wuji could respond, Zhao Min interjected, "Masterly, it seems you are still not inclined to welcome a mere girl." Li Zhiga chuckled and said, "If you come as Zhao Min, I would naturally welcome you with open arms. However, if you arrive as the princess, I must regretfully decline to see you off." Zhao Min blinked her eyes, her smile blooming like a rose, and replied to Li Zhiga, "Masterly, the Princess Zhao Min no longer exists. Before you stands only Zhao Min, and nothing more." Li Zhiga nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Zhao Min had been utterly disillusioned with the court, and upon encountering Zhang Wuji, the true destined one, she had resolutely abandoned everything in pursuit of her love. Casting a glance at Zhao Min and then at the obedient Xiao Zhao, Li Zhiga chuckled, "Brother Wuji, you are indeed fortunate. Such an enchanting beauty accompanies you, no doubt inciting envy among countless young heroes of the martial world." Zhang Wuji hastily waved his hand. "Brotherly, please do not jest. I have come to visit you today with a matter of importance to discuss." Li Zhiga gestured for the 3 to take their seats and smiled, saying, "Brother Wuji, feel free to speak your mind. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not decline." Zhang Wuji remained silent for a moment before turning to Li Zhiga and said, "Elder Brotherly, I desire the heaven-defying sword." Li Zhiga was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond immediately. Zhao Min took a sip of tea, a smile playing on her lips as she inquired, "Could it be that even the renowned second fist of the world, Li Zhiga, is reluctant to part with the sharpness of the heavenly sword?" Li Zhiga's expression was grave as he turned to Zhang Wuji and inquired, "Brother Wuji, your request for the heaven sword is indeed for the sake of Miss Zhou from the Emei sect, is it not?" Zhang Wuji, feeling somewhat awkward, replied hesitantly, "Brotherly, my pursuit of the heaven sword is partly to sever the iron chains binding Xiao Zhao, and, on the other hand, to return the sword to the Emei sect." Meanwhile, Zhao Min's smile stiffened. Having heard that Zhang Wuji intended to request the heaven sword, she had followed him, initially believing his motives were solely for Xiao Zhao, only to discover that they also involved Zhou Zhira. Li Zhiga shook his head and said, "Brother Wuji, I can sever the iron chains binding Miss Xiao Zhao's feet, but the heaven-defying sword cannot be given to you." Zhang Wuji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to Li Zhiga and inquired, "Brotherly, you promised me in the past that you would grant me one favor in the future. Does that still hold true?" Li Zhiga spoke with resolute certainty. "Of course it counts. Brotherly, I have no other requests of you. Now, I implore you to fulfill the promise made years ago and bestow upon me the heaven-subduing sword." Zhang Wuji's tone was exceedingly sincere. His desire for the sword was not for personal gain, but rather to return it to the Emei sect, thus alleviating the enmity between Zhao and Brotherly. Li Zhiga gazed at Zhang Wuji, his expression laden with significance as he inquired, "Brother Wuji, are you certain that you wish to exchange the promise made in those bygone days for the sword of destiny?" "Indeed," Zhang Wuji affirmed with resolute nod. Li Zhiga said little this time, smiling as he remarked, "I, Li, have never failed to fulfill a promise. Brother Wuji, since you are so resolute in your desire for the heaven-leaning sword, I shall grant it to you. Yunxiao, go fetch the heaven-leaning sword." Lin Yunxiao nodded and swiftly ran out, returning shortly with the heaven-leaning sword, which he reverently presented to Li Zhiga. Li Zhiga cast a glance at the heaven-slaying sword before unhesitatingly tossing it to Zhang Wuji. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, "Brother Wuji, I have repaid the debt I owed you. Should you seek further favors from me in the future, I may not extend you the same courtesy." Zhang Wuji received the heaven-slaying sword, furrowing his brow as he discerned a sense of estrangement in Li Zhiga's tone. However, he did not dwell on it. Grasping the sword, he swiftly severed the iron chains binding Xiao Zhao's feet and turned to Li Zhiga with a reassuring smile, saying, "Rest assured, brother Li. Wuji will no longer seek anything from you." Li Zhiga retained 3 individuals for a meal before sending Zhang Wuji beyond the gates of the Divine Fist sect. Standing within the entrance, he gazed at Zhang Wuji as he departed with Zhao Min and Xiao Zhao. Li Zhiga softly murmured to himself, "Brother Wuji, when we meet again, I hope you will not stand against me, for should you do so, I shall show no mercy." Chapter 70. Reclaiming the beggars' sect. The righteous armies surged forth. Heroes from all directions raised their banners, and the state of the realm deteriorated further. The court faced repeated defeats and was rendered incapable of governing most of the central plains. Among the various righteous factions, a few stood out prominently. Of particular interest to Li Zhiga were Zhu Yuanzhang, the leader of the Fengyang branch of the Ming sect, and Chen Yuliang, an elder of the beggars' sect. Zhu Yuanzhang, bolstered by the Ming sect and his own distinctive qualities, experienced rapid growth in power. Subtly emerging as the most formidable faction among the righteous armies affiliated with the Ming sect, his influence at times overshadowing that of the sect leader, Zhang Wuji. Meanwhile, Chen Yuliang, supported by the vast multitude of the beggars' sect, also advanced swiftly in power, rivaling Zhu Yuanzhang with no less vigor. The martial world experienced a period of tranquility that lasted 2 to 3 years, until this year, when Shi Hongshi turned 13. The Divine Fist sect. Li Zhiga gazed at Shi Hongshi before him and inquired calmly, "Hongshi, do you still recall what your mother uttered before her passing?" Shi Hongshi nodded, a profound hatred flickering in his eyes, and replied to Li Zhiga, "Uncle Li, I remember it all. Not a single word has escaped my memory." Li Zhiga nodded, acknowledging that Chen Yuliang and his disciples conspired to assassinate the leader of the guild and subsequently installed a puppet to impersonate him, secretly manipulating the Beggars Guild. Now that you have matured, it is time to reclaim the power of the guild and make Chen Yuliang pay for his blood debts. Shi Hongshi, wielding the emerald green dog-repelling stick, inquired solemnly, "Uncle Li, when shall we set forth to the headquarters of the Beggars Guild?" Li Zhiga rose to his feet and calmly replied, "Now." Beside him, Lin Yunxiao eagerly interjected, "Master, please take me with you. As your disciple, I have diligently trained in martial arts for several years. It is only natural that I should venture into the world to hone my skills, is it not?" Li Zhiga turned to Lin Yunxiao and nodded in agreement. Now, Lin Yunxiao had reached the age of 18. He possessed a well-proportioned figure and a handsome visage, exuding an air of elegance. Dressed in exquisite garments befitting a refined young gentleman, he often attracted the attention of young maidens in Qiantang City, who would sneak away to observe him at the Shochuan sect. Turning to another disciple, Li Zhiga spoke, "Xiaonyou, you shall accompany us as well. Stay close behind Yunxiao and witness the true essence of the martial world." He then added, "Yunxiao, as the elder brother, please take extra care of your junior." Wang Xiaonyou, only 10 years old, appeared rather diminutive, clad in rough, homespun attire. His skin was dark and coarse. Typically reticent, he seldom uttered a word. Upon hearing Li Zhiga's instructions, Wang Xiaonyou obediently nodded and quietly followed in Lin Yunxiao's wake. Li Zhiga cast his gaze over the 3 individuals, rising to his feet and striding purposefully out of the Divine Fist Gate. Having not traversed the martial world for 3 years, he wondered if the world still remembered him. Upon leaving Qiantang, Li Zhiga chose his direction and set his course towards Xinzhou. Although the Beggars' sect had declined, it remained one of the most formidable factions in the realm, and the location of its headquarters was no secret. The headquarters of the Beggars' sect was not a fixed entity. During the Northern Song dynasty, under the leadership of Chief Qiao, the sect reached its zenith and established its headquarters in Luoyang, the capital of the West. However, in the Southern Song period, Chief Hong Qigong roamed without a permanent residence, and the headquarters was moved to Junshan in Yeyang. Later, when Huang Rong ascended, the headquarters shifted alongside her, first to the vicinity of Peach Blossom Island, and subsequently to Dashing Pass outside of Xiangyang City. In the present day, with Chen Yuyang establishing Xinzhou as his stronghold, the Beggars' sect's headquarters naturally relocated there as well. Outside Xinzu City, there lay a villa known as Lotus Mountain Villa. This villa had become the current headquarters of the Beggars sect. On this particular day, several individuals arrived at Lotus Mountain Villa. The leading man, in his early 30s, was remarkably tall and imposing, clad in a distinctive blue robe that stirred whispers among the beggars seeking alms along the way. If one were to speak of the Beggars sect's greatest strength, it would undoubtedly be its intelligence network. Although Li Zhiga had not traversed the martial realm for 3 years, the disciples of the Beggars sect recognized him at first glance. Within the Lotus Flower Manor, Chen Yuliang listened intently to his subordinate's report. His gaze darkened as he spoke. I had thought this matter was behind us. Yet it appears that the divine fist, Li Zhiga, insists on meddling. Beside him, the impostor posing as Shi Honglong trembled, stammering, Elder Chun. Perhaps we should return the position of the Beggars sect leader to Shi Hongshi. We cannot provoke the divine fist, Li Zhiga. Chen Yuliang's eyes glinted coldly like a serpent as he turned his gaze toward the pretender, replying icily. Do you believe that relinquishing the leadership will spare us from Li Zhiga's wrath? Furthermore, he is but a man, not a deity. Upon arriving at our Beggars sect headquarters, how many of our thousands of disciples can he possibly contend with? Suddenly, a Beggars sect disciple burst into the room, announcing the latest news. Elder Chun, it is dire. The divine fist, Li Zhiga, has arrived at the manor, claiming he wishes to pay his respects to the leader. He has been welcomed by the Elder of Transmission, and now awaits in the main hall. As soon as Chen Yuliang finished speaking, the impostor Shi Honglong shuddered, casting a desperate glance at Chen Yuliang, his voice trembling. Elder Chen, Li Zhiga is here. What should we do now? Chen Yuliang chuckled coldly. What shall we do? Since Li Zhiga wishes to visit you, simply go out and meet him. With that, he beckoned to his confidants and whispered a few instructions. Rising to his feet, he addressed the quaking Shi Honglong. Come, leader. Let us go and greet Li Zhiga. Lotus Flower Manor, main hall. Li Zhiga sat in a chair, his eyes closed in serene contemplation. Behind him stood Shi Hongshi, Lin Yunxiao, and Wang Xionyou, all silent. The law enforcement elder, the transmission elder, and several elders from the beggar gang furrowed their brows as they observed Shi Hongshi, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the fierce-looking young woman. Li Zhiga remained silent, while several elders of the Beggars sect dared not utter a word. Master Li, since our last encounter at Mount Zhongnan, it has been 6 long years. During this time, your reputation in the martial world has soared to unprecedented heights. A cold, sinister laugh echoed as Li Zhiga slowly opened his eyes. Gazing toward the door, he remarked, Chen Yuliang, upon our second meeting, you remain as timid as ever. Do you truly believe that standing 10 paces away renders you immune to my grasp? Standing outside the door, Chen Yuliang, flanked by over 100 disciples of the Beggars sect, still felt a twinge of insecurity. Subtly retreating a couple of steps, he smiled at Li Zhiga and said, Master Li, why must you persist in pursuing a grudge against me over a deceased individual? If you refrain from meddling in this matter, I would be willing to offer you mountains of gold and silver as a parting gift. What say you? Li Zhiga shook his head and replied calmly, I, Li, shall honor my commitments without fail. Chen Yuliang, if you believe that sheer numbers can instill hesitation in me, then I would not have come here today. As Li Zhiga's voice faded, he rose to his feet, disregarding the 100 or so disciples of the Beggars sect, and strode purposefully towards Chen Yuliang. A wave of unease washed over Chen Yuliang, and he bellowed, Where are the disciples of the Beggars sect? Stop him. In response to Chen Yuliang's command, a throng of over 100 disciples from the Beggars sect surged in, forming a dense barrier around Li Zhiga, encircling him in layers. Li Zhiga gently shook his head, lowering his waist as he clenched his fists. Observing Li Zhiga assume a fighting stance, Lin Yunxiao felt a rush of excitement. His face flushed as he muttered, With the first move, I shall shake Kunlun. As Lin Yunxiao's voice faded, Li Zhiga launched his punch. In that very instant, a powerful aura radiated from him, resembling a colossal figure propping up the sky and earth, as his fist struck horizontally, intent on shaking the very foundations of Kunlun. As Li Zhiga unleashed his punch, a wave of energy erupted, sending dozens of disciples from the Beggars sect tumbling in disarray. With each fallen disciple, another wave surged forth to take their place. Observing the relentless onslaught of the Beggars sect disciples, Li Zhiga struck with both fists. As he did so, it seemed as if a torrent was surging forth, each wave overpowering the last, filling the manor with the resounding echoes of a mighty river in full flow. Lin Yunxiao, invigorated by the spectacle, mimicked Li Zhige's movements and murmured softly, "The great river flows eastward, its waves ceaseless." With a single punch, he conjured forth a rushing river. The force of his strike crashing like a towering wave, leaving hundreds of beggars' sect disciples reeling and unsteady. Li Zhige took 2 steps and unleashed 2 powerful punches. One strike shook Kunlun, while the other dissipated the waves. These 2 punches were the culmination of his years of contemplation and practice. Exuding a grandiose aura akin to a giant striking Kunlun or the relentless surge of the Qiantang River. Once these blows were delivered, no disciple of the beggar's sect dared to obstruct him. Li Zhige strode confidently to Qin Yuyang, who stood petrified in fear. Qin Yuyang, a man of the underworld, had never witnessed such an exaggerated martial technique. "Stop!" As Li Zhige seized Qin Yuyang, the Law Elder and the Transmission Elder could no longer remain passive. At that moment, Shi Hongshi stepped forward, brandishing the dog-beating stick, and sternly admonished, "Disciples of the beggar's sect, do you not greet the dog-beating stick?" The disciples turned their gazes toward the stick in Shi Hongshi's hand, their faces reflecting confusion. The Law Elder and the Transmission Elder exchanged uncertain glances at Shi Hongshi and inquired, "Are you Hongshi?" Shi Hongshi nodded. "Elders Niu, Song, and Lu. It is good to see that you remember me." The Law Elder, Niu Sanfu, inquired with perplexity, "Hongshi, did not your father say he would send you to Mount Zhongnan to learn the arts? How is it that you are with Master Li?" Shi Hongshi cast a cold glance at the impersonator, Shi Huolong, and replied with a sneer, "He is not my father at all. My father was deceived by Qin Yuyang and conspired with outsiders 6 years ago. What you see before you is merely a disguised impostor. Elders, you have all been fooled by Qin Yuyang." Chapter 71. The Invitation at the City Gate of Xinzhou. The crowd of wandering martial artists gazed at the tall figure in a green robe, engaging in hushed conversations, holding the emerald dog-beating stick. Shi Hongshi was accompanied by several elders of the beggar's sect. With a lingering gaze at Li Zhige, tears glimmered in his eyes as he softly spoke, "Uncle Li, Hongshi cannot bear to part with you." Li Zhige reached out and gently tousled the girl's hair, smiling as he said, "Hongshi, please do not weep. You are now the leader of your own faction. If you shed tears in front of your followers, how will you command their respect? Moreover, you must eventually grow up and marry. It is not feasible for you to remain by my side forever. Should you ever miss Uncle Li, the doors of the Divine Fist sect will always be open to you." Shi Hongshi nodded softly, replying, "Uncle Li, I will often return to the Divine Fist sect when I have the time." Li Zhige turned to several elders of the beggar's sect and instructed, "Esteemed elders, Hongshi is still young. Please offer her your guidance. Should any significant matters arise, kindly dispatch someone to the Divine Fist sect with a letter." The law enforcement elder, Niu Sanfu, with a solemn expression, bowed to Li Zhige and responded gratefully, "Rest assured, sect leader Li, we old bones will diligently support the leader. Were it not for your revelation of Qin Yuyang's conspiracy, our sect would still be in the dark. The immense favor you have bestowed upon us will be forever etched in our hearts. We dare not forget." Li Zhige refrained from saying anything further, waved goodbye to Shi Hongshi, and turned to leave Xinzhou. He fulfilled the promise made to Madame Shi. As for the future development of the beggar's sect under Shi Hongshi's leadership, Li Zhige chose not to inquire. Lin Yunxiao winked at Shi Hongshi and chuckled, "Hongshi, do be a good master of the beggar's sect. Who knows, I might come seeking a meal from you in the future." Wang Xionyou interjected unexpectedly, "Senior brother, how can one beg from the beggar's sect?" Shi Hongshi smiled, looking at Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xionyou, and earnestly replied, "Brother Yunxiao and little brother Xionyou, the beggar's sect will always welcome you." As they watched Li Zhige and his 2 disciples depart, Shi Hongshi rubbed his eyes, striving to suppress his tears. After leaving Xinzhou, Li Zhige headed straight for the Divine Fist sect, with no intention of roaming the martial world. Lin Yunxiao followed closely behind Li Zhige, sighing, "I never expected Hongshi to become the master. Master, when will you pass the Divine Fist sect on to me?" A smile flickered in Li Zhige's eyes as he inquired, "Yunxiao, are you not returning to inherit your father's escort agency? With your current martial prowess, you are more than capable of establishing yourself in the Jianghu. Your father eagerly awaits your return to take over the agency." Lin Yunxiao curled his lip in disdain. "What is there to inherit from my father's shabby escort agency? I have no desire to return and become a head escort, braving the elements and enduring such toil. I aspire to be the leader of the Divine Gate Fist. That would truly be impressive." Li Zhige chuckled, stating that the Divine Fist sect would ultimately be entrusted to you and Xiao Niu, once you both mature a bit further. I shall relinquish the position of sect leader. At that time, you and Xiaonyo can compete, and the victor shall inherit the Divine Fist sect." Lin Yunxiao nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Master, it's settled then. Whosoever possesses superior martial skills between Xiaonyo and I shall receive the mantle of leadership." Wang Xiaonyo waved his hand, saying, "Senior brother, you are adept at learning. I am not as clever as you. How could I possibly be your rival? Moreover, Master is undoubtedly inclined to pass the leadership to you." Lin Yunxiao playfully draped his arm around Wang Xiaonyo's shoulders, laughing. "Xiaonyo, discussing this now is futile. Master is still quite young. When he eventually hands over the Divine Fist sect, who knows if that will be decades from now. By then, it remains uncertain whether I will even desire the position of leader." Li Zhiga shook his head and playfully chided, "Yunxiao, Xiaonyo, whether as the leader of the sect or the gang, you ought to perceive not merely the prestige, but, more importantly, the weight of responsibility. The day you are capable of shouldering that responsibility will be the day I can entrust the Divine Fist sect to your care." Lin Yunxiao responded with a smile, "Master, I understand. The prominence of the Divine Fist sect is indeed anchored by your esteemed presence. Without your steadfast guidance, the sect would not wield such influence. However, rest assured, Master, I shall not tarnish your esteemed name, nor will I let the reputation of the Divine Fist sect diminish." Wang Xiaonyo listened quietly, a smile gradually appearing on his darkened face. In truth, he did not ponder too deeply. He simply knew that he must heed his master's words. Doing whatever his master instructed him to do, Li Zhiga refrained from elaborating on the matter at hand. Upon returning to the Divine Fist sect, he diligently continued his daily practice while imparting his martial arts knowledge to his disciples, sharing with them some of his life insights along the way. Over the past 2 years, although Li Zhiga had not expanded the Divine Fist sect, his reputation alone was enough to sustain its prominence. The sect's establishments, including inns and fabric shops, were widespread across Jiangnan, all managed adeptly by the couple Zhou Fuqiuan and Wang Dawa, who were indeed reaping substantial profits. Besides Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xiaonyo, Li Zhiga gradually took in several other disciples of reputable character. Unlike Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xiaonyo, who spent their days at the Divine Fist sect, the other disciples practiced martial arts during the day and returned home in the evenings. Soon, news of Shi Hongshi succeeding as the leader of the Beggars sect rippled through the martial world, stirring quite a commotion. However, this was overshadowed by another piece of news that created even greater waves. On the 8th of next month, the leader of the Ming sect, Zhang Wuji, was set to marry the head of Emei, Zhou Zhirua, atop Wudong Mountain. This revelation had spread like wildfire throughout the martial community. On that day, Lin Yunxiao pushed open the door and, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Li Zhiga, "Master, the leader Zhang has sent an invitation for you to attend his wedding banquet at Wudong Mountain. What gift shall we prepare?" Li Zhiga took the invitation but offered no response. Time passed swiftly, and he had not anticipated that Zhang Wuji was on the verge of marriage. Setting the invitation aside, Li Zhiga calmly stated, "I shall not make the journey to Wudong Mountain. You shall. You have matured. This time, you shall represent me on this visit to Wudong." He continued, "Moreover, present 100 gold pieces to Master Zhang as a token of congratulations for his nuptials." It was still not the appropriate moment to meet with Zhang Zhenren. Li Zhiga feared that if he were to visit Wudong Mountain, he might be unable to resist the temptation of challenging Zhang Zhenren. Yet, deep within, he recognized that he still fell considerably short of that esteemed figure. Lin Yunxiao nodded eagerly, his face alight with excitement. For a long time, he had yearned to venture into the martial world on his own, but his master had always disallowed it. Now, having received his master's consent, Lin Yunxiao was determined to carve out a formidable reputation in the realm of martial arts. Li Zhiga waved his hand, signaling Lin Yunxiao to withdraw. The Nine Suns scripture and the art of the Great Shift had already reached a profound level of mastery, and the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had been cultivated to the 11th tier. Li Zhiga felt that his martial arts had encountered a plateau. What he needed to do now was not to continue searching for divine skills, but to amalgamate the essence of his entire martial arts into a cohesive whole, perfecting his divine fist. Once his divine fist was perfected, he would ascend Wudong Mountain to challenge Zhang Zhenren, bestowing upon the martial world a name synonymous with his legacy. Chapter 72. The Shift in Marriage. On the 7th day of the 8th month, Wudong Mountain was adorned with colorful decorations, bustling with festivity. The marriage between the Ming sect leader, Zhang Wuji, and the Emei sect master, Zhou Zhirua, was a significant event in the martial world. prompting a large portion of the community to arrive at Wudong Mountain in advance. At the foot of the mountain, Song Qingshu gazed at the throngs of wandering martial artists, a self-deprecating smile gracing his face. Zhao was indeed to be wed. Yet, regrettably, she was not marrying him, Song Qingshu, but rather Zhang Wuji. Reflecting on his own martial arts rendered useless and his complete departure from the martial world, a more sarcastic smile emerged on Song Qingshu's lips. Within a courtyard atop Wudong Mountain, Zhou Zhuo, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, sat before the dressing mirror, radiating happiness. However, as she gazed into the mirror, Zhang Wuji felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Zhou Zhuo glanced back at him and inquired, "What troubles you?" Zhang Wuji shook his head, "It's nothing." Zhou Zhuo cast a meaningful look at Zhang Wuji and softly stated, "I have promised you to relinquish my hatred and no longer seek vengeance upon Li Zhiga. To dedicate myself to being a good wife and nurturing our children. You must not betray my trust." Zhang Wuji managed a strained smile and replied, "Draw. I will not let you down." The next day, the palaces of Wudong Mountain were adorned with large red lanterns, and jubilant trumpet sounds filled the air. The abbot Kangji of Shaolin has arrived. Master He Taichung of the Kunlun sect has arrived. Master Xian Yutong of the Huashan sect has arrived. Lin Yuxiao, the foremost disciple of the Divine Fist sect, has arrived. With the calls of the Taoist novices, representatives from various martial factions entered the wedding hall. Lin Yunxiao followed the crowd into the hall and was seated as arranged by the Wudong disciples. Observing the eminent figures around him, such as Abbot Kongji, Master He Taichung, and Master Xian Yutong, Lin Yunxiao felt a tinge of novelty. Abbot Kongji turned to Lin Yunxiao and inquired with a smile, "Young friend Lin, why is your esteemed master absent at the wedding of sect leader Zhang and Master Zhou?" The others turned to look at Lin Yunxiao as well. Unfazed, Lin Yunxiao responded with a smile, "Esteemed seniors, I humbly greet you. My master is currently in seclusion, perfecting the Divine Fist. We, his disciples, dare not disturb him, thus. He is unaware of sect leader Zhang's wedding today. As the foremost disciple of the Divine Fist sect, I have come to Wudong Mountain to convey my congratulations to sect leader Zhang and Master Zhou for their blissful union and to wish them early progeny." Abbot Kongji nodded, gazing at Lin Yunxiao and sighed. 3 years ago, Master Li had already attained great mastery in his skills. I wonder what heights he has reached in his cultivation after 3 years. This era truly belongs to Master Li. Lin Yunxiao shook his head, stating that Master Kongji and Zhang Zhenren were still at Wudong Mountain. In the presence of Zhang Zhenren, even his master would be regarded as a junior. However, his master was no mere junior. The old Taoist had been waiting for his master at Wudong Mountain, yet he had never received the honor of his master's arrival. One could only wonder if the old Taoist would ever witness his master's presence within his lifetime. As Lin Yunxiao's words faded, a hearty laughter resonated from outside. Everyone turned to see an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, accompanied by the 7 heroes of Wudong, entering the wedding hall. "We have encountered Zhang Zhenren." Upon the elder's entrance, all rose to pay their respects. Lin Yunxiao, bowing respectfully, greeted, "It is an honor to see you, Zhang Zhenren. My master has instructed us to extend his regards upon meeting you." Lin Yunxiao conveyed his master's greetings, wishing Zhang Zhenren blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountain. The elder laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction as he observed Lin Yunxiao, remarking, "At such a young age, you already possess a reserved brilliance. Li Zhiga has indeed trained a commendable disciple." Lin Yunxiao humbly tucked his hands within his sleeves and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Zhang Zhenren. My master has often said that I still have much to learn." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the elder took his seat at the head of the wedding hall. There were 2 main seats, one occupied by Zhang Zhenren and the other by Yin Tianzheng. Zhang Wuji and Zhou Zhuo, both orphans, had their wedding presided over by Zhang Zhenren and Yin Tianzheng. The ceremony unfolded seamlessly. Dressed in festive attire, Song Yuan Xiao enthusiastically announced, "Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The couple shall bow to each other." Suddenly, amidst the jubilant noise, a crisp female voice rang out, "Wait. You cannot marry." Everyone turned towards the source of the voice to see a woman clad in rough fabric, her beauty striking, striding forward with a long sword in hand. Upon her arrival, murmurs of discontent arose among the crowd. Someone voiced their displeasure, "Zhao Min, you wicked woman. Today is a joyous occasion for the leader Zhang and the master Zhou. What mischief do you intend to cause?" The leaders of the various sects recognized Zhao Min. having all been captured by her at one time or another. Zhang Zhenren, seated at the head, remained expressionless. Yin Tianzheng glanced at his grandson, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. At that moment, Zhang Wuji averted his gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of unease. Beneath her red veil, Zhou Zhiruo's eyes clouded with a shadow of despair. Unperturbed by the crowd's scorn and chatter, Zhao Min approached Zhang Wuji, speaking calmly. Zhang Wuji, I have lost everything. For you, I relinquished my identity as a princess. I disregarded my father's and brother's warnings, even severing ties with them. Yet, how have you treated me? Zhang Wuji lowered his head, unable to meet Zhao Min's gaze. Zhao Min extended her hand, revealing a strand of golden hair, her voice cold as she declared, Zhang Wuji. Do you see what this is? It is my father. Zhang Wuji felt a jolt of emotion. Zhao Min ceased her words and turned to leave. As he gazed at her departing figure, and then at the veiled Zhou Zhua adorned in a bright red bridal gown, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. He softly addressed Zhou Zhirua, Zhirua, I am deeply sorry. I cannot forsake my adoptive father. With that, Zhang Wuji hurriedly exited the wedding hall. The sudden departure of the groom plunged the entire venue into chaos. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Zhou Zhirua felt a chill envelop her. Her eyes beneath the veil now glacial. Zhang Wuji, I promise to forsake my hatred and devote myself to being a good wife and mother. Is this how you repay me? The din of the crowd echoed in her ears, transforming into mockery. She had become a mere joke, and the Emei sect had become a laughingstock. An overwhelming fury surged within Zhou Zhirua, her once delicate features now contorted. Suddenly, the crowd turned their uncertain gazes toward her. For an immense aura erupted from her being. With a resounding rip, her crimson wedding gown tore apart. She cast aside her phoenix crown with disdain, her gaze as frigid as ice. Looking toward the officiant Zhang Zhenren and Yin Tianzheng, Zhou Zhua spoke icily. Zhang Zhenren, Yin sect leader, you have witnessed it. Today, it is Zhang Wuji who has betrayed me. Emei disciples, follow me back to the mountain. With that, she turned and strode away, with Jing Xian and others trailing behind her, not daring to utter a word. In recent times, Zhou Zhirua seemed transformed, her martial prowess having surged, and her temperament had grown exceedingly peculiar. Just because Min Jun had publicly contradicted her once, she had rendered her powerless and expelled her from the sect. Faced with such a Zhou Zhirua, the Emei disciples felt a sense of estrangement, yet none dared to defy her in the slightest. Lin Yunxiao watched Zhou Zhirua fade into the distance, murmuring softly, this shouldn't be. Zhou Zhirua's skills were never exceptional. How could her presence suddenly become so formidable? Mr. Taiqin, He Taichong and Xuanji Zi all exchanged bewildered glances. Zhou Zhirua's martial arts had never been deemed formidable in the martial world. Yet it appeared that the aura she now exuded surpassed theirs, rivaling even that of the formidable mistress of extinction in her prime. On the main seat, Zhang Zhenren squinted, imperceptibly sighing. What should have been a joyful wedding had turned the bride and groom into adversaries. In over a century of life, he had never encountered such a situation. Chapter 73, The Invitation from Shaolin Shangguan Sect. Li Zhiga listened intently as Lin Yunxiao vividly recounted the events of that time, choosing to remain silent. Regardless of Zhang Wuji's actions, they bore no relevance to him. However, the recent wedding had indeed become a source of amusement for both the Wudong and Emei sections. Just as one upheaval settled, another arose. The martial world was perpetually tumultuous. Not long after Zhang Wuji fled from his wedding, the Shaolin Temple apprehended the golden-haired Lion King. Xie Sun, having wandered abroad for decades, Xie Sun had only just returned to the Central Plains when he was captured by Shaolin. Strictly speaking, there existed a profound enmity between Shaolin and Xie Sun. In the past, the eminent monk Kongjian, leader of the four great monks, willingly endured 13 punches from Xie Sun in an attempt to reform him. Unable to overcome Kongjian's indestructible skills, Xie Sun feigned suicide, exploiting the monk's compassion to launch a surprise attack that resulted in Kongjian's demise. Now, upon his return to the Central Plains, Xie Sun was blinded and devoid of the Dragon-Slaying Saber. After spending 20 years in seclusion on Ice and Fire Island, his murderous aura had diminished, making him an easy target for capture by Shaolin. Master Kongji, upon witnessing Xie Sun's capture, found himself in a quandary. To kill Xie Sun in vengeance for his master would necessitate consideration for the Ming sect's feelings. After all, with hundreds of thousands of followers and their leader, Zhang Wuji, being one of the foremost martial artists, any misstep could provoke an assault from the Ming sect, leading to significant repercussions for Kongji. Conversely, releasing Xie Sun outright would risk disgrace, as he had murdered Kong Jian. The monks would not acquiesce to such an act, and it would spread through the martial world that Shaolin feared the Ming sect. After much deliberation, Abbot Kongji decided to send out invitations to heroes from all corners of the land to convene at Shaolin and discuss the fate of Xie Sun. This approach would absolve Shaolin of blame while preventing the perception that they feared the Ming sect. Soon, Kongji's invitations reached the martial world, stirring it like a boiling cauldron, prompting many to rally their friends and head for Shaolin. Xie Sun had indiscriminately slaughtered innocents in his earlier years, making numerous enemies. Upon hearing of his capture, many sought revenge against him. Beyond vengeance, however, many were drawn by the allure of the Dragon-Slaying Saber, revered as the supreme weapon of the martial world. The saber commanded authority that none dared defy. This saying had circulated for decades. Regardless of its veracity, the intrigue surrounding the Dragon-Slaying Saber remained strong, with many yearning to behold its true form. Who knew, perhaps fortune would favor them, granting them the opportunity to wield the saber and ascend as the supreme martial artist. Upon receiving the invitations, the crowd could scarcely contain their excitement. Li Zhiga also received an invitation from the abbot of Kongji, and as he held the invitation, his expression revealed a hint of complexity. To be honest, Li Zhiga harbored little interest in the Dragon-Slaying Saber. Furthermore, it was likely that Zhou Zhirua had taken both the Dragon-Slaying Saber and the Heavenly Sword, extracting the 19 manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms, along with the martial Wu manuscript. Otherwise, her sudden surge in martial prowess would be inexplicable. Despite his lack of enthusiasm for the Dragon-Slaying Saber, Li Zhiga felt compelled to make a pilgrimage to Shaolin. When he first joined the sect, he had sworn an oath that one day, upon achieving mastery in martial arts, he would avenge his ancestor by exacting retribution on Xie Sun for the 3 punches that led to his ancestor's demise. In truth, the death of his ancestor at the hands of Xie Sun was not born of intense hatred, as his ancestor had perished in the struggle for the Dragon-Slaying Saber. However, as a disciple of the Divine Fist sect, having pledged an oath upon entry, it was incumbent upon Li Zhiga to journey to Shaolin, to escort Xie Sun on his final journey, thus fulfilling the vow he had made upon joining the sect. Accompanied by his disciples Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xianyo, Li Zhiga promptly set forth for Shaolin. As Li Zhiga arrived at the foot of Mount Song, he was greeted by a diverse array of individuals from the martial world. Regardless of their prior acquaintance, people approached him to extend their greetings. The sheer number of salutations made Li Zhiga's smile somewhat stiff. Indeed, great fame can bear its burdens. Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xianyo followed closely behind, both experiencing for the first time the weight carried by the title Divine Fist Li Zhiga. Upon reaching the base of Mount Song, before ascending, Abbot Kongji personally descended with a group of disciples to welcome him. This was a privilege unique to Li Zhiga. Other esteemed figures, such as the leaders of the Kunlun, Huashan, Kongtong, and Emei sects, as well as Song Yuanxiao, the head of the Wudong sect, did not receive such an honor. Abbot Kongji, clad in his robe, led the way for Li Zhiga and remarked, "Master Li, it is a rare delight to have you grace Mount Song with your presence. Your arrival has certainly enhanced the beauty of this place." Li Zhiga shook his head and smiled. "Master Kongji, the picturesque Mount Song is graced by the ancient Shaolin Temple, which has stood for a millennium. My presence here is merely to ensure that I do not mar the beauty of this sacred place." The leader of the Li sect chuckled. Who in the world does not recognize the esteemed reputation of the Li sect's leader? With your arrival, the Shaolin Temple shines even brighter. How could one possibly tarnish the splendor of Mount Song? Lin Yuxiao, trailing behind Li Zhiga, whispered to his junior disciple, Xiaoyo, "Did you see that? It is due to our master's standing in the martial world that Master Kongji himself descended the mountain to greet him. Observe how the leaders of other sects have not even sent a disciple to guide them. Thus, when your martial prowess is unparalleled, commanding respect across the realm, you will always be treated as an esteemed guest wherever you go. In the martial world, it ultimately comes down to the might of one's fists." Wang Xianyo nodded thoughtfully, following closely behind Master Kongji as they ascended the mountain. Halfway up Mount Song, a vast open plaza had been constructed to accommodate the throngs of visitors, as the temple itself could not hold the multitude, necessitating the assembly outside its sacred walls. Lin Yuxiao, taking in the sea of people gathered, marveled silently. It was his first experience of such a grand spectacle. Abbot Kongji led Li Zhiga towards the elevated platform. Upon the platform awaited the 7 heroes of Wudong, Song Yuanxiao, the couple He Taichong from the Kunlun sect, the 5 elders of the Kongtong sect, Xin Yutong from the Huashan sect, Zhou Zhuo from the Emei sect, and Shi Hongshi of the Beggars sect, all having arrived ahead of time. As for Deng Yu of the Iron Sword sect, Yang Xiong of the White Horse gang, Ma Wei of the Giant Whale gang, and the leader of the Diansong sect, while they were not without their own renown in the martial world, they lacked the qualification to occupy the high platform. The martial world, after all, operates on a hierarchy of experience and reputation. The greater your martial skills and renown, the higher your standing in this realm. Conversely, if your skills are lacking and your name unknown, your position will inevitably reflect that. Upon the entrance of Li Zhiga, every individual present rose to their feet to acknowledge him, offering greetings to the esteemed leader of the Li sect. Li Zhiga responded with a light smile, nodding towards the speaker. Lin Yunxiao and Wang Xunyo followed closely behind Li Zhiga, both puffing out their chests and holding their heads high, anxious not to lose face in front of their master. As they made their way to the elevated platform, Master Kongji arranged for Li Zhiga to occupy the central position. Song Yuan Xiao and the others rose to greet him, yet Zhou Zhuo remained seated, scarcely casting a glance in Li Zhiga's direction. After a moment of modesty, Li Zhiga finally took his seat. To his left sat Song Yuan Xiao, the leader of the Wudong sect, while to his right was Master Kong Ji of Shaolin. The arrangement of Master Kong Ji's position met with no objections from the others present. The central seat, however, was reserved for only 2 individuals in the martial world, the esteemed Zhang Junren of Wudong and the formidable Li Zhiga himself. Any other individual aspiring to occupy such a prestigious position would need to carefully consider their own merit and worthiness. Upon taking his seat, Li Zhiga exchanged pleasantries with several prominent leaders beside him before closing his eyelids to conserve his energy. When the sun reached its zenith, Master Kongji finally rose, taking a few steps forward to address the throngs of assembled heroes. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Esteemed heroes, we have gathered at Songzhan today to deliberate on the matter concerning the golden-furred Lion King, CS Sun. Since we are all present, let us reach a resolution. Now, I invite everyone to express their thoughts freely." "Hold on," a voice rang out from afar. "The golden-furred Lion King CS Sun is the protector of our Ming sect. How can you discuss his fate without our involvement?" The voice belonged to Yang Chao. The crowd turned towards the sound, and there stood Zhang Wuji, the leader of the Ming sect, flanked by the Light's envoys, the white-browed Eagle King In Tianzhong, the green-winged Bat King Wei Yixiao, and the 5 scatterers, along with the banner-bearer of the 5 Elements flag. At Zhang Wuji's side was Zhao Min. The appearance of Zhang Wuji sent a ripple of commotion through the assembly. Zhou Zhirua, seated upon the high platform, cast a cold glance at Zhao Min beside Zhang Wuji, her temples twitching ominously. As the Ming sect members ascended the mountain, the previously raucous crowd quieted somewhat. The Shaolin had captured the golden-furred Lion King CS Sun, mindful of the Ming sect's sentiments and wary of their potential assault. Master Kongji had invited heroes from across the realm to convene at Songzhan. His intention was to prevent Shaolin from facing the Ming sect's wrath alone, while also preserving Shaolin's dignity. Upon seeing the formidable gathering led by Zhang Wuji, Master Kongji exhaled a long sigh of relief, thankful that Shaolin had not acted alone in dealing with the golden-furred Lion King. Otherwise, they would have had to confront the Ming sect entirely on their own. With Zhang Wuji's martial prowess, bolstered by the Light's envoys, the white-browed Eagle King, the green-winged Bat King, and the 5 scatterers, who could dare to underestimate such a formidable force? Master Kongji turned his gaze towards Zhang Wuji and spoke solemnly. The golden-furred Lion King CS Sun is indeed the protector of the Ming sect. In his earlier years, he committed numerous unjust acts, creating many enemies. The purpose of this gathering is to allow the heroes of the realm to discuss how best to address CS Sun's actions. Zhang sect leader, Shaolin did not inform your sect to avoid a conflict with the heroes of the world. Zhang Wuji regarded Master Kongji with sincerity, then glanced at the dense crowd. Offering a respectful bow as he addressed them, "Esteemed heroes, my adoptive father did indeed commit many transgressions in his youth. However, his actions were driven by the need to draw out the treacherous Chengkuan. The root of all these events can be traced back to him. My adoptive father has been exiled for over 20 years and has suffered the misfortune of becoming blind. Regardless of any past grievances, I hope time can allow us to set aside our animosities. Should anyone feel compelled to seek vengeance for my adoptive father, I am prepared to face the consequences." As Zhang Wuji's voice faded, the crowd, dense and ominous, erupted into a frenzy. Someone stepped forward, clasping their hands in a gesture of respect, and spoke coldly, "Master Zhang, your martial prowess is unparalleled. We are no match for you. However, the murder of my wife and children by Qiaofeng cannot simply be overlooked. It is not that we lack respect for you, Master Zhang, but rather that blood debts must be repaid in blood. Today, we shall seek vengeance against Qiaofeng. Unless you intend to eliminate us all, you cannot protect him. Indeed, Qiaofeng has slain my kin. Such a grievous blood feud demands restitution in kind. Master Zhang, even with the might of the Ming sect at your disposal, we shall never yield. Blood debts must be repaid. Slay Qiaofeng. Slay Qiaofeng. Return the lives of my family." One after another, figures emerged from the throng, their faces twisted with rage, numbering in the hundreds, all glaring at Zhang Wuji. The calamities wrought by the golden-haired Lion King had unleashed a torrent of bloodshed in the martial world, and it was not something that could be soothed by a mere utterance from Zhang Wuji. Despite his current stature as the leader of the Ming sect, he lacked the influence to quell such animosity. Of course, not everyone bore a grudge against Qiaofeng. Many were drawn by the allure of the Dragon-Slaying Saber. Faced with this indignant and seething crowd, Zhang Wuji found himself at a loss for words. Yang Shao approached him and whispered, "Master, reasoning with them is futile. We should have the Brothers of the Five Elements flag set up their formation and see who dares to obstruct us." Fan Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Master. To bring back the Lion King, mere words will not suffice. We must take to the field and subdue them, no matter how deep their hatred. They will have to swallow it." Zhang Wuji immediately shook his head in refusal, stating, "No. My adoptive father has killed their loved ones. We owe them that respect. If we resort to force, it will only exacerbate the conflict." Yang Shao and Fan Yao exchanged glances, each contemplating Zhang Wuji's temperament. Sometimes it served him well, but at times it could be perilous. Zhang Wuji then turned to Master Kongxi, bowing once more in respect, and inquired, "Master Kongxi, may I request the presence of my adoptive father? Could you please allow me to meet him?" Master Kongxi, not daring to adopt an imposing demeanor before Zhang Wuji, replied directly, "Qiaofeng is under the watch of my esteemed senior disciples, Du Yi, Du Jie, and Du Nan. If Master Zhang wishes to see Qiaofeng, you must first seek their permission." As he spoke, Master Kongxi pointed towards 3 ancient pine trees. Beneath their robust branches sat 3 elderly monks, clad in gray robes. Their eyes closed, their auras intertwined with the trees, their skin resembling bark, making it nearly impossible to discern that they were indeed living beings. Among them, one monk with a yellow face exuded a subtle presence, akin to the roots of an ancient tree. Beside him sat 2 others, one with a white face and the other with a black face. Their breaths were barely perceptible, and their faces bore no expression. The crowd turned their gaze towards the 3 elderly monks, and in that fleeting moment, they comprehended that these 3 were the reclusive high monks of Shaolin. Zhang Wuji, unable to fathom the depth of their wisdom, furrowed his brow and respectfully inquired, "Esteemed monks, might I request that you summon my adoptive father for a brief audience?" The monk in the center opened his eyes. His visage was as withered as tree bark. One eye was a dull gray, devoid of color, while the other sparkled with a piercing light. In a voice as parched as his appearance, he spoke, "Zhang Jiaozhu, I am known as Du Yi. These 2 are my junior disciples, Du Jie and Du Nan. Please take a moment to observe my eye. It is a testament to the harm inflicted upon me by Yang Dingtian, the former leader of your Ming sect. I seek retribution from your sect for this injury. As you are the current leader, this blind eye must be laid at your feet." Beside him, the monk with a face as dark as wrought iron chimed in, "Zhang Jiaozhu, you may indeed see Qiaofeng. Setting aside the enmity we hold against Yang Dingtian, let us speak of Qiaofeng alone. In the past, I, Kong Jian, saw the exceptional talents of my disciple and endeavored to reform Qiaofeng. However, that treacherous villain took advantage of my disciple's compassion and ambushed him, leading to his untimely demise. Since you have come here with the intent to rescue Qiaofeng, let us engage in a few exchanges of martial arts. For decades, we have been entangled in grievances. Let us settle them through our skills. Should you, Zhang Jiaozhu, triumph over us 3 monks, we shall return Qiaofeng to you and no longer concern ourselves with this matter. Conversely, if you should falter, the Ming sect must withdraw from Songshan and refrain from mentioning Qiaofeng again. What say you?" Zhang Wuji found himself in a quandary, unable to respond affirmatively or negatively. The 3 monks exuded an unfathomable aura, and he feared that a hasty agreement might render him unworthy of facing them and jeopardize his adoptive father's safety. Yet, Without acquiescing to their terms, how could he hope to rescue his father from their grasp? Caught in this dilemma, he could hear the murmurs of the crowd surrounding him. Li Zhige opened his eyes, stepped forward, and gazed at the three monks, Du Yi, Du Jie, and Du Nan. With a calm demeanor, he spoke, "Esteemed monks, there exists an old grudge between my Divine Fist sect and Xie Sun that requires resolution. Might I engage in combat with you? Should I emerge victorious, you would hand Xie Sun over to me for resolution. If I should fall, I shall offer my apologies to you." The three monks exchanged glances and nodded gently. Very well. Upon witnessing Li Zhige's emergence, the crowd erupted into a fervor, with voices rising in unison. "Master Li, defeat those three old monks and execute Xie Sun. Master Li, defeat those three old monks and execute Xie Sun." Amidst the cacophony, Zhang Wuji's complexion turned pale. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared at the imposing figure before him. His lips moved, yet no sound escaped. While he might have felt a semblance of confidence against the three monks, Du Yi, Du Jie, and Du Nan, he found himself utterly devoid of assurance when faced with that towering presence. Despite having practiced the Nine-Yang divine skill, the Qian Kuan Great Shift, and even having learned Tai Chi swordplay, he could not muster a shred of hope for victory against this individual. Yang Xiao and the others wore grave expressions, their faces reflecting deep concern. 3 years prior, the formidable Li Zhige had already loomed like a mountain, second only to Zhang Jinren. Now, 3 years later, who could fathom the extent of his martial prowess? Chapter 75. Lin Yunxiao experiences the mastery of sect leader. Zhou Li Zhige rose from his seat, instantly igniting a tumultuous uproar throughout the assembly. Xie Sun, notorious for his indiscriminate slaughter in his earlier years, had stirred a tempest of bloodshed in the martial world, amassing an innumerable array of enemies. Among those harboring grudges against Xie Sun were individuals of modest martial prowess, unable to contend with Xie Sun, let alone Zhang Wuji. Witnessing the formidable divine fist, Li Zhige, stepping forward to settle old scores with Xie Sun, they were filled with righteous indignation, fervently urging Master Li to exact vengeance upon Xie Sun. In the present day, Li Zhige's standing in the martial world subtly appears to eclipse that of Zhang Jinren. After all, Zhang Jinren has surpassed a century in age. Who can predict how much longer he may endure? In contrast, the formidable god Fist Li Zhige is merely in his 30s, at the height of his vigor. While the wrath of Xie Sun's adversaries is palpable, Zhang Wuji's visage pales, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Observing the imposing figure clad in azure, Zhao Min's expression grows solemn as she quietly inquires of Zhang Wuji. "Do you possess confidence in overcoming him?" Zhang Wuji shakes his head, devoid of any assurance. Yang Xiao, Yin Tianzhong, and other high-ranking members of the Ming sect remain silent. They are well aware of the formidable prowess of god Fist Li Zhige. 3 years prior, at the summit of Guangming, Li Zhige showcased martial skills that left them in awe. Now, 3 years later, it is likely that his abilities have reached an unparalleled level. If anyone in the martial realm could contend with god Fist Li Zhige, it would undoubtedly be Zhang Jinren of Wudong. Even though their leader, Zhang Wuji, has cultivated the Qian Kuan de Nua Yi to an exceedingly advanced degree, Yang Xiao and the others still harbor doubts about their leader's capabilities. For the god Fist Li Zhige has likewise mastered the same technique. Li Zhige rose from his seat and stepped forward, intent on defeating the 3 venerable monks of Shaolin. These monks, possessing profound skills and a deep understanding of Zen, operated in perfect harmony as a trio. Yet, in Li Zhige's eyes, although Du Yi, Du Jie, and Du Nan were formidable, their strength had its limits. As the crowd watched intently, before Li Zhige could advance further, Zhou Zhiruo stood up from her seat, leaping to block his path. Observing her obstruction, Li Zhige furrowed his brow. Whispers filled the air around them. Why was the leader of the Zhou sect stopping Li? Given Zhou Zhiruo's recent martial advancements, could it be that she sought vengeance against Li for the past? Indeed, it seemed plausible. Years ago, Li had slain the formidable Master Emei, sparing the lives of many Emei disciples. Was Zhou Zhiruo, lacking in gratitude, now seeking revenge? Yet, it was not merely a matter of vengeance. One could understand Zhou Zhiruo's desire to confront her adversary. However, could she truly match Li Zhige in battle? It was uncertain. Nevertheless, Zhou Zhiruo was no novice. If she had no confidence, she would not have dared to stand in Li's way. "Shoo, let us watch quietly. Soon we shall discern who reigns supreme," the crowd murmured. Li Zhige paid no heed to the whispers, nor did he regard Zhou Zhirua with any particular concern. What of her mastery of the Nine Manual? Mastery alone did not guarantee prowess. Some individuals, regardless of the techniques bestowed upon them, would never achieve greatness. Although Zhou Zhirua possessed commendable talent and insight, she lacked the heart of a true warrior. Turning his gaze toward Zhou Zhirua, Li Zhiga calmly inquired, "Do you seek revenge against me now?" Zhou Zhirua's eyes turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon the man before her, forever haunted by the memory of that fateful day atop Emei's golden summit. Beneath her frigid demeanor lay a shadow of uncertainty. Despite her training in the Nine Manual and the 18 dragon-subduing palms, faced with this composed man, she felt no confidence. Only by confronting the formidable Li Zhigu could she truly grasp the depth of his terror. His expression was devoid of excess, his formidable presence restrained, and his gaze, like an unfathomable abyss, seemed to penetrate her very soul. Yet, Zhou Zhirua could not wait any longer. She understood that if she did not act now, she would never muster the courage to face him again. Looking at Li Zhigu, she spoke with venom in her voice. "Li Zhigu, you took my master's life and severed her head. Do you not think that is cruel? For years, I have been awakened from nightmares in the dead of night. Until you are dead, I shall remain ensnared by these dreams. Today, it is either you who meets your end, or I who perish." With that, Zhou Zhirua extended her hands, her slender fingertips sprouting dark nails that grew rapidly, reaching an astonishing length of a foot. The sight was nothing short of horrifying, and the onlookers held their breath in shock. Li Zhiga cast a glance at Zhou Zhirua's fearsome nails and calmly spoke, "Miss Zhou, in the past, your benevolence shone brightly when you entrusted the Langhuan escort agency to return the remains of my master and senior sister to the Divine Fist sect. This kindness has lingered in my heart. It is only fitting that I eliminate the remnants. If you seek to take my life, that too is entirely justifiable. Miss Zhou, should you insist on avenging yourself upon me, I shall grant you 3 strikes, thus fulfilling the debt of gratitude. After those 3 strikes, do not hold it against me if I seem ungrateful." Having spoken, Li Zhiga clasped his hands behind his back, awaiting the move of Zhou Zhirua. To be candid, given Li Zhiga's martial prowess on this day, Zhou Zhirua appeared no different from a mere child in his presence. Just as Zhou Zhirua was about to strike, Lin Yunxiao leaped forward, positioning himself between Li Zhiga and Zhou Zhirua. He addressed Li Zhiga, saying, "Master, may I have the honor of experiencing the esteemed skills of the sect leader Zhou?" Li Zhiga cast a glance at Zhou Zhirua and then at Lin Yunxiao, nodding calmly in acknowledgement. Zhou Zhirua had recently ascended to the innate realm after practicing the Nine Manual. Lin Yunxiao had opened up the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels, yet he was still a step away from breaking into the innate realm. In terms of martial prowess, the disparity between the two was somewhat considerable, yet not to the extent of overwhelming dominance. Concerning the martial arts practiced, the enhanced Divine Fist might not necessarily be inferior to the Nine Manual. Li Zhiga wished to observe the performance of his eldest disciple, to see if he could triumph over the formidable opponents of the innate realm by leveraging the prowess of the postnatal realm. Before him, Zhou Zhirua's delicate visage contorted, her eyes glimmering with madness as she hissed in a hoarse and sharp tone, "Li Zhiga, do you dare to insult me? Are you not afraid that I might slay your disciple?" Li Zhiga settled back, raising his eyelids slightly, and calmly responded, "Miss Zhou, you cannot kill him." Lin Yunxiao's expression grew serious as he flicked his garment, adopting a fighting stance, and addressed Zhou Zhirua, "Master Zhou, please." Zhou Zhirua's gaze was frenzied. Her face contorted as she leapt forward, her hands creating phantom shadows, the sharp claws of the Nine white bone directly targeting Lin Yunxiao's throat. Unfazed, Lin Yunxiao grounded himself, resembling an immovable mountain. With a powerful punch, he struck with the force to shake Kunlun. Lin Yunxiao called out lightly, raising his fist. His punch was enveloped in a layer of crimson light, generating a tempest that struck against Zhou Zhirua's claws. Upon impact, Lin Yunxiao staggered back several steps. Zhou Zhirua's eyes were bloodshot, her figure like a specter, leaving trails of shadows as her claws sliced through the air, accompanied by an eerie wind that howled as if wailing spirits were lamenting. In an instant, the temperature on the platform plummeted, and the spectators felt as though they were in the depths of hell. Confronted with Zhou Zhirua's ominous presence, Lin Yunxiao remained unperturbed, his feet executing profound boxing steps, each punch resonating like crashing waves. With each successive strike, Lin Yunxiao appeared to transform into a surging river, intent on sweeping away the chilling winds of despair with overwhelming force. The winds howled, and waves surged with a dreadful intensity. The two figures collided in rapid succession, leaving the onlookers dazzled. Surrounding the arena, the heroes wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixated on the two combatants upon the platform. The sound of swallowed saliva echoing in the tense atmosphere. Master Kongji, Song Yuan Xiao, He Taichong, Xin Yu Tong, and others had unknowingly risen from their seats. Watching the clash between Lin Yunxiao and Zhou Zhuruo with widened eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. It was one thing for Zhou Zhuruo's martial prowess to have surged, as she was the leader of her sect. Yet, Li Zhiga's disciple, still under 20, was demonstrating such formidable skills. Outside the crowd, Zhao Min blinked and turned to Zhang Wuji, inquiring, "What martial arts is Zhou Zhuruo practicing? I have never seen or even heard of it before. This cannot possibly be from the Emei sect." Zhang Wuji shook his head gently, equally perplexed. Ever since their return from Icefire Island, Zhuruo's strength had been escalating rapidly. With her current abilities, even he could not overlook her. What astonished Zhang Wuji even more was Lin Yunxiao. He had never anticipated that the youth he encountered 3 years ago at the Divine Fist sect would have reached such formidable heights, capable of being regarded as a top master in the martial world. Chapter 76. The Lady's Fate. Bang! 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 The clash of fists and claws echoed as Lin Yunxiao continued to retreat, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes remained bright, refusing to succumb. Opposite him, Zhou Zhuruo's gaze was icy, her delicate features twisted with a murderous intent, her nails elongated by 2 points. Li Zhiga emerged unexpectedly, placing a reassuring hand upon Lin Yunxiao's shoulder, and spoke calmly. "Yunxiao, step back." He continued, "At this moment, you have yet to grasp the essence of the fist technique, and your skills do not match hers in depth. Continuing this confrontation could lead to dire consequences." Lin Yunxiao retreated behind Li Zhiga, a sense of shame washing over him as he bowed his head and murmured, "Master, I have disappointed you." Li Zhiga shook his head and remarked with a smile, "You have already performed admirably. Miss Zhou possesses commendable talent and understanding, and being 4 to 5 years your senior, it is only natural that her prowess surpasses yours." As soon as Li Zhiga's words fell, Zhou Zhuruo had already leaped forward. Her terrifying nails tore through the air, accompanied by a chilling wail. As they reached for Li Zhiga's throat, Li Zhiga lazily lifted his eyelids, and an invisible force field emanated from his body, extending over 10 zhang. A tremendous repulsive force hindered Zhou Zhuruo's advance. Observing Li Zhiga from several zhang away, Zhou Zhuruo's delicate features contorted further as she bit her dark lips, exerting all her strength in an attempt to break through this repulsion and seize Li Zhiga by the throat. Boom! The immense force crashed down like a tidal wave, sending Zhou Zhuruo tumbling to the ground below the high platform. Li Zhiga, with an expression of serene indifference, calmly spoke, "Miss Zhou, I shall concede a move to you." The atmosphere in the hall fell into an eerie silence, as all eyes were drawn to the imposing figure on the high platform. Zhou Zhuruo's martial prowess was such that few in the entire realm could rival her. Yet, to her astonishment, the renowned master of Divine Fist, Li Zhiga, made no move at all. Merely standing there, Zhou Zhuruo found herself unable to approach him. Such power transcended mere depth of skill. Indeed, it was not only the onlookers who were astounded, even Li Zhiga himself was uncertain of the extent of his strength. With the complete mastery of the 9 Yang True Scriptures, the ultimate achievement in the art of Qianquan's Great Shift, the pinnacle of the 12 dragon subduing palms, and the 11th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, these were not his limits. He had synthesized the essence of numerous martial arts, particularly combining the gravitational shifting of Qianquan's Great Shift with the immense strength of the Dragon Elephant Prajna, thus creating a formidable domain. Once this domain was established, Li Zhiga stood immobile, and there were scarcely 2 individuals in the martial world capable of breaching it to approach him. Zhou Zhuruo found herself repelled by the overwhelming force of the domain, standing beneath the high platform, gazing up at the towering figure. She felt as though she were a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, teetering on the brink of capsizing. This man was utterly invincible. Why was this so? Despite her tireless efforts to acquire the heavenly sword and the Dragon-Slaying Saber, mastering the 9 In manual and the essence of the 18 dragon subduing palms, and having broken through to the legendary innate realm, she now faced a profound despair in the presence of the Divine Fist, Li Zhiga. Why was there such a vast disparity, even among those of the same innate realm? Zhou Jiruo's face was etched with despair as she leapt into the air. Her voice sharp and frantic. Li Zhiga, I shall kill you. As expected, the moment she ascended, it was as though she had struck an invisible wall. And before she could reach the high platform, she was sent hurtling back once more. Li Zhiga cast a glance at the poised Zhou Jiruo and, with a stoic expression, spoke 2 words, 2 moves. Countless martial artists silently observed the figure atop the platform, and for a fleeting moment, they beheld a towering mountain, one whose summit remained shrouded in clouds. Zhou Jiruo appeared disheveled, her face contorted in rage, her voice piercing as she launched yet another assault on Li Zhiga. Outside the crowd, witnessing Zhou Jiruo being sent flying once more, Zhang Wuji shook his head in pity, intent on entering the arena. Zhao Min grasped Zhang Wuji's arm tightly, whispering, "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Wuji turned to her, declaring, "Zhuo is no match for Brother Li. I must intervene." 3 moves had already passed. If Zhuo continued her assault, Brother Li might not show mercy. Zhao Min clutched Zhang Wuji firmly, her voice cold. "What business is it of yours? In any case, you shall not go out." But Zhuo. Zhang Wuji continued to plead earnestly with Zhao Min below the platform. Zhou Zhuo, resembling a vengeful spirit, looked at Li Zhiga with despair in her eyes, her voice filled with anguish as she roared, "Li Zhiga, if you have the ability, then kill me. If you do not slay me today, I shall take your disciple's life." This time, Zhou Zhuo was not repelled. She successfully soared to the platform. As she drew nearer to Li Zhiga, a glimmer of joy illuminated her eyes. She was finally close to this man. Observing Li Zhiga raise his hand, Abbot Kongji gently closed his eyes, a look of sorrow on his face, murmuring softly, "Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy." Song Yuanxiao sighed deeply, lamenting, "What a pity for the leader Zhou. Had she not been so resolute in her quest for vengeance, the Emei sect might have flourished under her leadership." Zhang Wuji's heart ached with fury. He forcefully shook off Zhao Min's grip and leaped into the arena, rushing towards the platform while shouting, "Brother Li, no. I implore you. Do not kill Zhuo." Li Zhiga heard the voice of Zhang Wuji but chose to disregard it. As he gazed upon the approaching Zhou Zhuo, he struck down with a palm. This blow was unconstrained by formality, resembling the heavens collapsing, pressing down upon Zhou Zhuo's forehead as if to flatten Kunlun itself. As Li Zhiga's palm descended, Zhou Jiruo was paralyzed by the overwhelming aura, unable to move, forced to witness the massive hand drawing nearer. As that formidable hand approached, Zhou Jiruo caught a glimpse of Zhang Wuji racing toward her, a flicker of relief gracing her delicate features. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Li Zhiga retracted his hand. Zhou Zhuo stood rigidly before him, swaying unsteadily, a smile gracing her face as she softly murmured, "Master, your grace in nurturing me, I repay with my life." "No, Zhuo, you cannot die." Zhang Wuji rushed forward, catching the faltering Zhou Zhuo in his embrace. Lying in his arms, her beautiful face was marked by a tragic smile, her eyes glistening with tears. She extended her trembling hand to touch Zhang Wuji's face, her voice faint and intermittent. "Wu. Wuji Gij, I am. Sorry, Zhuo is sorry to you. In this life, Zhuo could not become your wife. I shall have to marry you in the next life. No, please. Zhuo, do not die." Zhou Zhuo struggled to turn her head, gazing at the approaching Jingxian and others. Continuing, Jingxian Shiji, after I pass, you shall succeed as the leader. All Emei disciples, obey. From today forth, the grievances between Emei and Shinshaimen shall be erased. No more seeking revenge on Master Li. Having spoken, Zhou Jiruo turned her gaze to Zhang Wuji, a sorrowful smile lingering on her lips as she slowly closed her eyes. "No. Jiruo shimmy. Master." Zhang Wuji wept uncontrollably. Cradling the now lifeless Zhou Jiruo, memories flooded back to him. By the banks of the Han River, that handkerchief. The fragile girl who cautiously stood on her tiptoes to wipe away his sweat, her gentle voice offering reassurance. "Wuji Gij, you will be fine." The past rushed back vividly, and Zhang Wuji's tears cascaded like a broken dam. He clutched Zhou Jiruo's hand tightly against his face, whispering, "Zhuo, you are my wife. Do you not remember? On Wudong Mountain, we were already wed. Zhuo, please wake up. As long as you can awaken, I will promise you anything." On the high platform, Song Yuanxiao found himself at a loss for words, silently sighing, feeling a dryness in his eyes. Zhang Wuji gently entrusted Zhou Zhuo to Jingxian, turning to Li Zhiga and roaring, Why did you kill her? She was never your opponent, posed no threat to you. Why could you not spare her life? Li Zhiga gazed calmly at the furious Zhang Wuji and replied, I have always believed in the principle of not offending others unless provoked. Should one dare to offend me, I shall show no mercy. Brother Wuji, it would be wise for you to maintain your composure. What I owed you has long been repaid 3 years ago. If you choose to strike against me, I shall not take our past friendship into account. Chapter 77. The same martial arts, you are no match for me. What a formidable divine fist Li Zhiga possesses. Zhang Wuji, filled with rage, stared at the towering figure before him, feeling an unsettling strangeness. How deeply loyal and valiant was Brother Li in the past. Yet, why had he become so cold and unfeeling? The Brother Li who once warmly patted him on the shoulder, sharing stories and wisdom, was not this man. Zhang Wuji cast a glance at the 3 old monks beneath the withered tree, then at the silent Zhou Zhuo, and finally back at Li Zhiga. With a pained expression, he spoke, Brother Li, let us set aside the matter of Jiruo for now. I implore you, spare my adoptive father. I truly do not wish to be your enemy. Li Zhiga gazed at the figure of Zhang Wuji before him, tilting his head towards the sky and letting out a soft sigh. In truth, Li Zhiga harbored no desire to stand against Zhang Wuji. However, the oath he had taken in the past was one he could not forsake. Casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Wuji, he spoke, Brother Wuji, though Xie Sun evokes pity, the atrocities he has committed are undeniable facts. At the Wangpan Mountain tournament, Xie Sun took the life of my master with but 3 blows, and he also murdered several of my uncles from the Divine Fist sect. When I joined the Divine Fist sect, I swore before my master that when I achieved mastery in martial arts, I would avenge these blood debts by taking Xie Sun's life. A man must honor his words amidst the heavens and earth. Brother Wuji, though it grieves me, I cannot let Xie Sun go unpunished. I have learned the 9-Yang manual and the cloud ladder technique from you, which I am indebted to you for. However, 3 years ago, when you sought the heavenly sword from the Divine Fist sect, I stated that the sword could be yours, and in doing so, I would repay my debt to you alongside it. Now, I must seek vengeance for my sect. Xie Sun is your adoptive father, and as his son, you must hinder my pursuits. Brother Wuji, let us commence. I too wish to witness the extent of your prowess. Having both practiced the 9-Yang manual and the great shift of the universe, Zhang Wuji, with a complex gaze, regarded Li Zhiga. The truth dawned upon him. The transformation of Li Zhiga had begun during the quest for the heavenly sword at the Divine Fist sect. Brotherly, he declared, this shall be the last time I address you thus. Should you seek to slay my adoptive father for revenge, I cannot stand idly by and allow you to commit this act. From this moment forth, my ties with you, Li Zhiga, are severed. There is no need for you to hold back. With those words, Zhang Wuji's expression grew grave, his aura steadily rising, an invisible force emanating from him, subtly distorting the air around them. Li Zhiga was somewhat taken aback. Zhang Wuji exhibited no such fervor in the presence of others. However, when confronted with himself, his combat intent and momentum soared to unprecedented heights. Is this the essence of a protagonist? Typically frail, unable to unleash even half of his true potential. Their strength is not wielded for slaughter or ambition, but solely for protection. When they possess a reason to fight and something to safeguard, their powers can be fully unleashed. Even latent abilities may erupt forth. Yet, it is still insufficient. Li Zhiga is not one of those antagonists who fall victim to the protagonist's sudden resurgence. Observing Zhang Wuji, clad in a flowing blue robe that defied the stillness, an invisible aura began to expand from his being. Although both utilized the same technique of the great transfer of the universe, the styles employed by Li Zhiga and Zhang Wuji were entirely distinct. The crowd, a sea of anticipation, held their breath as they watched the 2 men on the high platform, both nervous and exhilarated. One was the Divine Fist, Li Zhiga, hailed as the second greatest in the world, with some even calling him the finest. Though he had not traversed the martial realm for 3 years, people would not forget his overwhelming prowess at the Demon Subduing Conference in Chantang County, nor his unmatched elegance as he single-handedly subdued the 6 major sects atop the Bright Summit. The other was Zhang Wuji, the leader of the Ming sect, who, during Li Zhiji's absence from the martial world, had led his followers to storm the capital, defeating formidable opponents such as the 2 elders of Xianming. The question of who was stronger, Li Zhiga or Zhang Wuji, lingered in the minds of the spectators. Regardless, both figures could be deemed the pinnacle of the martial arts world. Now, as these 2 paragon warriors prepared to clash, the audience instinctively set aside all else. yearning solely to witness the outcome of this monumental confrontation. Beyond the crowd, Zhao Min observed Zhang Wuji, who stood in confrontation with Li Zhigo, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, her lips pale as she turned to Yang Xiao, Yin Tianzheng, and others, inquiring anxiously, Yang Zhuo sure, grandfather. Does he stand a chance against the divine fist Li Zhigo? With a grave expression, Yang Xiao replied solemnly. Only by facing Li Zhigo can one truly appreciate the oppressive aura he exudes. Although our leader possesses unparalleled skills, he still falls short when compared to Li Zhigo. Yin Tianzheng sighed with concern. Wu Ji is formidable. Yet only two individuals in the martial world can surpass him, the true Master Zhang and the leader of the Li sect. No one wishes to become an enemy of the Li sect leader. However, the leader seeks revenge for his brother, and Wu Ji, as his brother's adopted son, has no reason to retreat. Today, it seems we may not be able to protect his brother. I wonder how many moves Wu Ji can withstand against the Li sect leader. We must risk our lives to ensure Wu Ji's safety under Li Zhigo. Yang Xiao, Fan Yao, and Wei Yishao nodded in agreement. While Zhang Wuji was their leader, they remained skeptical of his chances, for he faced that enigmatic and formidable man. Zhao Min refrained from speaking further, acutely aware of the terror that the divine fist Li Zhigo invoked. Several years ago, she ventured to the divine fist sect to recruit Li Zhiga. Had it not been for Li Zhiga's relatively restrained animosity towards her, she might have lost her life at the sect. Upon the high platform, Song Yuanxiao, Yu Lianzhou, and Emei Shengu stood with their swords drawn, anxiously observing the confrontation between Li Zhiga and Zhang Wuji. The trio refrained from intervening in the conflict, remembering that Xie Sun had slain a member of the Divine Fist sect, and Zhang Wuji was the adopted son of Xie Sun. The confrontation between Li Zhiga and Zhang Wuji was one that no one had the authority to impede. Under the watchful gaze of many, Li Zhiga stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at Zhang Wuji. He spoke with a composed demeanor, Brother Wuji. If you wish to save your adoptive father, you must exert your utmost strength to defeat me. Should you fail to overcome me, your efforts to rescue him will be in vain. Zhang Wuji's expression was grave and earnest. With a subtle motion of his hands, an invisible force coiled like ethereal serpents, weaving into a grand net that descended upon Li Zhiga. In response to Zhang Wuji's application of the Qian Kuan de Nuai, Li Zhiga merely lifted his eyelids and raised a hand to press downward. With a resounding impact, the force he unleashed surged forth like a tempestuous sea, propelling Zhang Wuji away with tremendous might. Li Zhiga stepped forward, his tone devoid of any tremor, addressing Zhang Wuji. Brother Wuji, we have both mastered the Nine-Yang manual. Yet I, Li, have fully perfected the art of the heavenly pivot. You stand no chance of defeating me with the Nine-Yang and the heavenly pivot combined. Zhang Wuji had cultivated the heavenly pivot to the 7th level, still lacking 19 phrases of the mental techniques. Over the years, Li Zhiga had not only mastered all the mental techniques of the heavenly pivot, but had also fused it with the formidable dragon elephant prajna, creating a unique domain. Using the same martial arts, Zhang Wuji found himself with no opportunity to claim even a fraction of victory against Li Zhiga. Zhang Wuji understood this reality as he embraced a circular stance, immersing himself in an enigmatic state. Observing Zhang Wuji's fluctuating aura, Li Zhiga narrowed his eyes, pondering how much of the essence of this martial art Zhang Wuji had grasped. Song Yuanxiao and his companions watched Zhang Wuji's stance with growing excitement and hope. Tai Chi. This was the culmination of their master's martial wisdom and life insights, birthed into Tai Chi, aware of their own limitations. Song Yuanxiao and his companions believed they could not comprehend the essence of Tai Chi yet. Zhang Wuji had mastered it, despite the formidable prowess of the divine fist. Li Zhiga, Song Yuanxiao, and others harbored a blind confidence in Tai Chi. Yin Tianzheng, Yang Xiao, and other high-ranking members of the Ming cult also displayed expressions of anticipation, hoping that the Tai Chi imparted by Zhang Wuji could thwart the divine fist of Li Zhiga. Abbot Kongji, Mr. Tai Chin, and He Taichong, among others, gazed at Zhang Wuji's peculiar stance with an indescribable sense of awe. Li Zhiga squinted his eyes and smiled at Zhang Wuji, saying, Brother Wuji, come forth. Allow me to witness the extent of the Taiji mastered by the esteemed Zhang. Had the illustrious Zhang himself stood here, Li Zhiga would have been on high alert. As for Zhang Wuji, while Li Zhiga held him in regard, he did not harbor excessive concern. Taiji belongs to the revered Zhang. No matter how exceptional others may be in talent and comprehension, they could never truly unleash its full potential. Chapter 78. The Dragon's Roar in the Nine Heavens. A shocking transformation. At the mountainside of Songshan, a dense crowd stood in rapt attention, gazing curiously at the peculiar postures adopted by Zhang Wuji. Li Zhiga squinted his eyes, meticulously observing every move of Zhang Wuji. The Tai Chi he practiced was the authentic Tai Chi of Zhang Zhenren. No other practitioner could ever hope to attain the heights achieved by Zhang Zhenren, even though the individual before him was Zhang Wuji. Li Zhiga would not underestimate him merely because of the name. Tai Chi. Zhang Wuji stood with his feet apart, one foot grounded in the yin, the other in the yang. He slowly maneuvered his hands, executing a series of profoundly intricate movements, conjuring a black and white yin-yang diagram as he shifted from yin to yang. Some onlookers, perplexed, murmured quietly, questioning how Zhang, with such slow and seemingly feeble punches, could dare to confront the formidable Li Mengzhu. The expressions of those around echoed their confusion. To the ordinary people of the martial world, Zhang Wuji's punches appeared devoid of any formidable power. Li Zhiga leapt forth, resembling a human cannonball. With a single fist, he shook the very foundations of Kunlun. Tai Chi emphasizes the philosophy of striking slowly to counter swiftly, employing softness to overcome hardness, and advocating for a delayed response to adversarial actions. However, Li Zhiga's martial prowess adhered to a path of unwavering ferocity. He aimed to shatter the defenses of Tai Chi with sheer, unyielding force. With the immense strength of 11 layers of dragon elephant combined with the gravitational field of the Qian Kuan Great Shift, Li Zhiga unleashed a punch that drained the air around him, creating a vacuum on the elevated platform. As he delivered this blow, his aura surged, imbuing the onlookers with an illusion of witnessing a colossal titan striking down upon Kunlun. The crowd widened their eyes, their hearts momentarily halting. This was the divine fist of Li Zhiga. Even those who did not directly face the might of his formidable punch were captivated by his overwhelming presence, instinctively retreating several steps. On the platform, the esteemed leaders of prominent sects, including Kong Zhi, Song Yuanxiao, He Taichong, and Xin Yu Tong, stood closest to Li Zhiga. They gazed at his towering figure, reminiscent of a deity or a demon. Unable to steady themselves against the forceful wave, they were swept off the high platform. Song Yuanxiao and his companions gaped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. Before Li Zhiga made his move, they still held a certain degree of confidence in Zhang Wuji. After all, Tai Chi was a creation of their master, embodying a lifetime of martial arts wisdom and essence, and could be regarded as the most profound and esoteric skill in the world. However, upon witnessing Li Zhiga's earth-shattering punch that seemed capable of shaking Kunlun itself, they found it utterly inconceivable that anyone could withstand such a blow. Opposite Li Zhiga, Zhang Wuji wore an impassive expression. He hunched his chest and straightened his back, his hands gradually moving to form a yin-yang diagram before him, attempting to shield against this formidable and fierce punch. Boom! The fist struck the yin-yang diagram, causing the air to erupt in cascading waves of white. The canopy atop the high platform was instantly shattered, and the onlookers retreated in haste, feeling as though the very ground beneath them was quaking. Zhang Wuji's figure was forced backward, each step causing him to break through the solid wooden floor beneath his feet. After retreating 10 steps, blood trickled from the corner of Zhang Wuji's mouth as he gazed at Li Zhiga, his eyes betraying an inescapable astonishment. Tai Chi, which harnesses force to counterbalance strength, is designed to subdue the most vigorous martial arts. Yet, as he attempted to neutralize Li Zhiga's punch, the overwhelming power exceeded the limits that Tai Chi could withstand. A look of admiration flickered in Li Zhiga's eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that his punch could shatter a 1,000-pound boulder, yet Zhang Wuji, through the exquisite finesse of Tai Chi, managed to neutralize the sheer force of his blow. Truly, the essence of Tai Chi. One must consider that this was merely the Tai Chi of Zhang Wuji. Had the esteemed Zhang Zhenren been present, Li Zhiga's punch would likely have stirred not a single ripple. Again, Li Zhiga advanced with measured strides. As he stepped forward, it seemed to the onlookers that they beheld a mighty river surging forth, accompanied by the resonant sound of crashing waves echoing in their ears. Li Zhiga unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike building upon the last, the force compounding like successive waves crashing against one another, threatening to engulf the earth in a tempestuous deluge. As the mighty river surged forth, the waves receded. Under the weight of Li Zhiga's blow, everyone seemed like small vessels adrift on a torrential river, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Zhang Wuji slowly closed his eyes, relaxing his waist and lowering his hips, allowing his shoulders to sink and his elbows to drop, aligning his spirit and form. Channeling his intent to summon strength, he suddenly pivoted and swung his arms. The combined might of his limbs akin to a thunderclap, striking with ferocity. Taiji embodies not merely softness, but a harmonious blend of hardness and gentleness. It can conquer rigidity with gentleness and vice versa. Unable to dissipate the ferocious force of Li Zhige's punch, Zhang Wuji resolved to adapt his strategy, meeting strength with strength. Boldly confronting Li Zhige's powerful strike. With a crashing blow, the waves receded. Boom. The two collided, the air erupting into a spray of white mist. A fierce wind lifting the ground beneath them and whipping at the onlookers' garments. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhang Wuji was hurled backward like a man is caught in the path of a chariot, flying dozens of feet before crashing heavily into the throng. As he plummeted, the crowd instinctively scattered. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed, and dust enveloped the arena. When the haze finally cleared, Zhang Wuji staggered to his feet, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes filled with despair, his face etched with hopelessness. The disparity was insurmountable, even with the Nine-Yang manual and the Qian Kuan Great Shift at his disposal. Victory eluded him, for Li Zhige's command of these arts surpassed his own. Little did he anticipate that even the Taiji taught by his revered master could not withstand Li Zhige's onslaught. Before Li Zhige, he felt as fragile as a mere child. Had it not been for his profound martial prowess, he would have been shattered to pieces by that single punch. Zhao Min's heart tightened with concern as she rushed forward. Positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Wuji, her voice laced with urgency. Masterly, we concede. Xie Sun is at your mercy. Zhang Wuji, however, forcefully pulled Zhao Min aside, his gaze resolute as he faced Li Zhige, revealing his bloodied teeth as he trembled. I have not yet lost. If you wish to kill my adoptive father, you must first slay me. Li Zhige nodded and spoke calmly. Brother Wuji, you must think this through. I will not hold back. If you cannot withstand my fists, you may indeed perish. Zhang Wuji, with a mouthful of blood-stained teeth, grinned at Li Zhige and said, What does a true man fear from death? If I cannot even protect my adoptive father, how can I face the world and continue to live? Strike with all your might. Do not concern yourself with our past camaraderie. Should I fall by your hand, I shall harbor no grievances. Li Zhige no longer offered further persuasion. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. In an instant, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the air. A formidable aura altering the very heavens and stirring the tempest. An overwhelming force erupted from Li Zhige, rendering the crowd unable to meet the gaze of his towering figure clad in blue. This was a martial technique he had derived from the profound principles of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. At that moment, Li Zhige seemed to transform into an enraged dragon, stirring the winds and summoning thunder, poised to obliterate the mortal realm. Lin Yunxiao pulled Wang Xiaoyo back, tightly clenching his fist, his face flushed with excitement, as he exclaimed. The dragon's roar from the 9 heavens, a cataclysmic transformation. This was the third form of the divine fist, which his master had long ago conceptualized. Alas, his own abilities had not yet reached the requisite level to manifest it. Wang Xiaoyo remained silent, entranced by the majestic figure of his master. If deities existed in this world, they would undoubtedly embody the essence of his master. Li Zhige strode forward, resembling an enraged dragon soaring into the heavens. Above the crowd, dark clouds loomed ominously, and amidst the swirling dust and stones, the onlookers could scarcely open their eyes. Zhao Min urged Zhang Wuji to step forward, her expression shifting dramatically as she cried out, Yangzhou Shi, Fan Yu Shi, grandfather, Bat King, you must act swiftly. Li Zhige is no mere mortal. He is unstoppable. Yang Xiao, Fan Yao, Yin Tianzhong, Wei Yi Xiao, and the 5 scatterers, the upper echelons of the Ming sect, suppressed their astonishment and leaped into action, joining forces with Zhang Wuji to muster their utmost strength in an attempt to counter this tempestuous fist. Abbot Kongji stroked his beard, his face and eyes filled with disbelief. The vibrant azure robe, the seemingly supernatural stance, such feats were beyond human capability. The divine fist Li Zhige, this extraordinary man, had evidently delved into the martial arts to an unfathomable depth. Chapter 79. The Extermination of Xie Sun. Sizzling. The once clear sky darkened ominously. With a fierce swing of his fist, Li Zhige unleashed a dragon-like force, its claws outstretched, while the air crackled with dense, bright yellow lightning, producing a sound that sent a chill through the crowd. Leading the charge, Zhang Wuji, Yang Xiao, Fan Yao, Yin Tianzhong, Wei Yixiao, and a dozen or so high-ranking members of the Ming sect combined their might, launching their most powerful strike in a desperate bid to deflect Li Zhige's tempestuous blow. Boom! The air erupted in layers, white waves crashing violently. The deafening roar left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Dry-mouthed, they gazed at the billowing shockwaves from the platform. And as the turbulence subsided, they beheld the solid wooden structure reduced to mere dust. The ground beneath where Zhang Wuji and the others stood had been blasted into a terrifying pit several feet deep. Zhang Wuji stood unsteadily, blood spurting from his mouth, his complexion as pale as parchment. Yang Xiao, Fan Yao, and the others also bore the brunt of the impact, blood trickling from their lips, their energy sapped. Faces etched with shock. These high-ranking members of the Ming sect, each a top-tier expert in the martial world, had united their formidable skills alongside their leader. Yet they could not fully withstand Li Zhige's singular blow. The divine fist Li Zhige had honed his martial prowess to a fearsome level, far beyond their capacity to resist. Zhang Wuji gazed at the impassive Li Zhige, opening his mouth to speak. Alas, as he did so, another mouthful of blood spilled forth. Zhao Min rushed forward, tightly clutching Zhang Wuji's arm, her voice trembling with desperation as she pleaded with Li Zhige, "Master Li, we concede. Xie Sun is at your mercy. Please do not harm him." Zhang Wuji struggled to push Zhao Min away, but having endured the full brunt of Li Zhige's 3 strikes, his internal organs were already compromised. Were it not for his profound strength, he would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Unable to shake off Zhao Min, he continued to cough up blood, fragments of his innards mingling with the crimson flow, his eyes beseechingly imploring Li Zhige as he desperately shook his head. Li Zhige discerned the plea in Zhang Wuji's gaze, yet chose to disregard it, striding directly towards the 3 aged monks seated beneath the pine tree. Had Zhang Wuji not sought the heavenly sword from the Divine Fist sect, Li Zhige would have found it difficult to act against Xie Sun today. However, since Zhang Wuji did demand the sword, Li Zhige had already repaid his debt. Watching Li Zhige's retreating figure, Yin Tianzhong raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a deep sigh. If it were anyone else attempting to harm Xie Sun, the Ming sect could certainly protect him. Yet the individual before them was Li Zhige, the second-ranked Divine Fist, an opponent they could not hope to thwart. Perhaps within a few years, Divine Fist Li Zhige would claim the title of the world's foremost martial artist, becoming a new legend in the realm of martial